know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come, old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me, feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money, I want that money. So give me that money, I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling, if I like the weekend. I ain't dead and sleeping, nah. I don't wanna grow up. Get wasted all the time, but for the moment I'm alright, because I feel so alive. Yeah. I
to Brawlhalla.
Suns up, fun's up. It's time for the Summer Championship. Of course, we're in the weekend of 1v1s. Today's all about EU and South America.
We have a good show set for you today. I've seen the script ahead of time, and it's going to be a good one. I've perused through, I've seen who's going to fall to who's going to come out on top over who's going to come out the top three at the end of the game on that podium. It's going to be a good one, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the pre-show. Thanks for tuning in for this one. We're going to break down some of the players that are important to watch this weekend for EU. Then we're going to roll right on into the EU tournament itself. Then after that, more pre-show. This time for South America. Again, we're going to break down the players that we're looking out for in that tournament. Then we're going to roll right on into the actual South American games. Then tomorrow, of course, we're going to finish this one up. More pre-show for North America, then rolling on into that tournament. That's a little bit of a breakdown of the schedule for this weekend. If you want to see a little bit of a breakdown of any other schedules that are happening, go to brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will show you when past things have happened and when future things will be happening, including dev streams in your time zone.
Yeah, and today is, of course, all about those best of fives, those 1v1s, that double elimination, playing for that big old prize pool. But I think it's time we get into the players to watch, some things to note. And we're going to be kicking it off with, I think, a little bit of a surprise pick. Let's talk about Fozy coming in for the EU region.
Fozy is an interesting player to talk about for 1v1s because we're coming right off of a Fozy Sarme victory just a week ago in 2v2s. But if you compare that to where Fozy has been placing in 1v1s, it is a very stark difference. This year, starting off at the Winter Championships, Fozy started out 17th place. Not great. Not even top 16, of course, because 17, as we know, is greater than 16. Then if you look at the next tournament right after that, 7th place. Inside of top 8, but barely. Then right after that, back down to 25th. Then right after that, 49th at the Spring Championships earlier this year. So once has been rough on Fozy.
Yeah, Fozy's been struggling a little bit in the 1v1 space. He's definitely been kind of making a name for himself in the 2 space as a good 2s player alongside Sarme, but he's coming in PR number 12, and like you said, only has a handful of top 8s, no top 3s just yet. But coming in, if he's playing that Ember, I think the meta really helps it.
So Fozy coming in with this is going to be seed 18 in the bracket, which is pretty low. That means going to run into those more difficult players earlier on in the tournament. Now, you mentioned that Ember. That is the most recent character that Fozy has reported in the bracket for today, but that's definitely not the only character. Fozy's actually done a great job of reporting characters. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Going all the way back to his first match of the day, has gone through Zariel, which was one of the major switches that we saw in 2v2s that led to the success. But then we also saw Queen Nai, Wu Shang, Orion. Is that all of them on my list? It's been a lot. It's so hard to remember. Also a Ragnir in there. So we've seen a mix of some crossover between those legends. We've seen some Spear coming out, some Spear crossover there, also some Katar crossover, also a little bit of Axe in there as well. So it seems like it's all over the board on what Fozy is actually going to land on today.
Yeah, there's a pretty solid spread. I think there's some common themes, like I'm seeing a lot of Katar, seeing a lot of bow in there as well. And then, of course, you've got some of these more consistent weapons. The Gauntlet, the Spear stuff. That I guess it's kind of like if you looked at, he likes to play Ember, but also has a good mindset from 2s. So he takes all these things that he learns from playing 2s and goes into it. And you've got a pretty sizable character pool. But it is interesting to note that he's spread out a lot, because generally speaking, people who have those large character pools, they'll kind of just stick to one for a huge chunk of the tournament, and then they'll run into that one person who they're like, all right, my number 1 pick isn't going to work. I'm going to go down to a number 2, number 3 pick.
So looking at all of these swaps early on, it also, again, I'm just trying to get in the mental space of where Fozy is and try to maybe think why he would be making the decisions that he's making. So you do have that one scenario that you just laid out. That's sort of the general. But also we could be looking at Fozy maybe just having complete identity crisis and not knowing exactly what he wants to pick. Or it could be that early on experimentation where I'm in pools, I'm the significantly better player, or at least the stats would say that, against my opponent. So if I lock in an Orion and it's not perfect, that's okay. I can figure out if Orion is what I want to play today. If I lock in the Queen Nai and I'm not perfect, that's okay. I can still come out with the dub and realize, okay, maybe the Queen Nai isn't working today. Maybe let me try this, or let me try this, or let me try this. So just kind of going through the Fozy decision-making process, there's a lot of what-ifs in the air about what the character choices are that Fozy's coming into this. There's also a lot of what-ifs of, like, where is Fozy going to place today? Could be 49th, could be 7th. After last week, could be top 3.
It really could be anything. Right now, he's sitting in the top 32 of the tournament because, of course, the tournament's running behind the scenes.
That's
and you
true.
Can catch
That's
those
true.
Matches.
It will not be 49th.
Yeah. Definitely at least better than 49th. And he's on the top side, so I think it ends up equating to like 27th or something. I don't know. Crazy math. But anyways, anything else you want to say about Fozy before
That's all I've got about Fozy.
All right. Up next, let's talk about some names that I think are going to be a little bit less of a surprise to hear us talk about when it comes to these EU pre-shows. Let's talk about Swada.
Swada, I'm gonna sit here and pull up a tweet real quick because Swada did tweet earlier today, and actually Fozy did too, saying that they would either like completely bust her out or that they would get first place. So pulling up Swada right now just to get the exact quote from Swada. I haven't slept at all. If you ever face me in tourney today, please be kind to me. So sort of an appeal to the emotional side of his opponent, which I'm going to guess did not work.
No.
Because we are talking about a very important tournament, an official tournament, and because of that, I believe Swada finds himself in the lower side of things, looking exactly where he is. He did lose to MG in the top 32 qualifier match.
No K after that one.
So, what now? Oh, that's true. That's true. It's MG like the British motor car company.
Yeah.
So let's see. Yeah, Swada finds himself down on the elimination side of the bracket, waiting for a top 32 elimination side qualification, which that's strange for someone like Swada, to say the least.
Definitely a bit of a surprise. Swada is kind of a really well-known name, especially in the EU region. He's kind of solidified himself as one of the top Bodvar mains out there. We saw him changing it up a little bit in twos last weekend, but still, he's kind of a household name in EU for this year, and to see him go down so early is a bit of a surprise.
So it'll be an interesting weekend for Swada for sure. Haven't seen too many character
there's
reports.
The tweets.
Oh, yo, it's right there. They've been like on that.
Yeah.
I didn't even ask for that, and they brought it up.
And I know that's not Toast's Twitter because that's not light mode.
That's true. So this is from someone else. That's never mind. That is
He
Toast's
says it's his.
Twitter.
When did he switch?
Is he a dark mode user
Yeah.
now?
He
that's
abandoned
great.
the light.
We're turning them one by one. that is my dark mode agenda.
Converted.
So with Swada, let's look at some of Swada's recent placements this year. Let me pull those up for the ladies and gentlemen at home. All the stats heads at home. Stats heads, we love you. That's me as well. I'm right there with you. Coming into this one, of course, Seed 2. That's largely based off of a second place finish at the Spring Championship earlier this year. Before that was a Steel Series 5th place, Omen Oasis 3rd place, and then going down to the Winter Championship 3rd place. So other than that Steel Series Invitational 5th, it's been a top 3 year for Swada in 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, he blew up at BCX last year, and since then has been propelling himself consistently. Top 3, looking very good throughout the year. And it's always cool to see, like, he's one of those up-and-comers. Like, we'll make a lot of these comparisons to NA side with, like, Java, Luna, things like that, where, like, there's kind of, like, the new blood that's come in. And it's been exciting to see, but I guess the lack of sleep is really getting to him because right now he's in a very dangerous spot.
We'll see if he's able to fire up. He does have at least a moment for the previous matches before him to finish and conclude and decide who he's actually going to be fighting against. So we'll see if he had time to take a nap, if he had time to maybe get some food in him, wake him up a little bit, get some coffee, something like that. I don't know what they drink in EU. Maybe it's something crazy.
Yeah, maybe tea. I don't know. But either way, it's rough because also, like, on the elimination side of the bracket, you effectively double how many matches you have to play from then on. And so he doesn't get the time that you get to rest. Like we saw last night, Australia, it was as Modi was sitting on the top side, had to watch a lot of elimination bracket matches, so she had a lot of time to sit. That's not going to happen when you're on that elimination side. You're just going match to match to match. So this is a real test of the endurance.
So based on the set that will be happening right before Swada, of course, off stream, it's going to be Razox versus Spyrox. So if I had to put my money on that one, I would be betting on Spyrox, which means there's a possibility of Swada versus Spyrox to qualify for top 32 on the elimination side of the bracket. So that's going to be a very tough match. Two people that we wouldn't expect to be down there that early already having to go up against one another. One, of course, will be knocked out.
Yeah. All right. Anything else you want to say about SWATA before
That's all I got on
continue
SWATA.
on? All right. Number 2, not in our hearts, but maybe in PR. Let's talk about Akno. Former number 1. He used to be kind of the GOAT of the region who dominated all of the 1v1s, but has since kind of gotten knocked down a peg.
He hasn't won a 1v1 tournament since Autumn Championships 2021. That's last calendar year for those keeping score at home, and only won one official 2v2 tournament this year earlier at Winter Championships. Godly's kind of been the momentum interrupter in not in North America, in EU. If he was at MSI, he might have been the North American interrupter. But coming into this one, taking some of that 2v2 fire away from Akno, definitely taking the 1v1 fire away from Akno. That's definitely got a weigh on him. When you're in that first place position, you know you always have that target on your back. It's really tough because there's so many people, both fans, both players alike, who are just preying on your downfall. And it seems like Godly was one of the ones to come in and actually take that away from Akno. So he's definitely been going, at least attempting to find his way back into that first place position to grab that gold medal.
It's gotta be tough for Akno. I mean, he was so consistently number 1, and to now be kind of relegated to number 2, consistently trying to fight his way back, being so close. Like, he's gotten those silver medals, but there's just this new brick wall that he has yet to overcome this year, and it's gotta be tough. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who can mildly relate in the sense of like, oh, I had hit a peak elo and now I keep losing and can't get close to it, and that kind of like frustration, magnify that because it's tournament, because it's seasonals, because it's Akno, who used to be the PR number 1 in the region.
So I want to look at these stats right here before they go away, and let's break it down from right to left on your screen. So 24 top 32 placements. Move that over to 21 top 8s. That means if he gets 32, if he gets inside of top 32, there were only 3 times where he didn't make it into top 8. That then continues. If you add up 11 plus 6 plus 1, that is his gold plus silver plus bronze medals. That gives you 18. That means 18 out of the 21 times he made it into top 8, that is a podium finish. Or even expand that out a little bit further, 18 out of the 24 times he's made it into the top 32 is a podium finish. That is incredible stats from anybody in any region. But he hasn't really gotten too many of those gold medals lately. So we'll see if he has it. We'll see if this is the one. We'll see if the Summer Championship, if he levels up now that it's getting hot outside.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to know. Again, his character picks have been, this is something we talked about in 2s. The character picks have been a little bit, for lack of a better term, stagnant. He's been sticking with the Kojis a lot, sticking with the Bodvars, sticking with the Brins. It's been like kind of those classics from him, and it might be time to change it up. We're seeing the Jae-Yun on the screen right now, but even so, it's not like Akno has been really going into like kind of those more crazy picks. And I don't want to say crazy like it's actually that crazy, but like we're not seeing him go over to Scythe, go over to Orb, go over to even Gauntlets in the 1v1s. Like he's kind of just stuck to his pool.
Now, he did lock in a Koji earlier today and actually report that on Smash GG, but that was a while ago, so we don't know if anything has changed since then. We don't know if he's taken a page out of Fozzy's book, shopping around a little bit or anything like that, but at least so far, based on the first reporting of characters, it's looking like the Koji today. That's no surprise whatsoever. We've seen that from time to time, definitely in 1s, definitely in 2s as well. So I expect to see that going forward, which isn't the most meta pick anymore like it used to be, but nobody is going to shame you for playing Koji whatsoever. Sword is still extremely meta. We saw a lot of Bow yesterday. We've seen a lot of Bow this entire past week as well. So both of those weapons, this character is still heavily involved in the meta, even though he's not necessarily the most popular pick for players out there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't necessarily go wrong with it. And at this point, like, I feel like people don't give him enough credit as, like, the Koji main. You know what I mean? Like, he plays enough other characters that it gets a little bit weird, but he kind of is earning himself that title of just, like, I am the Koji main of my region.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the handful of players who are still really dedicated to playing that character in both 1v1s and 2v2s. I mean, if I'm just thinking off the top of my head, who is really playing Koji dedicated like this anymore? It's like Tiger. And he's like one of the other actual Koji mains that have played him, continue to play him, and likely will play him into the future.
The North American player who always gets clipped.
I should remember
Chat
this name.
knows.
He was
Hashtag
in
BHE
Zinker.
Sports.
Zinker.
Zinker. Yeah.
I knew it was a Z name. I couldn't remember.
Like, my head kept saying Zyder, and I was like, nope, definitely not that. But anyways, anything else you want to say about him?
That's all I got on Akno.
All right. Let's talk about the current number one, the current god of the region, Godly.
Won the last 4 official tournaments he has entered, a.k.a. every official tournament this year. That's Winters. That's Omen Oasis. That's Steel Series. That's Springs. I think it's likely going to be Summers. We'll see how that ends up playing out. Of course, Godly still on the upper side of the bracket, still sitting nicely here. I believe he's gone without losing a game today. Of course, we are seeing the cross lock in. That's what I'm really curious of. I want to see how Cross makes his way into the 1v1 meta. I believe he certainly has a place after what we saw in 2v2. Not quite the same place, but I think it's still going to be a really important thing to see where Cross actually fits into the meta. I think it's going to be in EU. I definitely think it's going to be in NA.
Yeah, it is an interesting thing. That was my big question for this weekend, is if he's going to be playing that Cross. And like you said, he's kind of been locking it in. There you see 100% of the time he has participated in a tournament as of late, he has gotten a gold medal. 100% of the time he gets top 32, he's gotten a gold medal. It's very impressive. The earnings are meager, but it's only because he's been in 4 tournaments.
Yep. It's been such a short period of time, and we already see meteoric success. We not only saw the meteoric rise to that position all of a sudden overnight, but we also see him sustaining that, which both are extremely hard. I would say that probably sustaining it is more difficult because you have to show up every tournament and play your absolute best, because everyone else, guess what? They're going to do their same. So you have a target on your back at all times. Everybody is looking to take away that number 1 spot from Godly. This year, so far, nobody has been able to do it in 1v1s.
Yeah, no one has been able to knock him down from his pedestal. And let's go back to this talk about the Cross. The Cross made a lot of sense in 2s. Again, a lot of setup tools, a lot of things that make it so it's really, really good for your teammate to follow up. In 1v1s, that's not really going to be a thing, but the thing that works well for Godly is he's just a strong 1v1er. He's already had the gauntlets because he used to be playing that Rayman, and blasters, they're not something that you can really slouch on in 1v1s. It's still a really good tool.
I think I was talking to Goddess about this earlier because she wanted to send me a tier list of what was important, which is just like a crazy thing to say, hey, I'm just going to send you this tier list. Shouts out Goddess, though. And she's across Denier. She doesn't believe that his weapons have the most synergy.
That's why she sent it to you.
Between them. That might be
because you are a hater as well.
That is true. That is true. Most people know that. So talking about that weapon synergy is, I think a character like Cross doesn't necessarily need that weapon synergy. You don't need the damage builder and the KO option because you also have the signature kit that's really strong and knocks people out super early. Damage build on blasters. If you can play blasters, blasters are still pretty good. They're not goated, but they're still pretty good. Gauntlets are, of course, we've seen a lot of gauntlets this weekend, a lot of gauntlets last weekend as well. Gauntlets have always been a popular 1v1 pick. So going in with this Cross, I think this Cross is a good pick, but I do reserve the right to my opinion until we actually see it play out in 1v1s, because it could be a different story. I don't think it will be, but it could be a different story. We'll see what Godly has for us in his own bracket and also with the Cross pick.
Well, he's, of course, going to be coming in as the top seed, so he has a quote-unquote easier bracket because he's predicted to get into that top side of top 8. And, of course, we'll watch that match later on here. But I think it's time we get into the predictions.
Okay. Who gets to go first?
You get to go first.
I get to go first?
You get to go first.
Awesome.
Yeah.
In third place, I think look, my picks are boring. My picks are in unseasoned.
Yeah, you stole my picks.
Okay, well, don't say I stole your picks.
You stole my picks.
You were literally going to have picks,
and then I changed them.
You changed them.
Yeah, I panicked.
He's a coward for doing that. I am not a coward. In third place, I'm an unseasoned chicken breast this week. I'm sorry, everybody at home. I know you wanted some entertainment from the picks, but we have in third place Swada. I think Swada's going to be coming in, having some rough shot today. Already finds himself in the elimination side of the bracket, because in second place, it is going to be Akno. not quite going to take that gold away from the first place finisher today, who I believe on that cross pick is going to be Godly. I think Godly is on his way to becoming the seasonal calendar champion, where you get all 4 gold medals for winter, spring, summer, and fall, or autumn, autumn championship, all in the same year, all at one time in one game mode. Very few people have done that. Akno is one of them who has done it in EU, but didn't even do it in 2021. There was Pavelski that ended that run in the middle of the year and made sure that he wasn't going to be that calendar champion. It was only in 2020 that Akno was able to do that. So definitely a huge accomplishment. I think Godly is on his way to grabbing that this year in 2022.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard to deny that run. All right, you know what? I'm going to be up front. I panicked. We were getting ready to start, and then 2 of my predictions were already in the elimination side of the bracket, and I was like, nope. So my pivot is in 3rd place. I'm going to put Fozy in at number 3. I'm hoping that some of the success in 2v2s translates to some success in 1v1s. In 2nd, I can't deny it any longer. Akno has to be on that top 3. But in number 1, again, I go to the Church of Godly. I support, I tithe, and I put him in that number 1 spot.
I can't believe you swapped out both Swada and Machete.
Yeah.
Wow. He changed 2 of his picks.
Yeah.
I think going forward, there needs to be a public declaration. When you change your predictions, that needs to be reported. I want the IRS to look into
Audit
that
me.
and see when your picks are being changed so that everyone at home knows who the coward is.
It was
and
me.
It's not me.
It was me. And I'm proud.
That's SpongeBob. I'm ugly and I'm proud. I'm ugly and I'm proud.
But of course, you can put your predictions out there. Hashtag BH Sports on Twitter. Put your predictions out there. Get it now and don't change later, because then I get to make fun of you, because I at least did it before the stream started.
That's true.
Yeah.
We do give credit where credit is due for that. That's going to be it for the pre-show. A couple important things that you want to look at if you want to follow along at home with the bracket and you're on twitch.tv. Make sure you hit !bracket or type !bracket in chat. That will give you a link to the bracket so you can follow along on your own. You can see which matches will be streamed on this stream and which matches will be streamed on the other stream, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. You will see a flag on the actual bracket itself on Start GG, and that will show you which matches are streamed and where they're streamed. Keep in mind, there is a side stream going on. I just mentioned it, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. A lot of incredible matches being streamed on that stream, so definitely pay attention to that. If you want to know when events are happening in your time zone, make sure you go to brawlhalla.com/schedule. That will show you when tournaments are happening. That will show you when dev streams are happening. And again, it's in your time zone. It saves you a step, baby. You don't got to worry about it. If you want to go to twitter.com and engage with the stream, hashtag BH Esports on your tweets. You might see him show up on the stream itself, which that would be pretty cool. You can point and go, "Hey mom, I'm on TV," or you can soy face and go, "That's me on the TV right there."
Yes. You can do that.
You can do that. Take us home,
Okay.
dude.
That is going to do it for our pre-show. Again, make sure you get all those socials, click all the links that he said. We're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you the top 32 for the EU portion of the Summer Championships. Stick around.
I know I should grow up, but I don't wanna get older. It's underrated to be young and free, yeah. Tomorrow may never come. Old days I'm running from. Yeah, I should be saving, but I'm spending it all. Yeah, I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. If I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping. I don't wanna grow up. It's taking over me. Feel like I could fly away. Oh, I've been waiting to kiss the sky, yeah. One day I'll get serious, but I will have no regrets. And I might start saving, but it ain't right now. I want that money. I want that money. So give me that money. I wanna spend that money. Just give me that Friday feeling. Like if I like the weekend, I ain't dead and sleeping now. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. I don't wanna grow up. One day I'll try to not get wasted all the time. But for the moment, I'm alright. Because I feel so alive. Yeah.
everything has been going for him. He's been getting slowly scooped up and thrown away once again.
Oh, he
no.
got him from there. Take out Pavelski. Eli side air. DI's down. When did he get hit by a second side air? But a nice punish from Daiku. Punish that save attempt.
Maybe he just wanted
Snap.
to stay away from Spectre. Nice
Oh,
ground
snap.
pound. Nice double ground
Like
pound.
Agno got deleted. The thing's looking good for the blue team as he sets up, gets the team double. Cover himself on the way out. Simple. Wait a second. No way, baby! How do you like that sight down?
Legends are great.
Nice.
But you know what? Get it done with both of them. Just like that.
Won it all. Nope. But that's when they take
Oh,
him out.
D
Oh,
cover.
no.
Wow. That was sick.
Oh, and the ground
yeah.
pound connects
No
to the
way.
down air
Oh,
to
he
do
got
it.
him. GG.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Summer Championship for Europe. I'm Taza. Zip is going to be casting as we get into the opening here of this championship in a region where really it's just turned into Godly is beating everybody, and we're going to see who his challengers are, right? Is that,
Yeah,
that's what it
that
feels
sounds
like
about
sometimes.
right. That sounds about right. And, you know, if you go into your predictions and you don't have Godly at the top, I don't know. And as Sparky said, you can't change it because he said he's going to call the IRS on you.
That's right. See a Duke at the pre-show being like, well, I was in the bathroom 5 minutes before pre-show, and I went, oh, my predictions are wrong. Better
Yeah.
change those. It's like, no, Sparky will get on your case for that one.
Yeah.
But it's kind of tough because as we're looking at the bracket, we're going to have a very interesting winners quarterfinals coming up here as we see people who qualify in the top 8 because we've already had a number of upsets as a lot of those old guard picks that people like to pick for their top 3s are already in the elimination brackets. We're going to be seeing the matchups coming up here. Delta and Wave are going to be our game 1, but as we go forward into the brackets, Sejaru and Simple are going to go up against each other. Sejaru had a win over Blue. Godly is waiting for the winner of Delta versus Wave. And then Bartu versus Flamethrower. Bartu took out Machete, who's like...
Yes.
I mean, he's not winning every single event like Godly is, but he's top 3 in every single event like Agno is,
Exactly.
right? So that's why it's a really crazy lineup going up here into the Summer Championship.
For me, looking at this, looking at Sejaru, and you said that the win was over Blue.
Yeah.
Blue is one of my dark horses. That's a player that I'm always looking for to do very well, and that's a big win. So I like that positioning, but then you have to deal with Simple. And Simple, man, look, if I'm going through any of these brackets, I don't care what region, Simple's one of those players that's so solid, but also can turn it up at any given moment. I don't want to run into that.
Yeah, Simple is when it comes to consistency and players in Europe, Simple is one of those players where I'm like, okay, there's only 4 people he should be losing to, and he's going to be that consistent. Whereas anybody else, it's why anytime you won't see Pavelski in a Sparky predictions because Pavelski could potentially beat everybody, but also just bust her out to I don't know. Barraza Main 57, right? Like it's just one of the it's one of those things where it's like, oh, I guess that happened. And
Nomadic hot dog.
anyways, we're going to get into this bracket pretty soon with Delta versus Wave. Really excited to see these two go up against each other. You might be like Delta versus Wave. In Europe, we've had a trend of shortening the tags now, right? It used to be Hazer Delta, it used to be Wave God. Now we're shortening everything, and we're eventually going to get to just letter names, right? But for now, at least we have words. We've got Delta here, PR10. Seam on the Bryn and Wave on the Asuri using Tigris, that epic crossover for Asuri, and Ivor coming out from that the AC crossover that came out here with Ivor over Bryn. So that's going to be really exciting to see them going up against each other here in game number 1.
Definitely going to be some good stuff. Look, okay, so we already got the crossover skin being used because it's not its own standalone legend, so it is tournament legal at this moment.
Yeah.
So we're going to get in here. I mean, what are you looking at matchup-wise here?
Well, when it comes to Bryn versus Asuri, geez, this is like... I had you really put me on a sort of throwback there. When I was thinking about 2017, 2018, I've watched so much. It was either Bryn versus Asuri or Asuri versus Koji, right? For like basically 2.5 years. So when it comes to this matchup here, I expect to see Axe used to stop the side light and neutral light approaches coming out from Wave God, and then when it's Sword, we can see the spear potentially be onto the table. But we see Delta right now just switching right over to the spear to get that side light, D-light side air, and without a dodge, that down stick will catch the recovery on the way back to the stage, and the first stock will go over to Delta.
Went down to the bottom, said, I watched all your resources get used. That down sig was perfectly placed, and now unarmed fighting back. Wave is finally got a sword, and unarmed is Delta. Gonna get the stock out of here quickly? Is that gonna be the case? Didn't touch the side, touch the slant, as Sparky told me yesterday. So I actually just learned that. If you touch that slant, it does not count as a touch at all. You have to touch flat wall.
Yeah, it can be beneficial to like Qatar recovery, unarmed recovery. Heck, I think every recovery in the game.
Every
will
recovery.
slide,
You'll slide
up
up it.
against it so you can potentially touch it. But if you dive kick past it, doesn't matter if you're shaving the wall. If you don't touch it, you don't touch. We see Delta now on the spear, tossing that straight through Wave Guy. Gets the D-Light ground pound. I'm loving the punish game coming out from both these players. Falls to that down air. Wave Guy
Oh
gets the
my
bait. The
gosh.
nair gets the stuff recovery. The down air to get him deeper underneath the stage, and then avoiding the axe nair so the chase dodge can't come up from Delta. What an amazing turnaround there. Delta thought he had an opportunity against Wave God there, but you went off stage against Guitars, man. I mean, I know it's been a while since we've seen Guitars on the screen, but they've always been good at that no matter what the game state's been.
Yeah, that's one of those weapons. You don't really want to challenge. The nair comes out, it just clips you the wrong way, sends you at an awkward angle, and you're just in danger. You're in trouble. Nice signature. Just sits there and waits a moment. I feel like that was a whiff punish, right? There was a whiff neutral light.
Yeah, and what's awesome about this match between these two players right now is that the stocks are flying, right? And it's real back and forth. It's one of those rare examples of like, okay, you beat me up, it's my turn. and that's what's been happening now. Wave God took Delta's turn from him in that last stock, but that sidelight nair to side air. Wave God didn't think he'd go all the way for it, but Delta really punished him there. But misses the jump off of the sidelight. Ends up using a neutral light, gets punished for that time. We see that sidelight nair come through, and oh no, Delta, not again.
Oh my goodness,
that
barely makes it back. I cannot believe it. If you were just a little bit lower, that was game, but it doesn't matter. Wave gonna clean it up, jumping off the side with a Sair to the left side of the stage, and that was a nice, clean game by both players.
I respect Delta's bravery to go off stage against Guitars after they whiff, but I promise you that Wave's got it in mind, right? Like that ground pound, he holds it extra long. Delta thinks he could get that basically a jump, I guess, out of the ground pound, but Wave went so deep down that he wasn't able to get that punish. And there on the edge, even though the weapon throw didn't end up taking the stock from Delta off of the whiff ground pound, Wave God's been so good with these edge guard side airs on the sword that he takes game one and brings it to a game two with his advantage here on Demon Island.
The other big thing about that play on the right side of the stage was that Wave went really far down and then instantly recovered tight on the right side of Delta. So it was like went right back to the top of the screen instead of trying to challenge down there. So that was a beautiful, beautiful play. Now, we got the Guitars once again. Guitars last night were doing pretty well, but this is a way better showing than anybody's Guitars from last night.
Yeah.
This is so good. Wave is showing why this weapon is still, I wouldn't say top, but very, very viable.
Yeah, it got something nice with the down air and just being able to get some better strings off the downlight in general. We saw there with that neutral light trying to follow up with recovery, and then Wave's also been really good. Nice down. It's like, man, both players, I mean, Wave got fantastic with that down stick, but every time that they're trying to recover on the right side of the stage, their stock's just gone. Delta was doing it too with the spear down stick, right? It's like, oh, you're in red and you're recovering. See you later. Side light, downlight sider coming out there, and look, just like that, Wave God's out there. It's remarkable to me because I guess I am just kind of like expecting somebody to make it back.
Yeah, that's the norm, especially at this level of play. Normally people make it back, but every single time you leave that side, you're donezo in this set so far. Maybe this stock will be the first one we see somebody make it back to the stage.
Chance,
no,
no
it's
chance.
not.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, hold on.
Oh.
There we go. The first time someone was able to make it back to the stage.
Wave's gravity cancel side lights are doing a ton of work, getting the distance, pushing Delta off the right side of the stage. Weapon throw down, gets a silent nair, but the downlight goes in the wrong direction, but he ends up getting a nair falling down from that downlight on that gravity cancel platform. Wave with the D-light side air. Is that going to be the stock? Goes in for that side air, down air, gets a dive kick, and he says, okay, I let one through. That's as much as you're going to get.
You can get one through the cracks, but no more. And here we go. We got no weapon, finally axe in hand, and this stock should get cleaned up pretty quick the way that this set's been going. If we can get one good Sair, nope, you're going to throw it away. Not able to convert combo. Is this going to be the time where we don't go tit for tat? Never mind.
Just was waiting for you to say something about it. that's what I was like. It's like, yeah, the D-light neutral sig missed. He might have a point. Down sig. He gets him off the right side or left side of the stage there. No, dead even game. And it's going to be up to who gets a huge lead here, which so far seems to be Delta. Axe has been working out pretty well for him on the stock, but it has been a perfect balance between Axe and Spear. Oh, that recovery dodge out of the way, and he gets the wake up, but not the strong hit. Landing stops Delta from getting the weapon back after that weapon throw down, but damage is pretty even through, and Wave doesn't end up getting the connection there with that sword, but the nice sidelight neutral light brings Delta an orange. sidelight, double sidelight, but he doesn't get the downlight. He wanted the downlight, but he had to gravity cancel because he literally walked off the stage.
Exactly. Stepped off the side of the stage with the movement built in on that sidelight of the spear. But this is what you want anyway, right? You got to switch back, and you have your axe, but keep throwing it away. Never mind. That is not what Delta wants. Delta wants the spear, but I don't know if you're going to get a chance to use it when you're getting Blake Griffined off the side of the stage.
Wave literally taking the damage lead with that neutral sig there. That is how close it is between these two players here. We're going to see that down sig edge guard as well as the D-Light side air here and the down air that catches the dive kick coming out from Delta, even though the stock was already gone to secure it. But this was huge. Look at the damage here. Neutral light, and he gets that neutral sig after waiting out the dodge, and that dodge is not far enough to be able to avoid that dunk, and Wave celebrates with the recovery to make sure that, you know, like, doesn't fast fall off the bottom of the stage before. I don't think I've seen that in Brawlhalla, but I know that's a platform fighter thing where it's like, I've already won the game, just to wait for them to get knocked out, and then you lose your stock.
You fall with them. Yeah.
Just do anything in your possibility to get away from that situation. But Wave's now up 2-0. It's close, though, Zip. I know. I know it feels weird to say that, but like Wave was behind that entire game, and in game 1, Wave was behind the entire time until he got that nair on the stuff recovery. But he's going to game 3 here with an amazing opening on the guitars, the neutral light into recovery. The combo's looking fantastic here on this weapon, and the gravity cancel pivot neutral light keeping Delta on his toes. But Delta,
no ground pound?
It had to have been. That had to have been the idea. That recovery came out so quick that had to have just been like he was playing faster than the game would have allowed. You know? That's another thing too, right? It's like sometimes your inputs are going in so fast. It's like, well, I technically have to wait for the limitations of the game, right? And the ground pound just doesn't come out there. But that was a huge combo. Now dead even. Oh, weapon throw comes forward, but the D-Light side air.
That was
so
clean.
smart from Wave to know that he didn't have to put any extra execution into that. And that's how much damage he had on Delta.
That was really, really clean. You don't see that often, but the recognition to know it would work from Wave is just showing that's kudos to how good Wave is playing right now. Delta is matching the energy, but for some reason Wave just keeps pulling ahead. And I'm going to say it's resting on the shoulders of those guitars. Those guitars are cooking.
Yeah, the guitars are fantastic. The sword comes in clutch when it comes to these edge guards. But the guitars have really been what the magic's been happening on. I love that you were asking me about this matchup in particular. It's like we're really back in 2018, right? Like there was a period of time in 2018 where unarmed Sarah had to get like nerfed like 4 times because that's what people were using to knock out so much. And now it's like, well, I guess we're back to that too. Sidelight their recovery. And Axe coming through there real strong with that vertical combo coming up off the top. The recoveries, the side airs. Delta's noticed that Wave has been being a little lax off of the sidelight nairs on the Axe. He hasn't been dodging right away, and Delta's just kind of like, okay, I'm going to keep letting these follow-ups rip, and it's working out fantastic. Look at that D-Light ground pound. Wave's got no jumps. He knows it. He dive kicks off the bottom of the stage, and that's how close the set's been. The fact that Delta could be down 0-2, but then come with a 2-stock on game 3.
Yes. That whiff punish at the end was so good. Whenever it's that crisp, I like to call it a weef punish. Look at this.
Beautiful.
To know it was going to leak over the side of the stage like that was, oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I guarantee
Chef's
you
kiss.
that Delta was prepared for a follow-up in case he did hit the stage there. But yeah, that was fantastic. What an awesome edge guard. And we're off the Demon Island now. Like Wave and Delta have both decided, okay, the edge guard highlights have been a little too frequent. Let's give ourselves some room to recover here. And they've got the larger wall. I think pretty much twice the size of Demon Island, which is not much, but I mean, it's something. And then we have the platform. So the platform makes a huge deal because it shifts from left to right side of the stage, and you can choose to recover to the top of the stage rather than getting back on the center. But Wave just does not care. Has Delta off the right side of the stage, falls to the nair. Nice chase dodge off the nair, and he gets Delta on the landing. The neutral stick does not connect, but a ton of damage does, as Wave almost gets that dodge in once again with the Qatar neutral leg.
So good start from Wave because last game it was showing that Delta had figured something out with the Axe. The Axe was really abusing Wave. But now Wave starting off the show beautifully with the guitars. His sword is in hand. I wonder if we're going to see a KO with this. I don't think we've seen the sword KO from Wave at all except for that Sarah on the side of the stage in the first game, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Well, it has been like those, I think there was a sword there as well, but Delta was taking it sweat beads. It's like one of those things where he's really just been using it to be like, okay, well, my guitar combo didn't lead to the knockout. I guess I'll edge guard you with sword, right? That's what it's been. And there we go. The Sarah off the right side of the stage is kind of like, okay, I've done enough damage here. And Waves kind of changed the pace of the match here as we got into Apocalypse. There was a moment of time where Delta was starved of weapons for a good 20 seconds. And Wave just continued to starve him with the weapons, hitting him with one hit here.
Oh my gosh!
Ground pound, neutral. He gets another neutral light. He picks up the sword, and the side stick hits the entire stock done unarmed with one swipe of the side stick, and he goes for the gravity cancel down stick. He can't quite get it. The neutral light and the neutral stick. Oh, I thought he was waiting. You could see him waiting to react.
Yes.
Oh, and he gets
my gosh!
the down stick off the right side of the stage. Wave has completely dominated this match. Okay, he's up 3 stocks to 1, but Delta got a 2 stock in the previous game, and he just cleaned that stock up real quick with an X side air. So, a huge advantage to Wave right now. This could be the 3-1 victory, but Delta does not look like he's ready to give up with how he's been playing with that axe so far. But the neutral light doesn't come out, and Wave gets 2 strong hits, 3 strong hits. The gravity cancels from Wave have been so amazing this game.
The gravity cancels everything. What are we talking about? There's no point in just pinpointing anything. This game has just been so nice from Wave. Delta said, I don't want any more of this. Get away from me.
You can only have your soul read so much, right? Like
yes.
He was, and like a lot of the stuff Wave's doing here is calling out Delta as a player. I mean, we're going to be seeing that in this game, but Wave just had Delta's number there. I mean, that was downloaded for sure. We're going to be seeing this edge guard right here. Yep, pivots around for the down, gets the dodge in. And that's something that it's really tough when you're against Asuri. That's what makes Asuri so terrifying off stage. It's not just the guitars. It's the fact that Delta had to decide whether to dodge a gravity cancel neutral sig or a down sig or a neutral light, and he chose to dodge in, and Wave just had those options covered. Look at the graph there. Red just dominating there over the blue as 2 stocks from Delta went away back-to-back, and towards the end, Delta was just kind of like, okay, I'm already in orange. The comeback potential is not there. He ends up going off the bottom of the stage, and a 3-1 victory to Wave, as while it was close in games 1 through 3, game 4 was something else.
That was something else. 141 damage unarmed, throwing straight fisticuffs.
That's right, that entire second stock.
Yes.
It was like all unarmed, and he picks up the sword. Like, what do I do with this? Side sig, and he hits him out the right side of the stage, and then just goes back to the unarmed edge guard.
Oh my god!
Wave on the Tiger is fantastic today. Really excited to see how he plays as he goes throughout the bracket. I believe terrifying matchup coming up for him. I think it's Godly. I think that was like there was that to be decided in the matchup schedule, which we'll see in a little bit. I think that's who he's going up against next. But we have another match up in the top 32 bracket coming up. I think this is Seijaro versus. Oh, the matchup is in the back of my head. Was it Simple? It may have been Simple. Yes,
Seijaro
there it
versus
is.
Simple.
Coming up
Yeah,
next.
you had it. This is the
Seijaro
one that I was
versus Simple.
speaking on. Yeah, this is the one where I'm like, Seijaro had a great showing to go past Blue, but you running into Simple, this is going to be some tough stuff. So right now, in front of me and all the people, you got to show us how you can stretch your stuff, because I'm looking for Simple to pop off.
Yes, especially with Swada, like we have with the EU Bodvars being down a player right now on the winner's side. Like I'm really excited to see how Simple's going to be playing here. Although with the graphic, and this is just a thing in general, Gauntlets being so popular right now that a lot of players have been giving up that secondary weapon, and Hammer is kind of like Hammer's been getting put down for a while. This is the roughest patch to be playing Hammer. I think if you've been in a Hammer main for a long time, it may feel bad enough that you just be like, okay, toss that weapon aside, keep my secondary. In this case, it's the sword, and then you go and you find the legend that has the gauntlets, which happens to be Val, and it's not something that Simple hasn't played before, so we could see it. I'm excited to see how this matchup plays out here. Seijaro is probably going to be on the same legends.
I mean, in twos, we did see that Simple was running some Hammer, and the Hammer was I think because I casted a couple of the matches, and I remember being like, I need that Hammer to do a little bit more work, and a few games later on started going kind of crazy with that weapon. Okay. So if you really love it and you want to put that extra effort in, it's still dangerous. It's still a tough weapon to deal with.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what he picks out there, because I'm interested to see this matchup. I also give it to Simple in favor here when we were talking about what's going to be happening in EU. But it's exciting to see the two names that are in this winner's side of bracket that we don't normally see being able to play here. Say Jaro taking out Blue, as we talked about earlier, could take out Simple to move even further into winner's quarters. Let's just wait and see.
We're going to wait and see. I mean, so you're thinking that we're going to get double Val?
Yes. Well, I am very much giving credit to the graphic there that we got at the bottom of the screen, right? They had that double Val coming out. But yeah, I am so confident in the fact that there's a lot of players that are just kind of like, okay, I've made Gauntlets a staple of my kit. I mean, I've seen these opinions in various spaces where it's kind of like, if you're playing Brawlhalla right now, and you don't have gauntlets, at least as a pocket pick, for singles or doubles, you're
Oh,
not
yeah.
playing to win. That's
Oh,
that's what the opinion is for a lot of players in the competitive space right now, just because out of how long they have been so consistent and how many options that they've got. But it's differing in different parts of the game, because there are a lot of players that feel that way, and myself as well, about bow. And in fact, when I think about weapons that could do really well against how many players are playing with the gauntlets, I'm like, where are our bow mains at? But we just haven't. It's just never really been a thing in general, except for Akno, right? Except for the players that have been playing Koji for so long that you see that come out, and they're still doing really well, who we'll be seeing later on throughout the day. But yeah, when it comes to these two players, I'm expecting at least sword in both hands on the other side, and whether or not we lock into the Bodvar is going to be up to the question. But no, we got Seijaro not on either one of those. It is gauntlets.
It is
They
gauntlets.
are there.
It is gauntlets.
Gauntlets are on both sides, and we've got the Akuma coming out for Simple. Get out of the way there. There it is. And then
Good old Mordex.
for Seijaro. So yes,
Good old Dex.
Mordex is like a legend that I'm like kind of actually surprised that isn't being picked by everybody all the time, considering that I feel like Scythe and Gauntlets are having their best moment in Brawlhalla. So let's see what Seijaro's got to say with the Mordex here. As we go to the Small Fortress of Lions against Simple, who is on Akuma. Epic crossover for Val on the gauntlets here as he gets that side light. Oh, the grab is coming through. Already opened up super strong against Seijaro, bringing him into orange going into game number 1.
I think the only difference in being a Val player and a Mordex player is if you prefer the sword or the scythe.
Yes.
And I think to be honest, I think the scythe is kind of hard to play. So
It is very different, and more importantly, when it comes to these two players, I just go, well, wow, that side sig was fantastic. It's a little unusual for me to see Simple use like signatures more than once in a row. Like I'm used to like 4 signatures a game, 75% accuracy. that's what I'm used to seeing from Simple. Simple's kind of going crazy right now with the Akuma. Downstick came out there, did connect. Seijaro returns with some damage, but Nairs are trying to catch him, and see that weapon throw forward. Seijaro goes in for that gravity cancel downlight, doesn't hit it in a dare nair for Simple. And the D-light side air means that Simple's going to maybe be up 2 stocks here in this game 1. I mean, this is looking dominant.
yeah, it's looking very, very dominant. I mean, we got the Dijon mustard color on on Simple's health. Not very damaged. Going to be pretty hard to KO unless you can make some magic happen here.
Yeah.
Seijaro's got the scythe, but fisticuffs thrown. Simple is back at it with the gauntlets, and we saw how the gauntlets tore up that first stock.
Ooh, yeah. Down air hits as well. Side air hits. Simple could go for an edge guard here. This is more what I was expecting from Simple. Like last time we saw the 2 side sigs coming out from the sword, but Simple, now we were so surprised by the matchup between Hazer and Wave, right? Because the stocks were going down the second anybody went off stage. But with Simple, even if they may come back 10 times off the side of the stage, I promise you that it's Simple that's going to be continuing the edge guard those 10 times, right? And that downer comes through and he gets that knockout. It's now 3 stocks to 1.
Simple's gameplay is simple yet super effective. That movement, just kind of hovering to get back to the stage a moment ago, that was so good, and it made Seijaro come off stage and put themselves in a bad situation. That was crazy.
Oh, yeah. And now Seijaro with the scythe, getting a good opener there against the sword, but it drifts too far away from the side of the stage, and he can't get the down air. Another chance. That time he came close to the stage, and Simple was kind of like, I know you're going to make that adjustment, and he's not even holding the wall that time. Seijaro keeps getting Simple off, though, and let's see. D-Light recovery. Nair. Oh, and he went for the neutral sig. Seijaro could get a punish here. He's sweating.
If it was done to the other side, that neutral sig would have leaked out far enough.
Yeah.
I think that Simple was looking for the dodge to the left, so it went the other way. That would have been so good if it landed, but either way, this sword is dancing all over Seijaro. Simple. Man, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
You get past a player like Blue, and now here you go, going up against one of the monsters of the region, and man, showing it's a struggle fest.
Yeah. Seijaro in the last
Look
stock.
at that. That's the one I was talking about. That movement on the left, the baits, like the in and out, and then able to
he
create
did it
that
twice
situation.
too, and I didn't catch that, and you did, which was when Seijaro did the gravity cancel neutral signature and touched the stage, and then immediately jump recovery. Simple bobbed and weaved around both of those, and then got the down air. And that was at first I thought it was like, wasn't that just him punishing a neutral sig that was out of desperation? No, Seijaro actually had a really good mix up there, and Simple still played around it, and he played around it so well that Seijaro said, Okay, Scythe is a little hard. You got a few openings in that with that weapon, and it didn't lead to anything. So we got over to the Rayman now. Nice axe. You hit a side air, and your combo is done, Zip. That's all you got to think about it.
That's it. You don't even have to combo. It doesn't have to have KO confirms, which it does have a few, but you can just hit a Sayer, and that's going to be it. It gets you a little lucky recovery, still get a KO. You know, I don't want to call it a cakewalk, but
hey, Sidelight Sayer ain't true anymore, so you gotta really get that spacing. So.
There you go.
Ooh, down air neutral light into the weapon throw comes through, and that's axe is picked up. Simple gets the recovery, weapon throw forward, and nice downlight side air. Put him up the side of the stage again. No dodge, but he doesn't turn around with that air dodge. But he gets to use the edge guard, right? And that side that comes through, he just uses it to reposition. Neutral light catches him. Did he even touch? He did. Okay, so he did touch the ground. It was one of those cases where it's like because the neutral light grabs you, doesn't really grab you, but sometimes it's like if he hits him in a certain spot, maybe you don't end up getting your jumps back. But Cesaro did, and now he's in an edge guard situation. In a close first stock.
It's definitely always interesting to me how that neutral light will make you sometimes not get your jumps back, but other times it doesn't. And, you know, I haven't really watched it in slow motion to see the science behind it, but either way it goes, that was a good KO from Simple over the top with the sword switching right back to the gauntlets to hand out the beats and try to get this damage up really, really fast.
Yeah, really big deal that Cesaro was able to open up here with the lead. And while he has switched over to Rayman, the weapon switch is not really what's making the difference here. It's been mostly Cesaro on the gauntlets, just doing a better job against Simple off stage and keeping Simple off stage while he has the edge guard situation. Nice neutral light there, even up the game 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, the first stock, the axe did do some pretty good work. It wasn't able to close, but it did pretty good. I think this is right here is whenever it was tough. The sword of Simple versus the axe was really getting Cesaro's axe cleaned up. So you gotta, I don't know, if you could force a situation where the gauntlets come back out because that's where you've been shining, or just go gauntlets into the sword. I don't mean, do you even get to play this stock? Ground pound? No, you don't.
Man, Simple makes edge guarding look so easy, and I know it's not. I've tried so many situations like that. You know what happens to be there? I get hit by the axe recovery, and I'm like, axe.
Exactly.
Axe recovery comes through. Not Simple. Simple gets that edge guard with the side six. Cesaro makes it back, and he waits at all the options just to hit him with that ground pound and takes the lead handily, 2-1. And he's barely got a scratch on him. Cesaro now in the gauntlets, like we were talking about, and Simple disarm. Picks up a fresh sword, though. Ooh. Oh, Cesaro, your low on jumps. Okay, nice job. That one of those moments where that wake-up recovery off of getting hit is like actually the best choice instead of just leading to you getting hit again.
I like the wake-up from Cesaro right there. That was good. Gravity cancel into the downlight. Ooh, but I'm getting scared because some of these whiffs, I guess a lot of consecutive whiffs, and Simple's not going to let you keep whiffing like that. It's going to be some punches coming in soon. Almost got the stock. Nice chase, regardless. Cesaro, even in the game.
That was a really great reaction from Cesaro as well, knowing that Simple wanted the weapon and then choosing the gravity cancel pivot the downlight, and then you got that true combo with the recovery right afterwards, easy peasy. Simple goes off the top and gets punished for picking up the gauntlets, or trying to pick up the gauntlets. Now he's got gauntlets in hand, and a recovery will punish Cesaro for that side sig. But so far, not a big enough lead for me to be like, all right, what is Cesaro going to do, right? Like off stage here, he could possibly get a nair. No, recovery dodged out of the way, but that nair does hit. Just damage still in Simple's lead.
Yeah, damage is still in Simple's lead, but, I mean, very even gameplay. I'm calling that Cesaro is playing very, very well. This is the game that must be taken if you're Cesaro, because this is the best you've shown so far. No, if you get red one more time, okay, Simple tried to go up there with the recovery, didn't quite land it, but that one's going to do it from the ground, mind you. And
yep, pick up recovery. Those are tough to hit, but they're really good, and they're great mix-ups, especially when your opponent thinks that you're always going to try to hit them with the side light first.
Yeah.
And that's a thing, like Gauntlets and Blasters similarly will do both of those things, where like Blasters are like, okay, you're in red, he's looking for the D-light recovery, but if you're good enough, that fastfall recovery will catch you grounded, and the same thing applies to both of those weapons, and we saw Simple there acknowledging that he had Cesaro damaged enough that he didn't need to get the side light for that distance in the air to get the knockout, and he takes game 2.
Even on an inefficient accuracy type game like that, Simple still coming through with the dub, and that's where it's really, really scary. Because the game before that, we saw Simple landing almost everything, had really, really high accuracy on signatures and lights, and that one was dominant. And if Simple's able to play a little lackluster for their liking, That's tough. That's tough.
It makes me wonder if he's going to switch off of the Akuma onto the Bodvar going into this next game, because you did mention that the accuracy was a lot lower, the game was a lot closer, and it felt like it was actually like he was searching for the sword in the Gauntlet Ditto against Seijaro towards the end there, right? So it's a possibility that it might go, maybe the gauntlets aren't necessary, but then again, at the end of the match, he gets that pickup recovery. They look so good at the beginning of game 1. Maybe he just sticks with it throughout the rest of the games. But it's one of those precarious scenarios where you're like, yeah, you're up 2-0, but games 1 and 2 felt way different. Or game 2 felt way different from game 1, where you might be actually worrying about continuing with this pick and giving your opponent that win momentum that they can get from game 3, game 4, and so on.
I mean, we got the stats right back here, and I'm trying to take a look. I don't know where exactly Seijaro's going wrong, because we have 479 damage, right? You only took 538, so the spread's not bad. You're doing very, very well in this matchup. Now, this is where I'm talking about the accuracy a lot, and I've been doing this a lot. I love this. This is one of my favorite pieces of this board. We've got 84 swings, 36% accuracy, but you ain't hit not a one of those 6.
So, okay, interesting argument there. I do feel like that with Rayman, when you're using the down sig at the side of the stage, that you kind of aren't expecting to hit with it. and that's
yes,
mostly what
I can
Seijaro
agree
was
with
doing.
that.
We talk about the third glove every once in a while, right? And you don't want to get hit by it. But there are certain signatures that I feel like are better as zoning signatures, and Rayman down sig on the edge is one of those. So I'm like, okay, maybe I can forgive that accuracy. The side sig, not so much. That one was... He got hit for that one.
I'll give you that those signatures don't count because of the edge guarding.
Okay.
I'll give you that. But still 34% on 84 swings on light attacks. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a harder one to argue. We finally got it. Zip, we've got the Val Ditto.
We got it. We got it.
This is what we were talking about potentially happening at game 1, but Seijaro decided to put the Gauntlet Legends through the Gauntlet, right? And now we've got ourselves in the Val Ditto, going up against Simple on the Akuma, but Seijaro on the Val. And now we're on Miami Dome, where, honestly, I was trying to talk about the differences between Val and Akuma. No, they both cover the same parts of the stage, where they can hit that top platform, one of the highest platform heights in the game, with the neutral sig on both their kits. So we'll be able to see if they're going to take advantage of that here. Simple goes with the edge guard here, and the ground pound forces the sweat beads, but Seijaro makes it back, sword picked up, and the sidelight catches Simple jumping as that Nair comes through, but the Nair stops him from getting that ground pound, and now Simple's back in the same edge guard that he was before.
That was great information. Wow, coming downtown to talk to you. I mean, it's happened once. It's going to happen again. Like, you can't just keep making those situations happen down there on the side. Simple will turn those around. But I did want to give you kudos on that breakdown information. The neutral signature reaching the platform, I did not know that, and I definitely didn't think about that, and I wouldn't have until I saw it.
Yeah, Val Sword neutral sig. It's fantastic here. And it's something to think about because, like, when Crystal Temple was really popular, it was like one of those stages where I know Orion main flip going here. Because your neutral sig blasts literally the entire platform. You take an Orion here and none of their signatures could do anything.
Oh,
is that going to be it?
Goodness.
That's it. Yep, ground pound hits. And Seijaro grasping at straws there, trying to get those neutral sig recoveries to work. And at the very least, right, we got to see him do it with Mordex. We've seen him do it with Val. Rayman could have technically done it, but he just didn't really have the axe that much in his hand. But Simple, off stage, on that right side of the stage, it's just been curtains for Seijaro, and so much damage coming through. He gets the recovery, but this is a close repeat to game 1 than game 2 for sure.
That's actually straight facts. I forgot how dominant game 1 was. That was ridiculous. There was that sequence with the gauntlets where it really put Seijaro in a huge deficit that Seijaro wasn't able to climb back out of. Here we go. It's sword versus sword. Let me see the clash going on here.
Yeah, first time we've seen Seijaro on the weapon this set. Cider comes through, but that neutral doesn't catch the punish, and that neutral signature, really tight spacing.
Are
Is
we
that 3
talking
ground
about
pounds?
the trifecta, the 3 for 3?
Yeah.
Yo.
We are. Simple destroyed Seijaro in that game. That was quick. 2 ground pound knockouts and a dare for good measure. We're going to see it right here. Where Simple, like, Seijaro takes, he tries to go for a punish of his own. Simple dodges right around it and gets another ground pound. That ground pound catches him. And the neutral signature here. I love this. Simple is so mindful of the threat of that neutral sig that he double jumps, knowing 1, that he needed to get out of range of it, and 2, that he had that much time. It's not like you're just going to get out of that animation just because you hit the wall. You have to let the entire signature finish. And that down air there will catch Seijaro out of the sweat beads, which was absolutely necessary. He could have drifted to the right, potentially touched the wall and extended that stock. But Simple coming through. Amazing job on the Akuma. just destruction there in that last game. That was really, really dominant, and excited to see Simple moving on into winners quarters for sure.
Simple. Look at me. Look at me. I was looking for a camera change. There we go.
The timing was almost perfect.
You're the captain now. That's all I wanted,
There we
guys.
go.
That's all I wanted, production.
There we go.
Simple,
Good
you're
back.
the captain now. That gameplay was insane, and honestly, I'm looking for you to run this bracket because everything that Simple did was so pinpoint. It was like you couldn't make a mistake. If you did anything, it was like the way that he hovered up. That's what I want to get at. He hit that ground pound on the very last stock, and the way that he went down, saw the dodge, and hovered up with it on the last jump and sliced down. That was so good.
Yeah, Simple had phenomenal positioning off stage. And that was the entire set. It was like, wow. It was something that I think we commented on going in the beginning there, right, where it was like, no matter how many times they get back to the stage, Simple is always the one commanding the edge guard, and that's what makes him so terrifying to play against. But that's enough about Simple. He's going to be moving on to the bracket. We'll see more of him here, literally later on in this block. We have Godly coming up onto the stage for the first time today, going up against Wave. This is a matchup that I'm personally very excited to see after watching how Wave played against Delta. Particularly because Katars against Godly is just something that I haven't really seen that much competitively. Do I still expect Godly to just go undefeated as he has literally since the entire start of his competitive career? Yes.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I want to see how Wave plays this matchup because Godly's going to be locking it in on Luke, epic crossover for Cross with that Force stance coming in. So a lot of power behind the blasters and gauntlets here. As we go over to Demon Island, which we saw the bulk of Wave's amazing offstage edge guards against Delta.
Definitely, those off-stage edge guards were insane. But so we're gonna look at the matchups here, and the main one I'm ready to see is the gauntlets going into the Katars.
Yeah.
Because I call the Katars the weaker gauntlets, right? So we got the gauntlets fighting against the little brother when mom's not home, and I don't know how that's going to go.
Well, we'll have to see, and whether it's just like a thing where he only brings up the Katars to deal with the blasters, because I'll tell you what blasters have a lot of trouble with, right? It's weapons that like to get up close and personal. Whenever I think about blasters, I think about how terrible of a matchup they have against gauntlets. And if Katars are just the weaker gauntlets, well, it's still probably a pretty bad matchup, right?
Yeah, I agree. If you get in there and you smother, you can't pull the trigger.
Yeah, and even if you can, in Brawlhalla, the bullet just materializes in front of you, right? so you could be standing right in that dead zone and be like, what was that? And then you just hit him anyways with the neutral light because the sidelights don't work out. Oh, the dare from Godly was so huge because if that dare didn't come out, that neutral stick was dunking him down to one stock as Wave is dominating Godly. Can't believe I'm saying that for game number one, but he is, as it's been mostly Godly on the blasters. And Wave's been perfectly fine taking the Katars against him.
Wave is playing so well right now. Wow.
All right, all right.
We're here.
I got my words in before the beginning of this match, right? Because after watching that Delta match, I was like, you know what? I am personally excited for this now because Wave looks like he's playing on a whole nother level today, and Godly seems to be taking some time to adjust to that.
Yeah.
This has been really dominant.
Well, see, I'm gonna be for real here. The last time I saw Wave was at MSI, and Wave was playing crispy at MSI. So this is just talent carrying over. Hard work definitely coming over here and showing that that wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, and this is certainly seeming like the best stage Wave can play on. Such command over this right side of Demon Island, which is odd. Like, it definitely seems to be a preference to be guiding Godly over to the right side of the stage for the edge guards over there. Like, he's kind of like, I don't want to hit you to the left. This is the side that edge guard thing's on. Sides comes through. I think Wave was low in jumps.
Yeah, that was it.
Catches him peeking over the side of the stage and an amazing knockout. Just like that, Godly brings it back 1-1.
Oh my gosh. Now, this is crazy. Wave had such a lead, was dominating the whole game. And now look at where we're at in a situation where if something goes wrong, Godly closes this out in a big-time clutch. But Wave got those Katars back, right? These have been the weapon. This has been the one.
Yeah, and against Blasters, too. And Godly seems to be holding on to the Blasters in this matchup against Wave. Now, Wave's got to be careful here. The Nairs and Sares are coming through. And Godly, commits to a gravity cancel down light. And Wave goes for that dash up pickup. Side sig forces Godly to run back. Dare doesn't combo into side air. And he gets that recovery as Godly falls to the stage, goes for the Blasters D-Light. And that gives Wave an hour and a half to decide how to hit him, right? Like, that's, you miss that move and you're gone. I mean, there's a reason why that move's so good. It's because it's really bad if you miss it. Like, that just hurts. But, man, Zip, Godly was down 3-1, and that was a dead even game at the end there. That was
dead even at the end. Dead even at the end. And that right there is why I believe Wave sitting at home just went, whew, it took a deep breath after taking that one. Like, did you almost bring that back? Oh, my God.
Yeah. You were talking about something. I admit I wasn't really listening because I was looking at the screen, and Jiro is what locked in for Godly here. Scythe and Sword. So this is a legend that has seen remarkably little competitive play, and when it has, it's been like a pocket picked by the best player in the region randomly once or twice, and then never seen from again. And I don't think Godly's ever locked this in an official tournament. So we've got this coming out against Wave for game number 2 on Demon Island, as we've now got Scythe and Sword coming out from Godly.
So if you... This character, Jiro, is very, very oppressive and controls neutral very well, right? So it's a super fast, assault-heavy character.
Yeah.
But if you sneeze on him, he's toast. Like, he's out of there. And I don't care what your damage is as a character. It just, everything hurts really, really bad. It's a brittle character. But still able to get the first KO from very, very clean play. Godly starting this one off nice.
Yeah. Liking to play a lot. And the Scythe... I know it's been a minute, I guess, but Godly was playing Mordex quite a bit, right? So the Scythe is definitely there for Godly. And the Sword is what he got a huge lead with there on that first stock as he switches on in. Nice gravity cancel side light, uses that active input to get the kick up, puts him off the right side of the stage. And that time gets the strong hit of the side light as he's just taking this lead even further and further into his favor here.
Wow, the Jiro pick looking really, really good. But Mr. Glass is just going to get taken out from kind of low on that right side, and recovery's still going to send you. That's what I'm talking about, how brittle this character is. Nice, got the sword whiff punish, and tried to go in again after getting hit and going to get signatured. Wave got eaten a lot of damage quickly. And Jiro, another thing Jiro can do is get you out of there pretty quickly. What I need to see, though, for my own pleasure, is a neutral signature with this.
Get that spike up the side of the stage. Here it is.
That was it.
We're obviously, hindsight. But we were both like, okay, he hit him with the side light and he with the dodge up. Like, that's what you do it.
Definitely when you do it.
If he gets far enough ahead, we might see those signatures fly. Because we already saw the side stick of the sword, and I'm pretty sure I've never seen that move used, let alone hit. So that's something. But Godly with the Scythe's looking fantastic here. And I really do think this was like, okay, in the rare case where there is a Katar player, Godly goes, this is what I have to play. Because when I was thinking about how Wave was playing and how Cross tends to play, I thought that matchup would be pretty hard. And I guess Godly made the same decision because here on the Jiro, the Scythe is fantastic.
Yeah, Godly literally said, "Oh, you know what? You want to play fast Wave because Wave plays really fast." I said, "You know what? I got something for that. I'll play just like you." Nope, not able to get the KO yet.
I was looking for the neutral stage.
Swinging a miss and caught.
Godly keeping it clean, using the signatures only when it counts. He heard what you were talking about. You don't like low accuracy numbers. So I'm pretty sure it's like a 1. I think it's like 1 in 100. I think it was just that side thing. Godly, really, really dominant there on the Jiro.
I think they're giving us time. After this replay, I think they're not even striking stages yet. There we go. Let's look at these numbers. Yeah. Wave kept down in numbers. That sword only 83 damage. That's a yikers when we have 291 and 297 coming out from both weapons of Godly. Godly very efficient. 11 and 10 weapon throws. They're both chucking them.
This is interesting to note. I never really looked at the stat comparison between Asuri and Jiro, but with this stance, Jiro is technically upgraded Asuri if you don't consider defense a stance, right? Because you get the same amount of dex, but you get more force and you get more movement speed. So like in that sense, you're talking about how brittle Jiro is. Yes, very, very brittle. But in the realm of which you live by the mantra of don't get hit, It's just a better character.
That is true. That is true.
It's just like stat-wise, Godly's just got a lot more to play with.
Oh my gosh.
And as long as you're winning the neutral, you're moving faster, you're hitting harder, you're hitting faster. Everything's just working out a lot better for you. So
Harder,
I really like
better,
this.
faster, stronger.
I love this counter pick coming out from Godly. And so far, it has been all Godly winning these neutral exchanges.
Yeah, definitely controlling everything. The sword play. That's what I was talking about. This character's so swift. Ooh. Hey, yo, see, you're too squishy to be getting hit by stuff like that. It's over with.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Glass could not make it back to the stage.
And that's what's awesome about Wave's playstyle, too. We saw against his previous matchup where in a similar situation, Wave chose down Sig because it got the dodge in, but because Godly decided to dodge the angle up, the neutrals that covers that gets that spike, and what a devastating knockback angle to be hit when you're playing Jiro and Orange. That stock's just out of there, and Godly is now down at a deficit here in Game 3.
You know what? I figured out a better one. I'll keep saying Mr. Glass. Jiro's Krillin, right? You know, Krillin's really powerful.
Wait.
And he's strong, but if you kick Krillin in the Chrome Dome, he's out for the rest of the season.
I guess. It's because I'm looking at Jiro, and then I think about Krillin, and then I go,
I mean, look-wise,
we can go back to
obviously
Mr.
not.
Glass.
Just for my metaphor. Just for my metaphor.
You gotta work a lot harder to sell me on that one.
Oh, weaponless Wave just scrapping up there in the skies, fighting against a sword, right? Like that's kind of wild to do, but didn't really take too much damage. Still in the lead health-wise, but Godly's been doing really good at these edge guards. Misses the Sair, not able to keep Wave off on the left side.
Ooh, oh, that's gotta feel bad. That moment when you're trying to engage with the guitars and your opponent with sword walks back and sidelights you. You do it again, he walks back and sidelights you. That's what Godly's been doing on the sword so far, just rolling into Wave, push him off the side, racking up the damage, and looking for that D-Light recovery. Yes, there it is off the top. Godly playing some very textbook sword right now to be able to take down Wave, just showing how much he respects Wave's playstyle, because he has not, like, we saw, they got to it at the end of the stats there. It was one signature 100% accuracy. Godly is not putting out these moves unless it's literally the best way to punish what his opponent is doing.
Yeah, exactly. Very efficient pokes. Like, not really just doing stuff for the sake, not trying to make hard reads.
Yeah.
Really just making sure that it's the correct moment to press anything. Everything's hitting, but right back at your Wave, able to get that stock out of there pretty swiftly. And pretty tight game.
Yeah, Wave playing pretty well in Apocalypse. We saw him go here last time against his previous opponent when Beck was against the wall on Demon Island, and it's been working out really well here. The double recovery, I like that a lot. Godly goes in for that Cider. He's low on jumps, but he dodges away, doesn't get hit by the neutral light, makes it back to stage, and we're back to neutral. Let's see who gets it. Ooh, Cider hits through, and Wave was expecting maybe a sword side light, but oh, Godly taking a huge risk with that ground pound.
Definitely. All right, now. We got the Scythe. This has been with the weapon that's been doing a great job. Well, actually, what am I talking about? Both weapons have been doing an amazing job for Godly. The Jiro's dancing around up here trying to figure out what to do. Had to throw that thing away. Couldn't land a hit.
Wave is really putting on a ton of pressure. I know that none of those moves were hitting, but Godly was like, they were so perfect that Godly was like, I can't do anything but get out of the way. Like, he just had to dodge it, and he couldn't even go up for a punish because that's how intense the pressure from Wave is. Weapon throw does hit, gets the gravity cancel neutral light, picks up a fresh pair of guitars, but the neutral light gets beat out by the sword side light, and Godly like, okay, it's time for D-Light recovery.
D-Light recovery.
He's looking for that opening there. He just needs Wave God to commit to one side light, doesn't even commit to it. The D-Light recovery comes through. And it was so crazy to me because it was literally that one sword side light. He rolled into him and went, okay, it's time. And the down light started coming through. He's like, any more damage than that wasn't necessary. Gets him off the top of the stage and brings it to game number 4. As Godly, wow, I mean, this matchup's been really close with Wave. He's still in the lead. The Jiro has been where all of the wins have come from, which is a surprising sentence for me to say, but when I think about it, it really makes a lot of sense, especially with how he's playing the character. We literally have a not applicable percent right, for the signatures here because he really is just playing an enhanced Sword Legend compared to Wave here. And now what's happening is just, okay, we've got Caspian.
Caspian
Coming in for game 4. And he's taking out a movement speed to go towards 8 force. Really hard hitting, has the gauntlets back. And now he's just got gauntlets and lesser gauntlets, in your opinion, right? He's just got two pairs of the same weapon. You can't actually starve him away from this weapon because no matter what he's doing, he's playing the same thing. No, that's not really true. But Godly here on the Katars now gets him with the DLI and the neutral air, goes to the ground pound. Is going to be playing out the Caspian against Wave. I wonder if that's a decision where he was like, okay, Jiro did really well in Game 2. In Game 3, I felt like I was about to lose it. So he's going to use his really huge Legend Ocean, right? I'm not even going to call it a pool because how many characters Godly can actually play is so fantastic. He's just keeping Wave on his toes because I think Wave's actually downloading Godly's playstyles enough that Godly's like, okay, I gotta keep mixing it up.
You know what this is reminding me of? Goodness gracious, that signature's so good. Covers a lot of space. It's very quick. But what this is reminding me of is if you watch any Street Fighter Pro Tours, this is reminding me of Punk. Punk goes into a bracket and goes, you know what? Not in a disrespectful way, but can play the whole cast and just goes, I feel like this is right for this situation, and picks whoever he wants.
And then speaking, oh, nice steal recovery, catches him off that platform, beautiful. Speaking from personal experience and also just from the experience of watching thousands of Brawlhalla matches, right? It is a real thing for a player to have to take a game sometimes, if not the whole game, to get used to the counter pick that your opponent picked. And many players tend to not counter pick Legends because they just have their main, and that's what they want to play with and what they want to win with. Having the ability to have a main Legend, but also have 5 to 6 other Legends that you can play just as well is such a huge benefit to you because you can really get the upper hand on players who take too long to adapt to those switches. And we might be seeing that here, but so far, Wave is kind of been doing great against the Caspian.
Oh,
in
yeah,
fact,
Wave,
I think his matchup against Gauntlets in general is really great, but I said that, and he stares him. As you were saying.
But at that time, like, it doesn't, I don't think that shows, like, oh, you're not doing good against the Gauntlets. It was just a really, really good play from Godly. That was kind of a stock steal, even though it was that almost reddish damage. Is that going to, oh, no! Balling on him.
That sucks.
What a way to go.
That sucks. But I know exactly what happened there, and that does not feel good, right? That fastball, I think expecting to hit the stage. We're going to see it again right now. That side air was such a huge deal, but Wave was keeping it so close. He goes off stage, goes for the side air, drifts, and then maybe misses a jump input or something, but that weapon throw was just like had the perfect amount of slight knockback to make it so that Wave couldn't get back to the stage. And I mean, you already had your lesson learned there about the slants on the side of the stage. Touching those doesn't do anything. That was the lowest damage knockout I think I've ever seen. But I don't think Godly hit him before that. And then he hit him with like the lightest Katar weapon throw. Like if it was less than 1 damage, I'd believe it. And it had enough knockback to take him down.
Yeah. I think that Katar throw did do .26573 damage. If I'm not mistaken.
Are we gonna see that on the stat screen? That exact number. Godly moves on. Shame that Wave went down that way, but you know what? I expect Wave to be tearing up the elimination bracket because Wave made that look incredibly competitive against Godly, switched them off 3 different Legends, and 2 of them were Legends that are like, when it comes to play rates and success rates and Brawlhalla competitively, Jiro and Caspian are like at bottom 5. I mean, I don't actually have any stats to back that up, but that's just how it feels watching so many games. When I know that like when it comes to Legends that I talk about with other people that I'd like to see more competitively, it's Caspian, Jiro, and Zariel. And we already saw
definitely would love to see Zariel.
And Bozy actually has some reported Zariel games today, which could be exciting. I was talking about both a little bit earlier. Anyways, Godly wins 3-1, and we've got a matchup coming up. It's Bartu versus Flamethrower. Bartu got the win. Oh, I gotta remember who this was over. I think it was Machete. That's right. Bartu got the win over Machete, and that was he's basically responsible for a lot of the scrambling and Duke's predictions coming in the pre-show. And it looks like, according to the screen he was playing it on the Asuri, so the Katars are really coming out strong in Europe right now, and I'm wondering if that's like kind of an answer to how the meta's been playing. But Flamethrower has been an Ember player since Ember came out.
I mean,
like way back when there was like only 1 Bow Legends, Flamethrower's been on it. So
I'm looking at the Katar's usage, and I don't know. I'm trying to think why it would be used so much. Maybe it's just the
You don't have to worry
fact
about
that
it.
everybody likes to be.
This is Val. But anyways, we can get away from that Qatar narrative now, because now it's like, okay, it was only Wave.
Oh, okay, there we go.
But we can talk about it a little bit more the next time we see him on the screen, because right now we've got Val, which I very much expect, Sword and Gauntlets coming out from Bartu, going up against Flamethrower, who's on the Ember. Actually, I totally shouldn't have cut you off.
That's what, hey man, I was letting
It's
you
just
get
been
that
so
one, but
long. It's been so long. Continue with your Qatar theory, Zeb. I now am very interested, because I was looking at this as only bow. I was not even considering the other weapon. That is how 2022 meta I am, right? I'm just kind of like, what are these weird pointy objects?
What
Throw
are
them off
these
the sun.
triangles on the hands of Ember right now? No, but I mean, I'm just gonna say, like, I think a lot of people have said over time that that this region's been kind of passive, but I'm seeing a lot of aggression, and that's all I was gonna say. Is I think that maybe they're just playing super aggressive, and this weapon works when you're playing like that.
Yeah, something that I've been seeing in all of these games is a tendency to go to Demon Island and also wipe the stock off the board when it gets in the red. Like it's like, all right, is it time for you to get knocked out? It's like, I guess it is.
There it is. You have said it, and it happened, Taza.
Neutral Sig hits. He goes off. Left side of the stage. But Flamethrower could follow very shortly afterwards. It's up to his potential here with the Qatars, which is quite huge. If Flamethrower is able to get Bartu off the side of the stage, well, they go flying. And now Bartu is a D-Light recovery away from that stock. Nair comes through. Bartu primes a sword. Neutral Sig snipes him out of the stage. Out of all the things Bartu could have done there, that was probably the hardest one to hit.
True.
But good choice there coming out from him. Evens up the game 2-2.
Yeah, that was good stuff. I mean, I don't know if there was if Flamethrower already used the dodge or if he just knew that was going to land.
Just sniped him.
Yeah, snipe. And these two are just playing. Now the play is slowed down, right? A little less buttons getting thrown out, trying to figure out who's going to really get that first touch and be able to start racking up damage and get this lead built up. But now this is that calm, chill Nooch that EU is known for.
And now I'm wondering if it's a playstyle preference from Bartu to use the Neutral Sig to catch airborne opponents. We just saw him try to do it again. That time it didn't work. And Flamethrower, similarly, has been using the Neutral Sig on Bow to catch Bartu's landings back to the stage. Now we've got Gauntlets picked up. Sidelight comes through, almost gets the read, but doesn't quite get the connection. On the D-Light from Flamethrower not being able to punish. I was talking about how, nice job from Flamethrower on the first dip down, but then Bartu was able just to read the second one. Gets the ground pound anyways, and Flamethrower goes down.
Was the recovery expended? Because I felt like whenever the first ground pound missed and you saw Bartu coming up, I felt like Flamethrower could have recovered and caught him and just scooped him out of the way and chase dodged onto the stage. But it didn't come out. It kind of hovered out
Well, it
there
wasn't
and got
gone because he
spiked.
definitely used a recovery and an exhaustive recovery at the bottom of the stage.
Oh, well, then, boom, there's
I
the-
just don't think the idea was quite there.
Yeah.
But the Nair hits, and Flamethrower evens things up regardless. He took maybe a Gauntlet Sidelight for his trouble, so making up for that edge guard scenario that just happened in Bartu's favor, and switches back over to the Qatars here to fight against Bartu's Gauntlets. Sidelight Nair connects. Anything else coming through? Nice Nair and a down air Sidelight, down light recovery, Flamethrower. Chopping him up there with a great Qatar string. And that Sidelight gets another start. D-Light comes through, forces the dodge. Weapon throw from Bartu to be able to stop the pressure.
man.
But Flamethrower on the Qatars is looking fantastic.
These Qatars are looking so nice. It's looking like Bartu can't do anything. These Gauntlets, had to switch it up. I understand.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? I can't even swing. I'm going to get this sword and keep some distance.
Oh, speaking of distance, Flamethrower's like, okay, if you're increasing your reach, I'll double mine. And the bow comes out here. Down light, down air, all those things so great at being able to outrange basically every weapon in the game, I guess. Except, no, I mean, that down light. The benefit there is that it reaches so far, and you don't have to worry, like with Gauntlets, about your body moving it with it totally. So you can get a lot of range without getting punished too easily unless your opponent's really looking out for it. Flamethrower trying to get the neutral sig. There it is, off the left side of the stage. That's twice that he caught Bartu up the left side of the stage with that, to get that knockout. And on the right side, he's just using it constantly. Anytime that Bartu is in those edgeguard scenarios, there's that neutral sig there we're talking about. And that might as well be the last replay, right? Because that was like an exact same scenario.
Exactly. It was the same thing.
Yep.
Here we go. And scram!
Gets him off the Animal Companion off the left side. Flamethrower goes up 1-2-0 against Bartu as we're going into game number 2. Yeah, these are, okay, Bo and Katars coming out from Flamethrower, looking great. We're going to Brawlhaven for the next matchup, but this is like the next step, I felt like. For at least in Brawlhalla meta, we'll see EU do it first, where it's like, okay, Gauntlets have been popular long enough. Let's finally get the Bo onto the field and show people that Downlight actually does a pretty darn good job, and Bo Neutral Light will stop any whip sidelights in front of your face.
I mean, it's weird, like, because a lot of those middle ground weapons that we're not seeing too often, like bow and spear, they're so strong to me, and I'm loving to see the representation.
It is a regional thing, right? Because if we were casting South America, you would not be saying we're not seeing spear. So
oh yeah, that's true. That's very true. Right.
That's like in Europe. Oh, recovery hits, almost gets him off the top. Yeah, it's been interesting watching everybody have these weapon preferences in different regions. But here so far, we've got Flamethrower with the lead, gets the Katars, goes in for that down sig, doesn't get the connect, and Bartu takes damage lead maybe? All right, that neutral sig is definitely Bartu's favorite. But he's starting to get punished for it. Oh, that is brutal. I don't know if Flamethrower would have survived if he got bounced off the side of the wall, but he literally got hit into like the corner where like the wall and the slant meets, and he just gets spiked out the bottom.
That's definitely some skid marks down there. Some hoodie residue sitting on the bottom of that stage.
Ooh. Bartu sweat.
Able to make it back was on 2 exclamation marks. I thought that was going to be the stock.
Oh, and he turns it into 5 hits.
Hands right now.
That was such a huge turnaround from being almost losing that stock to bringing Flamethrower into orange. And Ember's a similar story to Jiro when it comes to that defense. The only difference between how Godly played Jiro and Flamethrower was playing Ember is that Flamethrower is actually going into the defense stance. So we're from 3 to 4. Wow.
Yeah.
You get to live an extra hit. It's tough because just 5 hits from the Gauntlet, so it's already brought Flamethrower into a place where if he gets hit by a side sig, I think the stock's just gone.
Yeah, definitely, especially from Val. I mean, if you get that Gauntlet side sig, yeah, I think that might be the stock for sure.
Ooh.
Even the sword side sig, yeah. What am I talking about?
Yeah, because it travels. You travel with the move, and then the knockback hits.
Yeah, I had to think about that for a second. Just jumped into each other, both dodged at the same time. Now the signature, neutral signature from Bartu is gonna land, and trying to tie this setup 1-to-1. Barely even damaged on this stock. Are we? If we lose this, if Flamethrower loses this, do you think we see a swap?
No. And that's just because something I mentioned at the beginning is that ever since Ember came out, first Bo Legend to ever release in Brawlhalla, it's been Flamethrower's go-to. I think Flamethrower's been on a few different Legends in the past, so possibly, but I think it's more that Flamethrower just doesn't agree to go back to Brawlhaven on a 4 defense Legend. That's probably more what's likely going to happen. Sarah hits, though, and Flamethrower could bring this back. Goes through the down heavy, and he does hit. Bartu bounces off the stage, but misjudges the recovery there. Nice job using that full jump before going for that diagonal dodge to be able to touch him. Flamethrower, who thought he had an edge guard, doesn't get the knockout, and Bartu starts working out some extra credit here from the stock that's being extended.
Yeah, almost had it done. Wouldn't have had to deal with this one anymore. There we go. Quick cleanup. All you got hit by was 1 neutral light, right? 1 sword neutral light. That's not too much damage, but as you were talking about, very low. Yeah, very low defense, so it might matter a lot.
Oh, but so far, nice job with the bow. Hits the neutral sig. Denies the weapons for a while, but Bartu picks up that sword. Dashing back and forth. Flamethrower gets 1 nair, but that cider clips Flamethrower. Oh, recovery does not quite hit, but the falling nair does. And both players are playing this like, hit him once, go back to neutral game because, the side stick hits and he has no dodge. Cider hits as well. Flamethrower smells blood in the water. Can he get the edge guard? Dare comes through, gets the edge guard, side stick hits, and that could be it. Just a little bit more force. Flamethrower doing so well on the edge here, and knowing how much more limited players are on the ledge now that wall slip is such a limiting factor. Flamethrower got Dare, side sticks, but Bartu now has center stage.
Ooh, and now we got Ember in red. This is almost it. This is scary territory for both players,
honestly. Did the neutral light matter? Oh, the recovery comes through. I don't think it mattered anymore. I think like Flamethrower is just too damaged.
Yeah. If anything big hits, that's going to be a KO. Ooh. But Flamethrower able to find it, stunting on him with the gravity cancel, neutral sig up in the skies. That was a great game from both players to run it back. Flamethrower was down pretty big.
He was down. Yeah, we're seeing it right there in that replay. That recovery came after a botched edge guard. And now we get that D-Light recovery coming out from Flamethrower, and Bartu upgrading that sword to a greater sword here on the Jaehyun as we're going into game number 3. 2-0 lead for Flamethrower, and he's going to be like, okay, 4 stance. I got to hit even harder. This 4 defense ledge is going to go flying at yellow, right? Like that's,
Yeah.
I'm going to hit that sideline opener, and it's a neutral sig. That'll be it. All right, already? I thought Flamethrower was gone.
Yeah.
Great sword
You know
recovery.
what? I
Great sword
also thought
recovery
so.
at 0.
All right.
hurt.
And so, I mean, I like Jaehyun as a character, and I think that Jaehyun's pretty good, but you put the gauntlets down for the... You're doing really good with the gauntlets. You put it down for the great sword?
I suppose so. Back against the wall, right? Because that was a matchup that was his to lose, right? And he ended up losing that game. And now, at a 2-0, it's very, very different than a 1-1 where you have another game to work with, or where he was able to bring up the Jaehyun despite the game going poorly. So he's got to get the win here. And then he can evaluate whether it was actually better than the Gauntlets or whether he just had to play better against Flamethrower, right? But so far, the Qatar has been cutting Bartu up just fine. Haymaker, almost perfect. Look at that, right? Hit harder. Flamethrower literally at yellow. Side sig off the right side of the stage.
That was it. Just leaked off the stage. I mean, the placement of that side signature was really, really advantageous for Bartu. Bartu trying to make sure you don't go down here by any means necessary. Wow.
Good recovery.
Reversal.
Bartu was reaching a bit for that, but for a good reason. He had gotten 4 clean hits in there, brought Flamethrower over to yellow, and we just saw how much damage matters. I mean, you really only need to get 50. And then Flamethrower's ready to go, right? Like
Exactly.
And he's got to get, there's the nair, one more hit, should be clean. All right, side sig. Where is that? I'm waiting for it here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the neutral sig.
Neutral?
I don't know if that would have done it. But we'll see how Bartu plays this out here, because Flamethrower does seem to be very mindful of the fact that he's trying to go for it. Oh, D-Light side air. I was like expecting a gravity cancel side sig, even though you should never do that.
Is that the stock, I think? Yeah, that's it. Nice cleanup by
Very
Bartu.
Yeah, and Sword's looking fine. Great Sword's doing a pretty good job, too, although I feel like most of this has been on the Sword. But if what you need is just a stat change-up and a signature change-up, like if he was playing Val, you don't quite get the power or the positioning that you get from a Jaehyun side sig when you're playing Val, right? Because you have to fly forward. If you're using at the edge, you get that spiking hitbox. Maybe that's not what you want. And if Flamethrower keeps dodging in like this, Bartu's perfectly fine to catch him with the pocket sand, right? Like, there we go. And
the Dale Gribble, not even enough. Tried to jump off the side and land with that the doggy.
Ooh. Ground pound coming through. Wait, that one worked?
Wow.
Surprised. one of those ground pounds come through. I'm like, man, why don't mine work when I do that? Right? Go on the side of the stage, just jump off ground pound. Huh.
Oh, no. Is Bartu letting Flamethrower run this back again? It's looking like final stock Flamethrower is back in the building.
Nair hits.
Yep.
D-Light could be huge.
No.
Yep, D-Light side air.
God.
Neutral sig if he recovers high. Doesn't need it. Ground pound connects. Bartu uses his dodge early on and can't even make it back far enough for Flamethrower to get the D-Light ground pound. What an amazing stock coming out from Flamethrower. Back-to-back ground pounds. Left side of the stage, the guitars, right side of the stage. Like, there's that first one. He was kind of like, wait a minute. there we go. This one was huge, though. Gravity cancel, downlight Sair into the immediate dash back. Was it a dash jump ground pound? Yeah.
Yep.
Catches Bartu on the way back to the stage. Flamethrower, really great timing against Bartu when it comes to reading and reacting to how he wants to recover back to the stage. We saw it all throughout the Demon Island games with the neutral sig on the bow, and then we went over to Brawlhaven where the wall was a little bit bigger. He switches right over to ground pounds, and it works just as well.
Works just as well. 263 damage with that bow. 301 on the sword. Like you said, it had to have been about the sig package because Great Sword did not even come out to party at all. Great Sword opened the door up and was like, how's everybody doing to shut it? But
one Great Sword recovery, and it's like, I think that's enough. He puts the weapon nicely on the ground. It's like, okay, don't want to get it scratched. Okay,
put it down, wrapped it up. But, you know, right before we got to this screen, we saw the accuracy, and I'm telling you, man, people are going to figure out that stuff really, really matters. Look at this, 43% accuracy and 33% accuracy. Both low strike counts. They're not throwing too many buttons out, but look at that versus 38% accuracy and 20% accuracy. A lead turned into a fumbled bag at the end of that game because Flamethrower was just landing everything.
Yeah. Bartu with the side sig saw success once, and then afterwards went forward a lot more, and Flamethrower was like, okay, I've seen that. You're going to have to change it up a little bit. And he ended up not doing that in time. And also, last stock Flamethrower was kind of crazy. Bartu was having a lot of trouble keeping up with how Flamethrower was playing, both on the bow and the guitars there at the end whenever he got in that last stock, and he just ran away with it. So that's going to be a win coming out for Flamethrower as we move on to the bracket to see two players that I know you're personally excited for. It's Fozy versus Simple, right?
Fozy versus Simple, yes. That's definitely going to be a good game.
And that's... It's tough for me to call because I want to see both players go on to the bracket. I think I have a little bit more Fozy bias at the moment, just because of how well they played in the 2v2 tournament last weekend, right? But in particular, just because of the legends that they're bringing out, and also I just really want to see the Zarya lock-in. That'd be so sick. It's just like, please let people know that this legend has been amazing for so long.
The character has been good.
We'll see. It could be a lot of things. I think from Simple, the Akuma is almost definitely expected here, unless it goes so poorly that he just brings the Bodvar back out. But I think at least in singles, Hammer is a little bit off the table.
Yeah, I agree. It makes perfect sense to not pull that weapon out in singles because the slow strikes and the hitbox is just so, I don't know, it's so fine-tuned that it's hard to really hit exactly what you want at most times. And then, but I want to talk about the Zariel. Zariel, the bow, we're all watching here, and we're seeing so many bow players, and we're seeing that the bow is a beautiful, beautiful weapon. It controls space, controls that ground and neutral, and has good aerial play also with pretty good kill potential, KO potential if you want to go out there and kind of sneak a stock off somebody, the ground pound in the down air.
Yeah, you're going to say the first move that you listed there was the ground pound. I'm like, that is, when you talk about KO potential, that's the bow, right? Like
that's the one.
We just saw that there with Flamethrower. And okay, I'm seeing this legend pick now. It's not quite Zariel, but we do have the weapon that we're talking about, and that's going to be the Ember lock-in. Maybe. Oh, it was a hover. We're getting baited. Continue as you were talking about, though, with the bow, right? Like, it's just a weapon that, when it comes to how the matches have been playing out in singles, I feel like this is the weapon that's going to be, like, the next strongest thing. The Gauntlets, even though they didn't really get nerfed that much. Ground Pound got nerfed a little bit in the last patch. They've been around for so long. This is the next weapon that's going to be coming around and sticking around. And I think EU is going to be showing it up first here, as we've got Ember locked in for Fozy this time, for sure. Yes, and Akuma for Simple. So we've got Gauntlets and Sword going up against Bow and Katars. Man, we've had 3 Katar matches in a row. We've had Wave on Asuri, Flamethrower on the Ember, and now Fozy on the Ember as well.
I think we already talked about it, right?
We did.
That
we
weapon
talked about
is fitting this region.
But we were like kind of theory crafting.
You're right.
We're seeing this now, but no, it's just happening.
Yeah, because I did say it was about the aggression, and then right after that, they both switched weapons, and the game got slowed down again. I don't know. You know what? Maybe that's what it is. The play style of the region is to play slow, so then they go, and now I'm going to grab the Katars and turn it up on you. You know, maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, Zip. That's for sure. And the way that the play style and the region has been showing, where it's just kind of like, okay, do your damage, get them up to red. We go into an edge guard scenario. We're both off stage. Somebody's going down, and then we go back and continue playing the game. It's been very exciting to see. And the stages that they've been gravitating towards has been only Demon Island, Apocalypse, and Brawlhaven. We see like a dome here or there, but it has been very, very small stages where Simple just decides to say, hey, Gauntlet ground pound still pretty good. Fozy just ground pounds the heck out of there. Yeah, that was tough.
What a stock sample. That looked like me when I boot up ranked and I see somebody that's like 100 points higher than me.
Can we ever really associate EU with slow gameplay again after that?
I think we got to stop with that, man. It's been really
long
different.
enough, and I know that every time that I've been watching EU, I'm like, dang, these guys are just killing each other. They're just going into it. Science comes through. Can Fozy return the favor? Dare? Weapon throw?
Almost.
I was hoping you'd get a pick-up dare or pick-up ground pound, but he doesn't get the bow back, and he just goes for an unarmed dare, and it doesn't hit. But that was good damage, but Fozy needs a lot more than that to bring this game back.
Yeah, trying hard. I mean, if you got that one, it would have put you in really, really good stance to try to run this back, but now you have to just work way harder. Oh, no, don't let him do it again.
Fozy had the bow in hand this time. The Nair comes through, catches Simple on the ground pound.
Oh, no!
Fozy was gravity cancel down sigging.
Yep.
hoping to get this reversal on Simple and spike him, but the Gauntlet Nair caught Fozy before the arrow could fly, and just sends him out the bottom of the stage. You know, I gotta give that to Fozy. That was kind of the coolest idea ever, and Gauntlet Nair is just really good.
Yeah,
Oh, I wanted to see that work so well. Fozy is still fighting in this game, despite how unfortunate that first 10 seconds was. Nair hits, Spike Simple puts him on the other side of the stage, and he can't even make it back.
Yeah, not able to make it back, but yeah, that was super unfortunate. I think almost any other weapon is going to get KO'd in that situation. That down signature was coming out, right? Like, that was crazy.
I can't believe that. That was a once-in-a-lifetime interaction for me. You asked me what happens when Ember Downsig gets caught by Gauntlet Nair. I don't know. Well, now I know.
You know.
We got that in the replays for sure. Neutral Light comes through. Another Neutral Light comes through as well. That one doesn't hit, but the D-Light does. Fozy doing a good job against Simple's Gauntlets here. That's an easy punish with the Nair. But the down air, reading that Simple would go to the stage, ends up reading wrong, and Simple gets a pummel to bring Fozy off the right side. But Fozy, much better job now, whether he has bow or gauntlet or Katars in hand, to get these Nairs to stop the Gauntlet ground pound from Simple. And that recovery could bring it to a one-stock-to-one situation if he gets another one. Oh, it's close. Simple's like, okay, these Gauntlets aren't doing anything. He switches right over to the sword. It starts looking a lot better for him.
All right, so back with the sword off on the side of the stage. Oh, gonna have to switch sides. Couldn't get over there fast enough. Fozy, ooh, nice dodge through the Sair. If that would have hit, that would have been the stock. But the game is on the line for Fozy. Anything big hits at this point, I think you might be done.
Ooh.
And now you can make that back. One more, take it out of there.
Yeah, we didn't get too many classic edge guard scenarios like that for Simple that game because Simple was literally just destroying Fozy off the side of the stage with those ground pounds.
Yeah.
We're going to see that down sig here, right? Yeah, Nair comes through. Fozy gravity cancels the down sig. And on the way up, gets caught and sent out the bottom of the stage. This was a good knockout for Fozy. But this matchup in particular isn't a game where I would go stage problem, no. Character problem, no. It was just like you got beat pretty hard in the very beginning, and that's like how it played out, right? So we're going to be going into game number 2, where Fozy doesn't agree with me entirely. We're having a slight switch up. The Plague Knight, which is epic crossover for Caspian. Gauntlets and Katars.
Mm-hmm.
Is Caspian flavor to you now? Is that where we are? Are we?
I'm not mad at that. If he becomes the flavor of the year,
so
I'm
cool.
with it. I'm with it.
I am down as well. Plague Knight coming through. Oh, this is so sick. Okay, Small Fortress Alliance for game number 2. I guess I gotta stop mentioning how small the stages are because we did have the tournament stages change after MSI, right?
That's true.
And so I mentioned it quite a bit over 2v2s last week and haven't talked about it at all today. But I'm noticing it even harder in singles because some of the stages for singles are even smaller than they are in doubles. But here in particular, man, it's just been such crazy fast gameplay between these players. And Fozy really leaning into the Katars and wants the Gauntlets. The downside comes through. Love seeing that signature coming out from the Caspian, but Simple manages to make it back. And avoids the second downsig there. And the side just spot dodges him, stares him straight in the face. Dodges out of the way of that.
Simple Mayweather right now, dodging everything.
Oh, but Fozy, despite having the damage deficit, was that a side sig knockout? Like, properly getting the reversal of that too? I constantly... That's a sig that I think of like, why would anybody ever use that? Well, you know what, Fozy, you showed me the exact situation that it was designed for. And Simple was kind of like, what? They got me an orange? And then I'm like, wait, hold on, I got him an orange?
Taza, you think that's one of those why would you use it sigs? That thing is fire.
Okay, well, that's the one I want to see. Look at that one.
Yeah, that was really good.
Dancing into stunt recovery. Okay, ground pound hits.
They're both really good. They're both really good.
Okay, maybe Lucian side sig on blasters has made me hate moves like that. That might be where my bias is coming from.
I'll give you that.
Fozy is wearing it away. Look at that. Look, he's trying it again.
You see, dude, if it landed, it would have started a clean situation.
That may have been terrifying if it landed, yeah. That's tried to pivot that side so to catch him against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
He did it again. He tried again. He tried literally listening to me, I was like, what, Taza? Let me show you how to use this move.
Right. So you know what? I'm gonna show you. This is what you do with this bad
side
boy.
sig?
Oh my God.
Side sig now?
He better.
Now side sig.
Oh, couldn't get the ground pound.
I
the
mean,
recovery was able to leak right back onto the side
still
of the
really
stage.
great damage. He puts out the down sig there, trying to catch Simple with the explosions. Goes back over to the weapon. The gauntlets are still being held up, and he doesn't decide to prime or exchange for a different pair of weapons. Lets that other weapon just literally despawn. And Simple starts to get some good hits in with the sword. These edge guards from Simple can be tough to fight. Fozy, stuffed recovery, goes to the ground pound there. Simple unarmed, gauntlet picked up, doesn't get the recovery, and the bomb goes right over Simple's head as he gets a pummel into Sair, and Fozy is in a precarious situation. He's just out of there. He can't make it back. Despite the momentum from the gauntlet Sair, Simple takes the lead.
I can't believe after watching all that, I'm looking at Fozy, talking about Fozy, and just feeling like Fozy's going to take the stock.
And
I
then it
cannot
becomes
believe
a simple
Simple got
edge
it.
guard. Yeah.
I cannot believe it.
Ooh, but the side stick hits, and Fozy getting a really early knockout. I had to give credit to the force stance as well. Something that I don't think about when I think about Caspian or Plague Knight is that 8 force is possible, but that's just like what we're seeing here coming out from Fozy. So when these side sigs hit in orange, despite how tanky Akuma can be, it just doesn't really matter. And Fozy putting out those down sigs, really trying to force Simple to recover high, condition Simple to recover high, so that potentially neutral sig or recovery could take him down. But look at that, neutral sig, side air. Can Fozy make it back? He does touch. Simple goes off stage, and the recovery doesn't catch him. And Simple gets even more damage there with 2, maybe 3 nairs.
Yeah, that was a lot of damage racked up very swiftly, and it all started with that neutral signature on the gauntlets that Simple threw out, and wow, how the tables have turned. It went from me looking and thinking, Simple's got this, and then Fozy just, it had me thinking Fozy had it, and then Simple just slowly just start taking over the game.
Here's the edge guard there,
Boom,
where
boom.
Fozy was like kind of running around with it, and
Yeah.
then Simple just hits it with a pummel, can't make it back. And this is really great too. Simple adapting well to the column underneath the stage is more than just the dome that's got that now. We've got small Fortress of Lions there, and because he could not recover underneath the stage, a weapon throw at that angle is that much more valuable.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he decides to take safety underneath the stage by avoiding a ground pound, well, now you have to worry about that weapon throw, and you have that fewer options. Because if you use an unarmed recovery, a guitar recovery, any recovery against that slant on the bottom of the stage, you're riding up of it straight into a weapon throw.
Exactly.
And that's what happened at the end there. And Simple really did great against Fozy, as Fozy's going to be going over to the Orion.
Gonna go over to the
for
Orion.
game number 3, right?
I'm not mad at it.
Caspian didn't work. Ember didn't work. We're over to Spear and Lance, but at least when it comes to I guess Spear and Lance are actually just everything in Brawlhalla is kind of being played right now, except for Cannon. Now that I think about it,
And that's weird to me too. I think the Cannon's good too. I want somebody to play
North
Cannon.
America's got some Cannon representation. There's still the Zol and Amethyst players out there, but open it up. What?
Hey yo! This is how we
do a
getting
third.
it?
You have to do a third.
This how we getting it? Oh,
neutral sig and a neutral
no.
sig. Dude, I haven't even gotten hit by that. I didn't even what? You had such low damage that it hits. D-Light. Oh, okay, D-Light side air comes through. Fozy already started out with a crazy opening against Simple. Poke goes off of him. Let's see if he can get that finisher there. Simple's got the edge guard, though. No way Simple takes the lead after that, right?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Nair, Sair. Simple's got him off the side of the stage, forces the dodge, dashes back, weapon throw, gets the grab pound, side sig, stuffs the recovery. There's no way, Fozy. You hit this man with double neutral sig, and you're going to go down first?
I can't believe that. First off, you hit him with double neutral sig, and you got the damage so high.
He got it so high. Hopefully he can clean it up. Yeah, okay. Slide charge pivot neutral sig brings back some style, makes the game dead even. Man, Simple though. With the edge cards on Demon Island, don't take this guy to Demon Island. He is crushing it. Recovery comes through. Fozy, get away from the side of the stage. That's terrifying. He goes off again. Another recovery. Simple. Dashes back. Side light doesn't lead into neutral light. Fozy gets a good little punish himself, but that side light does not connect, and Simple continues with the damage.
Man, when Simple misses stuff and starts like kind of falling down there, I say just don't even mess with it. Don't go down there with it.
He's going down
Don't
though.
go down there.
Okay. Down air hits, doesn't pogo into the nair, but he does get a little bit of damage. Sidelights right off, and they're just, no, Fozy and Simple, they're just going on that merry-go-round and going off stage and going back on stage. Just going, okay, it's your turn.
And no one was really landing anything either. They were just having fun over there partying. All right, nice. Lands the Sair and able to make it back.
Like
That
that down
side sig is coming out, and I'm loving it.
Yeah, Simple's putting on a ton. I mean, it's great. Literally perfect for the stage. Covers the entire wall, and it's pretty safe afterwards. Neutral light into dash. Neutral sig. Nair burns Simple on the way down, but the pivot Nair does not hit the spot dodge from Simple on the ground. That D-Light Cider will mean that Fozy's on the right side. When you're in red and off the side of the stage, Simple, he gets those edge guards, and now Fozy down 0-2 in the set and down a stock in game 3 is on his winner's bracket stock.
The way that D-Light reached out and picked it up, that thing reached out way further. Kind of stretched like the Dhalsim limbs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but man, I'm worried because Fozy hasn't really been able to do anything, especially on these sides. So stop going over there. Just fight in the middle ground. If Fozy's not really landing too many good hits, that right there will be enough. Finally, able to take that stock. And I mean, the story of this set has just been Simple's been more efficient at getting KOs. I think Fozy's getting hit a little bit too much before Fozy's able to make something happen. Fozy's had some robberies too. You know, been able to get some quick cleanups, but they're coming at disadvantageous moments. Nah. Look. See, I'm calling. He not getting that.
I mean, the pogos were hitting enough. Getting hit by pogos with low jumps, that's pretty terrifying.
That's terrifying, but we're talking about Simple, man. That's what I'm saying. Simple not going like that.
Yeah. He was in the middle of your explanation about how even though Fozy's been getting some good damage in, it never results in the stock quite like the way that Simple gets it, right?
That's exactly what I meant. Okay, so we have the Gauntlets versus the Spear. I think this is a good position for Fozy. Nice. He's able to control the ground space, get to pick up. Ooh,
that's
the ground pound.
Kind of a down sig.
Nice.
It's the same spinning motion, right? Like
that is the same spin. You know what? When one the weapon spins on the other,
it's
the
same
character
button,
spins.
and you hold it in the same direction. Never really realized that Orion downsig's just a spear ground pound. Look at that. There it is. Boom.
Hey, you know what?
It's
you know
not.
what?
But
I like it. Taza knows what he's talking about, guys.
Yes.
Taza knows what he's talking about, guys.
I guess I could say Zip knows what he's talking about, but if I don't know what I'm talking about, then you don't know what you're talking about, and it just becomes a vicious cycle. Right? That's just awful. Orion downsig and Spear ground pound are not the same move, but they do cover kind of the same thing. Only in that case, because he didn't slide charge anything, he's not committing to anything, gets up the edge guard at the edge of the stage, and Fozy goes, you know what, that game was close enough that I don't want to do that again. He switches over to the Kaya, and now we've got Spear bow. We've really run the gauntlet with all these different kind of weapons. Like we started with like bow katars, then went katars gauntlets, and then we just went spear lance, and now we're bow spear. Fozy just playing a different legend every game.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it at all. Like, if you're able to just keep reaching in that bag and pick characters, generally I do say if it looks like you're switching characters due to, man, I don't think I can deal with this, that's whenever you're showing a bad sign. But Fozy's just switching around like, I don't know. It looks like more like I just personally want to play something else.
It was interesting because Sparky was talking about this even before the pre-show about how Fozy was reporting like 5, 6, 8 different legends. We might just be in a state where there's multiple playstyles, just like Godly's, where like Fozy's like, okay, for all 5 games in the set, I have 5 different legends.
Yeah.
Like that, which is like, it's that kind of cool. I've never really seen it, so I've never really considered that as an option. But absolutely, if you just prepare, regardless of your opponent, to have these different legends that you bring out, win or lose, why not, right? If you could play them all just as well, you're really putting your opponent on the back foot. And Simple, he is a player that very much just has a main for a tournament, and that's what he's playing.
Yep. Never switching, just goes, you know what, look, I'm going to play 2 top tier weapons. That was a very good signature off the gravity cancel.
But also, in his defense, that's most fighting game players in general, right? I pick a main. I've got and you got your secondary, and that's about it. So seeing this is a very, very awesome thing. And Fozy's really making it work here as he's in game 4 now. And he has a lead on the Kaya after making some great use for the down sig, the side sig, and now the spear. Gets pummeled, but that Kaya defense coming in strong there.
Yeah, definitely is. Once again.
That's got to do it, right?
Nope, too far on the left. I already saw it coming, man. I smelled it.
He stepped the recovery with the dare. That downsick came so close. Oh,
cannot get this hit. Fozy with the movement.
And the Sair bounces him off the stage. And Simple's going to be like, come on, seriously. Okay, there we go. Recovery hits. I don't know how low Fozy would have had to been to survive that gauntlet recovery, if ever. If Simple evens things up 2-2.
That was good. All right, the bow is going to have to deal with the sword of Simple. Simple's sword has really been dominant. Yeah. The gauntlets have been good, but, man, the sword has just been the one that's been controlling everything. Wow, that was a slick ground pound attempt.
That had to have been the closest to the stage I think you could get with that.
Possible.
That was incredibly fast. Yeah, very slick. Did not hit, but it scared Simple enough for Simple to not want to do anything about it. And now Fozy got the spear after that bow ground pound didn't connect. Is continuing to hit nairs, neutralites. looking for recoveries on the Simple's way back down to the stage. Simple gets a nice read there with that side air, and Fozy.
Oh.
No. Dude, how does Simple do this to people?
I don't know.
How
I've been
does-
seeing it every time.
It's so brutal. Fozy goes off the stage, falls just a little bit further than he needs to. There you go. Recovery's gone. It's stuffed. Simple takes the lead. Dare, nair, recovery. Simple brings him into orange already, and Fozy stops the pressure with a neutralite, but needs way more than that to even bring this game close to doable now.
Signs of a top player, it's like anytime somebody's had a good game against Simple, Simple has been nullifying it and saying, no, I'm the... Oh, okay, hold on. But anyway, Simple still has a chance, right? Simple really can still close this out when it started off in Fozy's favor, big time. Nice, lands the Sair. And backs up with
Simple's
another
so
whip
good
punish.
at that. And so we've seen him do that against multiple players today, too.
Oh my God.
Sair's come through, babysits to the edge. He gets that JV2. I love watching. Simple does this better than anybody else, which is really make you think this time my side light will work. And then he walks right back, and then he hits him with the down light, or he hits him with the sword side light. He's so good with that. There's that edge guard up the side of the stage. Fozy goes down super early, and we get those side airs so quick. Fozy tries to jump out of the way here. He can't do it. And Simple just, he's like, all right, if you're recovering high, that's that replay highlighted that, even though I didn't talk about it while it was happening. Because Fozy decided to recover high, Simple's just kind of like, I'm going to follow your aerial drift with my movement on the stage until you land, and that's going to be the stock. And there he goes, moving on in the winner's side, bringing Fozy down to the elimination bracket. But Fozy had quite a good performance. It was a weird performance in the sense that I feel like that game could have gone very differently if Fozy didn't get stuff recovered off the side of the stage at yellow and lost that stock. But
Many times.
Yeah, it happened in the Ember game too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, first 10 seconds. That stock went down so fast he probably could have restarted the game because of internet issues.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
but that's not
come
actually
on,
what
man.
happened. Honorable
Oh,
there.
my
But
God.
that's just how quickly Simple just destroyed him with those ground pounds there. So yeah, really great play from Simple. And this is the play that you were looking for personally, right? When you were talking about Simple going into this bracket, you're like, this is what you were excited to see, and Simple is showing up for sure.
After watching all these matches, I'm starting to notice a theme with Simple, and I think Simple is so good because he's so good at resource watching.
Yeah.
I think
That's not what I expected you to say.
Yeah.
But my yes is so enthusiastic with that because that does contribute to a lot of the things with this play, both with edge guarding, right, babysitting them towards the stage, or with how much damage they do. But enough about that. We're getting right into our next match. It's Tinix versus Akno. Okay, Akno, the other player, right? So there's so many players in Europe to watch, but Akno in particular is interesting because we were talking about, Duke and Sparky were talking about in the pre-show, about being that
Oh, no, not like this. Okay. Man, I understand why you stopped talking because, man, I thought that was it.
You know how many times we've seen people just go off stage, fast fall, and you're like, what? What are you doing? Oh, my goodness. Okay, he's still playing. Whew. All right.
Oh, my
okay.
gosh.
They were saying he's the Koji main.
Mm-hmm.
But what I like the most about that too is that he's one of the few EU players that has really like made bow one of his weapons. He doesn't play Koji for the stats and the sword. He plays Koji for the character. But the bow is so transferable here that the Diana pick is very exciting to see. And Akno has been bringing out those blasters a little bit more. That D-like ground pound from Tinix though doesn't work out, and he goes off the top. So we've got Tinix as well coming in here. I think that's the Plague Knight. Hold on.
It is.
Yeah.
It definitely is.
What? Has that been 3 Caspians in a row?
Dude, this character
okay.
is getting some love.
Gauntlets are just that good that everyone's like, okay, it's time to play Caspian now? I don't know.
Gauntlets are so good that people are just like, I'll play anybody who's got gauntlets. I
It's
don't
just
care.
very interesting because I think we've had one Val mirror matchup today, one Gauntlet mirror matchup, and then everything else has either been Bow Katars or Gauntlets, right? And Gauntlets and Sword. And that's been the matchups that we've been seeing so far today. And now we have a weird mishmash of everything, where the Gauntlets and Guitars are on one side and the Bow and the Blasters on the other. So Tinix and Akno keeping it even here in Game Number 1 on Demon Island. And a quick moment where both players
my goodness!
side sig hits. That's the Diana Classic.
That is definitely the Diana Classic. That's why I thought Tinix would have got hit by it, but definitely got got picked up and scooped.
Yeah, he tried to get him with the down sig as well, but Tinix went for a gravity cancel side stick instead of a dodge in, so Acno ends up getting hit for that, but the Nairs are coming through. A Nair high enough off the stage will get it. Gravity cancel side light maybe? No, doesn't want to risk it. Gets the blasters, gets the side sig, takes him off the left side of the stage. Really well played by Acno so far.
Yeah, Tenix didn't really get to do anything with that stock. Didn't land any hits. Didn't get any damage onto this second stock of Acno. Acno got the bow going up against these gauntlets, and today I've really been seeing the bow do really very good against this weapon. And we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see more of the same right here. But Tenix, actually, this is one of Tenix's best moments as in the past like 2-3 minutes.
Ooh, yeah, and that neutral stick hitting. That's a signature that I'm just not used to seeing hit in general. Side stick comes through, tries to get a reversal with the D-Light. Pivot Nair comes through. Tinix trying to get that side air edge guard. I don't think, it's not guitars. Yeah, so down sig, I was going to say it's not guitars, so you can't do the down sig, and he does it anyways, and he gets hit for it, right? The recovery comes through, though. And Tinix only an orange. I mean, it's a deep orange. But it's doable. You can bring Acno off the side of the stage. Acno with that bow picked up. Oh, I thought that, I feel like he's looking for down sig.
You think the old Snatcheroony?
Oh yeah,
Yes, oh my gosh.
You can't,
He's really looking for that.
You can't pick Diana without seeing your opponent in orange and being like, this will knock you out.
I'm pretty sure this will work. And I mean, and it will. That thing's force is crazy.
Oh.
It will send you
I think he
flying.
revealed his hand though. After trying to that dancing for so long, Tinix like, dude, I'm just not gonna come up. No, he's like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not.
Tenix
like, come on,
I'm not coming over.
No, D-Light Nair hits him, gets him off the top.
Oh,
What?
baby!
What?
Yeah,
Okay,
Hey, Tenix,
fine.
Tenix, talk to him. Show him that sig is fire.
Once, right? It was like, maybe that was a miracle. Twice, though, Tinix literally just getting a comeback against Acno, right? Acno was like, I'm winning so hard, I'm going to fish for down sig at the edge. And then Tinix was like, hold on. Look at this side stick. Catches him right on the landing there, and Acno gets sent flying. And with that force stance, right, with 8 force on a reversal signature like that,
Yeah.
I mean, Acno could have been light orange, and I think that would have done it. So that's a huge win coming out from Tinix in Game 1. And gives him basically counterpick advantage for the rest of the set. So really big pickup coming out here. Tinix staying with the Caspian. Plague Knight, Epic Crossover with Caspian. And Acno on the Diana going into this Game 2 on the Small Fortress Alliance.
That character, it always surprises me that Caspian does so much damage. Like,
Yeah.
I look at the character's CAD and the things that are happening to me, and I don't feel like I'm going to get KO'd so easily. But it's just, as I call them, the resonant slappers. You're going to get smacked up if you get to high damage. You're getting your stock taken off pretty quickly, almost at that territory. If something big hits, I mean, I think Acno's stock is out of there.
Whoa.
Oh, no!
Deserved on that one.
Oh, well, yeah, it was a punish on the signature
That sig
fish.
isn't that good evidence, right? He uses it from center stage against the Diana on the wall.
My God. Yo, Acno with the clean pop-off, double bow ground pound.
I'll tell you what, Acno also thinks that sig's bad after that last game. He's like, I died to that? What? He uses a double ground pound. Recovery hit, so off the top. Okay, all right, we are sort of stabilizing. Tinix has to hit another stock to make up for how brutal that double bow ground pound was. I mean, Acno didn't even jump or dodge. He ground pounded and then just did the move again. and then it hit. Tinix not expecting that one. I don't blame him, right? When you get hit by bow ground pound at yellow, you kind of want to avoid the blast zone as fast as possible. So he jumped as fast as he could, and now trying to make up for it with the guitars here. With these guitar strings, you get 5 hits with Caspian. That's 8 force. That's a ton of damage coming up here.
Yeah.
And that neutral leg into neutral sig, that almost did it. Side sig's coming through.
If that hit, I think that was the stock, to be honest. All right, here we go. Got the bow.
Side
Man,
sig. Oh,
fishing.
he's just why not? Acno, he can't do anything about it. Here comes another one, side sig. Another side sig.
Oh, no. I thought maybe a gravity
He's
cancel.
just waiting for the down sig here from the platform. Let's go. Tinix, it's time. Down sig. He's sweating. He's got to jump into it.
Oh,
goodness.
you're right. That was the moment,
Whoa!
if any.
That side stick was actually perfect, but he gravity canceled it a little too high. And now Acno off the side of the stage. Don't tell me this ends with Acno with getting a down sig and Tinix getting 2 stocks. That's
Yo, no, please not like that. Please, actually, you know what? Yes, like that. I want to see that.
He's not on the gauntlets. Tinix is like only spacing for that move. Oh, side stick gets a dodge in. You can't get hit by that, Tinix. Okay, so it's not true, but it is the most annoying thing about Diana, and I hate getting hit by it because I get hit by it all the time. But what Diana players will do is they'll hit side light, right? And then they'll expect you to like hopefully do, because there's like maybe 1 or 2 good dodge options. Oh, we get that ground pound and the ground pound there. Yeah, he just turned around and did ground pound again. We're going to see the side light here before we go into this next game. Side light and the side sig. And you buffer it because if they dodge away, if they dodge in place, you have to either dodge in or dodge up. And I think even some diagonal dodge ups, it catches so many of those options. So you just have to be ready for that. And Tinix wasn't. He's gotten hit by it twice in this set already. I'm complaining, but it is 1-1, right? Like, he did technically win the first game.
Yeah, for sure.
He had that hit, but still. Huge win from Acno. Huge down air read. D-Light side air hits. He did touch the... Oh, okay. Sweating on the way back to the stage. But so far, all... Wow, what? That side stick has so much force. Is that the stock? Tinix is crazy.
Man,
side stick, Sarah, weapon throw, that's it. And that was at yellow.
That was really, really good. That was really, really good. And here we go. The gauntlets. Hey, yo, I love it. I love it. Keep fishing for that. I mean, when it hits, look, he's only on orange. It will take the stock.
It's a D-Light neutral sig. Another bread and butter Diana string coming out there from Acno. Weapon spawns in place. Tinix trying to get those gauntlet hits in. He gravity cancels the neutral light so that it can connect. Side light comes through. Nair does not hit, but Acno still on the side of the stage. And Tinix really pressuring Acno on the side of the stage now. And without a weapon, Acno can't keep up those down six shenanigans any longer.
Yeah, not able to get those things rolling. Now, oh, nice. Instantly grabbed the guns and hits a short hop with this with the Sayer, and the blaster's going to take that stock off. Now, the bowler's been looking good, but Tinix is on fire. Tinix, yes. I don't think Tinix wants to go at all.
If he gets the side stick right here, oh.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That was it. Yeah, I'm watching for it now. Oh, side stick? No, fine.
Hey, I think he's becoming a believer.
I am calling for way too many signatures in a game where that's just like... well, I mean, he started to pull it out now, but anyways, Acno, just that side air down air. Oh, that gravity cancel down, that was almost so clean. The neutral sig doesn't catch the jump off, but the Nair does get Tinix on the landing. And another Nair, Acno is starting to hit him with enough moves to where the down sig might be on the table again.
Tried to just throw out a raw side signature and got stuffed, but if that would have hit, that could have been huge.
Dare Sayer? Yeah.
Yep. That was so good. But yeah, all right, so nice second stock from Acno. Really trying to build a lead here. Gonna get the bow and try to weapon star. Oh! Able to snatch the weapon up as he got popped. Only gonna eat a little bit of damage. Tinix needs to get this one out of here swiftly, even this game up.
Yeah, recovery just didn't have enough force. That side stick will have plenty as he takes him off the side. 1-1, both in set count and stock count. So here we go, active with the blasters. He had a great opening at the beginning of this game, and then Tinix turned it right around with that side sig, with that neutral light. And the Sayer doesn't hit as Tinix decides to do a wake-up Sayer himself. But man, Acno's blasting away, and it's working out great.
Definitely letting them things off. All right. Over on the side of the stage. Nice. Gets the signature.
We saw this before.
Gets it again.
Wait,
son.
Dude.
What?
We got a problem here. Zip that. What? Hold on. Okay, side sig hits, Acno's in orange, Sayer weapon throw. I need to look at the damage that Acno had on that first side sig before the second side sig.
Dude, seriously.
Dude, look at this. Look at him in yellow. Look at his health. Look at his health.
Here? Are you kidding me?
Bro. Caspian's the best character in the game.
Caspian is doing Yamaji.
And then Acno was like, I've had enough. My down six don't work against the likes of you. I'm bringing out the Koji. Look at the damage chart at the end. I just can't believe it.
Oh, my
What's the accuracy count for Tinix there? It's got to be like 3%.
For the signatures? No, it's actually pretty good.
It was actually, well, but he used so many. I guess it was probably closer to 30. But, like, anyways. We've got Acno on the Tengu Koji going into game number 4. This is the main. He's the Koji main. 44%. Wait, production just said 44%. Dude,
yeah, that's what I was telling you. It was really good.
Oh, man. That's insane. Yeah, I guess that replay was literally just Side-Sigs hitting the entire time. Like 3 stocks of Caspian Side-Sig on Katars, so why not? Here we go. Side air hits. Weapon throw down does not hit, and Acno gets the recovery on the way back up into the side air. This could be a great stock for Acno. 10X goes for the weapon. Guitar's picked up. Uh-oh, we know what this means. It's Side-Sig time. Oh, Side-Sig didn't work. Side-Sig again.
You know if Diana got KO'd in that fashion, if one of those touches Acno, he's going to go to Small Brawl Haven.
Yeah. That's like he's going to go to Small Brawl Haven and still get knocked out because that stage is still too small, right, for that knockback. He goes from one blast zone to the other. Acno takes that first stock with there, though. The D-Light recovery, great combos coming out from the sword. Oh, Acno's sword's fantastic. Recovery, surprisingly not taking Acno down. He has to get another one of those pickup recoveries without a dodge. That could be bad, but no, Acno jumps up, gives 10X the opportunity to take that stock, and he takes it.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. Had to get that out of there because, man, Acno was transforming into the best sword wielder of all time.
Yeah.
Weapon throw, and able to pick up the. Did you see how far he picked those Katars up from?
Yeah, and
that was ridiculous.
It has only gotten harder to do over time because weapons just got changed recently to despawn even faster. So the timing to get really close up, get the weapon throw, get the pickup, and continue to string is really, really tight. So 10X playing that really well, but Acno still taking the lead, and the D-Light recovery means that he's in yellow once again, as this has been all sword. I would not, he did get the bow down air knockout on that first stock, but the damage buildup's been all sword. It's been all sword for sure. I don't understand it, because he's the way that he's putting on the show right now. I mean, why wouldn't you keep with this weapon? Trying to create a game 5, got to choose one of them to make it the real deal, right? Oh. Back to the bow. I thought that was it. I was ready for I was just ready that'd be a touch of death, right? Okay, the Side-Sig hit, stock's gone.
And that'll do it.
And the edge guard that followed afterwards was because of that Side-Sig, and 10X goes over to the gauntlets. I think Katars are primed. But Acno with the sword starts those side airs. D-Light, he doesn't get the nair afterwards, just falls in place and gets hit for it, and the weapon throw easily dodged out of the way by Acno into a recovery, means 10X is in red.
We're in a bad situation here for tennis. You don't want to allow Acno to make this game 5, right? You want the set to be over here. Anybody that's up like this, you want to just close the set out and not drag it out. We were talking about tournament fatigue yesterday, making the matches last longer than they need to, but you're down big. The damage is high. Now, Acno's still going to have to land something pretty tough here to get the KO. Even a down recovery at this point, I don't think will KO. So, I mean, maybe.
It's
I know I'm
close.
looking. Maybe, but
get a good sidelight in there, and then we'll be fine, right?
Okay, yeah.
Ooh, center hits.
Baby.
Never mind. He was.
Let me stop, man. I'm tripping because
I was. Well, the thing is that I think the ceiling was high enough, but the walls on this stage, I think, are what's making me. It's what's fooling me into thinking Caspian's a good character. That's what I'm realizing, because that sword snare knocked out early enough where I was like, maybe the walls are just really close, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the blast zones are just close. Well, I don't know. This is really convincing me. But that cider did knock out early enough for me to be like, maybe he was just damaged enough. Okay, so what do we ban out here? 10X takes out Enigma, takes out the Dome, takes out Spirit Realm. Wouldn't be surprised if we just went back to the Fortress of Lions, but Apocalypse is what has been selected for Acno here, as we're looking at the damage charts here. And it was 408 damage for Acno on the sword. We were saying it was all sword? Yes.
It was definitely all sword.
There's the evidence.
Game 5. So now, I love the stage. I love the fact that they're picking Apocalypse. It has a fair amount of side room, has good ceilings, good length on the sides of the stage, and then you have the option to play around with one singular platform.
It is a very nice, even stage when it comes to when you are expecting things to knock out. It's roughly the same.
If y'all could have seen his face. If y'all could have seen his face.
I was in the middle of a sentence, man. Oh, my God. Apocalypse isn't fair.
I mean,
platform?
That's you get to play around with that platform.
You know what it is?
What's up?
Caspian Neutral Sig reaches so high.
Yeah.
that the platform just made, because I didn't realize that. I think if Caspian Neutral Sig's underneath the platform, it covers above the platform and then some.
A little bit, yeah.
So what an amazing knockout there from 10X. And, God, he's still going. What? Neutral light and a recovery hits.
Man.
Oh, the side thing that would have been the stock. That would have been
Ooh.
a double ground pound triple. Tenix can't get the hit on the way back. Akno gets the double ground pound, and he's been doing that a lot. He did that with the bow as well, and now with the sword, he's just really taking advantage of the fact that people are panic jumping out of that hit. They just want to get back to the stage, and what do you know, because they decided to jump so soon, they're never making it back. But now it's 2 stocks to 2, and Akno took so much damage from the guitars from Tenix that he's a good anti-signature away.
Tenix definitely had a very, very good lead, and still had a good lead even when that stock was lost. But if you keep letting Akno dance around with these swords, it could be that lead can be shrunk.
See, look at that. That Gauntlet recovery didn't take off the top, but the Caspian neutral sync did. Man.
Yeah, but it was the sync from the flag.
No.
From the flag.
Oh my goodness. Caspian's crazy.
Caspian's good,
I'm
man.
losing my mind. Tenix is about to win over Akno with Caspian.
Oh.
Akno goes over to the bow.
Oh, trying to get this last hit, not able to get it, and just inch by inch, Akno keeps getting small touches and building up some damage.
Ooh, Cider hits, and he gets through the weapon throw as well. Guitar's picked up. I don't
It's
think we
signature
have to
time.
go for side 6 here. Like a Sair is like, okay,
Signature time,
it's
yeah.
fine. It's good. It's a good move. I think it's like guitars in general across all the legends in the game don't have a lot of those disjointed ranged hits. Usually you're traveling with the weapon, so it's a long range, and that's just so much power coming out from that side stick that Tenix is really taking advantage of it. Akno down to 1 stock. If he loses this, he goes down to the elimination bracket, and Tenix gets the upset.
Tenix definitely will be taking this one and going forwards in the bracket. I don't know, man. It's looking tough. Tenix is playing so good right now.
Ooh, but as you're
Every
saying it,
decision is working.
as you're saying it though,
Oh.
he's getting comboed. Akno can get the D-Light recovery here. Could be huge. Cider hits. That's
Oh
enough,
my.
maybe. He
That's
gets
it.
kicked. Okay. Even game. Well, even stocks. It's still, he is a Caspian side sig away from losing this set.
You're right. Yeah,
That's-
Caspian side sig. And as we saw earlier, a neutral sig from the platform. Hey, get off of there, Akno.
Akno's like, oh, wait, he's got guitars. Oh, no, don't recover high. Don't recover low. What are you going to do? You know, Tenix is, out of all the Caspian players that I've seen, I don't think we've seen a single down sig from him.
Yeah, not really using it very much. I think Akno would kind of punish that, though. I don't think he's going to let him get that
He
off
might,
for free.
he's probably, I mean, he's definitely thinking the same thing. Because he has not been using it. Oh, Silent catches the dive kick.
No.
He's guarded the weapon.
The
There it is. The
neutral
neutral sig
sig.
hits. And that's Tenix getting the upset over Akno. 602 damage to 372. That is a 3-2 victory for him, bringing Akno down to the elimination bracket and making Duke panic about his predictions even more. What?
Yo, that's the face. That's the one. That's the one.
Dude,
I
it was
love it.
disgusting.
It
I was like, Apocalypse is such a fair stage. There's no way anybody can. You know what? Wow, Tenix. Caspian looked great. Oh, I can't wait to see more of the Plague Knight. That was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
He looked good doing it. He was using everything in the character's kit, right? Between Katars and Gauntlets, he was making a whole show out of it. And he got Akno to switch off of Diana into the Koji and still bopped him. That was fantastic.
That was so good. So good. Yeah, the character swap, everything. And the fact that you did that against Akno, and when Akno was still playing really, really well, you saw Akno running the setback. It just couldn't keep up with the intensity of Tenix. Tenix, man. Chef's kiss. I love
great.
it. I love it. That was beautiful Caspian play. And you also taught Taza that that's a very good
All
character.
right, yeah, yes. The side stick of the Gauntlets, I still think is like mid. All right, it's like, but
You can't chuck it out, but if it hits, man, like
you can chuck on the guitar side stick. What the hell,
Man.
he was just throwing it all the time, and Akno's over the side of the stage. He's kind of like, what am I supposed to do about this?
Exactly.
Just got hit by it. Anyways, that's all of Winners Quarters. I think we might have upcoming matches on the screen behind me. Maybe I'm like looking side to side. I'm trying to think about what it is, but no, we don't. But I'll tell you what, there's some really great players up there in the winners semis that we'll be seeing as we get on throughout the bracket. But I think, Zip, we're going to be going to a short break. Got anything else to say to anybody before we go?
I don't, man. Just that Taza is wrong about that side signature.
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
all I got.
All right.
That's all
No,
I
all right,
gotta
production,
say.
take us away. Take us away. We don't got to be here anymore. We'll be right back in just a little bit. There'll be more Summer Champs action right after this. Don't want to miss it.
Oh my gosh!
Gets the stuff.
That is not what Delta wants to be. But I don't know if you're getting
knocked out so much, but now it's like, that too. So that might never come. that D-like grab
Ooh.
back. Wait.
Back out because that's when you're signing or to go gauntlets with the sword. You know what I mean? Do you even get to play this stock? Ground pound? No, you don't.
You're taking a Ryan here.
Oh,
is that
my
gonna
goodness.
You're taking a Ryan here. No, the thing.
Oh,
is that
my
gonna be
goodness.
That's it. Cider coming through, but that's signature. Really tight.
Yo, are we
That's
talking
the
about the
grab
trifecta, the 3 for 3? That was kind of a stock steal, even though it was that red and damage. Is that gonna? Oh no!
Just almost.
Ooh, do it again.
Goes in the boat hand this time. There comes through. Catches.
Oh,
the
there you
ball,
go.
ground pound.
Oh no!
There's still the Zolan in these players out there. But, open it up. Oh, what?
Hey, and backs up with
Simple,
another
so
whip
good at
punish.
that. And so we've seen him do that against
Oh
players. but
my god! Yeah, it was a punish on the
that
signature
thing
finish.
isn't that good. Evidence, right? He uses it from center stage against the Diana.
Oh my god!
So far, is that the stock? Tix.
We're on the side of the stage. Nice.
Gets
Gets it again.
When
If y'all could have seen his face.
what's the neutral light in the recovery hit? Oh, the classic double into the stock. Double grab on triple. Started the weapon.
The
There it is,
neutral
six
six.
hits. And that's Tidix getting the up.
The summer championship is underway. Okay, I'm gonna just tell you right now. I didn't hear any countdown in my ears. So, did you hear production?
I heard Toast like in the background.
Okay.
I didn't hear him in my ears, so I will vouch for that. We could not hear the countdown, but that was funny.
I paused for a second. I was like, wait,
that.
were we supposed to be getting ready to say stuff? Yeah, the summer championship top 8 EU side is underway, and honestly, I'm just hyped for all the predictions that I've been seeing today. You're seeing them behind us as well. Is people getting out there, talking about the tournament.
And the even better part about it is most people are just wrong.
Yeah.
So like relatable. He just like me, for real. And that's because it's not just people making poor predictions. It's crazy things happening. Swada went down early in the bracket and then was taken out by Dummy, who came all the way to Europe and is in Europe for a time, so therefore playing in the European 1v1 Summer Championship here. So Swada was a big player who fell. Frydazol ended up falling as well. It was a Game 5 situation against Machete, so that could have been Machete falling super early. Pavelski fell super early, 2 sets before top 8 against Heisen. Then let's see, the Ninja fell 2 sets before top 8 on the elimination side of the bracket against Coco. So if we look at the elimination side, we have Heisen down there qualifying for top 8 right now. We have Wave, we have Machete, we have Akno, we have Fozy. That's like 5 players that most people would not expect to be at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, even speaking of Akno, we saw earlier on, like just a little while ago, that matchup against Tinix where it went to Game 5, and much to many people's surprise, Akno ended up taking the L there. Tinix is currently sitting top side of top 8.
That's exactly right. So let's lay out who those top side players are on the top 8 side of things. It is going to be Godly versus Flamethrower, and then Tenix versus Simple. I don't know if I would have expected Simple to be at this point on the top side of the bracket in the tournament. I maybe would have expected him to go down a little bit earlier, but he's here. He's going to be up against Tenix, so this is like history player against more or less newcomer, at least if we're talking about being at this part of the bracket at this point during the tournament. So we kind of have that on both sides, not necessarily the Flamethrower, again, not another new player, but a player that people don't necessarily expect to be in that guaranteed top 6 position.
Yeah, you love to see Simple doing well. Simple's one of those people who, like, was struggling for a little bit, did really, really well for a while, was like the rival to Akno, right, last year. And then this year hadn't really been performing. He's kind of fell off a lot of people's lists of top 3s, and you love to see him succeeding, doing well. That swap off the Bodvar over to the Valor, I think he's been running the Akuma today. Also, just really, really cool to see, and you love to see that success from Simple, someone who we kind of haven't seen for a little while now.
Yeah, so going into this one, Simple is going to be, I got to scroll down much further than I'm used to, all the way down to C10.
I think we're getting into this match,
where
though.
Simple is coming into this one.
Godly
Yes, that's right. We do have Godly and Flamethrower first. We no longer have to kill any time whatsoever. The players are in, and we're getting into this one. Godly versus Flamethrower. I don't know how much history there is between these two players. It's not going to be a lot, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, Godly's only participated in 4 tournaments as of late, and he's gotten a gold medal in all of them. And on the other side, Flamethrower, he's been around for a while, but you haven't seen those peaks. You haven't seen him really reach those spots that he would generally run into a Godly.
It is going to be a 0-0 history between these two players. So this is the first time they're really facing one another in tournament. So it's definitely going to be an interesting thing to see how this one shakes up, because if we're looking at recent placements, Spring Championships, of course, the gold medal for Godly, but on the other side, Flamethrower coming in not even inside of top 8. So that alone would tell me that Godly has enough to take this one pretty handedly, but we'll see how this one shakes up. We have the Ember coming in. Seen several Ember players today.
Yeah, Godly looking good. He's playing this one a little bit more patient. He's kind of picking and choosing when he's going in. You're not seeing kind of gas pedal, and you're also not seeing any of kind of the I wouldn't say necessarily wonky picks, but you're not seeing like that Giro or that Caspian that we saw in his earlier match. But that's going to be a punish and a KO for Flamethrower.
That was a really interesting thing that Godly just went for there, making sure to charge that one while Flamethrower wasn't anywhere near him. Not really sure what that was supposed to be from Godly.
Yeah, I don't know if he was just like reading the wrong book or got lost in translation, but either way, Flamethrower with great capitalization on that, right? Like just did the weapon toss down just in case, and then the ground pound to guarantee it, and that really evened up the stock count where it was looking like Godly had it pretty handedly.
Swapping over to the Sword. Sword versus the Katars here on Brawlhaven. Flamethrower doing his best to find his way in onto Godly. Neutral Light's coming out. Neutral Air's okay. Flamethrower getting a little bit of a lead here. Let's see if he can extend this one and turn it into a stock.
Godly manages to avoid that recovery. Not sure if it would have KO'd. It is still small Brawlhaven, but that's a decent amount of defense on the Val, and of course, not too damaged, not quite in the red spot, but the Neutral Light almost puts Godly off screen, so he's got to have to be worried the N6 is going to KO.
Definitely on Brawlhaven, going to have no trouble getting the KO there. Fair bit of force on that signature, even though Ember is sort of a lower strength legend. Definitely a low defense legend. But that doesn't seem to really be coming into play here on Brawlhaven. Of course, we also have Godly playing Val, a low strength legend as well. So the KO potential without signatures involved is definitely going to be lower for Godly as well.
It is kind of crazy to me, the momentum on this one, right? Like, you're not seeing huge momentum that you would have expected from Godly. Again, multi-time gold medalist in the year. And on the other side, Flamethrower's just been getting multiple hits. He's been getting those extended strings. Godly will clean it up. But this is looking more like if Simple was playing on Godly's account, right? Like, it's just like picking and choosing very quick, short bursts and very safe damage.
See him backing up there. He knows he's at the range disadvantage if we're talking about gauntlets into Bow. Finding his way in.
Oh, here we go.
Beautiful string. One more hit. Flamethrower is probably going to be orange. There's the neutral air, that stacked option. There is Flamethrower turning orange. That weapon toss almost maybe conking him on the head.
And you see the positioning from Godly. He's not in position for that side sig over the corner. He's playing it smart, and he's going to get it down light. Side air will get game number 1 in favor of Godly.
There's that D-Light recovery. That was the one that opened it up, gave Godly a massive lead that just kind of fell apart very quickly after that neutral signature that he used over on the edge. That Flamethrower was able to immediately punish. There's the D-Light side air, ending that one up. Not with a bang, but with a little bit of a whimper.
Yeah, I mean, it was really smartly played from Godly, right? He, like, waited for the exclamation points. You saw Flamethrower sitting on the wall a little too long, and once you hit those 3 exclamation points, you don't get your jumps back for touching the wall. So Godly was like, all right, now that you're not going to get anything for touching this wall, I'm going to just KO you quick and clean. And now we're going back into game number 2, where they're on the same map, small Brawlhaven.
Same characters, same map, same skin setup, basically same everything. But if you're a Flamethrower fan out there, you're going to be hoping for a different result. But if you're a Godly guy like myself, you're looking for the same result. Another Godly victory to put him up 2-0 in this best-of-5 set. Again, opening this one even stronger than the previous game. He was definitely into the yellow last game when he picked up the first KO. This time he is barely there, still kind of in the white.
He's feeling pretty confident, though. You saw that emote after getting the first KO. Godly, I mean, by the numbers, definitely should have this one, and he's clearly showing it a little bit. And he's probably going to be a lot safer with this one. Not going to go for that slide charge N-Sig where he gets weapon toss, but...
Started something big, possibility, and Flamethrower is going to clean it up. Nice Bow ground pound to start that one off. Ton of force on that. That gave him plenty of time to rotate down over there so he could grab the GCD light into the ground pound for the unarmed KO.
Yeah, really good positioning from him as well. Sitting kind of in that push-off column, expecting Godly to go up right against the wall. Caught him with the downlight for it, and now we're back to even. But last time, it just swung in favor of Godly. There's a side sig over the corner. Doesn't hit the ground pound. Drifts a little too far to the left.
That could have been the stock there. We've seen 2 major moments on the edge. One that started off with the ground pound on the left for Flamethrower. The other one starting off with that signature on the right side from Godly, going right over that corner. He cleaned up the stock eventually, has a nice lead.
And he is denying weapons. Flamethrower stuck on the side. Downlight doesn't get the jump for it. The weapon toss, and Godly going to take game number 2 in convincing fashion.
Didn't get that ground pound follow-up. That ended up shifting him way down low. Weapon toss came through, bonked him on the head, and that was the stock. That is very tough for Flamethrower. Now that he's definitely down 0-2. Oh, man, that's rough.
Yeah, just that slight misstep from Flamethrower, not getting above Godly for that ground pound, and great capitalization again from Godly, just being able to completely punish Flamethrower for not getting that hit and not getting the wall reset.
Low damage numbers coming out from both of these players. Flamethrower at 198. Now, part of that is because that last game just wasn't very long. Godly ended that one pretty quickly, and Godly also only did 358 damage because of that signature KO, or that led to the KO on the right side, put Godly in the power position. Those early KOs, and especially that last KO, was super early for Godly.
Yeah, they're getting those quick KOs. And you're seeing Godly build more and more confidence. He won game 2. You saw him emote twice. And now in game 3, he's definitely putting the pressure on a lot more on the Flamethrower. Backing up when Flamethrower comes in and catches him with the side sig. But the last 2 times they were in this position, Flamethrower immediately was able to bring it back with the edge guard.
And we're seeing Godly a little bit behind where he was, and not just last game, but also the game previous when he got that first stock. Now he's definitely in the orange, going to interrupt the recovery there. Thought he could go for a little bit more with the turnaround GCD light, swapping over to the sword, going for that weapon starve game against Flamethrower.
Well, Flamethrower does finally pick up a bow. Needs to complete this edge guard. Doesn't hit the side air, though, so Godly gets back up safely. Side sig thrown out. That's a burn dodge to do it, too, as a gravity cancel doesn't get the bounce pickup.
Didn't quite have enough damage on Godly's stock to get that really quick bounce, and obviously the recovery is going to pick up at sort of a 45-degree angle, whereas the ground pound is going to send straight down. So it wasn't quite in the proper position to be able to pick that one up. Definitely not true or anything like that. Godly still with a nice lead. Definitely has Flamethrower in the red. Flamethrower thanking his lucky stars he didn't get knocked out with that sword neutral air on this lower defense legend.
Yeah, and again, it is small Brawlhaven. That ceiling is a lot lower. Flamethrower knows one good hit from Godly could be the KO, and that will take him down to his final stock. So that was an easy punish for Godly.
Another bold gambit from Flamethrower, and it's virtually the exact same thing that he did moments before. He got punished before as well, but at least at that point he wasn't in KO damage. Oh, okay, the recovery almost taken off the top. Another one might do it. Even though Flamethrower's orange, it's the side signature. Godly gonna take that one 3-0 again. Another lower damage game. Now it is 514 compared to like the 381 that he did last game. So a more traditional damage number, but still extremely low, extremely efficient KOs coming out from Godly.
Yeah, I mean, I got to imagine those like peaks and valleys, the heights of those stocks were so incredibly low. Like, that was maybe a warm-up for Godly. He was kind of just walking through Flamethrower there.
He's looking back in like regular Godly form. Now I was looking at the previous set against Wave. Now even though Godly came out 3-1 in that over Wave, there were definitely moments where I was like, okay, not only am I doubting Godly's ability to win this set against Wave, I'm also doubting his ability to take the tournament, which you and I both put Godly coming in first place. So I was sweating during that set in those moments, because right before that, I mean, he went 3-0 over Crestu, and it was on the cross. All of a sudden, running into Wave, there's a game loss there, and there's a character swap. As you notice, we didn't see any cross that last game, so it seems like Godly has made the shift.
Yeah, it was, I mean, if you rewatch the pre-show, that was one of the things we talked about is, how is the cross going to fit in the 1v1 meta? We see all the logic behind it working in 2v2s, but in 1v1s, it's not quite the same. And yet, Godly clearly showing, you know what? It's not the comfort thing. It's not going to work, and I still have other things that I can use. I've got Scythe, I've got Gauntlets, I've got Swordplay. So he's just going with something that maybe will feel a little bit more consistent.
Still curious to see how the cross picks will shake up in NA, but at least at this point, it seems like it does not make sense for Godly as a player. He still has the gauntlets coming in off of the Val pick. We've seen him play Val in the past, so this isn't even just like I'm picking this up now because I don't know what else to do. Maybe I don't like the Mordex, so give me another gauntlet character. Val, I guess? Like, no, this Val pick is a normal thing we've seen from Godly in the past in the little rotation of gauntlet characters. So he's going to be moving on with this, guaranteeing himself that top 4 finish, going to be sitting in winners finals to fight the victor of Simple versus Tenix, and that's who we have coming up next.
Yeah, and again, excited to see Simple here, because it's been a hot minute since we've seen Simple do this well. A guaranteed top 5 finish, which I think you were looking up his history, has not really been in the books.
Was not good. It was not good. We were looking at his seed coming into this one, and I said we had to scroll down to seed 10, and that's largely because Spring Championship, 25th place. For a player like Simple, who like right before that at the Steel Series Invitational got second, all of a sudden barely qualifying for top 32. So definitely been rough as of late for Simple with that Spring Championships finish, but it's also been a long time since Spring Championships. Obviously, he didn't do the best at MSI either, but of course that was a LAN environment, and now we're talking online. So still a lot of time in between these sort of rougher placements for a player like Simple, and C10's not terrible. It's not great. You're going to end up running into some of the best players much earlier than you would normally, but he's not seed 24, he's not seed 43, so on and so forth.
I mean, he's someone who used to be seed 2, seed 3,
yep.
seed top 5 at the very least, and he's finally back at least. He's guaranteed to do pretty well today because he's on the top side of top 8, but he's running into Tynix, which I think you just looked up their history. He's got a decent matchup in 1-0 in favor of Simple.
Now, the reason that matchup history is going to be so little is because usually Simple is getting to this point in the bracket and Tynix is getting to about this point in the bracket. Tynix coming in PR 21 into this tournament. So sitting about here, when you're down here, so the time that they might place one another, there's also a bunch of other players here. So statistically, it's unlikely that you're going to have a lot of history with them. That's why if you have like Simple and Akno, they have a gorillion games that they've played against one another in tournament, because when you're in grand finals and you're the only two, like you're going to run into each other oftentimes. And that's what happens, but that's why we don't have a lot from Tynix and Simple. And even the set that they did play, it wasn't even a best of 5 set. It was a best of 3, and it went 2-0 for Simple. So that shows how often they don't meet, how rare of an occurrence it is. Even when they do meet, it's not even deep enough in bracket to be best of 5s yet.
Well, it looks like we're getting ready to get into this one. No surprises on the character picks. We've got the Akuma, and we have the Plague Knight. That Plague Knight, that Gauntlet side sig, was taking stocks incredibly early for Tynix, and I think that's something that he's going to be looking for again here against Simple.
Going into this one here, we're going to start off on Apocalypse. Now, the clock does say 3, and as I learned yesterday from Zipmaster Flex, apparently 3 a.m. is demon time.
Yeah.
That's when all the demons come out and cause a bunch of chaos and
I think
crazy
it's sometimes
shenanigans.
referred to as like the witching hour as well.
That might be true also. So yeah, definitely you can see by the background in this game, the demons are out, and it depends. If Tynix ends up winning this one, he may be the bracket demon for Simple.
I mean, he's already been a bracket demon for Akno, and of course, like, we've seen the history between Simple and Akno, relatively similar in approximate skill level. So there's actually real potential for Tynix, the underdog in this one, to get that upset and get that set over Simple.
Now coming in with the Caspian pick, we've seen Sandstorm mention Caspian several times on Twitter, talking about how people are not paying attention to how good this character is. People are sleeping on Caspian, and we've seen a couple Caspians today. One was, I believe, Godly, and then now we also have Tynix, though Godly kind of moved off a bit. Oh, Tynix with the ground pound, cleaning this one up, doesn't even need another hit. You saw him back up just enough that in case Simple was going to find the hit there, Simple would have at least had to touch the wall, which means an incoming ground pound, possible side air coming in from Tynix. If he's worried about the vertical neutral air, may come in with the gauntlet side air. If he's just going to go for the straight up KO right away, it could be that ground pound. Yo, Tynix pushing Simple to the edge yet again.
I love that. It's like a reversal of roles as Tynix almost gets another one. In his earlier sets, Simple was doing that. The dodge through into turnaround ground pound, and it was so successful in the edge guards. I remember Taza talking about it time and time again, and it's Tynix this time. He did the dodge up, gets the ground pound, gets the KO, and he's going to try to push this lead a little bit, goes for the end sig, no connection on either side.
Seeing Tynix over on the wall, has gauntlets in hand. Simple not choosing to engage, playing back enough so that when Tynix wants to recover back to the main platform, right over that corner, immediately punish the landing. D-Light side air, gets the stock, essentially evens this one up, though Tynix is about 50 to 70 damage ahead. And
that was a great downlight. You see that kind of mechanic where the weapon toss will actually go through if he connects, and that's what happened. Simple hit him with the downlight, so Tynix's weapon toss did nothing on that.
Ooh, that was a bold ground pound over the edge, though. For some reason, we've seen at least 1 or 2 of those like that hit earlier today from several different Qatar players.
Yo, but Simple really respected it. You didn't see him go for the dodge through into the turnaround ground pound. Instead, he backed away, went back up onto the stage, knows he needs to get a little bit more damage before he can even think about going for a reversal onto Tynix.
Gauntlets in hand, Simple with the sword over on the corner. You saw him move up just a little bit, but then he backed down. Didn't want to get caught with his landing punished by Tynix.
Oh!
Simple, actually from the middle of the stage, is going to KO. The strength on this character and that signature, getting the KO on a Val player from the middle of the stage. Tynix playing this character very well.
Yeah, that sig is insane. Getting a KO that early onto Simple gives Tynix a really nice lead here. Simple needs to get this stock ASAP because he's already taken damage on his final stock here in game number 1.
Now, getting a stock as early as possible does sound like an obvious move, but for a player like Simple, who does tend to take his time, that means his damage output and damage pace is just a little bit slower. So if you can remove as much time as possible from that equation, side signature right over the corner is going to get the KO. Simple bringing this one back. We are even on stocks, but again, he's about 50 to 70 damage behind. Weapon spawn on the field. Simple grabs it. Gonna juggle actually back to the more damaged sword between those two in an attempt to delay the weapon spawn. I gotta say, it's a little bit of a misstep there. One juggle is not going to delay the weapon spawn that much further, but he does already have damage on this sword, so it's a higher likelihood that he will get disarmed earlier.
I think the bigger priority for Simple, though, was to have a sword. That's his comfort weapon. I mean, he carries it over from his Bodvar, from his Koji. It makes sense that he's going to want that in these final moments, and it's getting him the damage that he needs, but he goes for another ground pound. Tynix not going to go for the turnaround. Instead, wants the Katars for the potential maybe Enlight, Ensig, or Enlight recovery.
Neutral air coming out from Simple. One thing he does have to worry about is because he grabbed 2 swords, that means his next weapon is going to be gauntlets, and it won't matter. Right as that weapon spawn was coming in, Tynix said, no, you're done. That's it. It's over, and he gets the victory there. All it took was 444 damage, Duke.
Dude, I really want to call out that Tynix is recognizing these habits of Simple. We saw Simple, he's been doing this wall touch, fall off, wall touch, fall off, and then he picks his chance to go up, go for that side air, and Tynix called it out, did a dash in, and like got inside of that and beat it out, and just there at the end was keeping track of the jumps of Simple, called the landing out, hit the side sig for the KO. I'm starting to think like Tynix has been paying attention, and this is going to slowly build into a Tynix W.
And that shows a smart line of thinking for virtually any person that he's going to go up against. That's not just applicable against Simple. It's not just applicable against Val players or Gauntlet players or Sword players. Like, being able to pick up on those things and execute on those, like, that's the reason Tynix is where he is. And it seems like he may not be stopping anytime soon based on how he won that last game.
All right, Tynix, we're going to see a little bit more Katar play come out. Good patience on that one. Ended up getting the sidelight into the end light. Still needs a little bit more damage. One of the reasons why, like we talked about how Caspian doesn't get played a lot, one of the reasons why is because you have like this Katars, which are great for damage build, but generally will struggle in the KO, and Gauntlets can struggle as well if you're not getting those recoveries. But clearly we're seeing the side sig come out from Simple. He's going to KO with the sword.
Now, even though we've seen Tynix come out on top of several edgeguard situations, it's been more of those long, extended edgeguard situations, not just the quick ones. The quick ones usually come out from Simple. Now, that's a pretty quick one right there, but I do worry if I'm a Tynix fan about the side signature on Sword over the edge. Simple's done that so many times. He's picked up several stocks with it, and you don't need those long, extended edgeguard situations. That is a Val special, to be able to get that sort of unique property if you engage like right over the corner, or if you do it like straight up against the wall.
And especially on a map like Demon Island where that wall is so small, that Val side signature, we saw Simple hitting that earlier today, and there you see it again. It can cover pretty much the entirety of that wall as well as kind of off the wall. It's such a solid threat. You do not want to be off stage while Simple's on stage.
It's like straight up full coverage. That is the insurance plan where it doesn't matter if you're in network, doesn't matter if you're out of network, you're covered no matter what.
It's coast-to-coast coverage coming out. And Simple, he's got that damage advantage. Tynix going to get in, get a little nair. Doesn't get him off stage. I think that's what he was looking for. You saw him kind of like stutter after he hit that nair.
Bro, it seems like Simple does not know what to do off stage except side signature. Like, Tynix is straight up above him, and he's like, you know, I'm going to look at my flowchart. It's only one box. Is he on the edge? Yes. Side signature.
Are they on the stage? No. Don't side sig.
Yep.
Are they in off stage? Side sig.
See, Tynix throwing a side signature right over the corner. It seemed like it was going to linger for a second, but that little green smoke cloud from this Plague Knight recovery off the top. Simple is going to take the lead.
Suddenly, Tynix not able to get those connections onto Simple. The habits have changed, and Tynix is struggling to finish off the stocks. The side sig thrown out. Simple able to spot dodge and get a punish. Things looking good for Simple, and he has Tynix high, so he can't go for the side sig. Just going to be looking for side airs.
Is he going to go for it this time?
Whoa.
Oh, he went for the reverse. Turning that one around, didn't find a connection on it. He did put out a lot of damage over on that edgeguard situation without really putting himself in any danger whatsoever. Going to pick up the second blast of that one as well. Simple in a great spot.
Yeah, Simple's got the damage. Things are looking rough for Tynix. He's going to need a big momentum swing or an offstage situation in order to bring this one back. Ensig thrown out. Simple can kind of fish a little bit because he's got some health to play with. The side air should do it. Tynix was in sweat beads. No, he still gets back.
Simple, what are you doing? There was a weapon spawn on the field. Tynix is going to fall, but there was a weapon spawn on the field. He could go over, grab it, throw that weapon out for the safe edge guard situation, but he went for the extremely risky play of going for that downlight. They're the side signatures that he was using really well right over the corner. Recovery KO off the top, and then here we are. Bro, come on, man. What are you going for with that? That was a bold gambit. That Tynix, if he didn't go for that ground pound, he could have gotten through and recovered back to the main stage. Could have even dared in the wall without having to use any of his in-air movement options beyond that.
I mean, you saw the sweat beads come out from Simple, and Tynix was hoping, like, that was the situation, right? Simple was so undamaged. Tynix tried to complete a KO on the offstage. Unfortunately, just didn't connect with that ground pound, which could have led to, like, a dare or a nair for a KO. And instead, Simple walks away with one on the board. It's going to tie it up, and Simple's got the weapon denial.
Now we're over here on Brawlhaven. Going to be a smaller stage. Simple chasing into the air. Going to be really tough to find the KO off the top this early in the game. Even though Tynix is in yellow, that's going to be almost impossible. You saw he was pretty close to orange. Okay, neutral sig, going to send over into the corner, but again, going to be tough to find the KOs this early in the stock. Neutral signature's second one does it after the recovery for a little bit of damage in between. First stock goes the way of Simple. He is barely touched.
Yeah, more tough than those KOs is the fact that Tynix got no damage put out. He was just kind of floating there, taking hit after hit from Simple, and now he's basically a full stock behind. And again, he's going to need those big momentum swings. The side stick could do it. We saw how quickly it KO'd in game number 1.
Gauntlets in hand for Tynix, not finding too much in the way of momentum. He's finding like one hit. Ground pound could start something off. Simple's able to get through the second ground pound, really kind of halting any progression towards a successful edge guard from Tynix. Yeah, Tynix is just taking punishment now.
I mean, that offstage situation, though, did show why this map is a little bit better for Tynix. He was able to avoid that side sig and get a little bit of a turnaround, but Simple, again, back to the classic Simple on stage, just complete coverage, making sure that the opponent just runs out of options.
Simple just playing some raw sword neutral here. You'll see him like run away for a second, then turn around, throw out a defensive move, like a sidelight, which will maybe push a little bit more towards his opponent, but only after they've underspaced the move that they needed to do. Or he'll throw out that defensive neutral light in case they get too close. There you go. You see him walking away.
Yep.
Now he wants to move back in.
One of Simple's greatest strengths is his spacing, his ability to just outspace the opponent and punish. Side air, weapon toss. Tynix will get a stock off of Simple, but he is still a full stock behind.
Did have his choice of weapons, threw away the gauntlets, picking up the Katars in hand. It's gauntlets this time for Simple. We'll see if he's able to find his way in or if he just kind of moves back to that sword gameplay that we saw before.
Who didn't connect with the side light. Tynix, again, struggling to find hits on the Simple.
So many in-air movement options from Simple burn before he actually moved in to attempt a move. Ground pound coming in. He's thrown out several ground pounds on stage. Side signature sending Tynix into the weaker position. Gets back. No immediate punish yet. That neutral air is going to send Tynix off screen, but he does safely land. Grabs the gauntlets. Now in the edge guard situation. Barely gets through the second dare that could have spelt the end of the stock. But that recovery off the top will spell the end of that game. 573 damage. That meant on the other side 267 from Tynix. So he was just completely limited that entire game.
Yeah, complete control coming out from Simple.
There's that recovery off the top. That was Simple with 2 stocks to his name by the time that one was done. You see him coming out with the defense stance. Wants to live as long as possible because he's going up against Tynix, who's in the strength stance. So he's going to have some strength behind so many, well, technically all of his moves.
Yeah, that's how it works. It does some quick math, and the defense makes it so you take a little bit less damage the more defense you have. It also sends you less far. Offstage opportunity, though. Tynix doesn't need to send him too far, but he gets stage spiked, and the turnaround. One more hit.
Okay, he ended up getting to the wall, touching. Getting
Backs
back
away
to the main platform. He's still moving over towards the left side of the stage. Now he gets back, has the weapon in hand, but he's taking so much damage. He's in the orange. He's not far from red. Simple has the sword in hand, so we're probably going to see some of the similar stuff, that like run away, then turn around side air, Neutral lights, a lot of neutral lights coming out from Simple today.
I mean, at the end of it, though, being able to survive that situation, such a threatening spot to be in, is nice because it gives you opportunities to put out more damage. He just needs to make sure he makes the most of this life that he's got.
Gauntlets v Gauntlets. Slowing down just a Frog's Hair. Simple now has the sword in hand. Recovery KOing off the top. First stock for Simple. He's sitting at less than 100 damage now. So again, a massive lead for Simple. He's sitting in a very good spot, given that he's also up 2-1 in the set against Tenix.
Man, Simple just out-adjusted Tenix, really. Like, lost game 1, and then game 2 and game 3, complete control. Knew exactly what he needed to do to pick apart Tenix. Doesn't hit the ground pound, but he's still good. Still has all of this stage control. So much space. There's the third exclamation point. Tenix gets back up. Ensig needs the stock, though.
Almost found a second one. That certainly would have led to the KO, but Simple punished that one. Then we saw a GC side sig come out from Tenix. Simple punished that one. Another side sig, Simple punished that one as well. These signatures that Tenix is throwing out are not working. They're not making connections, and he's getting punished every single time, which puts him further and further behind.
Yeah, Tenix getting a little bit desperate here, and this is what I was talking about with the Caspians, right? Great for building damage, but if you can't hit the sig, if you can't get that recovery, then you can't KO, and that's what's happening right now is Tenix is throwing sig after sig, and Simple's avoiding it all and getting punishes. Even if it's just a neutral light, it's a punish. It's extra damage.
Simple retreating over to the wall, gets through that side signature, neutral light into the recovery from Tenix, gets the first stock from Simple, but that was a long stock. That was 2 minutes and 15 seconds worth of stock for Simple's number 1. And Tenix's second stock is gone.
Rinse and repeat. Didn't hit the first recovery, and he's like, oh, you dodged that way? Let me just cover it this time with my second recovery. And Simple, a full stock up and more over Tenix.
Just kind of standing still after that one. Continuing to stand still, inching forward just a little bit. Simple spacing, like you mentioned earlier, really has been on point today against Tenix. Anytime this slows down whatsoever, that gives Simple plenty of time to really focus on that spacing.
Tenix really trying to force Simple to make that forward action. Isn't really working for him, though, as Simple is getting more and more hits. Tenix trying to find something to bring this one back. He's not getting any momentum. He's not getting those hits, and he has the gauntlets in hand, but this is his upper bracket stock right now.
Simple still in white on his second stock as he takes the final from Tenix's Plague Knight. That is going to be the set 3-1 in favor of Simple. He's going to be moving on into the winners finals. Incredible work from Simple. He's going to be facing the likes of Godly to see who goes into the grand finals. And of course, Tenix will be moving down into the elimination quarterfinals to face the victor between Machete and Heisen.
Yeah, I stand corrected. I was giving a lot of praise to Tenix for his ability to kind of recognize these habits of Simple, and Simple's like, oh, you know what? I do have these habits. Let me just not have those, and now you don't have anything to read off of me. Simple completely out-adjusted Tenix and ran away with that one. And you love to see Simple and Godly in the winners final. Kind of a classic, something that we haven't seen in a hot minute, and it's really cool to see. On the other side, Machete is still living. He went down early.
He went down very early.
And he's been doing that lower bracket run.
Which prompted you to change your picks to get off of Machete, and he's still in it.
He made me panic.
He's going for that loser's bracket run or that elimination bracket run, which a lot of very top players are having to attempt. Some have already failed, but some are still in there in this long elimination bracket run. Godly versus Simple coming up, like you said, that is going to be history like we've seen it so many times before. Just for a comparison, since we just saw Simple and Tenix, and that was a 1-0 career set, I want to look up what the history is with Godly. It's actually also 1-0, but that's because Godly has been playing basically just this year.
Yeah.
And we've had some rough placements from Simple just this year. So in that short period of time, Tenix and Godly, or sorry, Simple and Godly have the same history that Simple and Tenix do, despite having such a longer time frame.
Well, we'll see that match later on as they're both sitting in the winners final. Guaranteed top 3 finish. We now go to the elimination side of the bracket where things get intense because if you fall here, you're done for the day. We talked about how Machete had to make a really long run. I think he fell before top 32 and has been making that elimination bracket run. On the other side, can you give me the update on Heisen? How long has he been making that lower bracket run?
Hyson went down. Let's see where Hyson went down. Hyson went down. Let me control F this one. He lost to Acno.
Okay.
3-1 in the winners round 1. That is inside top 32. And Machete went down into the elimination bracket, actually in top 64. So you were correct in saying that it was outside of top 32. He came into top 32 on the elimination side of the bracket. Machete then took out Blaze in a Game 5 situation, took out Sageru 3-1, took out Frydazol in a Game 5 situation we mentioned earlier, took out Wave in a 3-1 situation.
I think before we get into that match, we got to throw it over to Remy.
Oh, that's true.
With the weather.
Simple. Keeping with the names, keeping with the times, keeping it simple. I really liked what he did in those games after a quick loss in the first one. He cleaned it up pretty quick and even had some really good plays I'm going to show you right now. First of all, he's been playing some really clean sword. He's been keeping it easy. He's been moving around the map simple, to be honest. But it's right here where stuff starts getting a little interesting. He goes for this one read. And it's a small crossover read because Tin is thinking, okay, I have to get back to the stage here, and he punishes it. And it happens again with that same crossover read. And it's small, it's simple like his name says, but where it gets really interesting is how he uses that knowledge later in the game where he turns around and he goes, all right, I noticed that after I hit you, you like to dodge through me. You can see it again right here. He takes that dodge, he pushes it through. You can kind of get the motion of it right there. And he punishes it. And he goes, okay, if you're going to keep doing it, I'm going to keep punishing it. And it's stuff like that that really shows you how much a player really has to offer, even when they're a slow and steady player. Like Simple, he has those reads ready. He has them set up for what he needs to do. And I'm excited to see him take it on into the winners finals. I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Well, those great reads, that great knowledge coming out from Simple is, again, going to put him into the winner's side of things. Up next, you can see down there, Machete versus Hyson. It's right there.
I gotta go in front of the computer.
Yeah, it's a
I can't.
I can't reach.
I'm not that tall.
I don't have the arms.
It's a big desk.
Distance.
It's a big old
Yeah.
stone desk. We can't reach in front of it. It's on the bottom of the screen. You figured it out. You're smart. We got you.
Reading comprehension. But what is interesting is, of course, the character picks. Machete over to the Fate. We've kind of seen it before. Not overly surprised to see Hyson on the Rayman. A little bit of a surprise. We've seen Hyson kind of shop around a little bit. We've seen the Thor. We've seen a Bodvar. I'm pretty sure we've seen a Taros as well come out from Hyson and a Petra. It's been a bit, but it seems like he is now settling into the Dhalsim, at least for this one.
Yeah, Machete has been playing Fate for pretty much the entire day. I haven't looked at every single set that he's played. Some of them have not been reported, but pretty much since Pools, he was reporting, and it was Fate, 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 all the way through. Machete versus Hyson in this one. Two kind of old heads. We've known about Hyson for a really long time, known about Machete for a really long time, but Machete really coming out here, continuing that Scythe gameplay that we've known him for years and years now. Coming in PR5 in this one to Hyson's PR16. Seed-wise, let's look at that. We have Machete coming in at seed 4, and we have Hyson. I got to scroll down a little bit, coming in at seed 14. So we have a lot of really talented players like Simple, like Hyson, several other players who are coming in with traditionally low seeds. And we have like Fozy coming in with a really low seed as well. And then they're fighting these sort of quote-unquote newer players who have a much higher seed. Or at least in this case, it's Machete with a much higher seed who's playing some of the best Brawlhalla that we've seen him really play recently. Like, it's been a while since Machete has been coming deep into the brackets where he's been like, I mean, he's PR5, so he's consistently around that top 6. It's been a while since he's really been in contention in that conversation about who the best players in EU are.
Yeah, it's so interesting because Machete has had some of these pops where, like, he'll do really well and then you don't see him do it too hot for a while, and people will, like, kind of bring it up in that pre-show and will be like, oh, yeah, he does do really well. The thing that really put him on my radar as of late was his performance at mid-season. He did incredibly well at the mid-season invitational, and then we came into today and we were like, oh, he's already in elimination bracket and we're not even in top 32, and we saw how well that did for Swada. I was worried the same would happen to Machete, but no. He clutched up. He really, like, buckled down, and he has made the run to get his spot here in the top 8.
And he's pushing through, and if we look at some of those placements in the past, like if we're coming off the Spring Championship, that's going to be one of the placements that gave him this 4th seed spot. Coming in at 5th off that one, Steel Series, 25th place. So that's one of those, like, he fell off the map. You don't see him in the bracket at all whatsoever. Then if we go back to Omen Oasis, it's 9th, which, again, outside of top 8, falling off a little bit. But then if we look back at the Winter Championship, 4th place. Then the Europe Autumn Championship in 2021, 2nd place. So he definitely has those moments of brilliance. We'll see if this is one of them today as well. He is already inside of top 8, so he doesn't have to worry about a 9th place finish whatsoever.
No. Instead, guaranteed at least a 7th place finish, tied in top 8. But he's got to get through Hyson if he wants a higher finish. And we're going to be getting into this one, Fate versus Dhalsim. How do you feel about this matchup?
It's definitely, I honestly don't know. I'm going to have to see the way that Machete is playing Fate so far, because we could see Hyzen. I don't know how I feel about a Dhalsim pick. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. He's already orange. He was orange on that first orb hit. I think the matchup favors Fate here.
You don't say. I wonder what would make you think that. As Machete had a fantastic read, that initial dodge in from Hyson led to a neutralite from Machete and then so much extra. And now Hyson very much on the back foot. The active input sidelight almost launches him, but a relatively large box here on Demon Island means that he'll survive these for a little while. Machete feeling comfortable though.
So to analyze that matchup question a little bit deeper, take it past like the way that the players were playing the character, and let's just look at like raw legends in it. I think, I don't know where Axe kind of fits in to the current meta in 1v1s. We saw it in 2v2 still, not as popular as it used to be, so I would assume that would go like almost double. Oh my, dude, Machete is just completely ruining Hyzen so far in this game. So I think he's going to struggle with Axe. I think if we look at some of the other Gauntlet players today that were playing against Scythe players, they were struggling to find their way in. Same thing went with Katars as well. And that's exactly what Hyzen's doing here. Now, a lot of that is just Machete is on. He is totally dialed in, playing so well. His spacing is so good. But we've seen several whiffs from Hyzen so far. Has barely made contact with the Axe. There's the sidelight nair, but he misses the ground pound. He's finding his way back in, finding some good hits, but still, Machete is more than a full stock up.
And the one thing that's a struggle here for Hyzen is, like, generally when you're this down in game number 1, I'm like, pick a different character. You just try something different. But with the way that this has been going, it hasn't been like the Dhalsim that's not working as much as like Machetes are already in Hyzen's head. He already knows how Hyzen wants to dodge and is getting so much extended damage onto Hyzen.
Now, the damage output from Hyzen's Axe hasn't been bad so far. We saw him make several connections earlier once he got it in his hand. That is going to be an interesting choice to go for the recovery. Somehow, there was still enough damage built up that led to the stock loss from Hyzen, but he went with the recovery all the way on the wall rather than going for like a ground pound or anything like that. Maybe he was worried on like vertical above hitboxes and really wasn't worried about anything below.
Hyzen, though, does have Machete in the red. There is this opportunity that he at least doesn't walk away with this getting 3-stocked. Needs to get that read, needs to get that recovery. The side sing not going to connect Machete with a fantastic punish. That dash jump over and then fast fall into the side air. Finally, Hyzen finds the hit for the first KO for Hyzen.
Going to juggle the weapons here. You see him sticking with the Axe. The thing is with his damage output on Axe is at this point he needs to be hitting sidelight nair like absolute cake. Like, it's the easiest thing in the world. He needs to hit it every time. He needs to not take hits, and literally none of those things are happening. In fact, quite the opposite is happening.
Yeah, he is definitely getting hit when he needs to be hitting. He does hit a neutral light. You see him kind of baiting out a little bit. You saw that kind of forward motion. The spot dodge came out from Machete, but Hyzen didn't get more to punish that spot dodge.
Machete now the one kind of struggling to find any way in. Of course, he has a massive lead. He's going to swap over to the Scythe, but he's now in the orange. It used to be a greater than 1-stock lead. It's now about a 1-stock lead, technically a little bit less, as Machete has more damage on his second than Hyzen has on his final. No great punish there. Was just that weapon toss. He's way too far away to get the chance to punish it, so he doesn't even try it.
Yeah, Hyzen really extending the reach, trying to keep Machete away. He knows if the side stick connects could lead to a KO, but more often he's just looking for some distance, some breathing room from Machete. Needs to finish the stock off. Oh, just that little side air.
You see him using that downlight, max range on that downlight, but he can also active input to use the strong kick version that'll send towards the blast zone, maybe for the final blow. Hyzen's got to be careful with that. If Machete's too close, you know he's going to punish it. He's done it twice now.
Yeah, he's definitely ready for those side six. When he has the orb in hand, can go down. Oh, you see him actually doing the tap this time, but Machete still finds the punish, and that will be game 1, going in favor of Machete.
And that's the tough part of games kind of shaking out the way that they just did, is even though Heisen, look at how this one started. This was huge. Neutral air, side air. Bro, what year are we watching Scythe in? Is this, I don't even remember when Scythe came out, but I feel like I'm looking at like 2018 or 2019 Scythe gameplay with that. That was incredible. But what I was saying about how the end of that game kind of shook out is Heisen was finding his way in with the axe, yes. But he was so far behind that it was to the point where he had to get lucky every time, and Machete only had to get lucky a single time.
I do want to give credit to Heisen. He brought that one closer than it was looking like it was going to be, but it's already looking like a repeat. Heisen does get the wall touch, but he has yet to touch a weapon. Finally picks up Gauntlets 15 seconds into this, but he's getting close to that KO %.
Heisen really working on his spacing, trying to stay as far away as he can while also being in range to be able to punish some of these moves that Machete is throwing out. He's done a fair job so far. Like he's spent an extended period of time like right outside of Machete's effective range, but that huge opening just put him so far behind.
All right, he's going to make the swap over to the orb. Trying to get this KO quickly. Heisen does have a lot of horizontal movement. Gauntlets have that side air. He's going to live, but again, he's not really getting any damage put out onto Machete. And when he's with the Gauntlets, like his most used Gauntlet move in game 1 was Side Zig.
We see this one, Scythe in hand for Machete, a massive lead here. It's like Heisen is just like on the periphery of everything. He's in the parking lot. Well, this is EU, so they probably won't understand this. But he's in the parking lot driving around trying to find a parking spot, and he just can't find one yet, which means he can't go inside. He can't get in brunch. He can't sit down with his friends. He's just kind of stuck on the outside driving through row after row after row. Oh, does that look like a parking spot? Oh, no, that's actually just a small car. Oh, found his way in. I lied. He found the parking spot. The person who just started pulling out.
He had the blinker on, was ready, and found it. Finally, finding his footing here in game number 2. Suddenly, life in Heisen as he's evened this one up. He needs to maintain this weapon advantage, though. Machete with the weapon is a serious threat. He's trying to deny, gets a down air. Oh, multiple down airs from Heisen.
Spacing really coming through here. Turns that one around. He attempted it the first time. It didn't make contact. Found it there all of a sudden. Game 2, Heisen finds himself a lead.
Yeah, he found the first parking spot, and he was like, you know what? I could find better. Got out, found a spot closer to the entrance. Now he just needs to find one that's next to the door so he can go in and get game number 2.
Machete's orb coming out, finds no way in. Neutral Sig doesn't even send off screen. That Dhalsim defense coming through. Gonna keep Heisen in this one a little bit longer. He's not even red yet, so he's still in a pretty good spot unless he gets caught somewhere goofy.
All right, over to the Gauntlets. This is where I get nervous for Heisen because, again, those side six just not working against Machete's orb. He's going to back off over to the axe.
Scythe coming in for Machete. The thing Heisen has to worry about, man, I swear, that started to slow down more than I expected it towards the end, as that friction really came into play on the side of that axe. The thing that worries me is, like, even though Heisen is really far in the lead, we know how quickly Heisen can do, like, 50 to 100 damage in the blink of an eye. So if Machete gets the stock here, we could see a Heisen orange very quickly.
Yeah, Heisen cannot breathe a sigh of relief. Despite the lead he's built, Machete with the Scythe could easily even this one up. Heisen needs to find a weapon, needs to find that KO ASAP. Goes in for the side light. He's got to be careful about how he uses his dodges.
That's Heisen in the yellow. Barely picked up a weapon off a spawn. He's already yellow. It's not going to take long for him to be orange. The spacing, not quite what Machete was looking for. Heisen finds the axe recovery. KO off the top. Game 2 goes to Heisen.
3 stocks, 3 parking spots, and Heisen is in there. He is going to tie it up 1 apiece. Likely going to be sticking with the Dhalsim, and it's pretty much just been the Dhalsim axe game. He's got the SIGs on lock. That's likely what he's looking for with this Dhalsim.
You can see the damage coming out there. It only took Heisen 494 damage. That is fantastic KO efficiency. Good bit of that is from the down signature that he hit on the edge early on in the game. You can see that graph. The first stock from Machete in the blue is the one that took a long time, but the peak of that graph before it dropped to 0 for the respawn was very, very low compared to everything else in the game. That is that down signature.
And now we're seeing game number 3. Machete wants more wall, does not want that Demon Island there. You're seeing why that down signature is such a threat on smaller walled maps.
And Heisen opened this one up with a very early down signature, but this time it was a little bit different. He didn't go for the immediate minimum charge time because Machete might be able to dodge through that. That's what he was expecting. He charged it up just a little bit longer, so the Machete dodge comes out, the iframes are done, and then he comes crashing down with the down signature.
No, but again, we're seeing that early damage in favor of Machete. Gonna go over to the Scythe. Scythe generally not with the most KO tools. All right, there's a recovery. Heisen fights his way back up, and it's going to be over to the orb for the KO potential.
Machete was so bold for telegraphing that ground pound, dude. He telegraphed that one like a Dark Souls boss. I can't believe he didn't get more punished for it. He is still going to grab the stock about a minute into the game. A nice lead under his belt.
And unfortunately for Heisen, it seems like the wind has been knocked out of his sails. He was looking so good at the start of this one. You saw a lot more confidence come out. And now that he's lost that first stock so quickly, he's starting to play a little bit more patient again.
And you were talking about the axe being the major linchpin that gave Heisen a victory last game. He doesn't have that yet. It was a little while that he was stuck on the gauntlets, wasn't able to find too many initiations. Now he has the axe in hand, so things could be changing for the better if you're a Heisen fan.
And you're starting to see kind of his KO reads, right? He goes for the N-Sick, didn't work out, goes for the Dare into the recovery, didn't work out. Nice GCN light will even up the stock count, and likely, yeah, will be sticking with the axe.
Machete going to spawn back in, able to get to a weapon very quickly as it spawned to the top right. Meanwhile, Heisen was on the left side of the stage. There's the side light nair. Is he going to go for any resets immediately? No, it's just for another jump nair. Hits the grounded down air. Heisen, his spacing is what is keeping him in this game 100%. He has a Machete beat just a little bit in terms of scythe range versus axe range, and he's playing that really well.
It's so insane because generally people say that Scythe wins in the matchup against Axe. Scythe has those quick attacks. It can get in on top of the Axe. It can work out. But Heisen's showing he knows the matchup. He knows what he needs to do against Machete's Scythe. Downsig comes out, no punish.
Machete knows, it seems like, the exact spacing for that because now it's been twice. And he's kind of been sitting on the bottom side of that wall. It's not a Demon Island wall. It's going to be a little bit longer than that, so you do have a little bit more room to sort of hug the bottom of it to stay away from anything that might immediately come over the corner. That gives you some time to react, or you don't have to do anything whatsoever, because if you know the spacing well enough, you don't have to burn a dodge.
Just a nair. Down light. Heisen adding up the damage. Machete, he's a side light, side air away from getting the stock advantage. The neutral light will launch. Machete does get back up safely, doesn't even go for the safe wall touch, instead completely challenges Heisen, and Heisen with another neutral light will launch him.
Oh, the dodge comes through. That keeps Machete safe from the unarmed recovery from Heisen. Weapon toss goes a little bit low. Machete still has enough control of the stage to get over to the weapon spawn, and the next one right after that, Heisen takes a side air from the wrong side of the stage. It's not going to be a KO just yet, but they are so even. The unarmed side air from the middle of the stage, not enough. Both players throwing their weapons away, trying to hit one another.
They're playing these second stocks like it's their last stocks. They're going for safe options, these quick taps that are just not KOing. Machete with the slight weapon advantage. The orb sider will likely do it if he hits the side stick to bait. Machete hits the Sair, and that will be the stock advantage.
I swear, they were playing that final stock like they're Snowy.
Yeah.
Playing last stock red, where it's just a lot of weapon tosses coming out, a lot of really safe moves, just kind of sitting around for a minute trying to figure out what you want to do, open up with a weapon toss, that misses, your disarm, kind of wait and play the next weapon spawn.
Downlight will connect for Heisen, evening up the stock count. You saw Machete being like, all right, I have a lead, let me try to push it, being a little bit more aggressive with the orb. Didn't completely work out, but he did get some damage built up.
Nice neutral light. Gonna be very careful. Waited on that one. The timing of it completely changed it up. Heisen found a connection, but Machete wasn't too damaged, so it's not really gonna put Machete into a terrible spot and definitely won't lead to a KO. As we get into these final stocks, this game is long. This is over 4.5 minutes in this game between these two players.
Just the footsies from both of them, the survivability from both of them. Machete denying the weapons from Heisen. even though Heisen has this damage advantage, Machete did have the weapon advantage. But again, we're going to see a repeat of those second stocks, right? Like where they struggle to get that finishing blow. Machete likely will try to stick with the orb longer because he has more KO potential with the Sair. Touches the wall.
He was stuck in so many active frames for that orb recovery. That gave Heisen a free punish, while the recovery actually just ended up bringing Machete closer and closer to him. Heisen gonna take that one. 617 damage. Even though that's a little bit on the high side in terms of KO efficiency, it's also a lot of damage built up throughout a very long game. You would think if it was essentially a 5-minute game, actually more than 5 minutes, it was 5 minutes and 15 seconds by the time this one was over. That's not necessarily a lot of damage for how long that game went. Look at that graph. Look at that massive wedge in the middle for both players.
Damage with the gauntlet, though, and that was Heisen's weapon toss at the end. He was all axe all day, and now we're going to game number 4, and we're seeing this swap from Machete over to the Jae-Yun. We'll see how well it works out. The Great Sword can generally do pretty well into the axe, but we also said that about Scythe.
We'll see how Heisen handles this matchup, because this is going to be radically different from most everything else in the game.
I mean, to a degree, it's the same issue, though. Heisen has to make sure he dodges correctly. If he dodges wrong, he's taking a big old punish. Now, he's going over to the gauntlets in this matchup. Wants to try to stack up a little bit. Side Sig will connect for Heisen, but Machete is getting more hits.
Machete looks like he's playing a little bit of the zoning game, hoping Heisen will push into him in order to get into Heisen's effective gauntlet range. You know, there's the swap almost immediately over to the axe. That's going to give him a little bit of a range boost here, so he doesn't have to get quite so close as he did with the gauntlets.
Who gets a 2-piece, was trying to get the read off that Nair, wanted a second Nair. Machete getting more damage, though. A Dare might do it for Machete. Doesn't go for the down sig instead, trying to play the edge guard.
Swapping now over to the sword, working on his spacing here, hoping to find those D-lights, leading into a possible KO from the recovery or the side air. Too far away to punish that one.
2-piece, goes for the end sig. Machete has the coverage. Weapon toss, might have guaranteed a landing, and yeah, Heisen will get back up safely. Punish? No!
That's going to be tough for him to find. I don't think he's going to really have the option to punish that side signature if there's any range on it whatsoever from Heisen with a sword D-light. Because it is a quick move, but I think by the time he gets over there, Heisen's going to be at least up in the air high enough to get over that. He's going to have to find maybe a dash jump side air like he did with the orb several times.
Yeah, I'm surprised that's not his initial thought, right? Like, it works so well with Orb. Likely would have worked well with the sword as well, but right now Machete needs to survive this edge guard. Heisen backs up, hits the side sig, will even up the stock count.
Now, of course, over here on the Demon Island, we haven't seen those sidewalls play too much of a part in this one yet. We haven't seen Heisen really push Machete off stage or vice versa, and we definitely haven't seen those down signatures over the side of the stage yet from Heisen like we did in previous games.
Heisen really likes to go for those axe down airs in neutral. Does get a nice downlight into the Nair. Definitely not true. Machete punishes Heisen for throwing away the axe, and now Heisen's in trouble, hasn't touched ground, and he is going to lose that second stock.
That is Heisen falling very early on that stock. You saw how close he was able to get to the stage. Unfortunately, all he really had left was the unarmed down air, which that was his attempt to down air into the wall. If Machete wanted to push off stage, hopefully find a connection there, at least giving him a chase dodge so he can get back onto the main platform. But he didn't have that. He just ended up down airing into Machete's D-Light, which led to the KO. Now Machete has a huge lead.
Yeah, and he is building more and more damage on the Heisen's final stock here in game number 4. Very real possibility of a game 5 unless Heisen can shove Machete off stage, maybe pick up that end sig or the down sig. But Machete with the edge guard again, playing it smart and safe. Heisen fights his way back up.
Sword gameplay from Machete is looking pretty good. Even goes for the D-Light Dare as the option. Not really sure why he went for that one. Maybe he miscalculated where that Dare would send because it was like on the edge of the cone. GC side sig, going to even up the stocks here. Heisen juggling weapons, likely again going to stay with the axe. And yes, he does jump up to grab that one right as Machete spawns back in.
But Machete steals away the weapon spawn, picks up the end sig. We're going to game 5.
How much? I got to see how much damage he did on the greatsword because I don't think it was very much.
He got a couple of hits.
Okay, he did 219.
Yeah.
That's more than I thought compared to the 314 on sword. Really, definitely towards the latter half of that game, the sword gameplay was the real shining star from Machete. Just standard textbook sword gameplay.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. Like, the damage build on sword really started picking up towards the end there. Like, there was a brief moment there where I was like, maybe Machete should just pick, like, a more standard sword character. Go to the Val, go to the Koji, go to the Bodvar even. But you know what? The greatsword was not completely without effort. It definitely had some moments there. And Hyson, we saw the gauntlets pick up a little more, was hitting those side sigs, just wasn't able to get that lead back.
And I'm looking at some of these numbers, specifically the throws for both of these players, but really Hyson coming out with 15 throws. That's sort of some of that snowy gameplay that I was talking about, those elevated throw numbers. Machete still came out with 9 throws, so definitely not a 0 amount of throws, of course, because as we know, 9 is greater than 0. Actually, it's 9 greater than zero, which is crazy when you really think about that one. I didn't even need to pull out the calculator. You can verify. Remy can verify, too.
I had to pull up the fingers for that one.
But with Hyson coming out with 15 throws,
3, 2, 1.
not a bad number.
No.
I like to see a lot of weapon tosses.
We are seeing a skin swap from Hyson as he goes to the classic Rayman. I'm a little bit worried about this map, though, of Demon Island, because Machete was just looking so good, and Hyson was struggling in those edge guard situations. He was stuck on those walls. He tried to fight his way back up. He'd use, like, Sair. He'd use weapon toss. But at the end of the day, Machete was picking him apart.
I'm really worried about the skin swap because this is true bald erasure as he moves off of the Dhalsim, known for being bald, onto the Rayman, who is known worldwide for his very active hair.
Yes, their two most known traits is the baldness of Dhalsim and the hairedness of Rayman.
So really not a fan of this one. I think if Hyson ends up coming out on top, then I'm going to be very unhappy.
Well, I'm sure Machete will be upset as well, as he did earn this Game 5 situation off his play in Game 4 so far, both in the red. Hyson playing his gauntlets a lot differently in this one. You're seeing kind of the classic gauntlet play. Those Sairs, Nairs, lots more lights, and not as many charged side sigs. Recovery gets him back onto the stage.
There is a weapon spawn on the field. Machete's going to grab that one, get himself a second sword. Being very careful, doesn't want to take that follow-up recovery that that Hyson is really looking for here. Weapon toss goes down. Hyson without a weapon picks up the axe very quickly. That unarmed sider gave him plenty of room to pick that one up. There's that weapon toss, picks it up, ends up falling. His next weapon pickup will be the gauntlets. So it's going to be a reasonably considerable amount of time before Hyson gets another axe in his hand.
Oh,
never
the
mind.
side sig connects. The change in the charge up. You don't see the long arm of the Dhalsim Law connecting, and that way Machete wasn't ready for it. Second stocks, both of them. Even Hyson trying to cover the weapon, but Machete picks up the greatsword.
We'll see how he plays this. Sort of, it seems like the weapon that he's leaning on a little bit less. He's not completely abandoning the greatsword, but he's definitely leaning on it a little bit less into the axe, the weapon that Hyson is leaning on more compared to the gauntlets. Immediately throws that away, gets that chuck up toss. Out comes the regular standard sword.
I really think one of the reasons he's kind of departed from the greatsword is, like you saw him just a moment ago, he was going for a lot of greatsword nairs. If you're a greatsword player, you don't want to be looking for greatsword nairs. Generally, you want that ground game. You want the end light so you can lead to more, but the side sig could lead to a KO, and yes, it will.
Didn't even have to throw that greatsword away. Didn't even attempt it, even though it does have a gigantic throw and hitbox. Gonna juggle those just a little bit, even charged up the throws. Sticking with the sword. Found that nice little neutral light. Found another neutral light. Hyson not going to have luck here. It wasn't a dash jump. Machete got the jump actually out in time because he was at this time in the effective range of that side signature from Hyson. So good reaction on that and good punish.
Yeah, he was completely ready for it. Great spot dodge from Machete. Leads to a two-piece onto Hyson. Side sig, it's just the tap. Doesn't get that extra force dump. Doesn't hit the recovery. Hyson struggling to finish the stock off Machete.
There's that weapon toss. Wasn't close enough. He's just going to keep throwing that one at Hyson.
I mean, it'll stop those side sigs.
And it's huge.
It's a good response. Neutral light, not going to KO. The weapon toss will. Final stocks here. Hyson He didn't get the weapon spawn he wanted. You saw him throw up the gauntlets hoping for the weapon spawn, but Machete will get the greatsword.
It should be coming in reasonably soon, but it depends where it's actually going to be on the map. It does favor Heisen's side. He's going to do a jump sider to hit Machete away, giving him plenty of room to come in with this axe. Heisen's not in a terrible spot. He is very much in the red, but now he's disarmed, so we have a different game. Gauntlets in his hand. That's probably not what he wants.
Yo, gets a 3-piece onto Machete.
I'll take it
Down
back.
sig, weapon toss. Machete in the offstage gets past. Heisen didn't finish the KO. Now we're in the red, and the side 6 thrown out. That's a spot dodge burned, but he gets up safely.
That was a huge clutch moment for Heisen. Jump side air from Machete. Gonna control the weapons. There is the down air in the Game 5 situation. Machete is going to take it.
He hangs on. He has been going match after match after match. He got knocked into the elimination bracket so early, and he is making that run, going to Game 5 against Heisen, but he holds on, and he is now guaranteed a spot in the top 6.
I'm telling you, it's because he played a legend with hair. He plays Dhalsim Game 5, he wins that 100%. 100%. And I put that on G.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah, I believe you.
What a switch from Machete, though. You know what? I have to check on what level his Jae-Yun is.
It's definitely not out of left field. He played it in the last one, if I'm not mistaken. It was a pick that he has used more than a couple of times in tournament, but
oh my gosh.
Still was a little bit of a surprise. You had to scroll pretty far for that.
I had to type in the name because I thought I might have passed it. He has a level 29 Jae-Yun, which, again, as Remy has said in the past, once you unlock that black color scheme, that's tournament ready. So it's 4 past that. It's level 29 compared to level 25, but still, that is a reasonably low level on this legend. That's like the amount of time that you put into the legend, like for BCX 2020, when like Greatsword is the hotness.
Yeah.
So you put in all that practice time, and then like a lot of other people did, you drop Jae-Yun after that. You don't keep playing, you don't keep add up that experience on it. So yeah, that's level 29 is not what I would have expected from that.
Well, I don't think anyone really expected that swap in response to the Rayman or the Dhalsim, or the swap off of Dhalsim to haired Rayman. But either way, Machete will continue on. I do believe we're going to be taking a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you more of the top 8 of the Summer Championship for the European region, so stick around.
I've prepared this for you. Drink. Open your mind. It will give you strength in Valhalla.
Welcome to Brawlhalla. You're going to love this. A blade for every occasion. Fear not the darkness. I take no pleasure in this. This KO is mine.
I like this place. Ah! Victory has never tasted so sweet. My long road does not end here. Odin is with us.
This is fun.
It's a shame the Saxons won't get to see this.
Nice.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Requiescat in pace. Ha, never gets old.
we're still in it in the top 8 of the EU portion of Summer Championship 1v1s. We've got about 3 more sets to determine who will be in the Final 4. Coming up next, we've of course got Fozy and Akno, and I've got TK here joining me on the desk.
All right, man. What's up? Whoa, hold on. All right, we're good. What's up, man? I had to make sure what's going on here. We are about to get back into some of this action. As you saw, we just saw the ending of our last set, and so we're going to be hopping into a new one. I see Fozy on the screen and Akno. It's going to be a good one. I don't know, is Fozy actually going to play Magyar? Imagine.
I don't know. This would be an interesting one. The Val, not overly surprised to see, but Fozy's been generally playing bows and Katars, the Ember, the Zariel. He's played the Caspian, I think, today as well. Like, he's kind of been mixing it up. Would be interesting if he was like, you know what? Why not a Magyar?
Okay, well, looks like the Wu Shang is actually being picked right now. But, hey, I mean, this character, Magyar, I feel like for a long time everyone was saying this character was like, not that great. Has anything changed in that mindset, or we're still
not really? I think if anything, that mindset has been exacerbated by the fact that Hammer got hit. So people are like, he's extra not great right now. That high defense, though, that is survivability.
Yeah.
But I think if Greatsword becomes more meta and Hammer becomes more meta, you might see him start getting picked up.
Okay. Well, we don't have to wait and see. I don't think we're seeing those changes anytime soon. But we'll be getting into this match relatively soon, as we do have the Wu Shang out and the Val going up against each other. 2 characters that you see quite a bit of just throughout the history of Brawlhalla. 2 solid kits, and then just 2 solid characters, both running gauntlets, which is in a really good spot right now in Brawlhalla. So, yeah, just say, man, if you are picking up this game, it might be a great time to try to learn the gauntlets.
Might be a good time for all the gauntlet mains out there. We got Fozy, we got Akno, and of course, we got a matchup. This is still elimination side, so losing here will knock you out of the bracket, though.
Okay, so Fozy, definitely, I'm always appreciative of the. Is that in? That's got to be an issue, right? He had all of his jumps.
It looks like he's still in it. He's not like jumping like he's having lag or anything like that. I think he just misinputted and kind of fell there. That was a quick SD from Fozy.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe he didn't have his jumps and then he had the air dodge and just didn't know. But no sweat beads on that death. He just is gone. So he's going to have to fight his way back, and he was doing a pretty decent job. A couple pogos right there to kind of keep pushing Akno down, but he's going to have to do a lot at giving up that stock at almost, near 0, basically. So,
yeah, that was definitely an early loss, but, he made that back up quick. Like you said, those pogos, and then that downlight off the soft platform, getting that extended height, means that stock count's pretty much evened up. He's already got the damage. He's got the weapon advantage. Akno's the one who's starting to struggle a little bit here in game number 1.
Oh, yeah. Okay, hold up. Getting jabbed up right there. So he's going to get out of there super quickly. But, yeah, Akno, surprisingly, I feel like he should have way bigger of a lead, seeing as he had that great start off. It was kind of gifted to him. And yeah, this game isn't really that far apart as far as the damage goes. Akno starting to get a little something here. Tries to go for the repeater, but doesn't find it. Okay.
He's like that grumpy kid on Christmas who's like, I asked for an Xbox when he opens up a PlayStation, and he's just upset about it. And clearly that's given Fozy a lot of opportunities back into this one.
Yeah, but he opened up like a PlayStation 5 and when he was asking for like an Xbox 360. It's like, bro, come up with the new gen with us right now. So, but doesn't seem to matter. That PS5 is definitely doing everything it said it was going to do. It is amazing. This man, Fozy, is doing it up off of 1 stock loss that he pretty much lost himself. He's now got the lead. He is kind of hurting, but does manage to live that first recovery. I think it was a little bit under the stage, so lucky for him. Fozy, if you take a game like this, the momentum on your side is incredible.
Yeah, that first stock was such a minimal amount of damage. Akno will even it up with that weapon toss. It is going to be final stocks here, but you got to remember the fact that Akno had such a massive lead to start this off.
Yeah, so now Akno definitely has not really found the tools. At this point in time, you got to say, if Fozy did not drop that stock to whatever mishap happened over there, he did be in an even harder lead. So Akno's got to figure something out, and he looks like he's kind of doing that. Got a good 5-6 hits unanswered right there. 7 now. Hold on. Oh! Wow, at that, Akno picking it all the way up right at the very end. He said it was basically the 5-second rule on that one. He dropped it for a little bit, but he picked it up in time.
He just picked it up, blew on it a little bit, rubbing on his shirt. He's like, it's still good.
Yeah.
And he got the stocks. Akno going to take game number 1.
All right, man. What a good one right there from Akno. I like the way that he was willing to go out there and challenge too, just in case. Because, sometimes going on there against a gauntlet can be a little scary. You whiff, you end up getting neutral aired, and now you're under them, looking at either a down air or a ground pound. But no, Akno, I mean, really showing you why he's PR number 2 right there with that comeback.
Yeah, I mean, he was by and large expected to be on the top side here. He took an L earlier, I think it was to Tynix, and maybe Fozy might take a page out of that Tynix playbook. Maybe switch over to the Caspian, as it still has those gauntlets, still has those Katars, but we're getting into this one. Still sticking with the Wushang at the very least for now.
And so I guess the Katars now in a good spot as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are liking Katars. The downlight and the recovery both got some nice little hitbox touches.
Okay, well that's good. Yeah, I feel like that's the good thing about this game is that things are always kind of changing up. I know like last year it was pretty much, well, it's always been like the year of the axe. Since the axe came out, but the axe finally got hit, the hammers got hit, and now we're seeing some new weapons get some shine, and also regional weapons. With Australia always loving themselves some Lance, but we're not here in Australia. We're here in Europe, and they're having a true fisticuff right now with the two gauntlets going at it.
Yeah, this is definitely a boxing match coming out. Akno getting so many hits on the Fozy's face, but still, the damage is relatively even. Meanwhile, like, Fozy's been able to get hits back onto Akno, but Akno's got that weapon advantage.
Okay. It's going to make it back down to the ground. Hold up. Nice. Okay. Quick toss right there. Now Fozy is going to get back on the stage. Nice. And that's the thing I really like about Wushang too, is I feel like sometimes you just don't expect him to throw out those super quick zigs like that. It was just a dash in down zig, and he's there, or side zig, and he was there. Like, yeah, go ahead, you got to go.
Yeah, and Akno was really trying to stuff it. He went for that weapon toss, but there's that change relatively recently where if you hit them while they go for the weapon toss, you go right through that weapon toss, and
nice.
Akno evens up the stock count with the downlight side air.
Yeah, that's a pretty good change too. It's like you get that type of read. Like if I'm that close to be able to hit you whilst also you throw a weapon at me, that's basically a read.
Yeah.
And I think you should be rewarded for that. So big shouts to Brawlhalla for always finding a way to make this game even more competitive. So
Saw the stars come out. That was a stuff recovery. Akno's still living though.
Okay, Akno. Yeah, this Fozy's definitely using the range of that spear correctly. That's the thing about the gauntlets. They are a more short-range weapon. Now, and although they do have a lot of moves that do kind of push you forward, you can still definitely get outspaced, as you can see Fozy doing quite well around those neutral lights. Okay. Weapon toss going to hit Fozy from the ground on that one. Okay.
Needs another recovery. Doesn't find the hit. The N-Sig's going to miss. Akno over to the sword this time. Will be able to contest the range a little better, but Fozy catches him jumping downlight side air. He needs to get some extra credit here.
Right. Fozy, yeah, he is definitely going to double down here on the spear. Now, unfortunately, I think he just cycled one out, so he's going to have to find another weapon and throw that away so he can get another cycle, or he's coming back on the gauntlets when he grabs it. Probably won't matter too much, though. I do think that the spear might be his his B&B for this game in particular, but sometimes people catch onto your weapon right at the end, so he might want to try the gauntlets just for a little bit, see how this goes as we're back into our boxing match.
Yep, he's got the gauntlets, misses the down air, ends up fast falling, so you saw him falling for a while there as he was stuck in the down air active frames. Still getting caught a little bit. He's putting a lot of distance between himself and Akno. He wants a spear.
Yeah, there we go. He finally does it. Yeah, Akno definitely was giving him a hand, so he's like, I'm just going to go ahead and leave this fight so I can get some range. Finds the range. Now he's kind of delivering some damage back, but is it going to be too little too late? Okay, nice. Uh-oh.
Oh, caught him with the gravity cancel sidelight into the recovery. Fozy in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't get the downlight read, though. Goes for it. Akno able to dodge.
He is swinging right now, just hoping for the best right there. But I think that's the thing, too, is that you can definitely get hard punished as well by the gauntlets if they're kind of moving around your slower options that you get off the side light and neutral light. So, okay.
Oh, punish. And that's going to be another one in favor of Akno.
I love seeing those punishes like that where it's like someone does something that puts them in the air and then you do the perfect like 45-degree angle sig to punish them from being right where they shouldn't be. So, both of them actually have that same, option to go for depending on which weapon they're using. But no, Akno does manage to find it, runs up, tries to get himself his own neutral sig, not going to find it, and then immediately gets punished off of that with the neutral sig from Akno.
Yeah, he kept reading Akno doing like a panic jump off a whiff.
Yep.
And Akno was just like, no, I'm going to stand here. You're going to come in, miss your N-Sig, and I'm going to punish you. And now we're seeing Fozy make the swap to the Orion here in game number 3. This is similar to what happened on the upper side of the bracket where when he was on final game, made the swap to the Orion.
All right, so that means he is definitely believing in the spear still, but he brings the lance to the party. And honestly, I feel like that's probably the best thing you can say about this because the The Gauntlets didn't really seem like they were doing much for him in that well, just in this set so far, but that spear was definitely going crazy. Just think he got stuck without it for quite a bit on that last stock, and man.
He's still got recovery.
Oh, he mistimed it. I mean, I feel like it might have been a little hard to time that anyway. Actually, it felt like he full charged that, so maybe not. But I feel like he full charged that, so maybe not. But either way, does find the stock a little later than he probably wanted to, but he's still living relatively healthy. Not too hurt just yet, only in the deep orange.
Yeah, that was a nice downlight ground pound from Akno to make sure that he got that stock advantage. Fozy in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not even sure like a down sig or anything will finish off this stock just yet.
Yeah, I feel like he would need a sig like right at the edge.
Yeah.
To really get to even threaten it. Oh, the double would have been nice though.
Great spot dodge. There's the down sig. Will lead to the KO. Fozy gonna get his pick of weapon, and yeah, it's back to the spear. He just wanted the Orion stats and sigs with this one.
Okay. Fozy. Nice. Little stab right there. Akno. Yeah, he's taking quite a bit of damage here. As far as, unanswered, finally gets himself down air with a down air. I think Fozy, I mean, definitely, whenever Fozy's on the spear, that's like prime Fozy. But, sometimes he does kind of get a little reckless with the down sig right there.
All right, Downlight doesn't get the jump into the recovery, so he's not going to get that true Downlight. This time he jumps, hits the recovery, not quite enough to KO.
Man, okay, we're not going to die to that, but that was definitely a bit of damage. So he's got to watch out for what Val can throw out next. You saw that side stick come out. Oh, okay. Man, there's a dodge away. Now, that's the thing, though. You start getting conditioned into those dodges when you're playing against the Gauntlets. Doesn't need the Gauntlets, though, with the gravity cancel D-Light recovery. And that's going to be a stock gone, but Akno is pretty hurt, so he's going to have to watch out for this stock. Looks like Fozy back onto the Lance, though. And wow, what a reversal. Yeah. What a reversal.
Got hit, immediate gravity cancel D-Sig the other direction. Caught Akno jumping. That'll put it to final stocks here. This is the tournament stock of Fozy, though. He needs to win this one to stay alive.
Okay, Akno pushing him into the skies.
Oh, that's a burn dodge. Oh, but Akno fights his way down. If Fozy landed, likely would have seen the N-Sig come out.
Hey, Fozy. Yeah, definitely scrapping a little bit here. Tries to go for the for the ground pound himself, but Akno gonna slide through that real quick. Fozy definitely has a lot of damage on him, and he's got to watch out for the edge guard because they can get a little dangerous here while you're sitting in the orange. Gets the reversal, though. Puts him off the stage.
Nice little two-piece. Doesn't get the dodge. Akno really holding it back. There's the gravity cancel downlight side air. Fozy's in trouble. Off stage, gets the wall touch.
I like that. That was also really smart down air to try to get away from that weapon toss as quick as possible. Fozy, though, no weapon in hand, does manage to fight his way down. Now he's got the Lance, though. Lance hasn't really been doing him the most favors, but he may be able to make something happen with it. He did get that last stock with the Lance down sig, so. Whoa! Oh, man, looked like he tried to get tricky with it, but unfortunately only caught the end of the game on the other side. Here from Val, nice little down light into the recovery. And yeah, no, I mean, like, that's still a solid game there from Fozy. I feel like, yeah, when Fozy was on Spear, he was prime Fozy, but he definitely had, you have two weapons in this game at all times, so got to figure out what his second weapon is a little faster.
I really want to know what that was. The up toss and the jump ground pound. I was like, where are you going with this one? It didn't work out, though. Akno taking it with a clean 3-0, just kind of winning out. Fozy's spear, like you said it, right? Like 344 damage put out on the spear, like 100-something on the Lance. It was definitely about the spear play from Fozy. It just was not quite enough.
Yeah. I feel like mostly you saw a decent, like, it was just the signature plays right there. So, his damage racking with the spears where it was at. He did get a KO with the Lance, but, you didn't get to see any crazy damage racking on that side of things. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe that was a misinput because I'm still like, who was that dare going for? Now I remember that ground pound going for. I'm still thinking about it.
Fighting ghosts.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, it's going to be a good game. All things said and done. 3-0, but it was close though. None of those games really went to like a full stomp. Fozy almost making a crazy comeback on the first game. Kind of surprised he didn't go back. Kind of surprised he didn't try to go back over there to the Wushang, seeing that the Wushang was probably the closest he got to a victory. But I guess we can find all that out when we go and talk to our man, Remy. Remy, take it away.
Akno playing really aggressively against Fozy there. I really liked a lot of the sword gameplay that we saw. He was going really in against Fozy. And I know we like to say players go in, but I felt like Akno never really gave him that breath of fresh air. As we're seeing here, I want to rewind this already and just kind of slow it down so you can see this, like, unrelentingness, this chase that Akno has on Fozy here. The Gauntlet Stairs come out. Immediately, he's going for the sidelight, hoping Fozy jumps up. But he doesn't even stop there. He follows him with the Sair, backs up now, goes for the down sig, and Fozy says, all right, I'm going to try to come back to stage now. Akno just runs back at him with another Sair. Akno gives Fozy almost no breathing room throughout this entire stock. Gets him with that Sair, and you think he goes back up. You think he's going to let him try to touch the wall. You think he's going to set up for the edge guard. No, he runs immediately back off and goes for the next Sair, and that's how he chose to play around the movement of Fozy. Akno just really gave him no breathing room there, and it continued into even the last game, right? Wake-ups. As soon as he gets hit, he says, all right, I don't need a reset. I'm going to keep fighting you back, even if we're at the very top of the map, even if I'm going to end up with no jumps, even if I'm going to use my exhaustive recovery. I'm going to get as much damage as I can. And then when he lands, he doesn't just stop there. He follows him along the ground. He goes for the Nair, the GC sidelight. He gets hit again, and he's just back on it with the jump Sair. Akno is making sure we stay interested today. He's making sure we stay awake. He's saying Caster's not going to be sleeping on my watch. The beautiful GC side sig. And like I said, he doesn't stop there. Goes for the weapon throw. You can see the excitement in his movement. You can see him chasing his opponent off stage. It's just really clean stuff from Akno. I love seeing players that are just really ready to go at it like that. You can see another wake up with a GC downlight there. Just kind of keeping Fozy always on his toes. Like, again, right there. He has him out the edge. You're thinking, okay, what setup are you going to go for with this edge guard? And Akno's just like, I don't need setup. I'm going to wait for him to come up, and I'm just going to throw a move out of his direction. I'm just going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep attacking. I just love it. Akno, enjoy your spot in the top 5. I'm going to sign back to the casters.
Well, you know, he's definitely in the top 5 for good reason, as my man Remy said. I got to say, though, I got to apologize to the EU, okay? Because as of late, you guys have been scrapping. Okay, I always say you guys are intense neutral, but as of late, you guys have been scrapping. Okay, I feel like I have to take the intense neutral title away from EU and give it to Australia because I feel like they haven't been scrapping as much as y'all been scrapping lately. And so now, Australia, you guys are the kings of intense neutral. Here in EU, though, we're scrapping, and I love to see it. Man. Yeah, you know what? You guys deserve it.
They earned the spot. They earned the title of scrappers and have moved on past the intense neutral. But we still got some more scrapping coming up as we got Machete and Tynix in this next one. It's been a hot minute since we've seen some Tynix action. Tynix was the one who beat out Akno on the top side, and now we're seeing him make a swap over to Akuma here in the elimination side of the bracket.
Yeah, man, but he will be over here to scrap up with a Fate. Now, luckily enough, Akuma, aka the Val crossover, does come packed with some defense, but that Fate character comes packed with a little bit of force too, almost counterbalancing each other. We're going to see how this one goes as we get into our first game on Demon Island.
Ooh, Machete with a very different start to this one. When we saw him with Heisen, he went for the weapon immediately, got that big start, and got a lot of damage really quick.
Okay, here we go. Tynix, nice little weight right there. Does find the extra off of that air dodge. So this is, you know, I feel like this matchup in general is just two characters I definitely like to see quite a bit. I don't think I see as much Fate as I would think, seeing that she's such a good orb legend. But when I do see Fate, I do like to see it pop off. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. Another one of those situations where you have a weapon that can definitely space around the attacks of a gauntlet. So a classic tale of I'm trying to get in and then I'm trying to keep you out. Here we go.
Ooh, eats a little bit of a weapon toss, dodges through the side sig. Of course, a Val classic, right? Especially on Demon Island, just throw those side sigs on the wall.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Man, I thought he was going to. That's it. I feel like a side sig right there would have definitely landed over, but instead just drops off with the dare. Okay.
The dodge through. Damage relatively even between the two of them.
Oh, yeah.
No side air connection. It's going to be the recovery. Tynix with the first stock.
Okay, Tynix, yeah, definitely looking good here. Throws that weapon way up. Is going to decide to keep the sword as his weapon or for the second stock. See if he can get a weapon starve going. Misses the recovery, though, just reaching a little far. So,
ooh, but a nice gravity cancel inside of that one. Avoids the side light with the spot dodge and then gets that down light for some extra damage.
Wait a minute. Tynix, yeah, I mean, it's doing a pretty decent job, at least preserving the stock for quite some time until Machete finds it. You know, he's... You know, I think he caught the recovery there or the recovery frames of that recovery as he kind of poked his head just a little too far up above the edge. Nice punish right there from Machete, who's now trying to get back into this game, develop himself a little lead. He's going to go ahead and get on that orb. As we were talking about yesterday, yeah, the orb, you know, I feel like this weapon hasn't really been getting talked about as much for the sole fact that, like, everyone's talking about gauntlets, but the orb is still a very, very nice weapon. You get so much done off of just one combo.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you, man. Like, getting one good read with the orb it's so valuable, but right now the end sig is clearly the value for Tynix, as that is gonna be another KO. But Jette's finding no momentum. He is not getting the dodge reads that he wants against Tynix.
Okay, here we go. Machete. Tynix. He's gonna get a couple hits here, but he's gotta go ahead and get way more damage, involved if he wants to go ahead and finish this game as quick as possible. But here on the other side of things, Machete, I feel like he's going to start reaching for some of these SIGs. I think right now. Oh, wait a minute. Might not get a chance to reach. He's gone. Yeah, what a down air right there from Tynix. Threatening at first with the SIG, and then immediately after that, keeping it going with the down air. I like this little fort. First time I've seen that. That's cute.
Yeah, that is with the new map for the new Ezio.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
New background.
Okay, yeah. All the stacks of hay that you dive into.
I think it's Florence, I think is what it's called. The Florence Rooftop and Florence Terrace, depending on the 1v1, 2v2 version. But we're getting into this one. I don't think that map is in the tournament pool just yet, but we got Machete making the swap over to Jae Yun. It's what worked earlier on in his top 8 match. We'll see if it works out here.
Okay. As we get into it, we got, I said, we saw this earlier. This is what he actually won with to get, this far into the bracket right now. See if this great sword can do something for him. I guess that was kind of interesting, to see the Fate then, because now you got a full swap over. You've taken both your weapons and thrown them to the side for 2 new weapons, as you have the great sword and the sword now, instead of what you were using with the orb and the scythe. And it seems like this great sword is definitely doing its work. Great sword came out, was amazing, had it there for a little bit, but I feel like the players are still doing a great job of doing what the great sword does well, and that's forcing out a dodge and then getting a big punish off of that.
Yeah, if you get that one dodge read, Greatsword can get so much capitalization. Very similar to Orb, very similar to Scythe. But right now, Machete needs to get that stock of side air. Not even going to put Tynix off screen, so he needs a little bit more damage before we can think about that KO. But Tynix with a recovery might be able to take this first stock.
Okay, wow. Okay, Machete coming down pretty aggressively right there. Now, neutral area also going to hit as well. The recovery not going to find it, though. Hold on. Who's going to get that first stock? Nice punish right there from Machete. He is kind of hurting, though, so see what he decides to use right here. Looks like he's going to keep the great sword. Interesting mix as you just dance around his opponent, who's still in invincibility. So, ooh, almost got the read on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that dancing on an invulnerable person is just trying to bait out a dodge, right? He's trying to get you to panic and then get that swing, but right now he needs to survive. Side air will get some. Okay. Yeah, not enough movement. I was like, the GC Ensign gives a lot of verticality, but I don't think he had the horizontal movement. Not enough speed in the character.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been insane if he made it back from there. I was like, we need to talk about this. Like, that's a lot of distance he had to cover one GC. But either way, still has a little bit of a lead here. One of the things you definitely have to watch out for as the great sword player, though, is that any of those moves that hit the ground do have quite a bit of lag to them, as you can see. Does still get punished right there. Okay, trying to get him with the side sig.
No, okay. That's a little 2-piece, but Machete responds with a 3-piece of his own. That greatsword was still active. Tynix had to get off that wall.
All right, Machete, little side light. Actually, oh, okay, what a weapon toss right there from Tynix. I feel like he might have stuffed a sig right there, but couldn't stuff it for too long. Got one, got to live to see another like 5 seconds, and that's about it. And now Tynix, not too far off of getting the stock. No weapon in hand, though, unfortunately. Triple taps him with the sidelights.
Got to get the damage where you can. Machete now back to the great sword. Another recovery. Tynix needs to get this stock off. Sidestick not going to connect. That's a burn dodge, so Machete immediately goes in. I think that was a 3-piece off the Sair to start that one off.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Nice.
Oh.
Man, these reads right here. Oh! Okay, what a way to turn that thing around, picking a whole nother character and then coming in with the fresh 2-stock, the hard reads at the end. Yeah, I know you love to see it right there. Machete, I know he's got to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, he's like, this is why I made this swap. Great sword all day, every day. And we're going to see Tynix now forced over to the Caspian, the character he was playing earlier today. He wants those Katars, he wants those gauntlets.
Man. Love the slow-mo, too, because, like, the big sound changes to everything sounds like so much more brutal here in slow-mo. But, yeah, this here it is. The Greatsword obviously coming out and doing what it needed to do. 385 to 536. The Greatsword doing 372 of that damage. Now, obviously, 163, not bad damage to scoff at when it comes to the sword for as much time as he was on it. But yeah, obviously the Greatsword is what really brought him home on that second game. Now, moving in to the third game, we do have Caspian out, so the gauntlets stay, but the Katars come out. See what he can do with this.
Well, he's got to get a weapon first. There's the spawn, gets the Katars, needs to get stacked up. That's what he's looking for with this Caspian pick. Because the Greatsword doesn't have a lot of stacked options, Tynix is trying to outspace and then get inside. There's the end sig. Yo, the swap is already looking good.
Yeah, I was going to say, too, you know, that's the thing about Caspian is he has deceptively long range because of his SIGs. Like, yeah, you have 2 short-range weapons, but all of his SIGs are like some level of projectile or him jumping. So, like, he is, you know, he's going to be able to hit you from a little bit of a distance with a less safe move, but it still is some good distance altogether. And when you're using like that, it can be a little hard to punish. It is going to be sent off of the Katars, though. So he did a lot of good damage with it, but it doesn't matter as he ran out of options to get back to the stage, holds that down air on the dome, and he is going to be sent off that first stock.
Machete having a nice little lead here, goes in again, gets the read. He's so good at that, like, oh, we're going off stage, let me just do a quick jump side air and catch the opponent out. Getting some more damage built up. Swaps over to the sword, just trying to deny weapons from Tynix, avoids that recovery as well.
Hey, Tynix. Oh, hold that.
Oh, that's a burn dodge.
Tynix, yeah, I mean, I was like, there's no way you have that many. Oh my God, what a way to come back! There's no way he has that many like options left when he manages to string it all together, get back to the stage. Just not lasting long enough. Man, this swap was looking good for the first part of the first stock, and now it's looking like we might, let's go next. Let's go next for sure.
It is just not working. He's got to be careful. In particular, like those gravity cancels, he's trying to do those wake-ups, and Machete is hard punishing them.
Machete is definitely outspacing him. Every time Tynix comes down with the option, is actually getting at least 2 or 3 hits getting hit on him. And because of that, now, he finally ends up getting a stock, but he's got so much work to do if he wants a chance to win in this W. And with the, with the Katars, he could go a little crazy off stage and hope for the best. But he's got to get him off stage first. Hasn't really been able to force too many situations like that. Until right now, maybe? No.
Did get a nice 2-piece. Didn't really get punished for it as well. Maybe just some safe damage is all Tynix needs to get, but he eats a down air from Machete.
He's got Machete at least off of his scarier weapon of that great sword. So might be able to make something happen now that he's on the regular sword here.
Side sig.
Okay, turn it around. Sometimes you get body for a stock and then you turn around and start doing it yourself now. We got down to the last stock. He is kind of hurt, and the greatsword is back in Machete's hand. Can Tynix pull this off? Other thing, too, Tynix has not really used his gauntlets at all in this match.
No, this is all about the Katars. He made the swap, and immediately it's working out. Yo,
the comeback?
He's doing it. Odd side sig there. Likely was expecting the neutral sig. Oh,
okay.
He tried to side sig. You saw him kind of pull the arm back.
Yeah, well, okay. Oh, okay. Nice. Oh, nice. You see Machete, like, realizing what he's looking for, managed to bait that one out. Tynix,
almost called out the jump there. Tynix puts Machete off stage, misses the weapon toss. Machete, he's going to live for a little bit. He has weapon control as well.
Okay. Hold on. Oh, looks for the recovery, and doesn't seem to matter, though. I don't think he's actually touched the stage. He might have. He did manage to get the stage. However, though, the recovery from under the stage is not going to be enough. Tossing right back over to the regular sword, so he sees the ender right here. He's probably going to look for that recovery one more time. Oh, wow. That, or just the side air to take it. And that very close game that developed right near the end, because, I mean, yeah, if you looked at this game and turned the stream off when you saw the 3-1, you would be very surprised at the ending results of this game.
Tynix was definitely bringing it back. At the very last moment there, was trying to survive against the sword. And you saw Machete very actively say, I'm going to stick with the sword for that KO potential. Didn't want the great sword in those final moments. But, man, that was pretty close. 602 to 610.
I definitely got to see the damage spread difference right here between the weapons, though, because that was... Yeah, that was something. I mean, it felt like it was definitely all Katars and maybe like 38. Okay, I was going to say 38. I was a 10 off right there. Yeah, that man did not use any of those gauntlets at all. So probably going to pull the same thing here in this next game as he stays with the Caspian. Let's get it.
All right, final opportunity here for Machete, for Tynix. Machete up currently 2-1. Tynix already sweat beating as Machete gets some damage built up.
Yeah, so we got a even start right here. Nothing too crazy happening just yet. No one's got the super big opening, but Tynix is getting a little more done here on the gauntlets this time around. Okay.
Yeah, you're not even...
Oh, okay. So he's going to keep the gauntlets, or he's going to swap over to the Katars. But he did at least get a stock with the gauntlets, so the gauntlets have been useful as far as this fourth game goes.
It's like, I met my quota, right? I did enough work with the gauntlets. Now it's time for the Katars to come out, put out that big damage. He's got a full stock advantage over Machete, and I'm surprised he didn't throw a side sig on Machete, who was kind of stuck in stun frames after whiffing that grounded attack from the Greatsword.
Okay, Tenix has to get back to the stage, manages to do that, takes a couple hits right there to the dome. Okay, Tenix kind of moving on him right now.
Spacing game, side sig almost does it. Small Brawlhaven doing Machete no favors right now.
Oh, okay. Well, until there, but yeah, it definitely took a little bit. You know, he had to pray to the Small Brawlhaven gods a couple times for him to finally hear his prayers. So got a lot of damage right there out of nowhere. Try to get a fancy with the weapon toss in that combo as well. And here it is. This is where it gets a little scary. Machete has been doing it up on this Greatsword. Dodges out this time. Oh! That thing looks so disrespectful, too, because he's not looking.
He's so casual.
Yes.
Just throws it over the shoulder, hits him, takes him out. And again, Machete a stock behind.
Right. Love to see it, though, man. You know, he's getting all the usage out of these, these gauntlets and his Katars now. Kind of bringing it all together.
Woo!
Yeah. Big slice.
And now he gets his pick of weapons. He's going to likely stick with the Greatsword here as we are in game number 4. Tenix on his tournament stock.
And, you know, obviously Machete's Greatsword has been going pretty crazy too. Tenix finally found himself a weapon, but let's see what Machete can do to play around it. Or Tenix can actually get this to a game 5. Okay. Nice. Can't really get you. Yeah, off stage. Couldn't get anything off that, unfortunately.
Tenix likely wants the Katars, but Machete going to steal out the weapon spawn. Different Greatsword.
I feel like Machete is looking for a lot of air dodges in, and that's like, as a platform fighter, that's a great guess because most people want that, obviously they want that center stage, but Tenix hasn't really been giving it up too much yet, so I think at this point in time, you got to start going for the outside dodge. Tenix almost grabbing him from middle. I think that would have KO'd from middle stage. Doesn't matter. Yeah, the bomb's in the back. A lot of force on that for sure.
Oh, punish misses the ground pound, though.
Okay, both of them making it back. Man, that was super scary right there from both sides. Ground pounds both missing, but
that's a burn dodge.
Hit. That was it.
Oh, Tenix gonna find the recovery. We got a game 5.
Man, yeah, just a little overextension there from Machete. You'll be able to see here in this replay, but Tenix with the perfect punish on that, seeing the man go over him. Easy start right there for Tenix on the gauntlet. So hey, maybe the gauntlets really was the key to success right here. Not to say that his Katars probably didn't do some good damage here too, because I did see quite a bit of Katars play, but all kills with the gauntlets.
Yeah, that was a tough spot, right? Like Machete tried to read a panic jump off the sidelight, and Tenix ended up fast falling, so he got underneath and hit that recovery. But here we go, game 5, no swaps. It is the final moments for both of them.
Oh yeah, clock is. When you see the clock on Apocalypse is definitely ticking for one of these guys to lose the bracket run. So we're gonna go ahead and find out who ends up moving on here as we get into our game 5 situation.
We're seeing a lot more of the regular sword come out from Machete. There's the weapon spawn. Doesn't get it. Tenix is denying weapon spawns from Machete, but he gets one out of the air.
Okay, hold that. He's going to make it back to the stage. Yeah, I was like, he's hovering around that platform like that's what he wanted. And, well, he got it the second time, though. Very smart right there from Tenix. Those SIGs, I promise you, man, those SIGs from Caspian hit a little harder than you expect because these people are flying after these.
Yeah, they are KOing for Tenix. Machete already behind Tenix, getting more damage put out. Machete's recovery not going to be enough. NSIG not going to connect.
Yeah, he's definitely forcing Machete to think about his landings as far as that platform goes. He's, every time Machete is landed on the side of the platform, those neutral SIGs have come out from Tenix, who's still sitting on this first stock, hasn't lost it yet. Good air dodge to the weapon toss. Okay. Now we get the stock, though. Yeah, Machete gets one. Oh, but okay, it still works. Okay. Yeah, I was like, he was a little too high up for the side air, but maybe that was just coverage. Had he tried to air dodge up right there, he was going to get hit by that, but because he didn't, just takes the down air instead. Kind of checkmate situation there for Machete.
Ooh, some trickiness coming out from Machete as well as he goes for that weapon toss mix-up into some unarmed nair. Was hoping that it would probably bounce off of Tenix, but he's done what he needs to. He's evened up the damage.
Oh. Machete. We'll move a little further away from him right there, Tenix. Nice. Okay, catches the jump. Puts him off the stage. See what he can do with it. Try to catch another jump right there, but no, this time Machete going low.
Who doesn't catch the air movement from Tynix? Things getting more tense on both sides. They're trying to be a little bit safer as Tynix throws out a gravity cancel side sig. Okay.
Nice.
Running out of movement in the side air. Machete with the lead.
Like that, Machete only hit in the second part too, so probably a little surprised. Tynix probably wouldn't expect him to come out there so quickly, but now he kind of lines that up perfectly. So Machete now putting Tynix on his tournament life stock. Will he be able to go ahead and close this thing out right now? But Tynix is back on the guitars, and the guitars have been doing quite well since the introduction of them in this set. Here we go.
Who went for the jump read, didn't hit the side air, hits the neutral sig though. Machete in full control, doesn't pick up the side air off that down line. Kind of an awkward interaction with that wall.
Machete, nice. They catch him on the other side too. Tynix is going to be able to get through that. It's looking a little scary here for Tynix though. For sure, ends up finding that nice good stuff right there to go ahead and push him off the stage and get the stock as well. No questions asked about that recovery, taking that stock with that smoke trail. So now, last stock for everybody right now. Tynix super hurt though, unfortunately, and you are playing against Jaehyun. Oh, again, still looking for the dodge in. Tynix not giving that up.
He's being very smart about it, making sure he doesn't get that dodge in because Machete keeps going for that read. But Tynix gets disarmed. Machete, we saw those side airs. He swaps over to the greatsword.
Okay, he's out of there. Finally gives him a dodge in, but this time just to get back onto the stage.
Oh, he sweat beaded. Yeah, Machete knew it. That is game 5. Going the way of Machete. He has earned his spot in the top 4.
Yeah, man, good stuff to Machete. Obviously, both of them swapping over to the character that got them to the game 5, within Machete bringing out the Jaehyun, and then, of course, Tynix bringing out the Caspian. But Machete is going to go take it in the stretch. I know that's got to feel good now. Again, I think I'm very interested to see the amount of times that we saw for those those inward reads. Because, I just didn't. I feel like I almost never saw Tynix go for an air dodge in. So I think he's like 3 Yomi levels deep when he would still need to be at like level 1 or 2. So it happens though. Sometimes you're like, all right, this is going to be the time that he finally dodges in. You got to wait for the opponent to show you the hand before you start looking for it. But it is what it is. You still got the W, so it doesn't matter.
Holy, did you see that graph? Look how long that second stock is. He lives for so incredibly long.
Man.
Like, you got to give a lot of credit to Machete's second stock. Like, even like that first stock is so tiny, and then the second stock, like just the distance between those two X's, that's crazy.
Yeah, got quite a bit done on this second stock. As you see, 1, 2, and then finally loses it. But not too much longer after that does he end up taking a stock. So good stuff to Machete as we move on to the other side of things. It's going to be Akno stepping back up and waiting for his opponent, but I thought it was going to be. I was hoping he came back. I was like, come on now, for me.
Sometimes production puts it on, where you're like, oh, it's right there, Flamethrower. It's going to be, I believe, Akno versus Flamethrower to find out who is going into the Final Four. By and large, estimates would have had Akno, but his loss to Tynix earlier made a lot of people nervous.
Yeah, well, and sometimes, as I said, I've been talking about this all weekend because I feel like a lot of our top seeds have not really been like performing like in their top seed area. And I think in the last area, I think that our top seed was made 5th or something like that from Southeast Asia. So, it isn't about who's the best in the history. It's about who's the best today, right now. And even if you're seed number 25, you could be popping off super hard today, and you could end up being number 1 in the tournament. So I'm going to see what actually happens here as we get a little further in to this bracket. I think this will be our last set before we get into, top 4?
Yeah, this is the decider. Who's going to be the 4th person to join top 4? We got Akno. We've got Flamethrower. I think we're ready to get on into it.
Yeah, I think so. Also, we have the stats back here. Every time I look, they're not there. But there they go. Now we're back.
They take it away when you start turning around. It's like
beautiful background, basically. So, Akno, obviously, you can tell his stats. I mean, this guy's got a history. 67K right here, earned a lot of gold medals. Here on the other side, I think Flamethrower, PR28. This is just what I was talking about. This guy's very far into a tournament to be PR28. And so he's looking to, got quite a few top 8 placements. Going to add another one. Got some 25 of the top 32 placements and a little bit of money won here, but he's trying to go ahead and stack it up and potentially even see another at least bronze medal. So let's see what he can do as he goes against number 1 or number 2 of the PR, Akno.
Yeah, Akno knocked down just a little bit. Godly, of course, really taking over the #1 spot in a lot of people's hearts. But
Yeah.
Akno's got to get through Flamethrower right now if he wants to get into the top 4. Flamethrower going for the double recover. You saw those sweat beats. He burned a lot just to get that damage.
Yeah. Like another player playing some guitars too, but this time with the bow attached Ember. Was she the first bow legend? I think so.
Honestly, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's been a while though, but she was definitely one of my favorite bow legends. You know, coming through with the she was
we got
indeed the
confirmation,
first
yes.
bow legend. Yes, one of my favorite bow legends. You know, with the animals coming out with her as well. You know, she gets some pretty good sigs. Now the thing,
Like that.
speaking of, there we go. The Hawk's out, gets the shot, but doesn't get the stock just yet. Okay.
Yeah, that N-Sig. We saw Flamethrower going for that read a lot with it. Goes for the N-Sig on the Katars. Not quite as useful as that bow N-Sig, but still a strong one.
Yeah. Definitely covers a lot of space above her. So if you are trying to get caught, or if you do get caught jumping above Ember, you may end up losing that stock relatively quickly. This time also going for the down sig. A little step back on that, but doesn't find the hit just yet. Oh, okay. Both of them going for sigs, but it looks like Akno is the one who gets the punish.
Oh,
and
okay.
the stomp. Yeah, it's going to go ahead and finish that stock as quick as he can. Nice stuff right there with the ground pound.
Kind of like what Remy was talking about earlier, where Akno will kind of bait back a little bit, and then he'll decide to gas pedal. Going in onto Flamethrower, doesn't hit the ground pound. Good patience, turnaround. Flamethrower is still unarmed. Akno's burning a lot here. N-Sig will touch the wall. He's still living.
Wow at that. Akno, yeah, he is going to it, man. He's got the pedal to the metal when he's talking about trying to get these stocks going, man, because that was, he did a lot. Seems like he was actually playing overly risky, and it still managed to make it back to the stage. Finally loses that stock off the D-Light into the neutral air, and that is going to go ahead and push him past that top blast zone. Now, can Flamethrower get back into it?
That was true. He DI'd straight up off that second recovery. Flamethrower quick on it. That's something I think only happens on early damage with Katars.
All right. Yeah, I just did not know that either. So good stuff right there to Flamethrower. You know, awareness of the weapon. How can he's throwing a lot of these neutral sigs out and takes the hardest punish for that, bro. one poke and then you end up losing your stock for it. But the neutral sig being the poke of choice right there. A little unorthodox, especially at the damage that you have on Akno right now. You're not going to get a KO. You're not really going to get much from that, except for stage positioning. Why not poke with the downlight? Something that you can actually get the true off of. Here we go.
Something a little safer as well, but Flamethrower now final stocks here, has the Katars in hand. Nice nair into the end light off the bounce. Akno is just getting this damage.
Yeah, Akno definitely looking pretty strong here in this first game. Okay, gets the gravity cancel neutral. Light. Yeah, like the idea. The idea for sure. Also seems relatively safe too, seeing as she jumps back to the stage. The side sig though, bringing the wolf out for the stock. Okay.
What's the weapon pick? It's going to be the Katars here for the final stocks. Here in game number 1, once the Katars wants to deny weapons from Akno.
Okay, gets back to the stage yet again.
Ooh.
Okay, trying to get the repeater himself with the stomps going. Okay. Yeah, Akno showing his hand a little too early on that one. And now, unarmed. Flamethrower getting quite a bit of damage here. Says, I showed my hand, but I'll do it again, okay? I know you're going to jump eventually, and that's exactly what he called out, the jump, kind of out I won't say out the corner, but definitely jump just kind of in neutral space and ends up getting picked up from that.
Really good plays. I do want to commend Flamethrower's unarmed in that one. Went for a lot of downlight ground pounds for optimal damage. Just was not enough. There was such a big deficit that Akno just had to hit that one N-Sig and take the game. And now we're going into game number 2. No character swaps, nothing. It's going to be the same map as well.
All right. Here we go. Akno. Okay, back in to it one more time as he takes it over as we go back to Demon Island. He's going to try to get himself in to this top 4, which is still, obviously great placement right here from Flamethrower to make it this far. But yeah, Akno definitely looking like a real brick wall for Flamethrower to have to kind of beat through. Okay.
N-Sig thrown out. That is a burn dodge, but Flamethrower not able to punish.
Flamethrower got to get back. Does finally manage to get back down to the ground. Has not been able to get too much going for him, but Akno kind of scaring Flamethrower right now. You can see with the amount of recoveries coming out. Nice. Good uses of the gravity cancel neutral sig. So getting quite a bit of those to hit.
Ooh, goes off stage for the GC downlight. Flamethrower with the back step on his down sig actually catches Akno out a little bit. Still the damage in favor of Akno. You see him playing the footsies, man. He's like, all right, you land wrong, down light recovery. But he's going to go for the Sair this time.
And making it back to this. Oh, nice stuff right there with the down sig. Not going to be able to take that stock just yet. Does that down sig do a lot of damage? Because I feel like it doesn't have a lot of force.
It's definitely not a KO tool.
Okay,
I think the big thing for it is like it's a projectile on gauntlets, right?
it's
So now
safe,
you
yeah.
suddenly have range and you have safety.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, I can definitely see that. I was wondering, like, there's got to be some other. But yeah, no, the safety of that is probably going to be good enough, and he does manage to get the hit as well. It's cool looking sig too, you know, nicely animated like that. But here we go. Tries for another one. I keep about to call this man Flambeau. Fish out
The
Flambeau.
FLA.
Yeah. Well, Flamethrower once again trying to get this
recovery.
stock off. Does do it. Okay, wow. It seems like that was just the last hit of that recovery. It's
Yeah,
gonna be
that
enough.
was like soundless.
Yeah, just kind of like, I'm just going to leave myself. So here we go. Acno going hard for the ground pound. Nobody home.
Well, damage has been evened up. Flamethrower, again, double recovery. Got to expect that from Flamethrower at early damage.
Okay.
Ooh, the chase dodge up through the downline. Interesting moves from Flamethrower coming out.
Okay, looking for it. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
Acno boxing him up a little bit. Oh, you see him trying to get a grab as well. Flamethrower. Okay, probably maybe expecting an air dodge in right there with that turnarounder. Yeah, maybe just a miss input, but either way, does get the down light. No finish off of that. See what he can do to try to get the stock here off of Acno, though. He does have a slight lead as far as damage goes.
Ooh, nice spot dodge. Punish. Gets the weapon toss as well. N-Sig thrown out. Flamethrower was ready for it. Gets a GC side sig, and Flamethrower's got the lead.
Yeah, love to see it, man. You know, I said he's fighting hard to go ahead and keep himself in this here bracket. And this will be real big for his career, you know, as far as the PR numbers go.
I thought Acno had the punish there. That GC, or the N-Sig, and I thought Acno was past it, but he does get the KO. Stat count gets evened up here.
Yeah, Acno going to stay with the gauntlets, trying to get a little weapon starve going, but all right, doesn't keep him away from too long. Misses that first neutral air. And so now, Flamethrower once again with the bow in hand. The bow seems to be doing quite a bit of work for him. So maybe he can keep this thing going. Oh, Acno almost getting the read right there with the second side air. Luckily, Flamethrower was just a little lower than he needed to be. So Acno ends up missing that. Still looking for those jumps. And Flamethrower has been giving up a lot of jumps, so I do like that read.
Yeah, but Flamethrower has yet to pick up a weapon. He is struggling a little bit here. He's playing the unarmed out. He's got some damage built up. Another one might actually be enough. A Sig read and Acno could be going down here in game number 2.
Uh-oh. Yeah, a lot of damage here onto Acno. He's hurting. Gets the weapon toss. Scoops.
Oh, missed the N-Light.
Okay, throws his weapon away, too. Nobody with weapons in hand now. They are straight up scrapping. Oh, just like that. Yeah, looks like, I feel like Acno, you know, got a little wide-eyed when the weapon came out and just immediately wasn't expecting that recovery to come. So good stuff to Flamethrower. Get himself a game on the board against Acno.
Yeah, he's holding his own. And again, like you mentioned at the start of this one, there is a drastic PR difference between the two of them. PR 28 versus PR 2, I think, something like that coming out from Acno. Yeah, PR 28 versus PR 2. So this is a huge difference in PR.
Yeah, it's gonna, you know. So I mean, as I said, you get this W, that's gonna get you some jumps on your PR for sure. Flamethrower, looking poised to be able to at least take it if he can keep this type of gameplay up. We're here on Miami Dome, though. It's gonna be Acno staying. You know, no swaps of the characters from either one of them right now, which is, you know, I don't really feel like there needs to be a swap. I think they're both playing quite well. It just seems like Flamethrower kind of ends that one out right at the end. So here we go, Acno. Well, they are scrapping off the stage right now. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he tried it. Tried to get that neutral air. Yeah. Man, that was a super high recovery, though. Got to give it up to Acno for even going for that, the type of chase. You get that vertical chase. You always, you always see the offstage chase, but the vertical chase is just as exciting. So, and just like that, I mean, the offstage chase actually gets him to stock. Pretty much no damage here on Acno, so great start for him.
Yeah, I mean, all of that chase led to so much damage, and of course, ultimately a KO. And Acno now with a massive lead over Flamethrower. Flamethrower, he's got his guitars. This has kind of been a comfort weapon. Of course, his bow's been looking good as well, but needs to get some damage, needs to get those recoveries.
Oh, Acno, nice. Holds that one as well. Acno having a hard time getting back to the stage. I like that option. You know, he's got hit with 2 different recoveries. You expect him to try to go low this time, but honestly, I feel like that's the thing with Acno, though, is like whenever you try to read him and then he gets a punish off that, he gets so much more than what you would have got with that read usually. So
Oh! Not done yet.
Okay,
Did get the wall touch there.
The wall.
Oh, man.
He's too effective. He is too effective off the reversal right there. The ground pound reversal. And he's like, I know you're going to touch the wall, so let's go ahead and reset the situation. Oh!
He almost
you're
did it to
insane.
him. He
You're
almost did it to
insane,
him.
bro. That would have been the earliest kill in Brawlhalla history, bro. I don't care.
That's the 3 damage KO right there.
Oh, man. Almost did it to him at the top. Flamethrower. Got to be a little more careful. I feel like in this situation now, I'm not doing as much chasing the Acno off, at least off stage, or at least that high up, because Acno's been able to turn a lot of that around. Finally gets a stock, but he is very hurt on his last one.
All right, Flamethrower, he is definitely in trouble here. He is going to have to make the reverse 3 of a lifetime if he wants to win this out. And it's so hard when someone like Ember coming in base 3 defense, like a side sig, and Acno pretty much has a stock.
Yeah. And so he's going to make it back. Tries to get that down air himself, but a little off the mark. Weapon toss is going to create a little space to get back to the stage, but doesn't matter. Just gets caught up by the, just like a hit of the recovery, but it's going to be enough to go ahead and send that man packing. Wow, at that man. What a game right there from Acno. The turnaround here on this side, almost getting a super early KO at the top. But yeah, no, that was just platinum gameplay there. I'll have to go ahead and take that. This is where you almost see him get that turnaround. Boom. And then he looked for it.
Oh.
Yeah. If he had threw it the other way, yeah.
If he read to the right, oh my goodness, that would have been big. But it is now game number 4. Acno up 2-1 over Flamethrower. Flamethrower on tournament point. Could be going home with a 5th place finish at the Summer Championship.
Yeah, it's still, impressive finish here, but I know everybody always wants more than what they get unless you're first place. And even then, sometimes I see first placers shaking their head after they win. Like, I didn't win hard enough. Like, what are you talking about, bro? But we're trying to figure out who even gets a shot at trying to get that first placer. Nice. Little confirm right there.
Oh, okay. Interesting down sig. Don't see that on stage too often, but worked out for Flamethrower.
Okay, Flamethrower. Yeah, definitely got a little bit, had a little bit of a damage lead. Going a little hard for it. And again, the reversal of Acno is just too strong. I feel like you have to win this game on stage.
Yeah, gotta respect the offstage from Acno, especially with the gauntlets. His ability to just pick apart an offstage situation is so strong.
Okay. Acno. Ooh. All right, yeah, you see Flamethrower just trying to now create some space, but Acno says space. Never heard of that, bro. I'm on top of you. So finally gets the space that he was looking for in the form of a neutral stick hitting it. It wasn't enough to take the stock just yet, but Acno still adding up quite a bit of damage even with no weapon in hand.
Ooh, the N-Sig caught the panic jump, and yeah, Flamethrower gonna even up the stock count here.
All right. So Acno now finally finds a tough weapon. You saw Flamethrower try to hit him out of that, but no. He's going to find it. Now they got the close range weapons on deck. Between the Katars and the gauntlets. Okay. Nice.
Weapon toss. Try to open up Flamethrower a little bit, but Flamethrower's getting hits.
Yeah, he's getting a little something going for him right now. Like to see it. This could potentially get us into a game 5 and keep this type of momentum up. Fortunately, though, does miss, the turnaround side light and does end up losing his stock, and that's what you're talking about, man. That low defense of this Ember character not helping him out at all as far as the survivability factor. So, not only are you going against a man who's getting a lot of hits on you, but you also have to worry about dying a little earlier than you probably expect because of your low defense.
Move it back away. Acno playing that Sair game. Side sig connects. Final stocks here. This is going to decide between a game 5 situation or Acno going into the top 4.
All right, Acno. No weapon in hand, but the Brawlhalla God's blessing, putting one right above his head. All right. Acno with the sword in hand, going up against the Katars. Could get some nice little step back punishes depending on how Flamethrower decides to come in here, but he does indeed end up throwing that away. Now, no weapon in hand.
Oh.
Acno, jeez. You can't let him put you off stage because he is going to find a way to take that stock. Good stuff to Acno.
He's so quick on it. The second he sees a crack, he goes in and goes hard. Acno is going to take it 3-1 over Flamethrower, and he's going into the top 4.
Yeah, no, Acno's not the type. On Christmas Day, he's not the type to kind of like rip or like meticulously take them. He rips it open. He rips it open, bro. Yeah, he's in there. So
he's got scissors, and that's just to help open it faster.
Yeah, because I mean that every time, as you say, he saw a small crack, and he definitely broke all the way through that one. The damage tells you exactly that story. 420, 387. Not too much of a difference in the damage, but like when you look at probably the stock chart, you're going to be like, man, he really knows how to clean up some stocks relatively quickly, because the gainer of that stock into when you probably see it go into the next one is not going to be that large, as you can see right here. Look at this, man. Not a lot of time wasted on these stocks. No. So, yeah, he's like, I hit you, and it's time to go. That's a hit. That's stock. That's it. That's stock. It's time to go. Good stuff over here, again, to Akno. Proving why he's number 2 here. Yeah, it may have fallen a little early, but he's making that run potentially into finals regardless.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely making that run. That was a fantastic set against Flamethrower. Flamethrower, credit to sticking with the Ember. You don't see a lot of people really stick with the Ember, and of course, Flamethrower has been like a tried and true Ember main, but still, like, half expecting him to try out a Caspian, try out something else just to see what would work against Akno. And you know what? He was slowly starting to find that momentum. His guitars, you saw those like big swings, but just that low defense. When Akno got the sword, just picked apart his stock.
Yeah, man. Some of those like sidelight sayers, you're just like, man, you're really getting sent super far. But it makes sense because, hey, yeah, I mean, three defenses. It's hard to work with. 3 and 4, like, I mean, even when you go into the defense stance, it's still like, I mean, it's still relatively low, So
you're like, it's just slightly better. I'm holding on a little bit more for dear life, but you saw he got sent sometimes.
Yeah. So I mean, and even then, like, obviously Ember does her work as well. As far as like getting the hits, you saw some of those 6 hitting pretty hard as well, but it's a double-edged sword. And that's with all those characters like that. Jala's in the same boat. We're like, yeah, I hit super hard, but like I can't take a hit. Yeah. So you gotta your elusiveness has to be on like 10 if you're trying to make it on a low defense character. But we'll talk a little bit more about that with my man Remy. Remy, take it away.
I actually think I figured it out. I think Akno is trying to flip the EU meta on his head, and he has figured out that they are not ready for him to attack over and over and over again, because usually they want to reset back to the so-called heavy neutral that TK is always talking about. But Akno, he won't allow for that. You can see, once again, he's just non-stop on his opponent. He says, no breathing room for you, Flamethrower. I'm going to do a GC in the middle of the sky because I know that you're going to come back to the map and not dodge. And he's kind of been on that momentum shift the entire time, right? He's like throwing out these hits. He's even going, all right, I don't even need the map anymore. I'm going to make some more stage for myself with a little GC just to get the feel of it going on. He does miss it, but he doesn't care. He goes back on the map and he continues on with that pressure. Now, I'm telling you guys, I was sitting over there and I had a Akno montage. I could have put together a 3-minute video of you guys just of Akno doing crazy stuff like this. He carries Flamethrower to the top of the map. He does not care that he is out of stage. He builds. I'm gonna use my hand and just show you that extra stage that he needs there. There you go. That's his platform there. He already decided that he's gonna downlight at the top of the map, carry him to the top, and continue on chasing for that Nair, not stop, keep chasing him down, go for the Ensig, not stop, bring him back up with another recovery. That's the kind of game Akno's decided he wants to play. He's decided that he's not EU anymore. He needs to come over to the States because this is the kind of aggression that we need. He needs to save our gameplay at this point. Continuing on, he even takes his opponent off stage. He's continuing it. He doesn't give him any breathing room. The Flamethrower actually decides that he wants to go for the edge guard here, but Akno, he's ready for it. He gets the flip on his head, and he ends up with the ground pound, sets it up perfectly for himself. You guys know Gauntlet's off stage. The side air comes through, the weapon throws there, cover it, and the ground pound is going to seal the deal for him. Akno, on every single map, it's like the story writes itself. You can see it. He doesn't stop. I don't even see words. He just doesn't stop. Look at the time that it takes for this to all happen. This is like within 2 seconds, no breathing room. It's like TK was saying, as soon as he gets the hit, the stock's wrapped up. Beautiful play from Akno. Congrats on top 4. We're gonna see what he does this turn. I'm gonna send back to the casters.
Man, Remy, the analyst we need but do not deserve. Man, love that guy. Definitely doing enough. But also Akno seeming to be the hero of EU, as I said. As we both noticed, like. I feel as though that Akno is just playing a different level of Brawlhalla than the rest of the people there. Because, yeah, I mean, they in the game right after, I think it was 10X, they were still playing some neutral, right? But Akno's like, I don't hear that. I don't know what neutral is. I only want advantage state at all times. Everybody's trying to, like, all right, I'm going to reset. And he's like, I don't reset. We're not doing that. So it's me out on top at all times. So if Akno does make it in the top 2, with this type of gameplay, it kind of shows you that you can go against the grain. basically.
Make your own meta. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And that's earned him a spot in the top 4. But we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that top 4. Any final words, TK?
Oh, no, that's going to be it, man. I'll keep enjoying some of this great Brawlhalla action. You know, we got, two? I think we're doing 2. Oh, no, it's EU today, right?
We got South
And
America
South America.
afterwards.
So we will be doing the two regions today. We got EU, who is showing up in a crazy way right now with some aggression as far as Acno, and then it's going to be full aggression right after with South America. So don't go anywhere. Brawlhalla will be right back.
Oh!
You can't let him put you off stage because he is going to find a way to
What's up, Brawlhalla, and welcome back to the European Summer Championship. It's going down. We're in top 4, everybody, and the action's about to get intense. I've got Steven here with me, and I want to know how you're feeling about our current top 4.
Dude, this is awesome. This whole tournament has been so spectacular so far, and now we just have the final 4 left to decide it.
Godly versus Simple is our winner's final here. They're the only 2 players left in the tournament who have not lost a match yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And we've got it all right here. So these matches just happened. Okay, Steven's in the way. Don't worry about it, Steve. Don't worry. We got Godly versus Simple, and then on the lower side, Machete versus Acno. They're the only 4 players left in this tournament. It's coming down. The finals is upon us, ladies and gentlemen. The action's been intense, and it's about to get way more intense as these players fight for the lion's share of a $100,000 prize pool. 100,000.
That's a lot.
Yeah. All right. So our players are get into the lobby here. Simple versus Godly. What a battle this is going to be. Simple. How long has Simple just been in the podium? Right. Like it's been so guaranteed since like 2020 for Simple to be in top 3. Actually, even before that, actually.
And he's still guaranteed that at least,
and
right?
He is. Yeah.
Yeah, at this point,
both of these players
finals
are guaranteed top 3. It's one of them's going to Grands, the other one's going down to the lower final where they'll be waiting for the winner of our next match.
Here's the thing.
And we don't know what's going to happen.
Simple was a bridesmaid for like 2 years, okay? Always
It's
second
true.
and third.
It's
Acno
true.
number 1 each time. And now some new guy, Godly, is going to come in and take that spot from him? No! He wants
Some
this.
new guy?
Yeah, no way. No way. He's been waiting for his turn on top. And this is where he has to take it.
Well, he's locking with Akuma here, and that's pretty spicy. It's not new for the people who've been watching the stream, but it's pretty new. Like
supposedly,
in general,
with balance, hammer changes, people I guess have moved away. He doesn't have his Bodvar, doesn't have his Taros or his Thor. Legends we've seen him with usually.
Bodvar served him so well for so many years, and he turns his back on Bodvar just like that.
Well,
we'll have to see if this Akuma pick's really worth it. Because maybe we still just go back to Bodvar, you know? We'll find out. We'll find out. All right, here we go. Godly versus Simple. It's going down right now.
Yeah, on Demon Island, which we've seen. Have we even seen another map today? I feel like it's almost. I love it. All Demon Island. I think it's an honest map, kind of small, short wall.
No
you can
platforms.
play aggressive on
no
the corner.
platforms getting in your way.
All right, Godly. He was doing a little shake there for his corner guard. I was wondering what move he had in his back pocket, but Simple just punches his way back up on top. Now to the wall. Godly. Oh, he goes out for the down leg, gets punished. Simple returns with a ground pound. Okay, side air goes for another take him off stage. Uppercut, another.
Double.
Okay,
Godly
good
fires
damage.
back.
Wait.
This could be enough. No. Simple. He used his dodge, though. He used his dodge. Godly's got him right where he wants him off the side once again. Godly. He takes the weapon away. Simple could make it back again. A perfect weapon throw. He still has enough to make it back. This is insane. What more does Godly have to do to earn this knockout?
No, he tried every trick. Okay, that'll do it.
All right.
He really was. He got weapon
He had
throw.
like 5 hits too many.
He switched to unarmed. He changed weapons. He did everything he could.
Paid the premium price for that stock right there.
But a stock nonetheless, and he has a good lead building up on Simple's second stock. This is good. This is what you want to see right here.
Yeah, any amount of damage is good, but he's got Simple and orange already. So this is huge.
Now Godly,
is Godly is he not even going to lose another stock?
Is he Godly? Did he name himself?
Yeah, we bring this up every now and then, but he really does earn his name. I mean, you can't be naming yourself Godly and not be winning, right? So loses his stock. Finally, he got Simple all the way down to red on his second stock before even losing that first one. Let's see if Godly can clean it up here real quick, or maybe Simple brings it back. Uh-oh, off the side. We've seen this before.
Okay, whoa, nice, dude. While sweating, the down air comes through, and the reversal
He could
on the edge.
Oh, man, I was ready for him to steal that stock. It was about to happen. Godly, nice downlight recovery.
When it's the right time to swing, you got to go for the swing. He's like, if I get this hit, that could be the stock and it's the turnaround I need, but it didn't land. But he has to go for that swing. You know what I mean? You have to make the attempt.
Yeah, for sure. He was so close, too. I was ready for it. Oh, Godly got the reset.
Okay.
Oh, you can't dodge in against Godly's
his
cannon.
Corner coverage with the cannon also. Very difficult. Simple makes it back on the top. Is yet to find a weapon. The ground pound connects. Is that going to be it? No. Touches the wall. Still unarmed. Whoa, nice slide kick ground pound just to make it back to stage. Deal some damage. Can he equalize the stocks before getting taken out? I don't know. He's running out of time.
Perfect dodge. He punishes, and Simple is in trouble now.
No! You can't slide charge, pivot the tentacle off stage.
He pivoted it. There's so much friction on that move, too. The positioning must have been so perfect to actually land the pivot and still slide.
There was so much time.
Let's watch it right here, right here.
Oh
we
my
got
God.
slow-mo. We got slow-mo. Look at this. Look at this.
This is where I start shouting no. I see the bubbles in the water foaming.
Yeah. Simple
the
really
wall.
got splashed that round. All right, we're going right into the next one here. Demon Island once again. This is round 2, but your eyes may deceive you. This is round 2.
Yeah.
Same map, same legends, and they went back in so fast you might think this was the same as the last game, but no. This is a different game now. Here we go. Off the side, Simple could. Oh, Simple. You know, Simple always did that on Bodvar, right? He wouldn't chase too far off the corner, too far down, right? He would always opt to guard the corner, which really served him well on Bodvar, and I don't think serves him as well on Akuma. I don't think it serves him as well. But then again,
well, wait.
He can still he's still winning in all the other aspects of that.
Oh, what
nice.
a nice.
Yeah.
What is it, gravity cancel
Yeah,
down lane?
that
The
was
side
just
air?
barely
the
off the
ground
side.
pound? Dude, Godly.
It was a gravity cancel, just barely off the side. Not a slide charge, but not too far that you wouldn't think it might be.
Oh, that wasn't even gravity canceled?
It was a
down
gravity cancel. It was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, Godly is really good at this game. I don't know if people are talking about this, but
you're really blowing the lid off of this.
Not to listen. Spoiler alert. He's good.
Yeah. News flash.
Oh,
Wait.
okay. Weapon throw. That'll do it.
Okay. Things are going much better for Simple this time around.
Way closer. Damage basically even. Has the choice of weapons. Pulls the sword. Godly looking for a new weapon on return here. Simple.
Juggling. Couple of hits.
Couple of hits. That's good.
Uh-oh. Godly might be in trouble here. Wait. Simple with the sword edge guard. He's still got his sword. His trusty sword.
All day today, his sword has been cleaning up stocks left and right, especially off stage, just making very efficient use of down airs and ground pounds and all of that. But we're going to need to see something big here. Actually, you know what?
He's got a nice damage
lead.
lead.
He's got a damage lead.
Yeah. So now Godly's on the back foot here. In red, close to being knocked out. You could call this knockout range. He might be within range to be knocked out here by one good signature. Here comes this is the opportunity for Simple right now. Godly once again in this edge guard position. He has been winning this against Simple, but not this time. Simple fights his way back up onto the stage. Burns the gravity cancel. He doesn't need it. Slaps Godly out the side. It's not enough to get the knockout. Can he get the edge guard? Godly coming back. No problem.
Whoa, dude,
he really bet it all on that breakdance.
Man, he was going for everything. He was like, weapon throw, no, gravity cancel, breakdance. These are the things that get KOs.
He got it with a neutral light.
Okay.
Well, a very well-positioned neutral light. It's pretty much as optimal as you can be.
I'll say, though, I think after the first stock, Godly made up some ground there a little bit. He's got Simple in red. He could take the stock quickly. He needs to mitigate the amount of damage he takes himself, though.
Yeah, he has a lead right. He has a stock lead right now, but it could just disappear in a moment here if Godly finds one good engagement.
Okay,
no engagement. I was waiting.
There's a lot of. Oh, that was actually such a hard read. The gravity cancel down light.
Yep,
he's cross through.
Simple is just he's pulling further and further away. He's almost lapped him at this point.
Oh wait, is he gonna hit?
He's he ran out of time.
Yes!
Ran out of time.
You gotta love to see it, though.
Did you say yes for the wall slip victory there?
Why not? Because it introduces this checkmate moment that now you can be secure in that.
That we don't have to wait nearly as long for.
So there you go, you know?
Love it. You love to see it.
He messed around and he found out. But now he still has a lead on the final stock. Godly making some comeback here. Okay, slapping down, trying to find some hits. And both of them, they stay so close to each other whilst not being available to be hit.
Right. Yeah, they're like in melee range of each other somehow, not getting hit by each other's attacks.
All right, damage is getting close.
The dodge circles.
Simple still with the lead. Can he close it out? He's got the side signature. We've not seen him use it at all. Oh, no, the ground pound! Is that really going to do it?
Right here.
Oh, my gosh.
He ground pounded the ground. pound.
He got
That's not why we call it a ground pound.
He-
You're not actually supposed to pound the ground with a ground pound.
I think
You're supposed to
his shirt got
pound his
caught on
opponent.
that bush, and
that
it
was
tugged him
it.
back a little bit. Okay, the
That was it,
recovery
that
will
was
do
it.
it. Whew, what looked like it was about to
I
slip.
can't believe
Wait, he
that
came back?
Godly brought it back. Yeah, Godly won again. He brought it back. He stole it from Simple.
In my head, Simple still won that.
I know.
Even though he didn't.
Well, I was waiting for the win, and then here comes Godly just messing it up for everybody.
Man.
Ooh, off the dribble too. That's nice.
Yeah,
that's nice.
That was an early lead for Simple, and then every
Right.
single stock, Godly
Same
caught
map.
back up a little bit until finally at the end he just pulled away in the lead.
Okay. I can't believe we're on the same map yet again. Simple
can.
lost twice on this,
Well, it's
and he
a good-
had the option. He
a good
had the
map.
option to just get rid of the stage. He didn't have to play on it again.
Well, why would you do that?
I think he just he wants to run it back. There's no other.
Oh
'cause
yes!
of course-
Yes! Dang! No! I love that. The weapon throw setup. We've been seeing a lot of that. The like little small arc weapon throw off the corner, then hit
Yeah.
them under it, and then maybe into a ground pound. The dream is real. It almost happened there. Godly slams the ground yet
Keep
again.
on
but
believing. I mean, he
But,
landed the bonk. It just didn't lead anywhere
I mean,
else
the
after that.
most disrespectful part of it got hit, and that's what's important.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. People will cheer for that.
I love Simple. He's coming in often sweating when he makes it back to the stage. He has to find some aggressive option to be able to land. Damage pretty even across both players with edge guard opportunity. No, Godly has to get back to
Again,
stage.
Man, yeah, he's always coming in sweating. He's using all his options before he makes it back.
Yeah, that might cost him. Oh, nice read by
can't
Godly.
Make it back from that.
Yeah, he was going high. Finally takes the stock, but that's just the first stock.
But
And he's got
Godly's really hurt right now.
Yeah,
Simple
yeah.
could easily equalize this, but Godly's stealing away the weapons from Simple. Simple's still looking for a weapon. Here he is, blessed. No, Godly steal. Wait a second. Now Simple's the only one with a weapon. Uh-oh. Godly on the back foot, lost his weapon, tried to starve a little too hard, and Simple, he's not even going to steal that weapon away. He wants to get it done with the Katars. Maybe he's using it as bait.
There we go. That's okay. You know, I think that's a good method to protect the corner, but Godly makes his way back up through. Okay, there
nice.
we go.
That's
Finally.
a true combo. Yeah, great execution there.
But it's difficult
from
to do,
Simple.
right? I remember you were practicing
Yes,
that
I had to
photo.
go into training mode for that one. That's
You at home, go out there, try and do that
Training mode.
combo true in training mode, okay? Dare you.
It's easier to gravity cancel it than it is to do it off the floor, but
Well,
you
that's
sacrifice
weird.
your dodge for 3 seconds, so there's a trade-off.
Interesting. Okay,
Uh-oh,
whoa.
wow, Simple.
Nice rebuttal with the
That's-
recovery.
Like the positioning was perfect on that because he could have just got blasted. If he was like 3 more pixels to the right, he would have just got blasted by that ground pound.
Yeah, that was a confident shutdown. He knew the spacing and everything. All right. Oh, he goes for that side signature. Oh, covers himself back to the stage
Yeah,
with the
he
neutral
stopped
air.
Godly again.
Wow.
The same exact thing. Godly comes in with the ground pound. Simple perfectly times the nair to stop it, and now Simple's in trouble here. Godly with weapon control. Simple. Did he touch the wall? Yes. Yes.
No
Oh.
way. Oh, just barely. He was
Just
sweating
barely,
it
just
out to
barely.
make it back. He does. All right, grabs the gauntlets. It's a dead even heat here on the second stock, and there, Godly with a lead now.
This
okay.
might just be 3-0 GG in winners final for Godly, and that's a powerful statement because everything in this tournament tells us that Simple should be the one that could take Godly down. If he just wins 3-0 like that, no one has any hope.
Oh no!
Unless
Mental
someone from
broken.
the lower bracket.
Godly's getting away with a lot right now. Look at all this damage getting on this final stock. Weapon throw,
everything is
grab out.
working. Everything he's doing is working.
Oh.
Oh no! No, Simple's broken. He's destroyed. I can see it. I can see it in his Akuma eyes.
That's something. Something's going on. Okay.
Just the threat of a potential ground pound is enough.
Or the side signature off stage. Either way, Godly held back from a 2-stock. Well, let's see. Can he be stopped here?
Simple has to go on a crazy run here. Not getting hit, just landing everything.
Oh, no. I don't know if he can.
No, that's it. Game over. 3-0. Clean sweep for Godly.
Wow.
GG. That's a 3-0 and a handshake, as they say.
And, I mean, this really builds up Godly because Simple has been the boogeyman for everyone else in bracket he's faced up against. And Godly
He's earning his name.
Just as easy as that. 3-0?
Grand
Let's
final.
go.
He's in the grand finals on winner's side now. He just has to win one more match to be the champion. And now everybody else in this tournament is just going to fight and see who's worthy to go up against Godly after that. My goodness. Dominated. Totally dominated. Godly. Just
I mean,
really
yeah,
is godly.
Even in the stats, he's like 2xing weapon throws. He's got double
2xing on the weapon.
I
throw.
mean, that's the difference maker right there.
True.
It's got to be. Okay, man. I was thinking, has Godly been playing? What legends has he been playing today? I feel like he's been switching around. He hasn't just been playing Sidra. Or
He's been switching around, but dude, Sidra, Pirate Lady.
I mean, we don't see a lot of canon at the current moment, so I'm down. I'm way down.
Yeah.
But now we got Godly sitting in grand finals, just chilling.
Just chilling.
He can go take a snack break.
And Simple's not out of the bracket yet, right?
No.
He's on the lower side. Finals, waiting for the victor of this next match that we've got coming up. It's Machete versus Acno. So we've got on one side, we've got Machete, who has been a many-time tournament champion in the past. He's been in the scene for an extremely long time, too, right? We're talking 2017, 2018. Machete was in here. Yes, whatever. I'm telling you. And then...
I said forever, not whatever.
Oh, okay. Thanks. I appreciate you supporting me.
Whatever. So what?
Whatever.
He's won a bunch of tournaments. Who cares?
I thought you were being the contrarian.
Well, that's
because we do that sometimes.
Yeah,
it's a stick. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
No, Machete, he was like one of the only top Europeans at the last LAN at the midseason invitational.
Yeah, he made it the furthest of everyone from Europe.
He made it very far. He got third place in the whole thing. So now we're back online where Acno wasn't at the midseason, you know?
Oh, right.
So Machete, now he's got to get it done again on his home turf. We'll see if he can handle it. This is an elimination match. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament in a very respectable fourth place, but still out of the tournament. And right before the podium, too. Ooh, right before the podium. All right, here we go. Machete on. I love it.
This
is on the great sword.
This is basically the most important set of the whole tournament. This is whether you make it to the podium or not.
Right, but yeah. In some ways,
it's pretty big.
Even higher stakes than grand finals in some ways.
Dude, this teardrop weapon throw to cover into possibly like an extra follow-up. I've seen a lot of European players do this. I love this meta that's developing.
Yeah.
And then also Machete with the Jaeon. We don't see a ton of Greatsword anymore. And 2022, finally, let's respect Greatsword players, okay? It's time.
Yeah. We're back.
If you can do it in 2022, you're a real one, okay? That's all I'm saying.
True.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm ready to respect it here. But he's got the small sword now, dealing out some good damage.
It's a little baby sword. It's not nearly as great.
What the heck? You see how it's the same size as your opponent's sword. Get the bigger one. That's what you need. Here it is.
It's
okay.
Like twice as powerful. Here we go. Let's see him get it done with the great sword. Avoids the... Whoa! Oh, that would have been the nastiest read, dude. I love the attempt, though. It didn't work out.
Okay.
He clearly was like, I'm going to go for this. It wasn't like a reaction off of what he did. It was just, this is my plan. And it almost worked.
That was a sick setup. He's definitely done to like 1,000 people in ranked, and they all felt foolish. But not here on the main stage against Acno, one of the greatest players to ever grace this game. So...
Machete's in the lead, but trying to build up a damage lead right now. Acno could shut it down immediately, knocks him off the side. Acno's looking to equalize. That'll do it. Nicely done by Acno. You got like one little hit, basically tie game.
And if there's I don't know what the defensive Jaeon is, but that might account for that little bit of damage lead.
I don't know either. So what the heck?
Yeah, he's not a character I think about the stats. Why not? Some characters you really think about the stats.
His stats are like good enough to not be concerned, I feel like.
Yeah,
there's nothing
that's true.
Not
if you don't have a 3 or an 8 in one category,
I'm not even paying attention.
You're just a normal.
Whoa! Is he done?
Oh,
wow.
No, wait, is Machete going to turn this around? Okay, he has a chance here. Acno off stage.
He got him. He's done. Acno's done.
I'm kind of upset because that was an amazing, bold ground pound from Acno with no jumps left. You saw him gray out. And he just went for that ground pound.
Worried.
It connected, chase dodge back to the stage, but put him in a position that became unsurvivable with somebody like Machete going for the edge guard. So now one stock up in game one. Machete's game to lose.
That's huge.
Oh, that's actually most optimal thing he could have done. How close he was to the ceiling, that was as early as he could KO somebody.
And being a stock behind with that much damage differential seems really daunting. Like, how are you possibly going to bring this back? Well, just like that, he brought it back and then some, like, so quickly. This is great for
Now
Acno.
in the lead.
Oh,
Now
man.
in the lead even. Okay, game one is
now
spicy. Game one is
Machete,
spicy.
you're
Oh,
upset,
grab a
right?
there off the side of the stage. Machete makes it back. Okay, gets it
Dude,
again.
wait,
Into the side air.
He turned on
Recovery?
he turned on sicko mode, dude.
My gosh.
He's
you can't turn on sicko mode mid-tournament?
Dude, he flipped the NOS on. He's
Yeah, something has happened. We've seen a new Acto appear, or the old Acto appear. And
No
there it is to
way.
finish it out. Game 1 goes the way of Acto.
That's insane. Machete was doing so
Wow.
well the
Yeah.
entire time. He was winning. I mean, in control. And then in the last stock, Acno decides.
Okay, right here.
Sicko mode.
He
Turn
was
to engage.
and then he just never
afterburners.
missed. He just never missed right there.
Yeah. Once he landed that, like confidence level spiked through the roof.
Well, at the start of the combo, he was in light orange, and I'm like, that's an area that you can really extend a stock for. But no, Acno shut that down quickly, and we're seeing a change of scenery here onto Apocalypse.
And a change of legend for Machete. He's got the Scythe now, which is much more Machete.
Right.
This is like, yeah, Machete and Scythe. Like name a happier duo.
I feel like he kind of first on the scene with Mordex, and then Fate has been a common pick for him over the last couple years.
I'll never forget that. Right? Yeah, he was like the EU
Mordex.
Mordex.
the neutral light, dude.
Oh, beautiful! You can see. Look at the Scythe mastery.
And then
just witness the Scythe mastery. Oh, now he's got Orb. It's over. I'm kidding, but
no,
let's see.
He's done good. Sidelight side air, boom.
Nice.
That could not KO quite
well,
yet.
but it disarmed Acno. Oh, he'll be able to grab this weapon. What? He turned around
maybe.
away from it? No, this is good. Machete got him off the side again. He goes for the weapon throw, but Acno just makes it back now, building up more damage. Machete having trouble finding the knockout.
Yeah, that can sometimes be the trouble in general with Scythe, right? It's great for building damage, great for stringing your opponent, but sometimes that hard-hitting move that
you
just
don't
finishes
have like
it.
a true
What? And
knockout
then
combo.
somehow Acno comes back.
That's insane. Machete he had Acno in red while he was still in white, and then now look, it just totally reversed.
Yeah, he had a hot start. Let's see if he can have maybe a hot middle.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's where he heats up. Okay, here we go.
Well,
Tie up.
Acno, I mean, last time Acno saved all his boost for the last
true.
stock. Now
That's
he
true.
used his boost like
You know
early.
what? You're right.
And there's no more boost on the field for him to grab.
That was like game 1 was like Acno was like he was in 11th place in Mario Kart, got a bullet bill, raced his way to the front, and then hit the bullet bill in the last lap.
Like he held the bullet bill the whole time.
Dude, bullet bill in first place. That's a good
Yeah, that's
combo.
OP.
It's OP.
That's OP.
But that's Acno sometimes.
That's what Acno's doing, and it's and we're tired of it, honestly.
All of EU's tired of it.
All of EU is tired of it. They want to see Machete win with his Scythe.
Well, that has been what's most interesting about this tournament, right? For 2 years, EU has been basically a lockdown region. Acno just owned it. But now
things are getting so spicy
competition is heated up to the point where it's not a foregone conclusion. We got
and
many
seriously,
contenders.
and it's so seriously not Acno falling off. It's,
Right.
It's everybody else
Falling
rising
up.
up. Like
They're
falling up. They tripped and they flew.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, players like Acno and Sandstorm definitely pushed their regions to be better than they ever could have been.
You're absolutely right about that. I stand with you on that. I stand. Here we go. Both players. Okay, I was gonna say both
Acno went
players
for
close
that.
to being knocked out. But
He went for like
Machete
a
got it.
down weapon throw into maybe recovery was his option there to try to do something cheeky, but
So this is the same position we were in last time, and then and it's when Acno he engaged his thrusters
Bullet
and
bill?
used all his.
Have you used the bullet bill in your
No,
back pocket,
he
Acno?
used it. He used it.
He already
earlier.
used it in this game?
Yeah, he
Oh,
doesn't
boy.
have any more NOS.
And he went for the gravity cancel. Okay, still in this edge guard. Keeping the weapons away from Machete unarmed.
We are looking for Machete to build up a damage lead before he loses his stock. He's so close to being knocked out. Yeah. See, like it's not even going to take much. Unarmed recovery near the floor was enough to send him off. And here we are. Last stock. Acno is ahead in the set by 1. Machete could tie things up if he wins this one stock right now. Oh my! His Scythe is so good, dude. So good.
It's just he doesn't miss. He decides
Just
to hit.
crazy combos.
He's
Here
just
he goes,
decided to
off
hit
the
him every
side.
time.
He hasn't gotten hit once.
No way.
Since he started the stock.
Teardrop weapon throw? Okay, that could have been
That's
big.
it. Game over. GG. Machete, so good. Holy cow.
And you know what?
That's what, dude, like, Acno should not have used his bullet bill on the first stock. That's the strategy
yeah,
here.
You're probably right.
We're learning the item meta right now.
He's got to boost it. Oh, my God. Dude, Machete, seriously, he had some amazing runs with the Scythe, and then there you see at the end, he just hot swaps to the orb, gets a simple
For the
side-light
knockout.
side air.
Yeah, and that makes sense,
It's a
right? Because you
consistent-
got the side light side air, a consistent
Yeah.
finishing move, like you were going to say. And I get that, you know, as an Asuri player, you know, you use the Katars to build them up, and then you switch to the sword for the downlight recovery finisher. But sometimes it's like, what if you just stayed Katars the whole time? And that's what I'm telling Machete.
Yeah, I'm
just
thinking that.
the scythe the whole time, bro.
The scythe
like the whole
was
time.
really where he gained the most distance and damage.
But you can
between-
see in damage that he used the orb plenty. You know, he's no slouch. He's no slouch on the orb. He really made it happen. And Machete will be sticking with Fate in this next match coming up here. But we've got a legend swap
What is this
for
groovy
Akno.
song we just got pumped
Oh, I
in?
love it, dude. Can we
What
turn
is
it? Can we
this?
turn it up? No, next time. We'll get
I
it
was
next
like,
time.
where did that come from?
We are upgrading the stream in many ways, and the
Wow.
funky jams is one.
I love it. I was thinking we could use more funk, and now I think we might, we
Yep.
might have a funk surplus after that. But Akno, okay, back on to Koji, which I'm excited to see because his bow is seriously nasty. This is a legend that's done a lot of work for him, and this seems to be a pick he goes to as a standard for like, I'm down and I need something big right now.
Yes, I was gonna say, yeah. Back in the day when Akno was on top, when it always seemed like when he switched to Koji was like, all right, no more flash. I'm about to
Right.
win. Like
Well,
this is.
In 2020, he was pranking the entire region. He was just like, I'll pick random in grand finals. I don't care. Like, I can play any legend and beat you fools. And now he's really pushed to be at his best. And
Right.
Machete is
Yeah.
getting that from him now. Okay, so we've got Machete in red. Akno's got an opportunity. Goes for the side signature there. Nice punish of that whiff down signature off to the side. Akno being careful with his engagement here. He wants to get that final blow.
Ooh, Machete really going out there for that side air finisher, which is, you know, that is a great way to be on orb and sword and any move that just hits straight sideways.
That weapon throw into the swap to Scythe was almost it. But now he's left unarmed, has to fight his way to this. Oh, weapon spawn
Once
doesn't
again,
make it.
he's got all his options here, but he burned his dodge early. Still alive.
Ooh.
Machete. Oh, no. Wait, he hasn't touched the wall.
Ooh, where did he make it around that ground
That
pound?
was so fast. He needed to touch the wall. You saw him sweating. He needed to touch the wall, and he touched it for like exactly one frame. And in the end, it doesn't matter because Akno just comes back and scores the knockout anyway. Now Machete's got to equalize. He's got the scythe to get it done, which is probably not what he wants for the finishers. But I'm feeling good about it. Machete is too. You can see him wiggle it over there. He feels good about it.
Oh, man. Machete was trying to position himself to get that dirty down air reversal off the side of the stage. But
Uh-oh. This is how
Whoa.
Akno starts building up a damage lead.
Oh.
It's getting out of hand. Machete can't finish him off. On our neutral air, it's not enough. Not from the floor. Machete still looking for the finisher. He throws away the orb just so he can have, just to starve Akno out from having any weapons. Now he's got the orb. Here we go. He just needs a side light side air. He really needs it. Oh. Okay. Wow. From the other side of the stage. He was damaged.
That was not the most efficient knockout. He was very heavily damaged. Almost anything would have done
But
at that
now
point.
look how fast he
Whoa.
He had the
charged
read.
it?
He had the read perfectly, but he charged it too long. If he let that rip, that would have been such a nasty read, just totally knowing what Akno wanted to do. Man.
Oh, man. He's like very sneaky with this scythe. Able to slip through. Has good positioning here.
Yeah, he seems to be building up the damage on Akno with his scythe with ease. He makes it happen as soon as it's needed. But then finding the knockout's a different story.
And the set is tied up 1-1. I know both games were so close, it'd be easy to misremember who won which, but we are at a tied set right now.
1-1. First 1 to 3 wins.
Oh no, throws the weapon away, looking for some. And then loses the
got
weapon
robbed.
drop.
Machete
my
got
gosh.
robbed. We've witnessed a burglary. Oh,
Yeah.
and oh no.
And it costs him
Ooh,
his
yeah.
whole stock. Now he's down almost an entire stock to Akno's too. Okay,
Almost.
final stock. Can he do it?
This is bad news for Machete because he's
Well-
not just a stock behind. He's a lot of damage as well. It's going to take a good bit.
Yeah, but if he can get some hits in uncontested, which is hard to do against Akno, let's be honest. Oh, goes for the star. That was a dream.
You know, I'm surprised that Machete's not letting the orb neutral signatures rip more often. That was a big thing about Fate's orb, and what people liked about it so much was that the coverage on the neutral sig is insane, but also it recovers pretty fast. You can just kind of let it go and see what happens a few times. Maybe not against Akno. Maybe he's right.
He's Akno, especially when he's playing bow, seems to like to snap to the ground pretty quickly because he controls his movement with the dash to position perfectly for the neutral airs. He's got so much anti-air with that neutral attack. And that's
wow,
it! Oh my gosh!
Stocks remaining. Agno is
Wow.
popping off. And now we are at an impasse here.
Okay, back to the Jaeon. I didn't
Wait,
even,
look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. Boom. Yep. And then let's check out the final knockout. Man, I love how the sword collisions sound in slow-mo. I didn't realize they sounded that cool.
It's like
that-
broken glass.
Yeah, that's sick.
Or like broken bones.
It
All
does.
right.
It does sound like, yeah, it sounds like glass getting bonked. And now everyone's catching on to our methods now. Obviously, we just banged some glass together and sped up the sound. Now
Yeah,
everybody
we didn't
knows.
actually hit each other with swords. Our bad. We broke your immersion. I apologize.
Our Foley methods.
Dude, Machete's greatsword is looking great! It's looking really great. That's why
if
they
that
call
knocked
it.
out, man, I'd have done a backflip.
Oh, well, what about now?
No, it wasn't.
Well, okay, sorry.
Not the same.
Sorry, stream. You're not going to see this backflip. It would have been really cool.
Yep.
Oh, weapon throw gets him. A little bit trickery there. I like to see it.
This is a huge lead for Machete and exactly what he needs because he's got to take this to game 5. His only other option is lose.
And
So,
decided
game
to
5 or
challenge.
he's out.
And he's already lapped him in damage.
Popping off, and you see him going for some risky side signatures because he's the blood. He can smell the blood in the water.
Oh my god!
Oh,
Oh,
he's
nice,
like, all
dude.
right, I'll just
Oh
go.
my- that's
I'll
it.
just go then.
That's
2
it.
stocks up, Machete's killing it.
Dude, I love that. I love that because sometimes you're edge guarding, you're jumping to like get the right timing with your opponent's movement.
You're
and
waiting
like,
for them to commit to that thing.
and you think like, oh, I'm telegraphing too much. I should quit and go back to the stage and maybe I don't know, take a nap.
That's what,
But he did it. He didn't
that's what
quit.
Well, he stopped. He was like, you know what? He's not coming up. I'm gonna go down. That's the mix-up now. Is I'm
But
gonna
that
attack
was
you
even
before
bolder
you.
because he used so many options
Exactly.
before he did that.
Yeah, he went down there having used both of his jumps.
Okay, well, I am feeling great about Machete's greatsword in this matchup, and he's
I'm feeling great sword about it.
dude, he is about to claim game 4 here and bring us to a game 5, which would be incredible. Would love to see it. Weapon throw connects.
Yeah.
Doesn't get the follow-up.
Everybody out there knows me and Steven live for the game 5s.
I mean, if you're Akno, is this a go next or is this bullet bill time? Like, what is his mental right now?
I think we've seen Akno turn it up enough. I mean, remember, Ak Yes.
Ak
right?
Yes
Ak
is definitely
Yes,
real.
It might be time, and maybe that's his only hope is to. He's really got to pop off. I don't know how he's going to pull it off. It would be amazing.
Went for the dribble combo, didn't get the follow-up, but get some good damage there. Is primed and ready to take the stock off Machete, and he'll just let go of it. Just let go of it,
let
Machete.
go, let go.
You don't need it. You've got another.
Ooh,
Even
that should have knocked
Dude,
out.
he gets the
the
pink
game
smoke,
should have
he gets the
detected
sparks.
how dope that was, and it should have just given him the kill.
It did. It gave him the spark.
Yeah,
But not enough.
we gotta desynchronize him. All right, so here we
Okay.
go. Machete on his final stock. Akno has activated Ak Yes, but it may be too late for this buff.
He's now at 1 HP, and now he's at 0. That was the last that he could have taken, and there it goes. Machete, bring us to a game 5.
Game 5, let's go. Man, that Machete really popped off with the greatsword. Like, but the first 2 stocks was almost entirely greatsword. Wait, the whole game was entirely greatsword, huh?
Yeah.
Oh man, getting it done.
Actually, you know what?
Look at this.
You're
Look at
right.
this. Look at this. He's like,
This
and then he's like, I'm just gonna come get you.
And the thing is, he
and he
knew
had
that
to get another one too. It's perfect.
That's so hard and incredible that he did that because he wouldn't have been dead if he missed, if Akno had dodged, or if something had happened.
It would have been
He
bad
needed
news.
the chase dodge to get back. That was a
Right.
bold play. Love to see
He's
it.
a madman.
Okay,
Well,
Akno-
Akno's upset.
You ever
He's
rematch
playing
somebody?
with
You can tell they're
anger.
mad on the rematch.
Yeah.
This is how it feels right
You
now.
can see the anger in his gameplay, dude. He's had enough of this.
Okay, well now with the
Uh-oh.
he's got to find a new approach into Machete's greatsword here.
I think he found it, dude. Machete's got to find a new approach.
Okay, well, just barely.
Machete's lost, man. Akno's going crazy. Dude, he's landing everything. Oh, no. Machete can't get knocked out like this. Not this soon. Oh, he's still alive. No, he lost his greatsword.
Okay, yeah, but Akno is now just going for crazy options. Gravity cancel down,
Yeah, once
signature.
Akno gets a lead, it's scary, dude. He's
Oh my gosh, the slide kick,
That
ground
was a
pound.
brutal stock, man. Machete stood no chance. Akno was popping off.
And this is the this is the
game
game where
5.
it counts.
Yeah. There's no more second chances. Now he just has one less. He has a third of the resource, or 2/3 of the resources that Acno has.
Yeah,
this is a problem.
You're right. He's like fully stocked. Literally, all of them.
That's a great. I like that. I like that. The wordplay. Did you guys get that at home? Pretty clever stuff.
I probably went over their heads, but you know, your kids are gonna love it. All right, somehow Acno really has just changed this entire pace of this game.
I know. This feels. Machete was dominating him before. Now it feels overwhelming. How does Machete handle this? What does he do? Oh, that was cool.
I mean, he needs a signature. He's doing what he needs. A signature to KO.
Definitely a signature. If one of these land, that'd be really great. That's not going to be enough. He's going for the side air. Oh, but Acno came in low. It's like he knew what Machete wanted to do. Oh my God. Okay, that's surely.
That'll do it. Yeah.
All right. Whoo. Just gotta shake that off. Just gotta shake that off.
But is this
coming to this next one?
Is this like the Black Knight in Monty Python's Holy Grail, where he's just like, it's just a flesh wound?
It is but a scratch.
Yeah, like, I don't know if you're winning this one. He's bleeding out so badly. He's missing a couple limbs. But wait a second, off stage? Okay, I see this. Machete has actually turned a gear. He's in like a go mode with the greatsword. He's got to use his best stuff to claim a stock as quickly as possible. Just barely survives.
Okay,
I don't
blessed
think
with another opportunity.
Probably another recovery will be the KO.
Yeah, and Acno's going for it. You're right.
Oh.
Okay.
Almost got the follow off the weapon.
He's got a regular sword now.
Acno disarmed. This is the time to make some moves.
Now he's got the bow. Very scary.
Oh, I was going to say, he was still in a comeback stock. As long as you have the same stock, you can still eat away at that lead.
Of coming back. Yeah, he did a lot of coming back. And now Acno's in dark orange, pretty soon to be in knockout range. But yet they plays a good stock here. He can even it up. And then it's just, a simple 1v1 against the, 20-time tournament champion? It's probably fine.
Really?
He'll be fine. I don't remember how many wins Acno had, but I feel like 20 is not far off.
Oh, he's really just releasing the Kraken here. He just has every big move he can throw out. He needs something to land here. Acno is not available. Up in the sky, goes to the soft platform, finding those nairs.
Oh, that's great. Woo! Oh, I mean, lucky that killed. I mean, not lucky. It was very deterministic, but I'm glad it did because it's hard to get the knockout on Acno. So here we are, game 5. Game 5 last stock. This is it, Steven. Someone is moving on, and someone's getting knocked out. This is it.
Machete's caught up in damage. What an amazing start with a small sword on this last stock against Acno. He's done great work. He has to keep it consistent, though. Acno now moves away.
This is going to be, oh my gosh, this is so even. Oh.
Yo, it almost did it.
Sick.
Oh, why did he
lost his sword.
Oh, he threw it away. Okay,
but he stole the weapon. He's got weapon control. This is
Acno
huge.
unarmed. Okay, Machete has to cover this sword. Whoa, wasn't able to block it, but
is it? Oh, Machete wins. He's done it.
What?
Oh, my God. Dude, Acno had so much control throughout that entire set. I'm surprised to see it, honestly. Machete wins. Acno's out of the tournament in 4th place. And now we've got our top 3.
Wow.
Holy cow, dude. Godly and then Simple and Machete are going to battle it out next. Wow. Machete versus Acno was quite a sight to behold, man. Look at this. That one's so even, too. You can't ask for a better game 5.
Yeah, I'm still mentally trying to catch up. I don't even think I'm over game 1 yet, let alone game 5. So, I mean, but Acno was in such a clear lead for the longest time in Game 5. It looked like it was almost over, but Machete just held on for dear life.
That's right. Wait, look at the chart. You can see. No, well, don't look at the chart. Wait, hold on. Allow me. As you can see here, this point is really high up. And at the same time, this point's really low down. And the translation of that means Acno took Godly's first stock, barely taking any damage.
Yeah.
Machete brought it back from what was essentially a full stock deficit. And so, bravo, I say, to Machete, who brought it back and won that game 5. Holy smokes, man, that was a good one. Whew. So, now it's time for, what is it time for? It's time for us to just chit-chat a little bit. Let's just hang out. We're done. Tournament can wait, man. We can play with sand. We could play patty cake. We've really practiced this out before. I'm kidding. We don't have anything practiced.
I can't do patty cake. Patty cake was like my worst playground activity as a kid. I was always missing which part of the thing. Yeah, Miss Mary Black, all whatever dressed in black.
Yeah.
I
That's a
can't.
whole.
No.
Never?
Not
Oh.
for me.
Okay, well, we don't know what we're talking about, so let's talk to somebody who does know what they're talking about. Maybe Remy could shed some light on this last.
That was the scariest time fill I've ever seen, but we do have something else to talk about here. Game 5, Acno, he's been playing insane. I've been mentioning it, but Machete just shut him down. How did he do it? I'm going to walk you guys through that right now. Machete took Acno's aggression, and he said, you won't be doing that around me. And Acno had many chances to push what I call the Acno agenda, changing Brawlhalla for the better, showing you what aggression really means. But Machete, he shut it down really quick, actually. You can just see it starting from this edge guard here. Acno doing the usual Acno stuff, going a little too ham, and Machete really the first person in the tournament to say, okay, you can go as ham as you want, but I'm going to cover every mark of it. I'm going to stop you in your tracks. I'm going to put you out of the game. He hits him with the side air in a perfect position, gets the dare perfectly as well, and takes him out of that stock, giving him the lead in that game. And sure, like I said, it's going back and forth. It's a Game 5 scenario. It's going to be evened up almost immediately by Acno getting this sick read, setting him off the top, and continuing on with the momentum for that game. But Machete really does have a plan here. He really does know what he's coming here to do. And it's destruction. Acno, he continues on with his momentum. He gets these huge reads. He's carrying Machete across the stage, and Machete, he needs to slow it down. He needs to do something different, so he switches off the pick, right? This was the first time we really saw Acno sweating. We saw him kind of stopped in his tracks. You see the GCs getting punished in 3-4 hits, the sidelights, the patience, and this was a spot where I watched and I was like, wow, this guy, he's not here for Acno's nonsense. He's going to take it slow. He's going to wait. He's going to give it some time. He's going to come in, sidelight. He's going to push it back. He's going to wait again, sidelight. Acno, what are you going to do against this guy? How are you going to break this wall that he's created? You can't do what you're used to. You have to switch it up too now, and we have another character swaps. Now, character swaps like this, they only happen in dire situations. They only happen when you've gone, okay, I've tried everything in my pocket. What can I really do here to break the mold, right? And Acno, he goes back to that aggression, and this time it's more focused, it's more patient, it's smarter. He actually goes for a read here rather than just kind of waiting for it and running at the opponent, right? You can see he hits the first sidelight. He says, all right, what are you going to do? I'm going to let you come at me. And Machete does that. The sidelight hits, the game plays out, another sidelight hits, and he uses that. He chases him across the ground, and I love it. It's common sword stuff. He knows he has no dodge. He's going to chase you across the ground, hit the downlight Sarah, continue on with his day. Machete, he switches up again. And this switching is also part of it. Always keeping your opponent on their toes, keeping yourself on your toes. It's great. I really want to pinpoint this right here. Look at this option. Look at the map area. I mean, it might as well be this big, right? He's cut the entire map going for him. Side sig, gets that stock clean out. Acno's not got much to come back with, and he's going to get that set perfectly. It's going back and forth consistently, and Machete, he just shut it down right here in this last game. Beautiful stuff from him. I really like to see that aggression be punished, right? Like, if someone's going to come at you, for lack of better words, stupid, you better make them look stupid for it. Acno comes in with a really dangerous Sair. He has no options left on this landing. It's perfect for Machete. Beautiful punish, beautiful read, and beautiful game from him all around. I can't wait to see what he does in top 3. I'm going to send it back to the casters.
Easy.
Worst time fill?
Worst time fill?
Or maybe a pretty good one, I think, maybe.
We're productive. We learned something new. Is there... Oh, wait, are they showing our practice runs? You can't show our practice runs!
We didn't practice, dude. We nailed that. First try. Dude, all right, enough of this. But let's watch the tournament. Hey, everybody wants to see the tournament, dude. All right, so... It's a shame we're not going to see any more of the Acno agenda, because I was just getting onto that.
Yeah.
We're going on now to lower finals here. The elimination finals. Machete versus Simple.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want a completely biased answer. Who do you think is going to win? Wait, who do you want to win? No, I don't want your prediction, actually. Who do you want to win? Yeah.
Oh.
Let's get an opinion piece up in here. What does Steven think? Who do you want to win this one?
Maybe.
Who are you cheering for?
I think Machete.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm
Because-
cheering for Simple, so we're enemies now.
I think Machete, because he has less earnings, and I just wanted to equal out.
Look, this is such a good elimination finals. Their lifetime record between each other is 8-8.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's crazy. These guys have fought in major tournaments with thousands of dollars on the line 16 times, and they are even with each other. So what's it going to be? That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I was originally thinking about building up to be an underdog story, but it really isn't. They're
just both, they're two kings battling for the crown.
well,
or
battling
I guess
for a
they're-
chance at the crown.
That's a good point, because the crown right now is sitting on Godly's head. While
The-
he's
the
sits
silver
in his
crown.
throne in his ivory tower we call grand finals. Okay, here we go. Elimination finals starting right now between Machete and Simple. I'm on Team Simple. Steven's on Team Machete, and we'll be friends after. But right now, it's on. It's on. Let's go Simple. Show Steven why he's wrong.
All right, I like this though for Machete. I like a stage that has no soft platforms if you're using Greatsword. Keep everybody on the same ground plane, and that's where you rule. But
Yeah, well, Greatsword likes having a runway, right? Like, the more runway you got, the better in a lot of situations. So I wonder if this might be to his detriment. I guess the disadvantages probably balance out with the advantages, right? If he gets a side sig on the side here, like on the corner of the stage, Simple's done for. That's too powerful. Simple so far with the damage lead, but that's quickly deteriorated as soon as I started talking about it.
oh, he went for the regrab, gets punished with the neutral light. Pummeled away now without a weapon. Okay, what a play. I love that. What a
brief
wait.
pause as we figure out what to do next.
He's like, I'll wait, you wait, now I'll go. Perfect, perfect. Now he's looking to clinch out this first stock. Machete still unarmed. Throws the weapon away, grabs the gauntlets. Let's see. Oh, Machete finding his way back to the ground, but not for long.
Okay, hey, Simple's winning, and that's okay. We like that over here. People think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is what you wanted. No, the game's not over yet. Clearly, here we go. That's not going to be enough. Machete hunting down for
so
something
close
extra.
to being enough, though.
Yeah, maybe one more of those, especially if he does it off the floor.
That'll
No!
do it.
This into the side
He
air
caught
will
up
do it.
pretty quick there. All right,
Okay.
Machete.
Pretty good.
The 8-8 lifetime score now making sense. It's manifesting itself.
Yes, it definitely looks like Machete's preference is the Greatsword for this legend. So he's given the option there. He pulled away with the Greatsword. And that's what we've been seeing so far.
Man, what's going to happen when Greatsword players can't say that their weapon is underutilized in tournaments? What's going to happen? They're too well represented now.
Think of
Machete needs to chill out.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't win.
Right. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Oh, what? See, that was a great punish on the landing. You saw the
Yes.
sweat drops just barely come out for Machete, and there was nothing that he could do except for get hit by that side light recovery. Perfectly played by Simple.
Yeah, he turned it around at just the right time for that. Machete tried to cross him up, and it just didn't work. Simple caught on.
Those are the types of things that have made Simple such a consistent player over all these years, is that he doesn't miss those opportunities. If you serve him on a silver platter like that, he takes it every time.
Yeah, and that's, people reference Simple, they use the descriptor consistent, right? And while most people would think that, well, that's because he got second place so many times. He's consistently second place. No, it's because of things like that, because he doesn't miss the opportunity. If it's there, he'll get it.
What a
That's
dodge.
what works. Uh-oh. Can he make it back from this?
Okay.
Get ducks underneath the weapon.
Oh, what a grab!
Machete tries to sneak around to the other side, and he makes it, actually. In time, Simple could not get over the ledge in time to catch up with Machete.
That was interesting the way that Simple played that. He didn't get the new weapon. He kept his old one active as long as he could. Still keeping Machete weapon star for the final stock.
That's a two-stock victory there. Simple's winning. Photo's eating good tonight.
Oh, and we see an immediate legend swap come out from Machete onto the Fate.
It's just Machete's second life, He's like he's playing Strikeout, but it happens over the set period.
Oh,
Fate's just second in line.
I think you're right. That might be it. Well, hopefully it works out well for him here.
We're going right into the Fate. I liked Machete's Fate a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, I love seeing his Greatsword. If we could just somehow give Fate a greatsword? That'd be cool. But unfortunately, we can't have Machete playing greatsword and Fate at the same time. Both of these things are pretty fun to watch. But man, Machete's Scythe is just where it's at. You know me, I'm a nostalgia guy. Like I remember the classics, and all I can think of is Machete and his Scythe dominating the European region. And here we are again in 2022, and not much has changed. We're gonna get a huge combo from Machete's Scythe that is gonna be awesome.
Well, he's not done with his orb yet. He's dealing on some damage. And let's see. There's a weapon spawn on the field. Nobody's going for it. Machete is like, he's like acting like he wants it, but maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
It's a point of interest on the map right now.
Everybody's talking about it.
Everybody's.
Okay, but Simple is doing an incredible
it's
job.
about to disappear. Oh,
Yeah,
it's gone. I bet Machete's gonna lose his orb now and wish that he grabbed that other weapon.
Oh, maybe his orb. I mean, we maybe put that out there that he's preferring the Scythe, but maybe in this particular matchup, the orb is what he's going to lean on. We don't know. That Scythe might have been specific for Akno, and it worked.
Oh yeah, it had Akno's name written all over it. Oh, here we go. Scythe time, baby.
Okay. Can he get the stock? No, he goes out there, aggressive style. Simple comes back
Oh,
classically.
Yep. No, he's too good. He's too good. That's my guy right there. Simple.
Dude, he always comes back
We go way
sweating,
back.
but then he comes out ahead somehow.
Yeah.
It's like you look so stressed that you were like in a, bad spot, but you made it work for yourself.
Nice dodge from Simple, avoiding Machete's side air. Catches him again. Simple building up a damage lead. Weapon throw. Okay, that does basically no damage, so we're not excited about that one. Oh no, as soon as he lets the neutral sync rip, he misses it and gets punished. I'm sorry, Machete. I thought it would go better than that. That'll
Dad's
do.
got to do it.
Yeah.
Okay. Whew. Okay, here we go. This is a close game. This is even, basically.
Yeah.
Right
yeah,
here.
you can't get too excited about this damage lead here. It's not enough.
I mean, Machete has, Scythe combos that do more damage than this lead. So
that's
that's
true.
what we're
That's
hoping for right
super true.
here. And he was able to sneak through that.
Oh,
yes.
Caught him.
Yes.
Big damage.
Keep it going. Oh,
What a
just
dodge.
barely. Yeah, that was a great dodge. Machete's really good at that.
Oh,
no,
Machete's
wait.
in trouble. Whoa!
No!
He was really counting on landing that attack so he could get a chase dodge to
yeah.
survive.
It was his only hope.
He had enough options to just make it back without it, but he was so worried about Simple's punishment, and right as he should be, because Simple's punishes are totally on point, like we were talking about before. But dang, that's unfortunate.
Oh, so he gets happened off stage. I think Machete needs a stock that's, doesn't knock out, but he just steals it. I think he needs I don't know. Well, actually,
we
you
need
know
a
what?
nice cheesy stock, dude. That'll.
I say that, but he's got him in orange. A couple hits. He needs to do a little more damage, but he's almost in the knockout range. Okay, off stage especially. Potent ground pound. The falling down air over the corner. Trickles. Oh, there's that neutral signature you were looking for earlier.
Beautiful, yeah. I ordered that a while ago. It came in cold, but I still like it. I still like it.
Yeah,
like I'm not gonna send it back or anything. I'm still
it's like pizza. Like, all right, I'll still eat it.
Yeah. Cold pizza is that's a different kind of good. Okay. All right. Well, now things are looking bad for Machete. When you consider they're both in red, but Simple's got a whole extra stock, this is just bad news. No amount of wiggling from Machete is gonna help this situation here. He's got to take the stock and then some.
He's forced in a situation where he's
Oh.
Okay. Nice rebuttal.
Okay,
Gets the stock, but
Simple taking a big risk while he had a stock lead.
he's playing for. He needs a flawless stock. Okay.
Yeah.
After that, he needs a flawless stock.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That was
Okay.
not oh!
Gravity cancel neutral lane. Keep it going.
Dude, if Machete,
no.
I just saw it happen. My Machete's life flashed before my eyes, and he wins this game. He wins this game.
Wait. Oh, when you hit. It almost didn't have enough force to knock him down into the neutral light, but it was an excellent effort, and that's going to do it.
Simple.
Dang.
Going up 2-0. Proving photo right.
Okay, and then he's going to switch back to Jaeon. Yep, just
like you thought.
just like last set. I'm just going by last set.
Oh, you're right.
He somehow broke strikeout where he can pick the same legend as the starter and the anchor.
He's got 3 Pokeballs, and 2 of them have Machete in it. I mean, Jaeyoon in it. See, now I'm starting to liken Jaeyoon so much to Machete that I'm confusing their names. maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah, you're right. I am reminded of the Pokemon trainers who just have like 6 of the same Pokemon.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, get some
he's
creativity.
The Jaeyoon guy. Yeah.
Here we are, back
got
on
like
Jaeyoon.
3 Weedles and a Caterpie. I'm going to be the next Pokemon master.
And this could just be a 3-0 waltz right in the grand finals for Simple if he can take this game right here. So Machete needs this one to stay in the set and to stay in the tournament.
I got to imagine that Godly's sitting there waiting in grand finals, hoping that Simple just wins this, because he just finished 3-0ing Simple winners final.
Dude,
if Machete wins it, it's an unknown. You know,
that's true.
There's a new variable. But if Simple wins this, he can maybe just run back another 3-0. Although, how many times have we seen a 3-0 winners final get completely reversed in grands? I suppose anything's possible.
Oh man, the weapon throw regrab, I've seen that punished a few times today. People are savvy. That technique. Whoa, just barely nice dodge. Gets away from that side air. Would have maybe been the KO on this map, especially. I'm not sure.
He wasn't expecting that down light to actually land. The jump came out just a few frames late.
All right, Machete unarmed off the side of the stage. Wow, he used every option to make it back to the top of the stage. Juked out Simple. Still holds on to this first stock. He needs it. Can he claim this first one from Simple before he loses his?
Down sig. Oh, man. We're not seeing any Jayun down sigs. What's up with that?
Oh, on the small sword?
Yeah.
The step back
it's
slap?
It's a nasty. Well, the thing is, it's a step back only when you're standing still. If you dash it, it doesn't step back. And it's like nastier than Bodvar's sword down sig spike.
Oh, really?
And so I'm all like, let's get some of that. You know, I see that on the menu. I'd like to order that, you know. Extra crispy.
Ooh, the neutral signature was heating up there. We saw it preheating in the oven. Doesn't get a chance to come out. Simple shuts it down.
The food puns are rich. There's a lot there.
All right, slapped away. That'll do it for the first stock of Simple. But he's got a little bit of a lead, and this is a lead that gives you just enough confidence to get the bigger lead that you really need. So Machete needs to turn something around quickly. There it is. Oh, goes for the crossover read. Doesn't get it. Simple makes his way out. Trying to find his opening. Pummels him off stage. Goes for the ground pound.
Simple's got such a big damage lead right now. He can, like, mess around with this. He can take risks. Machete. Oh, that's
reset.
so good. That's
nice.
so good. Wait a second. Don't take any risks.
Okay.
Oh, Machete brought it back. He's already... He's closed in on the damage lead so much.
You've been talking about the down signature. I'm thinking about the side signature maybe from the Jayun small sword. Is quite potent for
you talking about
knockouts.
pocket sand?
Pocket sand!
Pocket sand? Shout out to Dale Ribble.
Jayun's got those bulky pants and they're full of sand, dude. He's definitely just holding on to it. Maybe that's
why does he have sand in his pockets? It's,
you know.
To blind people.
Yeah, to blind his enemies
dirty.
in the most disrespectful way possible.
Yeah, what's up with that? Does Jayun have no honor?
He's a... Well, he's a sellsword. He's
That's
a mercenary.
Right. You're right, dude. He's just trying to get his bag.
He's just, okay.
Same thing these players are trying to do right now.
Exactly. Machete's on that same wave right now. He needs this last stock to even stay in this competition.
And
Can he get it?
Like, he tied things up here. Look at this. We're within one stock. And that's good because Machete is about to lose this set if he doesn't win this game right now. Machete must win this game right now or he's out of the tournament. And Simple is just getting closer and closer to victory here. Oh, man, what's Machete going to do? He has to pop off on this stock so hard or it's all over for him. Nice. Grabs the weapon. Okay. Oh, he's winning every interaction now. But he just can't afford to lose a single one. Oh, my goodness, he's getting so close. The damage is so close
Oh, come on, Machete, make it back. He has to get around. Oh, he gets around the weapon throw and the down air. Makes it back on top of the stage. Forces.
Oh, man, he tried to catch him with the dribble combo, and he ends up getting punished for it.
I wasn't ready for that to knock out quite yet.
Well, we're on one of the smallest stages in the game. Oh, man, Machete almost brought it back. But look at that, man. Simple with a clean sweep, which must feel good after getting swept in winner's final. He comes down to the elimination finals, and he's like, yes, I do belong in top 2. Let's go to grands and see what happens.
Yeah, so he makes it back up into grand finals, claws his way out of the lower bracket. Well, actually not yet. He still has to reset the bracket.
I mean, he barely even entered the elimination bracket, right? Like, he dipped his toes in there, and it was like, I don't like this.
That's true.
And he gets out really fast.
That's true.
Drowning a guy on the way out.
Just for one set. That's a brutal analogy. Yeah, he like fell in the pool, wasn't drowning, grabbed somebody, drowned them, and crawled out. It's like, dude, the ladder was right there. You could have just.
That's what happened.
You could have not done that, but it was a brutal way to win your way back up.
In this analogy, there was no ladder in the pool. It was every man.
Right.
Only one person was getting out of that pool. Okay. Let's get out of this pool and Let's go to Remy and get some analysis. Remy, tell us what's up.
Okay, that stall was a bit better. I like that one. I like that one. All right, they're cheering in the background, but I was cheering this entire set for my boy Simple. He brought it back. Well, I'm bringing back the analysis in a different fashion here. Machete kind of went in with the same mindset he had against Acno, it looked like. He looked like he was going to punish the missteps, the over-aggression, the pushes from Simple, but they didn't happen. Simple, he kept it simple. He wasn't looking for those big engages, those big flashy plays. He was looking for neutral gameplay. He was patient, and he was smart. And he punished Machete for almost every step he took, right? Even in the tight spots like this, where you can already see that Machete is so behind that Simple can just kind of do whatever he wants. Simple goes, I'm not going to do whatever I want. I'm going to play it safe. He goes for those considerably safe options there. I'm going to try to get right under there so you can see just the spacing of it. He picks up the gauntlets. Machete approaches. You're in deep red. You're thinking go forward. He goes, nah, I'm going to back up a bit. I'm going to throw out the down sig, and he's clean with it. He connects with it. He weapon starves. He punishes the approach. And then the first time you want to see it this game, he pushes forward. He flips to the side, and he gets the down low recovery. He's clean with it. It's that kind of gameplay that is really what makes Simple who he is. Oh, my game's gone. Guys, I wasn't done analyzing. Now I'm looking at Simple versus Machete home screen, and I don't know what's going on. All right. It continued on to the next game, and Simple and Machete, they're scrapping it. They're doing what they do. It's a bit more even, but out of nowhere, Simple does go for the aggressive option, and it's mix-ups like that that also change the pace of the game. Yeah, Simple's been playing really slow. You don't expect this dash jump to come out of nowhere, and then boom, it scares you. It just happens, and Machete wasn't ready for it. It was clean. It was precise. He's coming back slowly. He says, nope, I'm not gonna give you that chance. I'm just gonna jump off, and you're gonna get hit by it. Continuing on to the next game, Machete, he's looking for SIGs. He's trying to find any single way to deal with Simple weapon throws, anything that can happen. And Machete says, I'm not having it. You won't be getting me with any of that nonsense. He stops him in his tracks. The end lights are there. The gameplay is fluid. It's clean. It's reserved. I think that's the best way to put it. Simple, he's making sure that he gets back to that grind finals. He wants to do what he can to take down the godly. And Machete, he wasn't the one that was going to stop him. He's playing too safe right now, and the downlight stare is there, the combos are there. Just this clip alone, you can see how it goes from a white stock to a yellow stock, just off pure neutral game, pure damage, and just the advantage is built really slowly. I want to see if he can run it back against Gali on more than a 3-0 this time. I'm going to send it back to the castle.
Whew, all right, thanks, Remy. So, everyone, it's time for Grand Finals, but before we get into it, let's take a look at these players' journeys through the bracket, Godly and Simple.
That's it! We're obviously, hindsight.
In the Chrome Dome, he's out for the rest of the season.
Yes. I don't. Pushing on the side, racking damage. Look at that recovery. Okay, I gotta keep it on.
You know what this is reminding me of? Oddly, that was kind of a stock steal, even though it was that
Oh,
reddish
no way.
damage. Is that gonna? Oh no!
And on the other side of the stock there, we've seen two major moments on the edge. One that started off when he wasn't in KO damage. Okay, the recovery almost taken off the top. Another one might do it. Even though
Zane, what more does Godly have to do to earn this knockout?
No, he tried to.
Okay, man, I was ready for him to steal that stock. It was about to happen. Godly nice.
Wait, is he gonna hit?
Uh-oh, he's gonna. He ran out of time.
Back, he does. All right, grabs the gauntlets. Today you can be here on the second stock.
Not getting hit, landing everything.
Oh no. I don't know if he can.
That's it.
Picked up the recovery of the bomb. Goes right over Simple's head as he gets pummeled with Sarah and Bozy. Carries the there, burns Simple on the way down, but the pivot there does not hit the spot though. Simple on the ground, that's that side roll.
And backs up with another whip on it.
And so, you see who's going to get
Oh my God.
Sarah.
Stock. Here's the signature second.
That's the gauntlets again. This is his upper bracket stock right here.
Simple still.
Punishes, and Simple is in trouble now. He's
No,
ran on his final
no,
one.
no!
Not getting hit, landing everything.
Oh, no. I don't know if he can.
That's it. Game up. Right. Yeah.
Oh, what? Machete's really good at that.
Oh, Machete's in trouble. Whoa!
Oh, he's having a force knock him down into the neutral light, but it was an excellent effort.
that's
and
it.
Oh, he can throw the weapon throw and the down air, makes it back on top of the stage, forces.
Oh, man, he tried to catch him. Grand Finals, this is it. The only 2 players left in this entire tournament. Thousands of competitors. Now, just 2 remain. Godly versus Simple. They've met once in the winners final earlier. Godly won that big time. And now we're watching to see if Simple can change up the script, flip it up. Because this is his last chance. There is only one more match of this entire tournament, and it's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it.
Okay, the most impressive thing I saw on that stats page is that Godly has 4 gold medals and no other podium finishes. What the heck? He just comes. He's like, nah. If I'm on the podium, I'm on the top of it. But we'll see if that holds
is an
true
interesting
today.
stat. Yeah, if he can keep pushing that would be pretty incredible. How long before Godly doesn't win?
Well, because Simple had so many more earnings and everything else except for gold medals.
Right.
And look at this, the character swap we see from Godly.
Yeah, wait a second. We didn't even talk about this. Okay, well, Simple's playing Mordex, and that's also a pretty big character swap. I wonder what order this happened in. Well, wait, no, we know what order this happened in. Higher seed. The first round, higher seed gets the...
Oh my gosh! Off the wall, weapon throw, finishes it off. Hardly took any damage. That's a good start for this game for Godly.
That's a good start, yeah.
And especially on winner's side, again, Simple has to reset the bracket to win the tournament. Godly is still, he's got the biggest health bar.
Godly just needs to win another 3. He won 3 in a row last time these guys met. This could be it for him. But he's playing Moonin. What's up with that?
You know, it's not, you know, she's a new legend, so we don't see a lot of Moonin get played in tournaments, and so I'm excited to see it, especially from a player like Godly.
You're right. This is spicy, and I like some spicy food every now and then, you know? Oh! Ooh. Dude, Simple's hurting. It's crazy that Simple just beat the 3rd place guy 3-0, so hard, dominated, right?
Yeah.
Now it's like this is what it looks like. This is the gap between Godly and the rest, man. And Simple's just he can prove it wrong. There's
oh my gosh, dude, I can't believe I thought for a second he was gonna go for that read, and I was like, no way.
Yeah.
And then it landed. The neutral signature to finish it off. And that's 2 stocks up for Godly. He's only got 1 stock to close out game 1, but Simple, misses the recovery. He needed that. That would have been the KO. Now off on the side of the stage, man, Godly he's going 100% in every area. You know, on top of the stage, off on the edge.
Chill out, you know, like relax.
Everywhere on this map is his domain.
Nice.
Okay.
Man,
well,
that would have knocked out with way less damage. That would have still knocked out. He was in such a good position for it.
Yeah.
But now he's got more than a full stock. I mean, he has been lapped and then some in terms of damage.
This is... Speaking of bullet bills,
it's going to take what I was about to.
You need a couple bullet bills,
It's going to take
dude.
more than a bullet bill to make it back from this. He needs a blue shell, a bullet bill on the way while the blue shell's still moving.
Yeah, red shells.
And then like the 3 red shells that circle around you that you could shoot one at a time.
Right.
And then he needs to use all 3 on Godly. And actually, he's in the middle of doing all of that we were just saying. He's doing it right now.
He went for the same style.
Oh, man, he bet it all on that
He went for the down air off the wall into the weapon throw, but didn't have the right angles all lined up.
It's worked so well for him before. Just, you know, the different amounts of damage.
Oh, what a shutdown. And then the gets another one.
Oh, that's the finesse. Dude. Oh, my gosh. Godly.
Neutralite into Neutralite on Scythe is one of those where like your movement and your read on your opponent is just so perfect. It's not true at all, but it's just you're in their head so heavy that they can't get around it.
Yeah, I mean, in particular, that double Neutralite he landed was like, that was so smooth, dude. It was so smooth. Oh, yeah,
wow.
right there. Because it wasn't just double Neutralite, right? It was like Neutralite, back down to the floor, scoot forward, wait for the reaction, hit him again, and that was all like in less than a second. It was just, my goodness, Godly. All right, here we go.
When we say wait, we're meaning waiting milliseconds. It's not, it's
right.
It's like not very, okay.
Okay, Simple's fighting with anger now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see a character swap, but, you know, like... we said these are long sets. It's a best of 5, so maybe he's going to give this Mordex a little more respect. No, he got put in an impossible.
No!
Oh, my gosh.
No. Restart the match. No, I'm kidding. But that's unfortunate, man. He was.
In the shutdown.
He bet so much on that ground pound, and he didn't have any more options to get back.
Okay, yeah. Simple has to respect Godly's offstage play because it has been netting him KOs.
You see Godly wiggling in the middle of strings?
He did a donut.
He's feeling himself way too much.
He's literally burning donuts between hits.
That's what's happening. And someone needs to put a stop to it, and Simple's the only one who can. Someone needs to put a stop to this.
Okay, they both go crazy on signatures on the corner. Neither of them hit, but that recovery, not yet enough, but another follow-up from Simple Scythe. Can't find it. Somehow weaves his way through.
Oh, dude, again. This is Grand Finals, by the way. Grand Finals BTW. Dude, Godly, again, 2 stocks ahead of Simple. This is insane.
Okay.
Dude, you know what? Simple's changing to Bodvar next game. I'm calling it now.
Would be, I would respect that.
That's like the only answer at this point.
Can you even make it back now?
Oh.
Weapon throw to clinch it.
Yeah.
Simple didn't even want to
Get
entertain the
desynchronized.
idea.
Yeah.
The Godly was making it back. Now onto his second stock, but just barely. And Simple's already in yellow ochre on his last stock.
Ah, yes. Ochre. A shade of yellow that I've recently learned about.
Okay, but wait.
Okay, well, actually,
Simple's not out yet.
Simple's popping off really hard.
We can't count him out yet.
I know. It's just
he
going to
has
take
earned
so much.
This much respect.
That's
the third time I've seen Godly shut down that down signature from Scythe on Simple, and he just has the timing. He can react to that. He's that good. He's that fast.
Yeah.
Simple.
Dude, that was so good. He was so not scared of that hitbox. He did not even dodge. He stepped away very calmly and walked back in, knowing the perfect spacing
Godly.
and timing.
That
so Simple's brought it back 2 stocks. That's huge. What did you say?
Godly went for a crazy grab to cancel side sig that was kind of a prayer. He's like, if I hit this, it's going to be hilarious. If I don't, whatever, I'm way ahead. Hopefully it doesn't cost him because that's on the same stock, and that'll do it.
Whoa!
Wow.
That
Really?
is an awesome reaction out of Hitstun. That happened so fast, and because he was at white, he was so stacked with him. But really, it's that error from Simple that really caused a lot of problems.
I don't think I'm emotionally ready for this turn to be over yet, and it could be right here in this game because Godly is up 2-0.
There's one more game to happen. It's about to start right now, and that could just be the end of the tournament. And personally, I want more tournament. So
yeah. No Bodvar
Let's
swap.
go Simple, Let's go Simple. Let's get some. We need some energy for Simple. Let's game 5.
Simple may just finish out this tournament, or at least this set, with the Mordex pick, because if he doesn't make it work here with this pick, it's over.
Okay, well, if he switched to Bodvar, he'd have won.
Oh my God! Don't put that on him. Don't put that on him. He's doing his best.
In my head canon, he picked Bodvar and won.
Okay, wait. This is the best we've seen so far in the matchup in both sets we've seen today from Godly and Simple. But
Godly's
Godly,
nuts.
He used every option to get high enough.
Wait, Simple didn't touch the. Okay, he did.
Okay, one big hit from either person could be the decider of this first stock. Godly with the advantage.
Whoa.
The down light, the hard version of the down light is enough to set him
it's
off.
not over for Simple yet. It's not over for Simple yet. He could equalize here quickly. He's looking for the opportunity now. There's the weapon. Yes, he could definitely get it done with the gauntlets. Off stage, he tries to catch him with the nair for the vertical reversal, and it does not pan out. Godly scores a couple of hits, not too bad. Simple starting to trail behind in damage, but he scores the knockout, equalizes just in time, and Simple is in this, dude. It's not going to be a clean sweep.
That's what I'm hoping right now, just for the Brawlhalla fans and everybody out there. We want to see this battle taken to its ultimate conclusion, but that might just be a 3-0 and go.
Simple lost his gauntlets there, and it's been going poorly. Oh my gosh. All right, wait a second. Turn around. Huge!
Oh, he needed that.
One hit away from total brutality.
Yeah, good dodge by Godly. That side air could have been it for the stock. Now Simple off on the side of the stage, fights his way back up on top, trying to reverse it here.
Dude, credit to Simple, man. He is like fiercely clawing at this opportunity. He is not giving up.
And you know what? No!
Oh no!
No!
Oh, Godly just steals it away from him!
And you know what? It doesn't even matter because Godly's back, baby. I really thought Simple was going to get that stock in that engagement, but then Godly somehow turned it around, back in the lead. But what a comeback from Simple. He can get hit by less of these scythe moves, maybe?
Oh,
No,
dude,
the reads coming through from Godly are insane.
Got such a funky flow.
Oh,
okay. All right.
So Godly, okay, I will say, something that Godly does is he will go for, he's greedy.
He gets the lead, and then he starts playing for the highlight reel.
And
Is that what you want to say?
I like that he's greedy. Like in that situation, he's like, oh, if I just hit everything I inputted, everybody would be dead.
He's playing for the people, dude. He's playing for the fans.
I respect that.
Yeah, I love it.
For sure. And he's, well positioned here to do whatever he wants.
This
that
could
might be enough.
Dude,
Not
he's
yet.
one hit away from winning the Summer Championship straight up, just like that.
No, the weapon throw. Can Simple make it back? He could.
That's it.
If it weren't for
Ladies,
Godly.
it's over. It's over. Godly is the European Summer Champion, and by a long shot, dude. 3-0 in Winners Final, 3-0 in Grand Finals. Godly's too good. He is actually Godly.
Yeah, the name was a prophecy.
It checks out. Yeah, he's fine to have that name. That turnaround
man.
was brutal.
That was actually a huge pivotal moment in that set because that was Simple's maybe his last chance to get the lead and maybe do something there.
Yep, and he got turned around on him so
200
hard.
damage
And he did it with
over?
Moonin.
I
That's
mean,
cool. What other characters does Godly have in his pocket? Who else could he have picked and won Grand
Did
Finals?
he save that just for Grand Finals?
I don't think so.
What? Oh, okay.
Jeez, Godly is nuts. He is the European Summer Champion.
Yeah, that is for sure. And by, like you said, by a long shot, there looked to be good distance between him and the rest of the pack, which is what we used to say back in the days when Acno was ruling the roost.
Right.
But now we've got a new champion, and it's Godly.
Things have changed up
He has
quite a
5
bit.
gold medals.
And no silvers.
0 silver,
and
0 bronze. He doesn't invest in low-tier metallics. Only gold, baby. What the heck?
That's nuts, man.
That's insane.
Godly. 3-0 in Winners Final, 3-0 in Grand Finals. It doesn't get much better than that. He didn't lose a single set in this entire tournament. I wonder how many games he lost because he didn't lose any games at the end where it's supposed to be the hardest.
Wait, he didn't.
How many games did he lose?
Did he lose no games in top 8?
Chat. We got to find out.
That's crazy.
Oh
yeah,
my
we
goodness.
literally have to invent new instruments to figure out how good Godly is. He's like off the charts. This is insane.
We got to start developing the tools necessary. All right, well, guys, it's not over yet, right? That was awesome, and there's still more to come. The European Summer Championship is over, but the South American Summer Championship is about to begin. So we're going to take a break, okay? And then none of you guys are going to go anywhere. Well, you might this now's a good time to grab a snack, grab some water, stay hydrated, okay? And then come right back because the South American Summer Championship is about to begin. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Thank you for watching. Not getting hit, just landing everything.
Oh, no. I don't know if he can.
That's it. Game up.
He's game 1.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh,
You see him going for some risky side signatures because he's the blood. You can smell the blood in the water. He's like, all right, I'll just go. I'll just go then. Dude's clawing at this opportunity. He is not giving up.
And you know what? No!
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, Godly just...
Get hit by less of these scythe moves.
Oh,
No,
dude,
the reads coming through from Godly are
He's
insane.
got such a funky flow.
Oh, he could.
That's it!
For
Ladies,
Godly.
it's over! It's over! Godly is the European Summer Champion, and by a long shot, dude.
I've prepared this for you. Drink. Open your mind. It will give you strength in Valhalla.
Hey, boy. Welcome to Brawlhalla. You're going to love this. A blade for every occasion. Fear not the darkness. I take no pleasure in this. This KO is mine.
I like this place. has never tasted so sweet. My long road does not end here. Odin is with us.
This is fun.
It's a shame the Saxons won't get to see this.
Nice.
Welcome to Brawlhalla.
Requiescat in pace. Ha, never gets old.
Electric running through my mind. Daylight slipping away. Yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. Smile. So I so I smile. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. Smile.
South America is now about to happen. Well, it's been underway for a hot minute over on twitch.tv/Estasao, I believe, something like that.
Yep.
But either way, we are now getting into the top 8. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about South America, how things are looking, how things are feeling, some people to maybe look out for if you haven't watched any 1v1s of the South American region.
For sure. We're going to pull up this bracket right here. We're going to see maybe some upsets that happen, maybe some things that were unexpected. We're going to see who is still in this tournament, who we are likely to see make it all the way through to the end, or at least near to the end. So some of these players, let's talk about upsets real quick that happened. We do see, not technically an upset, Wes going over Vim 10 Kilo, but of course Vim 10 Kilo taking that all the way to Game 5. That was a top 8 winners side qualifier match. So that's huge for Vim 10 Kilo. Right below that, Power Ranger and Newswin at it again. Power Ranger coming out on top, not unexpected, but another Game 5 situation for South America. Then we also have Kaina versus Lores kind of coming out on top of that to be on the winner's side of top 8. That was a 3-1. So that's a little bit to be more expected from those players. And then Fiend losing to Use 0-3. That is a big upset that I would say happening. The fact that it happened 0-3 this early on in the tournament is big.
It feels like an upset, and by most numeric values, it is an upset. But then, like, I'm always reminded of basically every single tournament that Fiend's participated in, where we're, like, getting ready to get into a pre-show, and Fiend's like, yeah, so I'm already in the elimination side of the bracket, and he's just big chilling, and then he makes top 3. So, I like, part of me is upset because it means it's not guaranteed top 3, top side, anything like that, but still, this is kind of like normal for Fiend in a weird way.
Yeah, that's always one of those things where I rarely put Fiend in my predictions, and then I see him go down into the elimination side of the bracket, and it's like, yes, I got it this time. Haha, I'm the smart one. But really, he just blows his way through the elimination side of the bracket and ends up winning the tournament, or at least nailing that top 3 podium finish. So yeah, certainly counting Fiend out at this moment after that is a foolish thing to do. Just did want to bring it up, though, because it is worthy of note. Use coming out on top there. If we're comparing the seeds between these two players, Use coming in at seed 6 and Fiend coming in at seed 3. So not a huge difference, but if you look at it in terms of ratios, it's like it's half in terms of seeding. So then if we look at some of the other players, I'm trying to look down on the elimination side of the bracket to see who's been taken out. News was taken out 3-0 by Sack. Vecina was taken out in a Game 5 against Vim 10 Kilo. We are going to be waiting to see the result of Fiend versus Yuki. that will be happening on the other stream, twitch.tv/Pro Brawlhalla. If you want to check that out, open this on a tab, open that on a tab, and just be able to go back and forth. If you want to know what's going to be streamed here and what will be streamed on the other stream, make sure to hit exclamation point or type exclamation point bracket in chat if you're on Twitch. Otherwise, you can go to start.gg/Brawlhalla and then navigate to the correct tournament for the correct region from there.
Well, let's talk about a little bit of an overarching idea of this South American region, because I think some people, you know, have shifted opinions. For a long time, it was like the little brother syndrome, where it was like, that's a cool region, they do really fun stuff, but when it comes to time to play against the other regions, it doesn't quite stack up. That was the big narrative for a really long time. And then we went into the midseason invitational, and they got second in the crew battles, and people were like, okay, but it's not the 2v2s, it's not the 1v1s. And then they got second in 2v2s, and people were like, okay, maybe let's talk about this region a little more. And then Fiend, of course, did amazing in 1v1s at the midseason invitational, and suddenly people were like, okay, we have to look at this region. We have to talk about this region and acknowledge that it's not just the little brother. The little brother has grown up and is now a relevant region that is sometimes outplacing Europe in these offline events. So you got to keep an eye on this region.
Absolutely. If we had a slider where we placed all of the regions and it would be like most competitive to least competitive, on the most competitive side, you would have like North America and EU. If anything, you would have North America in front of EU just based on tournament placements and overall community sentiment. Then you would have like maybe towards this end, of course, this end being the least competitive, you would have like South America like right in there, and then down towards the bottom, based on community sentiment, you would have SEA and Australia. They would kind of be down here, Australia here, NA and EU up here. But since MSI, we've definitely seen South America move up on that spectrum, much more towards North America and EU. Hopefully we get to see like more of South America make it out to BCX so we can see what the rest of the region has in store, rather than just like the few extremely shining stars that are from South America, like Fiend, like West. So we hope we get to see that to really see where South America fits in to the overall global landscape of competitive Brawlhalla.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth mentioning with the midseason invitational that they kind of started reaching into the bag for who was able to make it, who had the visas to go to the midseason invitational. And in particular, Lores was kind of the surprise, who did incredibly well at the midseason invitational. But we didn't see like Power Ranger at it. We didn't see Kaina Ackerman. Fortunately, we have seen Kaina at an offline event, though, because the Brazilians have been starting to put on their own stuff.
Shouts out to Karatada. That was the South American LAN event that Hughes ended up coming out on top with Kaina in second place. That was an amazing grand finals to watch. And since we're bringing up some of those players specifically, Kaina, let's talk about Kaina for a minute, because Kaina is, I think, in a really interesting spot in this tournament specifically, more so than I think a lot of other players in South America, and honestly the world, is Kaina is a Bodvar player. Back in 2v2s when we originally started paying attention to Kaina, it was a double Bodvar team. That extended into 1v1s as well, giving us a Bodvar player, a Bodvar main till the end. Then Hammer got some balance changes, some major balance changes that changed a lot of sentiments about who is playing Hammer, who likes to play Hammer, who should still be playing Hammer. Most people have shifted away from it in 2s and definitely in 1v1s. Based on what we have today, and I think we have a clip of it to throw up there, is Kaina versus Lores. I was wondering what Kaina was going to be playing today after we saw Double Val, but you can see right there, you're looking at two big scoops. What's the one weapon that can do that? That's right, Duke and everybody at home. You guessed it. It's Hammer. We're still seeing the Bodvar coming out. It was interesting. I didn't know if we were going to see a Val coming in after 2v2s last week, where we saw double Val. We saw exiting from the Bodvar onto the double Val. But so far today, we're getting that Bodvar play from Kaina.
Yeah, I mean, you started talking about it, and I was really kind of thinking in my head, like, yeah, the Bodvar players have fallen off. Swada was talking about how he didn't sleep, did not perform that great. Simple jumped off the Bodvar, performed pretty well. We haven't seen what's happening in North America, but overall, the Bodvars have not been making it as far in bracket the way that we're used to seeing prior to those big Hammer hits.
Yeah, so that definitely, I think in South America, probably affected Kaina the most out of anybody in both 1v1s and 2v2s. We'll see how that shakes out today, as Kaina is currently on the top side of the bracket. We are going to see Kaina versus Hughes in the winners semifinals. But we also have a couple other players that we want to talk about. We mentioned him earlier, so we'll go ahead and shift on in to Fiend.
Okay, Fiend, again, he's kind of that underdog at this point because he's on the underside of the bracket. He's on the elimination side of things. But still, when it comes to offline events, he performs. He did amazing in the crew battles, did amazing in 2v2s, and he did amazing in 1v1s. He's kind of that surprise in the sense that, like, he's one of the few heralds of Spear that exist across the entire competitive Brawlhalla landscape. Fozy played a lot of Spear today, but other than that, like, Fiend's kind of been the one who's really been carrying the mantle of Spear player in competitive Brawlhalla, and we talked about it, I think, last week, where we were like, Fiend makes Spear look really good. He makes Spear look like it is contending with all these other weapons that people are really putting their eyes towards. He's outplaying Gauntlet's, Guitars, Scythe, everything else with his Spear play.
And this was like, it included months and months ago when Spear wasn't as thought of. Not that it's the most highly sought after weapon currently, but we are seeing a lot more Spear make its way into the play. And Fiend been doing that. He been on that. He been showing how strong that weapon is. His ability to pick up the double D-lights into the side air, his ability to understand the situation and say, okay, my opponent has burned his dodge. Now it's time to go for that double D-light into the side air. Finding KOs way earlier on Spear because of that than you normally would. If you're talking about side airs, that moves your opponent towards the blast zone before you even get to that side air. It adds up more damage as well, so they're going to be sent farther based off of that side air. If we're talking about recovery, of course, D-light is going to move you up. Second D-light's going to move you up. Recovery is going to send you up to that top blast zone. So again, it gets you closer to that KO territory to get you that earlier KO. And D-light is not the best move in the game. You don't see Spear players saying, oh man, I love where D-light is right now, but Fiend makes it work like nobody else.
Yeah, he's very consistent with it. One thing that is kind of interesting is, like, you compare it to the other kind of notable Spear player of Crocky, and you're not seeing the Arcadia come out, which I think there's a lot of, like, logic to if Fiend wanted to play it, because he has the Great Sword from his Jae-Yun, and of course he has a plethora of Spear characters, but he's not going to kind of the newer Spear stuff. He's kind of sticking with the classics. He's sticking with the Hattori, he's sticking with the Brynn, he's sticking with the Nash as well.
So we'll see if any of those make their own appearance today in this bracket. So let's talk about another player that is likely going to be on a lot of people's minds and who can come out on top in this, and that is Wes. Of course, it's Wes. One of the baddest players in all of South America.
Bad in a good way.
Yes, bad in like a Michael Jackson bad. I'm bad, I'm really, really bad. That's not how he dances in the thing. No. I also didn't sing it very well either, so I just really nosedived that impression into the ground.
But people at home likely, hopefully knew because they are at least familiar with Michael Jackson's music. We do have a clip of Wes. Let's see what he's been playing today. Generally, it's been the Olgrim.
He's been locking to the Orion so far today. We'll see if that's here. Yeah, here is that Orion. And he's going against Vimtank Kilo. You're playing the Olgrim against Wes, who is one of the best Olgrims in the entire world. Boom. Perfectly punishes that. You know a Lance player is going to know how to punish that. They're also going to know how to use it in a more safe manner. But, I mean, Vimtank Kilo was kind of stuck in that moment.
Yeah.
Like, what else are you going to do? You
You're
throw your weapon
on the
up, then what are you going to do? You need to travel that distance, so you have to charge up that Lance recovery. But Wes ends up coming out on top there. His Lance play is incredible. Let's look at where he is in the bracket currently.
Top side, top 8, going to be going up against Power Ranger. Wes is arguably one of the favorites. I mean, he's coming in as the top seed, and of course, many people have a lot of faith in Wes. People expected him to do the best out of the South Americans when we were talking about the midseason invitational.
But, of course, this is an online tournament where Wes has typically reigned king. There has been some tug-of-war back and forth, but more often than not, it is Wes. That's why he's coming into this one. PR number 1, also seed number 1 as well.
Yeah, Wes is looking good, feeling good. Interesting pick of that Orion, but again, Spear starting to come back into the South American region. Of all regions, I think South America was the most to, like, hold on to Spear more than some other ones.
So let's move on to somebody that Wes often teams with.
Yeah.
Power Ranger. Let us move on to Power Ranger, who's going to be coming into this one at PR2, seed number 4. So been, I don't want to say slacking, but for lack of a better term, slacking here recently, which is where you see a little bit of a disconnect between PR and seed. Of course, volatility is going to affect that seed much more, so recent placements are going to come into effect with that seed much more. Still, coming in seed 4 is very strong and has been locking in the Val pick. So we may not see the swap over to Val from Kaina, but we are, at least so far, seeing it come out from Power Ranger as well. It's been a lot of gauntlets this year for Power Ranger. Of course, another weapon that's extremely popular. In the meta, we're seeing a Val pick, we're seeing a Wu Shang, we're seeing a Rayman pick. So like 3 or 4 different gauntlet characters that Power Ranger is bringing into the fold today.
Yeah, and that's going to be good for today and for this weekend because, again, Gauntlet's looking good. We've been seeing a lot of Gauntlets. I mean, even just a little while ago, Godly, of course, a known Gauntlet player. We have a lot of Gauntlets. We've seen it in 2s. We've seen it in 1v1s. Power Ranger, he's just ahead of the curve.
So let's maybe move on into our predictions. But before that, we're going to go ahead and look at a clip of some of the things that Power Ranger has done today. This is going to be a top 12 clip. There you see that gauntlet toss. Continued the pressure off stage. Extended that. There, we're seeing News go back in. The side air is going to whip just a little bit. Side lights to the right, then side airs back the other direction. The weapon toss is going to come out here. That is, of course, going to burn the dodge. That means that D-light into the ground pound is going to be free for Power Ranger to clean that one up.
Before we get into predictions, which
Okay.
I know you're very excited to do,
I
and I
am.
need to make sure that I have mine right before I mess with production. But
Okay.
I want to give credit to Esta South. They're the ones who made all those clips.
Yeah,
and
we
sent
love
it
them.
to us, and we love Esta South. So much love out there to the Esta South
Hold on.
boys.
I'm going to actually find the Twitch name just so we can give proper
I was gonna
credit
say,
to
I
that.
think there's a BH, but I'm not 100%.
Yeah, it is
okay.
BH. I thought that might be the case as well. And it is. It is Twitch. Okay, I'm just looking at the stream, and that's me on there being
Hi.
on the computer. What's up, Esta
Thanks.
South?
Oh,
Hey,
wait,
guys.
hey, they can. They
yeah,
can,
that's we're
hey,
there.
Hey, it's them.
Maybe we wave at them, and then they
Yeah,
wave back at
yeah.
us.
Can
We
they
wave at
wave
them,
back?
and then they wave back at us.
Can we put them behind us?
Are they going to wave back at us?
Wait, are they paying attention?
Are they going to wave at us?
Are they, hey,
wave
let's-
at you? Wave.
Esta South. Wait, hey.
Yeah! We did it! Let's go! We did it! Shouts out to Esta South BH. Really just building the foundation of what South American Brawlhalla esports are. A lot of hard work from a lot of really talented and really dedicated people down there in the scene. We see you. Everybody at home sees you. Everybody knows the work that you put in to help make South America what it is into one of the truly competitive regions in Brawlhalla. Always got to give credit where credit is due. Thanks, guys. We love
100%.
that.
Love to the Esta South boys. All right. Let's get into predictions. Do you want to go
Let's get into
first? Do you want me to
predictions.
go first? How you feeling?
Who went first earlier?
You did.
I did?
You.
So
but-
your turn.
Okay. In third place. Again, I can't not have him in my top 3. Him being in the elimination bracket, I don't care. He's in my top 3 100% of the time. Every time I've discounted him, he still makes it into the top 3, so I can't anymore. Fiend, of course, is going to be in that number 3 spot. In number 2, I'm going to go with a little bit of a curveball. I'm saying Wes is going in number 2 with Power Ranger going above him. I think the meta favors Power Ranger. I think the fact that he's gotten a couple of gold medals bodes well. I think things are looking good for Power Ranger. He might not win in the upcoming match to get into the winner's final, but I think overall Power Ranger's going to be walking home with the gold medal.
Interesting picks coming out. My picks are going to be based on a little bit of bracket science. We're going to try to break down the possible routes. I don't know if we're going over on time, but sorry, Toast. I'm going to take my time to do this one. Let's do a little bit of bracket science here. So the way the bracket has shaken up is we have West versus Power Ranger in the winner's semifinals, and we also have Kaina versus Use in the winner's semifinals. I believe that West is going to move on over Power Ranger into the winner's finals. Kaina is going to move on over Use into the winner's finals as well. That means Power Ranger is going to go down. That means Use is also going to go down. I think the way that will shake up based on records between these players, based on recent history, based on past placements, I think that is going to be, I forgot what I think that is going to be. Let me look back at the notes.
Wes?
That means Power Ranger and Kaina will eventually meet in
Okay.
the elimination finals.
Yes.
I believe, based on recent placements, this is mostly the most recent South American tournament. I believe it was the highest Brawlhalla tournament, number 3.
Okay.
Kaina coming out victorious in that tournament, even over West and Power Ranger. I think it is going to be Power Ranger in third place because Kaina is going to go back up into the winner's side of things, into the grand finals, going to end up coming second over to West. That means West coming in first place. That is your bracket science lesson for how this is going to fill out.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning. My bracket is already blown because I literally can't get all 3, but hey, I locked it in earlier and, things happen. But I think it's time we take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll be bringing you that top 8 action of the South American region for the Summer Championship. So grab some popcorn, grab a seat, and we will be right back.
is definitely gone right now.
Saying, yo, you better hop back on that.
Oh! While Fiend's dealing with a 2v1.
Oh, he's out. That's it.
Oh, my goodness.
Nice pickup from DB to
The
close out
moment
that
he
stock.
came back into
Oh
the
my
fight, he got
gosh,
killed
they've
for
got
it. This is his play, man. I mean, going for Teros there, and everybody's got it.
Whoa! Leading to getting the victory here. Double kill right there. You're
Nice air. Read the dodge out from Kaina.
Nice.
And Fiend with the ground pound.
Took a lot of hits, too. He didn't miss any one of those. It's all over, kind of.
Go away!
Dude, man, he even anticipated the dribble that was going to come from that side signature. That is so good. And then DB gets
that's the good part about it, you know. I think he went.
Oh my gosh, again.
Oh, smoke! He's out there. Oh, don't do both of them. He did.
South American Summer Championship is starting. It's already happened. We're already in the top 8. We've got Wes. We've got Power Ranger. I'm excited for this. Zip, I got to believe you are too.
Of course I am. This is the current and most exciting region in my eyes. These guys bring the hype every single time, and I know that everyone out there is just as excited as we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people have become fans of the South American region. They have just such a different play style. It's fun to watch, regardless of how much you've watched other regions. South America it feels very refreshing with how little regard for their own safety they can have sometimes.
Exactly. I love it. I've said it before. Well, they took the graphic from me. I was going to give it a little breakdown, but I've said it before. They play it's ranked style perfected.
Yeah.
Because, on ranked, people go for the gusto at all times. They want to go off stage. They want to make sure that they're doing something hype. But these guys do that to the best capacity you could possibly do it. Now, we do have the graphic up. We have Wes going up against Power Ranger for the first game. Next up, we have Kaina versus Hughes. And then Vim Tranquilo going up against Sack. And Lorius versus somebody that is unknown yet. Now, Wes versus Power Ranger. How are you looking at that matchup?
I think by most accounts, Wes has the advantage. I've already put out there that I think Power Ranger is going to win it.
Okay.
But I think by most sane people would probably put it to Wes.
I completely understand. I'm going to have to go in that same bag with you. I'm going to pull Wes out of the bag and put him right there in that winner spot of that match right there. Now, I mean, you did say Power Ranger. It's not like it's unfeasible. He can definitely win. He can definitely win.
It's PR1 and PR2. This is arguably going to be the closest match for either of them.
Yeah, I'm ready for it. That's all I'm trying to get to. Now, let's look at this. We got Kaina versus Hughes. Now, I'm familiar with Kaina, and I'm slightly familiar with Hughes, but we know in 2v2s, Kaina was really popping off. So now, how are you looking at this matchup?
Oh, that's going to be a fun one, but I think I got to cut you off because the players are ready. They're jumping into it.
Oh,
I don't think we have time for it.
We don't even have time for all that breaking stuff down.
No.
You know what? Y'all just did the pre-show anyway. Y'all already broke it all down. They don't want to hear all that. They want to see some scrapping.
Yeah, they want to see the action, and they're going to get into it with Akuma versus Orion. And this is still an interesting pick. I'm so used to seeing Wes on the Ulgrim. He challenged Koslix for the title of the Ulgrim of Brawlhalla for that Macho Man title, and now he's on the Orion.
Still a Lance character, and Orion is a monster, man. Like, this character will terrorize you at all turns. The Sig Pack is dangerous, and when you're playing Lance like this, the beginning of the game could be the end of the game soon.
Yo, Wes is really trying to get these off-stage engagements. You can see the way he is flying around. He's going to take the first stock immediately. The NSIG connects, and Power Ranger is hurting.
Man, they got that stock out of there with the swiftness. We didn't get to analyze a single thing. Took him right, left, and then over the top with a signature, and looking like he's starting it all over again. Power Ranger needs to figure something out quickly.
That's very interesting. Okay, so he's gone for this 3 times, right, where he gets the Sares, he goes for the Dares, or he'll go for the chase dodge up Sare. And Power Ranger has been doing a good job mixing it up, not letting himself get caught out, but still, Wes is getting damage on the Power Ranger.
Definitely a lot of damage. This is the caliber of Lance you're talking about. He definitely went up head-to-head with Koslix, ended up losing the set, but was up 2-0, had the chance to close that bad boy out. And that's a big deal when we're talking about the person that's supposed to be the best Lance player.
And Wes is going to deny weapons. He's going to go over to the Spear now. Lots of potential to finish this one off. Down sig thrown out, but Power Ranger beats it out. He just doesn't get much off of it. It's just a sidelight.
At this point, I understand. You're scared. You make the wrong play or you overcommit on anything. You don't even make a play, and he's coming to talk to you.
Don't start off South America with a 3 stock. That would be rough. Wes, I mean, he's got 3 stocks still, and he's going to get the double downlight into the side air.
All right, I have an important question for you real quick.
What's up?
How you feeling about that pick, man?
Well, you know. We all live with regrets. He's going to get the side air. He's going to deny the 3 stock, and he's going to get his pick of weapons. It's going to be the gauntlets.
All right, gonna go with these gauntlets and dance around a little bit, swing and a miss, swing and a miss. Now you have to fight the spear. Spear versus gauntlets, I don't know, man. Even though I think that the gauntlets are the best weapon, it's still going to have to struggle in this matchup in my eyes.
I think Spear is honestly a really good answer to Gauntlets, especially like Spear Nair, just the extra range you get with Endlight. Downlight's a fantastic punish tool because a lot of things on the Gauntlets will put him in the air. Downsig launches Power Ranger in the air, gives West game number 1.
My goodness. That was a clinic. He didn't have any patience for him, man. He took him to the clinic. That's what that was. All right. So let's look at this. Let's take a peek here. Boom, just went over to talk to him with the side signature. Down signature gonna. Well, this one didn't KO. He just went over, stepped off, came back, and saved. Yeah, that was good stuff. That was good stuff.
That's such an interesting decision from West to go off stage and do that dodge back. All of that was just to bait out the dodge from Power Ranger.
Exactly.
Just take away tools from Power Ranger. So at the end of it, he's like, well, now you have no choice but to eat this side air and give me that game.
Mm-hmm. Influencing the direction of the stage recovery. And here we go. Let's see if we can get a better start out of Power Ranger. Last time we saw what happened. It was front, back, side to side, and got sent out quickly.
Well, so far he's not visiting all sides of the stage just yet. He's not getting drug around, but still, he's not getting the most damage. It's just a couple of end lights onto Wes, although as long as he's not getting hit for it, I guess, you know, good safe damage is better than no damage.
Yeah, I know that's right. I'll take the little tit for tat, just the little touches here and there. It's a lot better than just getting drug around. And now you have to... Wow, what a recovery. What a way to play that edge and not get ground pounded by the gauntlets, but still playing it well. Power Ranger, you know, just more committal with light attacks. I think that was the answer. It was good coverage to use that down signature, but you could have went over there and caused a little bit more havoc.
Yo, but he's going to get that recovery. Wes gets disarmed. This is a great opportunity for Power Ranger. Doesn't go in for the downlight instead. Gonna let Wes land, and he gets the down sig. Wes going for the Sarah again. No, waits for it. No dodge from Power Ranger.
Man, I've been seeing a lot over the past 2 weeks. People are just getting down to 2 exclamation marks and getting up for free, man.
Dude, that's one thing, like, we were watching with Remy, like, we sit in the side room and watch these matches, and Remy's like, why are people letting other people get away with 3 exclamation points? Like,
I don't get it.
You're running out of tools. A downlight side air. Good positioning from Power Ranger to outspace it and punish. But, man, some people are getting away with a lot.
Yeah, definitely getting away with a lot. I mean, that's you going down in the lead, West losing the lead to allowing that to happen. Power Ranger gets the first stock. Got the gauntlet still, going up against the spear. Just one good hit, boom, finally gets the recovery, and that will be the stock of Power Ranger.
And he's going to juggle. He's going to be sticking with the spear. Interesting. Wes, again, known for his lance play. A little bit surprised to see him not try to start off with the lance early on, but again, spear's a great tool in the matchup, so I can't blame him too much for it.
Great tool in the matchup, and I mean, obviously just a strong weapon in general, but what was it? I don't remember who it was I was talking to, but they mentioned that this region plays a lot more spear than any other region. So maybe he's just really, really comfortable with the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely worth noting that this region has quite a few people who are willing to pick up that spear, and it's not just like the Wushang mains out there.
Exactly. It's something weird, man. I hate fighting Orion. I actually hate seeing the character whenever I'm playing, but in tournament, it's so cool to see this character go in.
I mean, weirdly enough, like, despite all of the memes about Orion, you don't see him in competitive that much. He is still kind of a niche pick. Lance, you don't see that often. When you do, it's usually the Ulgrim, but clearly Wes wanting the Orion, he wants that spear, he wants that Sig kit. You saw that N-Sig in Game 1 be very effective. Right now, Power Ranger needs a Sig to finish off the stock of Wes.
And needs a Sig, another recovery with the gauntlets will do it. Ooh, you had it! And there it goes, there it goes. Went for the true confirm. Didn't think it was the right time to burn it on the first touch.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both saw, like, they had the movement. He saw the dodge down, but he didn't throw out the recovery. But you know what? He still waited, and he still had that dodge on cooldown, so he was able to pick up that recovery just a little delayed.
Mm-hmm. All right, Wes is down this time. Much better game from Power Ranger. Nice. Welcome to the Bates Motel. Baited the dodge and went up and almost got the stock. Not enough. Hasn't really gotten hit, so it's still looking great.
Yeah, I mean, that was almost an equalizer. The ground pound almost does it. Power Ranger gets disarmed. Great recognition. Ooh. Stars came out, but he's going to survive. He's still not getting any extra credit, though, on this final stock of Wes.
I thought he had that, man. That was a good dodge from Power Ranger because that recovery would have did it. Got that one. TK was calling that the West special. You slide off the side of the stage at MSI. You slide off the side, and then you pop that recovery and come back up. That's the West special.
I mean, Power Ranger was definitely not ready for it, which is a bit surprising because they're longtime 2v2 teammates. They play against each other, I gotta believe, fairly often, and yet still Wes kind of pulling out those secret strats.
All right. No punish. It looks like Power Rangers just being a little bit more chill than at the beginning of this game. Maybe trying to be a little too cautious about the moments that you choose. Power Ranger not getting any touches. There we go. Wes going for the gusto.
Oh, the patience from Power Ranger picks up the NSIG. Still not enough, though. Wes holding on, did get disarmed by the NSIG. Now Power Ranger going to push that advantage. Downlight recovery. Finally, Power Ranger gets himself on the board. One apiece.
One apiece, one apiece. That's good stuff from both players. We saw a clinic in the first game from Wes, and Power Ranger answered back. I like it. Strong.
Had to scrap for it, though. That was definitely not a convincing finish from Power Ranger. I mean, like, in those final moments, was a little bit nervous there. Wes with the lance in hand can be very scary.
Agreed, agreed. But when you're hitting your sword combinations like that to close out games, yeah, you don't have to be that worried. You know you've got it in your bag. You know you can get rid of stocks. And I guess that's why we saw so much patience at the end of the game from Power Ranger.
It was such a good edge guard, too. Like, Wes threw out so many things expecting, you know, like the side sig over the corner, the dash jump, ground pound, everything. And Power's like, I'm going to sit here, and when you come up, I'm going to hit you with the N-sig, and then we'll figure out the rest from there. All right, now we're here in game number 3. Scrapping again, both of them trading blows for blows.
Blows for blows, moving around toe to toe. They are boxing, my man. Here we go. Got the Lance trying to figure out what to do with it. It seems like the Lance can't get started anymore. The Spear was doing much better last game, and Power Rangers figured it out. Like, okay, you're gonna try to challenge me at these heights. You're gonna try to hit me with these jump neutral side airs, and I'm not going for any of it. There it is, and the weapon switch is perfect. The setup into it, come on now.
That was great from Wes. Unfortunately, he did burn a lot of movement. You saw after that recovery, he was already sweat beads, and so he couldn't maintain that pressure. Power Ranger had the dodge, but he didn't go for the second side light.
Doesn't challenge on the edge. I get it. It's the recovery of the Spear, right? Yeah. Sometimes you don't want to deal with that.
Or, I mean, I think many a player has eaten an N-sig from an Orion off stage. So he's got to respect that a little bit.
You're right. You're right. That's definitely a threat. What a low recovery weapon toss up. You know, Wes does that a lot. Keeps it safe, and he's playing. I get it.
Not the stock, though.
I figured it out.
High ceiling. What'd you figure out?
Wes is playing Orion. Nice. Nice. Wes is playing Orion not only because his Spear is strong and because he's got the lance in hand, but he always uses that recovery to get back on stage. Use the weapon toss up into whatever he wants to do to get back on stage, and both of those are the broadest weapons in the game. It helps him out.
I mean, it's definitely a lance player trait to go for those up tosses to secure wall touches, and so kind of like you said, Lance and Spear both have similar hitboxes on that up toss.
That's good stuff. Good stuff. All right, all right. A little bit of analytics. I'm probably wrong, but still.
You were so right, and chat's giving you all the credit for it. They're like, man, Zip knew 100%.
All right. The sword from Power Rangers has been looking so good ever since game number 2. Nice. Keeping them at bay. Using the Nuge. Controlling it.
Oh.
Look at this. Racking up damage.
He is just picking apart Wes right now. This sword, like you said, just complete control. Wes really not getting any opportunities to play that Lance game after game number 2. The sword not going to land. Oh, good spot dodge from Wes. He'll hold on for a little bit here.
That dodge was so necessary because your stock was for sure gone if you got hit by that.
Caught the landing.
All right, poking away, punished for swinging out. You weren't going to get that hit. I mean, you had to try something, right? But wrong option. And Power Ranger really chilling out, trying to find the right moments. There it is. Everything's a punish. Power Ranger doesn't want to initiate anything. Power Ranger wants to punish everything, and I think Wes needs to recognize and stop whiffing stuff.
Oh,
nice!
Doesn't whiff that one. 2 recoveries, and Wes evens it up. But you're 100% right. Power Ranger has been baiting out actions from Wes. Like, he's been going in and just kind of floating around Wes, hoping that Wes will pull the trigger, throw out an attack, and then Power Ranger goes in, punishes the whiffed end lights and things like that. And Sig misses. Power Ranger not able to punish this time, though.
I wasn't able to get it. That gravity cancel side sig that Power Ranger just did was crazy. If that would have hit, I know that was a moment we all get to pop off.
Yo, getting the two-piece. Power Ranger getting that damage built up. Wes eats a side air offstage opportunity, but he's got to respect the end sig. No, he doesn't. Wes in trouble. Still gets the wall touch, but a side sig from Power Ranger gives him game number 3.
What a turnaround. I was trying to make fun of you a little bit for your pick after the first game, and now it's looking like I got to zip my lips, man. I can't. I need to cut it out.
Is that where the zip comes from?
I mean, there's a lot of moments where I shut myself up. So I don't know. That could be a double entendre, I guess.
Yo, it's okay, though, because the feet are not in the mouth just yet. Wes going to make the swap now to the Wushang. Full respect to this. The Lance wasn't working in the last one. It was all about the spear, and Wushang's got a killer spear.
Definitely has a killer spear, but, I mean, you're losing the Lance. Well, I mean, it makes sense because the Lance wasn't doing much. So now you have the luxury of the gauntlets in hand and the Sig pack from Wushang. Come on now. That's one of the best.
Those side sigs can be dangerous. Those end sigs can be dangerous on both weapons. Power Ranger double down light. He's got it on his own, and he's got the gauntlets. Misses the ground pound, though, so the pressure will be relieved from Wes.
Power Ranger definitely set his morphin time and put the suit on because this is ridiculous.
Dodge.
Okay.
So that's theirs? No, not anymore. Wes going to take the first stock.
You got sigged up right there. That was, what, 3 back-to-back?
He's like, oh, y'all talking about some Wushang sigs. Okay, let me show you the Wushang sigs.
He played some beautiful music. You know, the gong. That's some good stuff.
The tones on it. The side sig from Power Ranger as well evens that one up immediately. What's the weapon of choice? Definitely going to be the sword.
Oh, yeah, the sword's been the answer this whole time. Look at that. Putting together damage quickly every single time.
Keeping it going. Staying a little back. Oh, the mind games. Power Ranger was doing these B-hops. Wes was like, I'm going to call it out with the end sig, and Power Ranger stays grounded that time. And Wes going to fall. Massive lead for Power Ranger.
Every time Power Ranger gets a hit with this sword, it turns into at least 3, at minimum.
Oh, my goodness. Power Ranger with so much control here. Good spot dodge, avoids the dare. Another spot dodge from Power Ranger. Wes. He's trying to find his footing here, but Power Ranger, he's like putting these hitboxes out to control space and also punishing, but Wes does get the end sig.
Wes went for a ground pound on the side. I mean, that's something big you need, but I don't know. Don't look for the KO yet. Let's try to rack up some damage. I think you got to start turning into the baiter, right? It's time to debate. Oh, no.
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader.
Side air from Wes. Lots of sweat beads being put out.
Yes.
That means a lot of options being taken away, but Power Ranger survives it. Damage being done. Adding it up, getting that extra credit onto Wes, but Wes is evening this up if he can get the stock.
If he can get the stock, I can't believe that recovery right there didn't KO. That was like midway through the air. Still didn't work. That one works. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. I mean, but you saw how high up they were?
Yeah, they were very high. But that's a high ceiling on Demon Island. So you'll definitely see those vertical KOs take a little bit longer sometimes. That's going to be a punish from Power Ranger, but just a sideline.
Okay, here we go. The spear working, putting in overtime.
Didn't panic jump, didn't eat the end sig. Would have been fatal for Power Ranger, but he's got to be careful. Damage being done from Wes. Side sig misses.
Nice spot dodge from Power Ranger.
Oh,
okay.
That's a punish. No. Just gets one hit.
Couldn't commit because, that's happened too many times. Power Ranger's got to recover to the stage a little bit better than that.
Yo, but the Sayers, Power Ranger has the stage control. The weapon toss, Wes survives.
I cannot believe he made it back. I thought that was the end of the game, but Raw show you. And he had the ball on him real quick after landing that blow.
Where's Sparky's face? Because I want to see the egg on it. 3-1 in favor of Power Ranger. You asked me a question earlier about my picks. I'm feeling pretty good.
What did I say?
I gotta say I'm feeling pretty good. You said you're going to take Wes out of the bag and put him in the winner's spot. Well,
oh, no. You even remember that?
Yeah,
oh,
dude,
no.
I keep track. I pay attention in conversations.
Oh yeah, I was more than wrong. You know what I mean?
It's okay. You know what? It takes a mature person to admit when they're wrong, and it happens. I've been more than wrong many a time. But Power Ranger is right in the winners final. Guaranteed top 3 finish for Power Ranger.
Yeah, that's a beautiful look. That's what you want to see when you come into a bracket like this. You don't want to fall down to that lower side too early. Talk about this many times, because when you go down there, you already made it so far. So who's down there at the bottom? A bunch of goons. And you already have to play way more games because you fell down there. So the winner side, always a great look. Now, so let's get over here. Kinda pulling up to scrap with Use. We got cut off before I could get into the analytics with my mans. But now, what do you think about this one?
I think almost all metrics would put Kinda above Use. It Kinda did the best in the most recent events that have happened in the South American region. Kinda has a generally higher PR. Kinda's generally just been doing better than Use, but at the same time, Use is here. PR number 5, definitely not a slouch. The favor actually goes in favor of Use, though. 3-1 in favor of Use. Look at that lifetime score.
3-1 lifetime score.
Wow.
You know what? If you asked me, I definitely wouldn't have said that was the deal. But, I mean, like you said, Kinda has been here to the top a bunch of times and got the gold medal, got the silver medal, had more top 8 placements in general, got about a 10 stacks, a little bit more in that Bretzky's, you know what I mean? So, I mean, the experience is going to have to show, but for some reason, it looks like Use just has the number of Kinda.
Well, it is going to be tough because, like Spriky and I said in the South American pre-show, people have been hopping off the Bodvar. Kinda's kind of the last remaining Bodvar in any region at this point, and we'll see how well he does here as he's going to be going up against Use, now the one carrying the mantle of the Macho Man.
So it seems like from seeing the community, I think that people kind of don't like the hammer, right? Like, they didn't like the hammer like that. And I'm going to say it like this. I'm rooting for anybody playing the hammer because I've always thought this weapon was entertaining.
Dude, I love a good hammer, but yeah, a lot of people have been getting, I guess, tired of watching hammer. Just thought it was doing too well, and ever since it got hit with the Nerf bat, a lot of people have been saying, like, you know what, it's fallen off as a weapon. But right now, Use definitely still on, hitting neutral light after neutral light. That's 4 neutral lights in a row. Can he go for the big 5-0? No. Kinda gets back up.
Yeah, I tried to go for a backup in Sayer, but just went a little too far back, and finally kind of able to get some footing on this map and play some games, but more neutral lights coming out from Use.
He is playing the neutral light game. Throws out a side sig, ends up eating a weapon toss for it, but Kinda is now disarmed.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get like some kind of achievement, hit 15 neutral lights in a game.
It's like when your opponent disconnects and you got to add up that light attack damage. You just like, we just only use the same move over and over. Neutral light after neutral light. Kinda is already in trouble.
Oh my gosh, look at all those weapon tosses, the neutral lights, everything is working out. But it's kind of weird because it looks like Use has been doing everything, but look at the damage on both of these guys, and Use loses the stock first.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, neutral light will eventually KO, but not as quickly as something like a downlight recovery.
That is facts. Yo, try to get nasty.
That's why I love some kind of hammer.
You know what I'm saying? It's kind of nice.
Yeah, he's kind of nice on it. Use, though, is also nice as he does clean up that stock, and now we're going into the second one's relatively even. Use back on the axe. Watch for the neutral lights.
Oh, my gosh. Here we go. Putting it together. When the axe gets going like that, man, it's a terrible feeling. When you're getting clinked up, you want out of there.
I mean, like, it's definitely a brain breaker when you eat the same move multiple times in a row. Because, like, when you do that, it's like, that's on me. I made the mistake. I'm the one who's going in, you know, getting a little over-aggressive. Use gonna eat all the hammer damage. Nair from Kinda, and he is up.
Oh, my gosh. Might have been the cleanest thing I've seen all day. That was so nice. Went down low with the chase dodge and caught that neutral air. That was so good. Even after the dodge, it was like, I know you can dodge, so just do it, and I'm going to still get the stock out of here.
Yeah, I was wrong. Your brain not broken. Your brain is it got bigger. He went Mega Mine. Oh my god!
Oh my
gosh.
Yo! Oh my gosh! He grabbed the hammer and said, "I've been working on the railroad all the live long day." Oh no!
Oh. Not like this. He's gonna fall, but he's still got another stock. He's got some damage built up on the Use. So he shouldn't be sweating too much just yet. There's the sword pickup. I don't think a downlight recovery will do it just yet.
Okay, come on. I want the hammer back. Put that sword away. Sheath the blade.
Yeah. He's playing it out the sword. There's no weapon spawn. There it is. He's not going to make the swap just yet. You saw that weapon toss, and there's the hammer. Is he going to do it again?
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Okay.
Stage
Stage
control.
control.
Oh, threw the weapon a little early. Okay, here we go. Some neutral lights coming out from Use. Yes, there goes one.
Oh, he's just playing weapon denial.
I like that. I like that. So you switch it up. He's been getting used to the matchup, right, of the axe. So now you bring this out to try to run back to stock. Nope. Recovery from the sword is going to do it. Kind of. Game one.
Hughes didn't even have time to think about getting that lance underway, but they running right into the next map. Like we're watching the first replay, and they're already on the loading screen for the next game. They're like, all right, let's run this set.
The cow. Oh, no. Where you going, my boy? I got something else for you. Special delivery.
I remember after the offline event that happened in South America, Sparky tweeted out that he thinks that Kaina is his favorite hammer to watch. I get it.
I get it.
I get it.
This thing go crazy. All right, now, yeah, we're starting with Lance from Use. Use is, you think it's just going to be a change of pace for the whole rest of the set? Or, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, if Game 2 goes the way that Game 1 went, I'm expecting a full-on character swap from Use.
Oh, my gosh.
Shoving those hammer side airs into Use's face. Not enough to KO, though. Lots of horizontal movement on the Lance, so he will survive. But that's some good damage.
Yeah, that was really good damage. Now you're, I mean, like what? Maybe like a few more, maybe 2 more hits, and then that next time that hits, it should be KO, right? Nope, he wants to stomp Sayer. He wants to stomp Sayer.
He might go for some style, kind of. He is a South American at the end of the day. He might go for a little extra.
A little bit of swagger,
Oh! Okay, off the gravity cancel, not quite enough. Goes out for it. No, doesn't hit the dare. Use with the turnaround. He's going to get the first stock.
Wow. Overextension at its finest, kind of losing the stock first. Just because trying to put too much flair on the KO.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need to be Ric Flair. Sometimes you got to just get the KOs. But kind of, he's got the sword. A downlight recovery might be enough to do it. He's just going to get a side light. He's looking for the read.
Do it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that'll do it too. All right, switch.
Yeah, he's waiting for it. Want to delay that weapon spawn.
Of course, of course. Trying to get these scoops. You know what's crazy? I have not seen. I mean, like those aren't landing at all unless it's in combo.
It's generally been hitting as a follow up. There's one. Doesn't get the nair follow up though.
Nice, nice.
Okay.
Wow, good whiff punish from Use.
Yeah, really good movement from him. Actually backstepping so he could get that neutral light. Down air doesn't get the bounce that he wanted.
This is good neutral from both players, but Use is really doing a good job of spacing and landing punishes. Okay, here we go. The turnaround, yes!
Still needs to finish the stock, though. Down! Sig from downtown kind of is going to go up 2 stocks to 1.
The hold on that. It made Use burn the dodge so early.
Bro, they went slow-mo in-game. Like,
yeah.
The time stopped as he was like, uh-oh.
All right, a good job from Use. Got that stock done like really, really fast. Didn't take any damage. And now we have a perfectly even final stock on this. Will kind of go up 2-0, or can Use get this one? Let's see what happens.
All right, jump side air. A little bit of footsies coming out. Kind of baits out the neutral light.
Oh.
Ooh. Okay, that was an interesting read. Like a chase dodge forward, down air. Okay, double down air, triple down air.
Oh, no.
On
That
stage.
one landed? Oh, my gosh.
Got the grounded down air. If that one went over the corner, could have been really good for Use.
Huge.
All right, kind of's back to the hammer.
Scoop.
Where's the nair? Where's the
Tried
nair?
to bait the dodge.
Yeah.
Tried to bait it.
Use is like, I've seen this one before. I got to be careful about it. Side sig thrown out.
Oh, my gosh. Pulled up and dumped. Come on. Come on. I want to see something swaggy, man. I want to see some dirt. Use is really playing patient right now. Does not want to lose this stock. Doesn't want to lose this game. Nice side signature, and we got 1-1.
Tied up, and again, they were like quick on it, but looks like they decided to back away from the map banning just yet, so we got some time for this replay.
Yeah, they waited for a moment.
They
That
straight
was
up
sad.
went to the map ban so fast, we didn't even see it. That's what happened. What?
You look at it. Oh, that was so good. He burned that dodge so early.
All right, here we go.
All right.
Demon Island, game 3. No swaps on anything.
Right? No swap on characters, no color changes, no new map, nothing. We got the same deal right back at it.
And this is one of those things that I think just like happens in a region like South America where like it's small enough that all of the top players have played against each other time and time again in ranked, in tournaments, in community tournaments, all sorts of stuff. So they're kind of like, we just like these maps. The side air and uses, he's a big, did he get hurt at all?
No. That right there was peak performance. Went ahead and made the right choice every single time a blow was struck and got that stock done with fast.
You might not like it, but this is what peak Macho Man looks like.
All right. So this is a really, really bad start for Kaina. Kaina is still eating damage while trying to rack up damage on the first stock they used. Missed the gravity cancel stomp. Another stomp missed, but not really getting punished too tough. And I mean, that's definitely not what he wants. He can't really get hit.
Whoa!
Hey!
What?
Oh my God.
He did a double downlight recovery, bounce off the stage into a... What?
What in the world was that, bro? That was crazy. We're only on second stocks, and I'm waiting for the replays because I need to see that again.
We gotta see that in slow-mo, but... That's a great way to bring yourself back into this one. You've had such an amazing start. He OTD'd kinda, and we're pretty much even.
That was crazy. Oh my gosh. All right, back to the neutral light game from Hughes. Bam, bam, another one. Thank you, ma'am. You trying to get this stock out of there? No. Bam. Okay, here we go. Got to get some damage racked up. Oh, wow. Tried to go for a scoop, obviously. We saw the stars and stripes and went out to the side of the stage. And now, still down big.
Stomp side air. Kinda needs to bring this stock back. Needs to get this to final stocks. But Hughes doing a good job moving around it.
Nice. Oh, got the scoop.
No nair. You see Hughes being very quick to fast fall down, get below that nair territory.
Yeah, one thing that the hammer has always been like is you have time to reaction dodge whenever somebody's chasing you in the air like that. So he's kind of just floating down and waiting and going, okay, throw the button so I can spin my dodge. If you don't with the pressing, I'm not pressing. Because if you do, you're done.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to be smart about it. Kinda gonna get the gravity cancel neutral light. Still not enough. Side light, no variable force on it. Yu's gonna survive.
When you said you got to be smart about it, instantly. You don't have to call beat started playing in my head.
I don't know.
No! All right, man.
Who's it by?
Usher. Okay, never mind, man. Get back to the game.
I think I actually know. Hold on, sorry. We'll listen to it after.
We'll listen to it after. We'll go there.
We don't want to get copyrighted, right?
Oh, right. I mean, because I was doing that beat pretty well.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Side air, and Hughes is feeling fantastic. Up 2-1. Over Kaina, and why do we even bring up this screen? We know going back to Demon Island.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going back to Demon Island. Well, you know what? We'll see. But this is the one right here. Here we go.
Second one.
Scoop
Recovery.
Dupe.
Bounced.
Oh my God.
Scoop up.
The double stomp was ridiculous.
That's something that's like super, super, super niche. And it only worked because Kaina's head was a little bit lower than the stage.
Yeah.
That's the only reason, like, because he was at lower than normal character height. He got that second double down, like the recovery bounce and the scoop up, kind of with like the most modified Russian Mafia possible, and it worked sort of well, but it wasn't enough to win out the game. We're now in game number 4.
Yeah. Game number 4, down 2-1. Nice. Oh, now when this stuff is happening, when that hammer starts getting into play like that, you got to be worried. Yu's been doing well with the aerial dodges, but on the ground, kind of controlling the space with that. Well, not if he has the hammer.
He's been so quick on that vertical. I think Hughes has got to be careful. If he plays the horizontal game, like his side airs, his neutral lights on the axe have been really, really good. But if kind of gets vertical on Hughes, he's been doing a lot of damage.
You better not recover, yeah.
Oh.
I feel like Hughes would have lost the stock if he tried to go for that axe recovery on the side of the stage. Kind of was ready for it. Nice combination, weapon toss. Tried to get the scoop on the side, not going to work.
Down Sig gonna launch kinda, but not enough to KO. Down Sig gonna launch kinda, still not enough to KO.
Yeah, everything. All the
good
resources
dodge.
were gone. It could have been it, but kind of gonna get it with the neutral air.
All right, gets his pick, of course. Gonna be back on that hammer. Downlight recovery, instant KO, instantly brings this one back.
No weapon for Kinda and no aggression for Use. Allowed him to kind of get that for free. Only landed one hit. Oh!
Dare battle. Oh, uh-oh.
Okay.
He touched?
Oh, he touched!
Oh,
Put the
recovery.
ground pound. The
He
weapon
touched.
toss. Oh.
And they live. The edge guard not going in favor of Kinda. He still gets some decent damage put out on the Use, but you know he wanted that KO.
Definitely. Shoot, I wanted that KO. Nice dodge, but doesn't get the neutral light. Ooh, tried to just go for it all.
But Kinda moving through. The neutral light's coming out. Neutral light's coming out. Reminiscent of game number 1. Another neutral light.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, you ain't making it.
All right, final stock here for Kinda. Use about to 3-1 and continue on, guaranteeing a top 3 finish. And you know what? I gave a lot of credit to Kinda. The PR, the numbers going in favor of him. But Use, he has the number.
I mean, look, they kind of played each other a lot. And it just seems like he's used to it. You know what I mean?
I get it.
Terrible.
I get it.
Terrible.
I get it.
Oh, that's terrible right there.
Use 2 O's, 2 stocks, and that's going to be a 3-1 in favor of Use. For anyone at home who was really confused about that, it was a pun. It was actually 2 puns, a pun on Kinda and a pun on Use.
It was garbage, guys. Don't worry about it.
No, look, sometimes you got to solidify your dad status. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it happens.
I'm definitely a Pops, man. But Kinda just got sunned by Use. It was 558 damage in that last game. 47% accuracy on 55 blows. And then six signatures for 33%. That's tough, man. But look at the game. It looked cool. Like, it looked like it was really, really even until you got to about right here. Right there. That last stock didn't do anything.
Can we bring that up big again? Because that's a flat line. That's a flat line for the entirety of the second stock of Use. That's him not taking damage. Because remember, that vertical line is the damage taken. The bottom line is the time. So for an entire time, no damage was put out on the Use.
Yeah. I mean, and we saw it, right? Like, it was kind of tough, kind of rough, kind of hard to watch. But either way, I mean, good stuff to Kinda's going to go down to that lower side and really have to fight it out down there. And what I say was down there, man. Do you remember that?
The goons. But
he remembered.
It's not done, of course. We still got to get some analysis out there. Remy, let's talk about that set.
Kinda was playing kinda crazy. I know they made that joke. I'm gonna make it too. But Use, he kind of. Well, I'm saying kinda, aren't I? He played even better. He had some consistent key gameplay. But I want to look at one moment here where it was kind of out of the ordinary. He didn't go for those axe end lights that we were seeing. He didn't go for that consistency. He went for something more. He had his movement figured out, and he had Kinda figured out, and he just rode with it. Kinda has not hit Use yet on this stock, and then it just kind of starts. The Algrim specialty, you dodge back in after the side air, they hit you with the N-Sig. You're flying way out of the galaxy. No one knows where you're headed next, and then he says, I'm going to follow you to the ends of the earth. He hits the perfect Sarah to catch that Zero to death and gives himself a huge lead. Now, Kinda, he had a big play of himself with the double stomp to bring this back, but it was not enough. The consistency is there on the axe gameplay, and you can see that right here. These end lights, they're so clean, man. This is like the second clip of it, by the way. There's another one where he's just hitting with 4 end lights in a row, and stuff like this, you're looking at it, and you're like, all right, where can I go now? Because this wall is tiny, and I'm curving up to the map like this. I got nowhere to go. What am I going to do? And he's just catching you out of all your options. You're going to hit the ground with no jumps. You're not going to make it back. You're a little sad guy. I'm going to draw the sad face for you right here. That's kind of coming back to the map right there. He's not going to make it back all the way. Ground pound's right where the sad face is. It's how he's feeling. But he continues on. Use, he played a really clean game here. He's covering all the options. He gets hit sometimes, but he makes it back. The Dare Sair is pristine. It is true. And I want to see the movement here to cover Kinda's recovery on his way back. Kinda dodges up. And the down 6 starts charging. He says, all right, if I move any closer to this guy, my game's going to end. But little does he know that moving away is the same story. Your game's still going to end. He has nowhere else to go. He goes for the cheeky ground pound. It doesn't work out. Yuz takes it. And the caster is going to tell you more about the next game.
I love the now that the word kinda sounding like kinda is stuck in our heads, we just constantly are thinking every time just kinda in every single thing. Shout out to puns.
Oh my gosh! Every single time Remy said it, I was over here dying, man.
You're cracking up.
I couldn't take it, man. that was too funny. But all right, with all that being said, we're going into our next game.
We got Vem. We got Sack. Sack PR 92. That is definitely an upset. Sack had to beat some big PRs to get here because we're in the top 8 of things.
Yo, if they could zoom, I would have told them to zoom so I could just hold it in my palms.
Hold that PR.
That PR. You better, man, Vim, I can't believe
Sack is almost
crazy in
triple digits.
2v2s.
Yeah, Sack is
That's
insane
crazy.
in 2v2s, but we haven't seen Sack in 1v1s, and well, now Sack is showing up in 1v1s.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, it looks like we got the Ogre. We got the Ken. I'm ready to see what's going on, man. This is going to be some good stuff.
It's going to be good. We're seeing more Olgrim. Looks like the Lance players have come to play in the South American region.
Oh, yeah. Top 8 elimination side. Vim Tranquilo. Sack. Scrap.
Yo, and a scrap they will. Sack comes in, gets the first spawn weapon. Vem not even looking at that left side weapon. Finally, he's going to back up, pick up the Lance. Lance can do well in the Gauntlet matchup, right? Like, you got this big hitbox, you got a lot of space control, but at the same time, if Sack stacks up, if he stays close, Vem's going to struggle.
Oh, yeah. You got the space control, but right there, when you get inside the hitbox, that's when you're going to have to deal with the danger. But nice job with the space control. Vem's not going for it.
Yo, but Vem's going to back away, switch over to the Axe. Not seeing the neutral light game that we saw just a second ago from Yuz. Instead, Vem 10 kilo. Oh, wait, okay. Now he's got the neutral lights.
I know it's 10 kilo, and I just kept saying kilo. I don't know why I kept doing it.
Well, because in Spanish, tranquilo is like calm, right? Or like tranquil or something like that.
Okay,
so I
okay.
don't blame you.
Educate me.
Yeah, you're so worldly that you were speaking Spanish.
Yeah, exactly. See, he knows what's going on. All right, Gauntlet's
Just like
got the head
Sack
start.
knows what's going on.
Exactly. Throws the weapon down. Doesn't go for any kind of ground pound or anything like that. Just wants to go get a weapon, but instantly Axe falls into the hands of Vim.
Yo, the neutral light gonna launch Vem just a little bit. Charged up Vem. Great positioning. Was ready for it. Was able to avoid it and get back up safely.
Can't find the final touch. Sack was on the cusp of taking the lead here, but just can't get the last hit. Vim is actually doing some really good stuff with this movement. There we go. Finally going to pick up the true combo with that orb. Are you switching weapons or are you just tossing up for the Starve? And the Starve is alive.
Yep. Had his choice of weapons, opted to go into the orb, at least for the remainder of this first stock, and that's why as he immediately gets a 3-piece on the Vem.
Definitely. Okay. Nice. The neutralize. The Ogrim neutralize, right? I guess that's like the best attack that he has.
Apparently Ogrim Axe neutral light is his best move because he's going for him.
That is the move. There we go. Vim goes ahead and switches over. Ooh. You know what? For the KO, I would figure he'd stick with the Axe, but switched over, and now you're having to deal with this orb with the Lance in your hands, and it is not working.
Yeah, this can be an awkward spot, especially as Vem gets caught again, side light, side air. Vem still has plenty of horizontal movement. He'll get up, but there's the Hadouken from Sack, and that will be 3-stock advantage to the one of Vem 10 kilo.
3-stock advantage. I love whenever you throw those gauntlets up, right? It's like you threw your hands up off, but you still have hands. Just fingers on them things and everything. That is comedy. All right, now look for another weapon. Orb is back. Orb versus Lance. It didn't work out too well a moment ago, and it ain't working out right now.
Ensig comes out from Sack. Sack doing so much work with this orb. Oh my goodness.
Nice. Hadouken!
Oh! How is he PR 92? What?
Right, come on. Like that's what I'm saying. I feel like I've seen Sack doing way too good to be PR 92.
Oh my goodness, Sack is blowing up. He is doing so well. His PR is gonna skyrocket. Vem forced to make a swap. He's like, that Ogrim did nada as he goes over to the Orion.
Yeah. His PR is going to go up. It's going to skyrocket, and we got a skyrocket coming out from this Orion. We're going to see if the Spear is going to help out because the Axe was doing a really good job. So you switched so you could keep the Lance, but the Lance was the weapon that wasn't doing anything.
Yo, but Spear Neutralite's pretty good. It doesn't have that same stack up that Axe Neutralite has, but right now Vem might need to get off his lanes because Sack's orb has been so good against Vem's lanes.
I'm telling you. Yeah, that's the problem. That matchup has been pure destruction. Nice. Switch weapons, and now we're going to see what the Lance can talk about.
Yeah, this is definitely what he was looking for. Yeah, the Spear was one of the big reasons why he wanted to make the swap over to the Orion. We'll see if he can get some usage out of it as he's playing the spacing game, but Sack goes in, gets a nair into the side air.
Hadouken. Look at him. Look at him. There it is. That's the touch he needs. Can he stop the stock? If he could have went right over the top, he could have closed that out. But I understand it. You still have a lead. That's going to send out. Not going to be the KO. What is the option offside? Backs off once again. So Sack not willing to commit for those side KOs. But is Vem nice weapon toss?
Still touches turnaround, and Sack going to get the first stock. But I kind of agree with what you're pointing out, which is that Sack doesn't seem the most comfortable in the offstage against a Lance. Usually, people who are really comfortable in that, they'll go to the outside, they'll do that down like ground pound instant KO, and it really dismantles Lance players. But Sack, he has not been going for that.
Not at all. All right, but man. I mean, you don't need those type of plays if your orb is going to be doing the damage output that it's doing.
Neutralite catches behind. That orb swings all around.
That's gotta hurt. Another Neutralite. You know that signature that he's doing right there, the neutral signature? I wish that the Ryu and Ken said Hadouken Barrage or something. It would be perfect.
Would definitely be very fitting because he is throwing those Hadoukens into the sky. Side light, side air. Might go for another Hadouken.
Oh, tried it. Scary stuff for Vem. Oh, man, actually a side air could have hit the dodge spin a little early. Nice. Down air will do it. And switching over to the gauntlets, no. Gonna stick with what's gotcha here. Sack is running this show right now.
He's an orb main who likes the signatures of Ken, and I can't blame him. Those Hadoukens just covering corners, such a safe edge guard tool, and it's been working really well for Sack.
For sure. Man, look at that, racking up damage.
He's got that read on lock.
For sure. Hard reads, accurate punishes. Hadouken, what are you doing? You can't come over here. That is a projectile, sir. I did not move my hitbox.
You got to block and then dash forward, block again. Just be ready for those Hadoukens.
The Zangief matchup. And I don't even know if we're going to call Orion a grappler. He's definitely not, but he's still having to crouch block.
He's definitely going to do a lot more than crouch block right now. As he's on that back foot. Last stock doesn't get the touch dare. Doesn't get the weapon. Has a lance in hand. Sack might see his gauntlets for the first time in a hot minute.
I don't know if Sack wants this. I don't know if you want to do this.
Well, there's no weapon spawns. He's in very near position for that down sig, but doesn't go for it. Instead, kind of backs away. It can be a risky option.
Yeah, definitely. Recovery can punish that at the right angle. Nice. And not allowing a weapon pickup. Vem stole. Oh, okay. Now the orb's back. Oh, as soon as the orb gets back, it's time to attack. Nice Sayer coming out from Vem. Side to side, just going coast to coast.
I mean, they're so damaged. Almost anything will launch, and the recovery will do it. Vem gets himself on the board, one apiece.
Good set so far. I like it. That was good stuff. Even with Vem starting off this game, Sack starting off this game looking like it was over with. Like, look at what we were at right there. And Vem just barely changed colors. You saw the replay just go forwards and barely change colors. Was able to control that whole last stock and get it out of there.
Yeah, you started to see that lance from Vem 10 Kilo really come alive. You're starting to find more momentum. It wasn't getting picked apart the way that Sack was able to do with the orb earlier. And now we're getting into it, game number 3.
All right, and the lance is going to be the start. Couple of hits, switch. I like it. Trying to start the starvation, not allow Sack to get a weapon, but hey, too bad, so sad. The orb is going to be here, and you already know what the orb's been doing.
I like the change up from Vem, though. Didn't go for the dodge in, so Sack's gravity cancel Neutralite didn't catch anything out of Vem. He's getting those reads earlier. Hadouken connects, though, and he's making the swap over to the gauntlets.
Okay. Let's see what these can do. Hasn't been looking too good, and man, what a pickup off the platform.
Oh, Pogo.
Pogo.
Oh! Any other player goes for the wall, but a South American goes for the KO.
Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you right now, I hit up Doctor Strange, and he told me he saw a million futures, and that was not the one.
He's like, Thanos might win, but like this ground pound will be sick.
Exactly. Oh, fully charged the recovery. Going to get punished for it. And Zach was running away with it. Just a little too aggressive. Gets hit by another recovery, and that one's going to do it.
Yeah, Vam able to even this one up, and he's not going to stick with the lance. It's so interesting that he wants to play this Orion because it's not like he's using the spear. He's not really using the Sig kit, so I'm not sure what it is specifically about the Orion that he wants in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't get it. We're not even seeing neutral signature, right? Like that's the one you would think would be flying out a lot more, covering some space, but it is not happening.
I mean, even like the down Sig, we've seen Orions kind of bring that out, like gravity cancel for KOs, things like that. Side light nair, no, double nair.
I mean, he's playing good Lance, but yeah, you're right. For this particular character.
Okay.
Hey.
All right, there you go. Now, you justified the character. There you go.
I'm telling you, man, every time I say something, they go, look, shut up, Zip. And then they do exactly what I'm saying they're not doing.
Just wait. It's not time yet.
All right, trying to go outside? No.
There. Not quite enough.
No, that's it.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
It. Yeah.
Yeah, so the stars came out, so he definitely didn't have the recovery, but still, like, you saw how close he got to that wall. Sack had to be a little bit safe with that one.
Okay, here we go. No weapon in hand. How do you have control of the stage for that long and end up weaponless, stuck off the side of the stage? All the stars are closer from that recovery getting robbed. And, man, what a game. What a game.
Got denied. You're 100% right, though. Like, he had the advantage. Vem was respawning. Sat could have picked a weapon, but he chose nothing and ended up getting caught. Vem is up 2-1.
I really don't get what happened. Like, you had control of the stage. You just got the stock. You're just on the stage, you know, moseying around, minding your own business. Forgot to pull out the chicken before Mom came home. And then Mom came home and spanked that behind.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
Now it's on Sack to make the swap. He goes over to Akuma for the next one. No orb. And that's so crazy to me because the orb was the thing that was doing so well.
Yeah, the orb was doing amazing. I don't know. I don't know. The gauntlets were cool. I mean, got a couple stocks, but those were mostly kind of like steals off the side. It wasn't racking up the damage to be able to do so. But I guess if you're going to use the sword to rack your damage up in the KO with the gauntlets, okay, cool. But either way it goes, the orb was still your best deal.
Well, right now, the sword from Sack looking like the best deal. It's looking really good. Honestly, this kind of... Oh!
Hey!
Didn't quite KO. But this is looking like a repeat of what we saw earlier in the bracket with Power Ranger and West, just completely different players, but same style, right? We've got the Akuma, we've got the Orion.
Trying to, man, I like it.
Punish.
Hey! That's a Raging Demon right there.
Yup. He doesn't do the emote afterwards, though, to be like...
See, that would have been clean if he landed that and then turned around, showed the symbol. That would have been a nice flex. But you're gonna get that stock taken out of there, and here we go. Oh, still able to pick it up. I thought we were both gonna end up weaponless.
Them quick on it. Got the spear back up. Sack with the gauntlets in hand now. Sidelight doesn't get the dodge.
Gauntlets are doing good right now. The
Still touched.
Oh,
Vam
no.
didn't. And Sack is going to get a nice lead here in game number 4.
Oh, man. Caught the beats. Those gauntlets were pummeling him on that stock. And that's showing right there. You don't need the orb. You got your gauntlets and your sword. You want to see if the sword's going to be the answer because the lance wasn't working. So, I mean, I understand. Good switch, good switch. And we're talking about a super top tier character, so it all makes sense.
Side air from Sack keeps Vam on the corner. He's just keeping him locked down for a little bit. Tries to space it out. The Ensig read, not quite enough. They were pretty high there when that hit, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Welcome
to the Bates Motel. The triple? The triple? Why you got to do him like that?
He's in his head. Got the extra downlight, got the side air, and got the KO. Vam and Sack, final stocks here in game number 4, though. Vam, if he gets this stock, will continue on. Sack playing for game 5.
All right. And, I mean, you didn't eat too much damage. You're still on orange. Yikes. This is probably the worst place you could have ended up to start off this comeback. Nice.
Yo.
Makes it back smooth. Throws the spear, gets the spear.
Sack goes for it again. Doesn't connect. Vam able to dodge this time.
scary territory. Nice placement, nice movement and positioning from Sack right now. Ooh.
It's the punish. Oh, the side air. All right, we're going to game number 5. Sack, good recognition. He knows that last time he dodged down that he got caught, got double caught, and got KO'd. Not going to happen this time.
I mean, on that last one, he got the, I wonder if they're going to show it. Like, he got this, no, not that one. Yeah, this one right here. This one right here. Boom, 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 boom. Bow! That was so good, so good. But, this, right? He got the bait.
Yeah.
He baited the dodge. He could have did something else.
He was expecting the dodge down. But now we're going into game number 5. Sack sticking with the Akuma, Vem sticking with the Orion.
All right, Vem back at it with the spear, and the gauntlets were looking really good for Sack in that last game. Let's see what we can do to kick this bad boy off.
Sack plays it safe with his edge guards. You can see he'll go for those projectiles to try to just like take some space off that corner.
Mm-hmm. Saying, I am not about to come over there. And like you said, now it's Orion, so that Insig is a threat. So now I get it more than ever why you wouldn't want to go over there. Look at these two final game there. Like, yeah, man, I don't know what I want to do.
Dude, it's game 5. This is the highest that Sack's gotten in a very long time, considering he's PR number 92. And he definitely wants to increase that PR a lot more. Oh, missed the punish.
Oh, yeah. We saw that last game. It didn't get the KO this time. I'll holler at you.
Yep, got it. Had enough damage for it. Got that gravity cancel, Ensig, and everything. Sack able to pick up some gauntlets. He's going to need a little bit more damage on the Vem. Vem not quite in the red.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, good dodge. That was such a good dodge from Vem, because that could have been the end of his days.
Yo, and he's getting so much extra credit. Surviving all these options from Sack. Sack doesn't hit the sidelight. Vem goes for more of the side air. Still living. Yep, he'll touch up safely, and Sack gonna back away.
Yep, Sack will not go down there at all. Nice job. Good pickup. Gets the stock. So Sack is doing a good job of taking stocks in mid-stage and playing really, really good neutral. If there was anything I could ask for from Sack's game, it would be don't be as scared. You can safely contest on offstage. You just got to try sometimes. Throw off their rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so far Sack has pretty much not played an offstage engagement. Didn't get caught there. You saw him dodge down, but Vem went for the sidelight early, that timing change, and Sack survives. Side sig connects, though, and Vem one stock away from knocking Sack out of the bracket.
One stock away, switching to the Lance. This is going to be the weapon used to try to close this bad boy out. But the sword is still out, and Sack's been doing a great job with this weapon. Oh, as I say that, you're getting dodged and picked up on. Whoa.
Still have it.
Oh!
Didn't have the ground pound. He had the, you saw the stars come out. He beat out the recovery, but he didn't have the ground pound. Vem gonna survive. But you know what? Credit, he put the threat out. He made him scared.
You are correct. You are correct. It finally happened. We got to see the edge play. Almost got the stock. Not quite. Nice with punish, but yeah, you already know you can dodge, so like, what do you do afterwards? It's been hard to catch the read after you bait the dodge after the sidelight.
Sidelight, not going to be a KO tool for Sack. He's staying so far back.
He wants the downlight so bad. Nice there. But he wanted it. Okay, a little faint.
Still no side sigs. Forgot that sig existed. Doesn't hit the downlight. Downlight recovery. All right, final stocks here. He's holding on.
I just thought about it. You were so right. No side sigs. None. For the final stock, that's what we need. That's what we're going to get. Come on now. Okay, switches sword into sword. Push off the side of the neutral sig.
Oh, was trying to deny. Vem picks up the spear. That'll deny Sack the weapon spawn. Chase dodge down to pick up the gauntlets, but the damage is in favor of Vem. Good dodge through.
It looks like we're not going to get that sword side signature because the gauntlets are out to party. I don't know what the answer is going to be here because your damage is high. That could have been a bigger punish, but I mean, I don't think it was KO territory yet, especially with the high defense of Akuma. The side air is still not going to get it.
Back up. Last opportunities here. Sack deep red, a recovery, one more, and Vem 10 Kilo will knock Sack out of the bracket.
So close, so close. Oh, no!
He bet big. It did not pay off. Vem 10 Kilo is going to take it 3-2. Do not gamble. You will lose.
That was good stuff, though. You know, PR 92 versus PR 18, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
right? Like, that's not
taking
bad.
it to game 5, you're like, yeah, that was impressive considering that was supposed to be a wash. But still, it would have been exciting to see PR 92 go further. Either way, big plays. Vem closes it out.
Yeah, would have been super exciting. Good stuff with the sword. 216 on the gauntlets. I mean, the Akuma pick was good. I personally think I would have liked to see the Ken stay out there. We had 305 on the spear of Vem. So Vem was really playing that weapon, really doing a good job. I mean, we talked about how we felt like the Orion pick wasn't really shining. But either way it goes, we're going to see what was really going on in that match. Remy, take it away.
Vem 10 Kilo looking kind of clean with the Lance and the Orion today. I know you guys were hating on his Lance, and he shows you guys up. He was looking really good at the end there, but I'm going to start off by looking at something that Sack did really well at the first start of that game, because he opened up that set looking like it was going to be a 3-0. And I want to look at this right here. I'm going to put it in slow motion for you. I'm going to talk about this option right here with the Ken. Now, he was throwing out these Hadoukens like, you guys can't hear the sound effects, but I might as well do it for you. Like, right here, you should just imagine Hadouken right there. And this area of coverage is extreme, right? It's insane. You can see it coming out. It's one of the only range moves in Brawlhalla, because Brawlhalla, it's known for not having those cross-range moves that cover a lot of options like this. But this one, it does do that. It's really good. And it creates this kind of objective where it's like, okay, I'm here on the wall. I need to get here on the map. And how am I going to do that? I'm going to either go straight up where this hitbox is covering, or I'm going to go around it, and he chooses to go around it. He chose wrong, because let's look at our boy Vem 10 Kilo, and let's look at our boy Sack, and let's look at what he does here. As soon as he goes up with the Sarah to contest it, he hits the GC sidelight, he gets the perfect punish, he sends him off the edge, and he continues on with that momentum. Same thing here, another side sig, hitbox is exactly the same, coverage is exactly the same. How does Vem want to get through it? He has to beat that wall. He can't do it with the move, as you just saw. He's going to have to come at him creative here. He fights his way back up, the same option, falls the same exact way. Vem 10 Kilo had to change it up. He did. He adapted pretty well to the set, but Sack started off really strong, and options like that are really important to keep track of. Sigs like that are really important to keep track of, and you can see it right there. Third time's the charm. It's going to take him out. Continue on through the set, though. Vem switched to the Orion. He had something for you guys, and I have something for you guys here. Make sure when you're juggling your weapons, you pay attention to where you put them, because Vem is getting himself some extra credit here with this beautiful stun frame from the gauntlets there. He uses it to wake up with the GC being in the air there, and he gets some extra damage, leading it into a series of hits that lead into this beautiful catch right here. And after that, it's all set in stone. It's like, Sack, you went a bit too low. Where are you going to go to? Your movement has you going diagonally up. Vem, he's tracking you. He's following you around, so the entire thing. Sarah's beautiful. It's perfectly placed. It's what Vem is here to do. He's going to take this win for himself. Continuing on to the last game, I was talking about those weapon throws up, and man, Sack, I'm serious about it. You got to spread them out a bit, because they're coming down on you, and it's costing you a lot. 1 end light, 2 end light, 3 end lights, and the dodge in read. He's going to even that up immediately, and he's playing really clean. Vem, he's going to move on, and I'm going to send him back to the casters.
Dude, Remy's breakdowns are so good, and he's pulling such gems. That is stuff I'm watching it like, I don't even remember watching that just now.
Like, I missed that one. all right. That's why we have the analyst desk over there, so you can break down those very minute moments that lead to big things. But now we're going into some bigger things, as we've got Fiend and Lores on deck. Fiend, of course, had to fight through Yuki to get into the top 8. Lores is definitely the underdog by PR in this one.
Yeah, by PR, because wait, where are we at here? We got 14.
Oh, they moved up.
Yeah, we got 14 for Lores, and then we've got number 4 for Fiend. So, I mean, regardless, it's going to be a good game. It's not. I mean, 10 PR isn't the craziest thing we've ever seen. We obviously just watched astronomical difference. But, I mean, it's not the craziest thing ever, but, I mean, on paper, it says Fiend should win. So, I mean, either way it goes, those numbers don't always tell the truth, and we're going to see whenever this thing gets started. Now, hold on. Let's take a look. We got 12 gold medals. That's why you're PR4. Well, actually, dang, 12 gold medals. Who's PR1 that has more medals than 12?
I mean, it's
over time.
It's
I know
lifetime.
that.
Yeah. So
yeah.
Fiend used to be the big dog. He used to be number 1.
Right.
But this year, it's all been about West. It's all been about Power Ranger.
West and Power Ranger. There we go. So, I mean, the earnings, we got 46,152 smackers. And, yeah, anyway, the medals list is super long over there. Lores had the 1 gold medal. Either way, a gold is gold. I want one.
Yeah.
Do you?
Of course. A gold medal would be very nice to have. But not going to get one for either of us right now, at the very least. Instead, both of these players trying to get into that gold, as we've got Fiend on the gold versus Lores on the Michonne.
Definitely trying to add another goal to that table. Hey, look at the start, right? You get straight in there and you're already throwing SIGs off in the first 3 seconds of the match. Now, that's going to show me this is going to be an exciting game.
Good movement from Fiend. Lores, I mean, he's kind of been that surprise player, of course, like a longtime Koji main, and he's one of those players that like kind of got slept on, again, talking about MSI, talking about some other South American events, and every now and then he'll just kind of burst out, do incredibly well.
Mm-hmm. Lores, nice bow play. I love to see the bow again. That was clean. Nice neutral light to keep him at bay after whiffing the neutral signature.
Yeah, I mean, like that N-Sig almost forced the movement from Fiend to go into that neutral light range. Oh, good movement from Lores. The weapon toss. Fiend's in trouble, and Lores with the GCN like keeps it clean and simple to take the first stock.
That punish was nice. Yeah, went down there. You know, you could have lined up a ground pound or something like that. The gravity cancel neutral air. I mean, neutral light. That's so good. So good.
Side air connects for Fiend. Goes for another side air. Lores comes in. Neutral light, neutral air, neutral air.
And Fiend picking up the stock. Gonna go back to the gauntlets. No. Well, we're starving right now.
Took all the food off the shelves. Was really just trying to keep that from spawning. Lores still ends up picking up a spear, though.
Nice job fighting back with that sword. Pogo. That Pogo is just disrespectful every single time. Look, you just see a character trying to go do something and just gets sat down. Pogo.
Just bounce right off the top of him. Does about 15 damage. Can be really nice, especially when you rack up a couple. But Lores racking up these side airs. Ooh, doesn't get the final one.
All right. Got the gauntlets, and there you go. It makes sense because that sword kind of wasn't allowing that spear to play. Looking for a big opportunity, and Fiend can't find a touch.
He's trying to get these like drive-by nairs, like dash jump moving through nair, hoping he'll catch Lores. They're not hitting. Lores gonna launch Fiend now. Still touches.
Oh, what a punish. What a punish. Thought that Lores was gonna kind of leak over a little bit and try to do that that press to the stage recovery. Nah, nothing doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lores kind of learned his lesson off the last stock, right? Like he struggled to get that KO with those side airs, so this time he played a little bit more patient, waited till Fiend committed, and then he went in with that side air. Fiend hits the side air. He'll keep this one close.
That was good. That was good. Back to it, trying to create a Marvin. I don't know who Marvin is, but they say he's starving.
Starving like Marvin.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. All right, spinning around with that neutral air on the spear. The spear really has not gotten rolling yet. There we go. What a moment. I don't know if that was a reaction to the movement or just like the timing thing of he's going to approach right now, you know?
That was like, it's such a like high noon situation, right? Like they're both sitting there and suddenly they're like, all right, time to go in. Lores does launch Fiend, though, has the stage control. Fiend does touch down, but Lores is getting damage. He's getting launches, downlight recovery. Fiend gets disarmed. Downlight recovery.
Still wasn't enough. Lores is like creating a wall. It looks like Fiend can't do anything. Fiend can't go where Fiend wants to go. The downlight recovery is closing that out smooth.
The control from Lores just a little too much. Not sure if Fiend will make a character swap here. The spear wasn't really working for him, and I don't even know if the gauntlets were either.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't look like either one was really doing much.
Looks like he's sticking with the Rana Wushang for this one, at least.
Yeah, okay. 607 damage, man, that's a good game from Lores. I mean, and to say 607, Sparky was talking about how when your damage gets that high up, it means you're not getting efficient KOs.
Yeah, it's technically inefficient because it's 202 per stock.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, see, well, I want to say that, but those KOs look pretty efficient to me when you know, from the eye when you're looking. Yeah. The numbers say something different, but it looked clean.
It didn't feel like he was struggling to finish off the stocks of Fiend at the very least. Definitely had to get a little bit extra damage, but you know what? He did it in a normal amount of time.
Exactly. Tried to go for the ground pound early on. You're dealing with this bow on the side. The dodge was good.
Fiend gets double exclamation points, but he gets back up safely. No big damage despite that offstage engagement. They were both kind of playing it smart, making sure that no one got any hits in.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. They both got a couple hits here and there, but nobody really got the pummels.
He's going to back away, switch over to the spear.
Nice. Ooh, put you in the situation for a pogo. Didn't land it, but I understood what you were going for.
Yeah, tried to fake him out with that ground pound. Downlight side air, gets a lot of stage control. He's priming a second spear. One pogo, needs another. Hits it, still got the wall touch. Laura's going to survive.
I was wanting to see it, man. That's my favorite type of KOs. Those edge guards, the parties on the side of the stage, that stuff is fun. Actually, I'm lying. I definitely like the hammer KOs. But either way, a KO over the top with the recovery from the spear. Fiend taking the lead.
Yeah, going for the juggles, throws away the spear this time, wants to play gauntlets for the second stocks. Nice Enlight dash in, down sig. He hit that in game 1, hits it again here in game number 2. Punish? Optimal.
Ooh, definitely optimal. Nice. That was a good chase. Didn't press anything, hovered around, knew where you wanted to go. Fiend picked up the KO.
Yeah, and that will even up the stock count between Fiend and Lores. Lores keeping the stage control. Fiend's been struggling a little bit on getting his footing, but he gets that side light, doesn't go for more.
Okay.
Okay. Weapon toss.
That could have turned into something. That could have turned into something. That's good. The recovery's gone. Oh, no. Wait. Oh, it recovered whenever he skidded off the side.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, he did get disarmed, which is definitely really nice for Fiend. Doesn't hit the side sig, hits the side air. Fiend with a big lead now.
Looking nice, looking nice. So, trying to tie it up 1-1. Lores has the lead on the set, but Fiend, you know, over time, we start to see, like, the one that starts to win after the first game, that's the one that kind of is taking over sets. Ooh, baby, get out of here. That was nice. Weapon toss pogo. Looked like a, no, it wasn't true, obviously, because he tried to recovery afterwards.
Yeah.
And
saw the stars come out.
All the stars are close.
All the stars. That was insane to me just because, like, he hit those two things, and it just felt like Laura's tripped down the rest of the stairs. Like, he had nothing there. He just fallen.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. All right, here we go. Back into it. No character swap. What stage did we go to? I did not quite see it.
I think we're going to a tri-platform map. Enigma for game number 3. It's been a hot minute since I've seen an Enigma match.
I agree, but I'm going to say this. In my experience, in viewing and playing, this is a Wushang map.
Yeah. The SIGs to cover those platforms can be really nice. I think both of them have some things, right? Like Laura's, those N lights, those N6 can also be really, really good.
Yeah, you can definitely sig with bow onto those plats, all right? So it'll hit through the platform. I mean, there's some stuff. I just think the way that Wushang has to play and the SIG pack and the weapons do really well just on this in general.
Well, it might come down to player skill on the map, as right now Laura's looking really good. His platform movement has been helping lead to a lot of extra damage to Tommy Matt, or I guess the Michonne equivalent of it. Not going to work out for him just yet, though.
Yeah, I was talking all that jazz while I was saying it was a Wushang map. He was definitely getting the beats. He's getting thrown all over the place and almost losing the first stock. Lores couldn't find the final touch. Whiffing a SIG, turned around to a Sayer. Oh, man. Good movement to not get KO'd. Oh, no. The Sayer could have did it.
Missed the true combo. Ground pound. Still not enough to finish off. Is he going to go for another one? Nope. Backs away this time, giving some respect to Lores. That's 2 exclamation points. Doesn't hit the N6. Sayer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's good stuff. All right. And what are we going for? Sticking with the spear. I mean, Lores is spear. I mean, Fiend's spear is really, really good. So I completely understand this.
Yeah, I mean, if he's known for a weapon, it's going to be that spear. It took him a little bit. Like, game 1 did not look like a strong spear game for Fiend, especially against Lores' sword.
Yeah.
But since then, he's been figuring it out. He's been getting hit after hit. Lores will clean up the stock, though, with that downlight recovery.
Yeah, it was a lot of gauntlets in that first game, for sure. But now we're seeing a lot more spear life throwing out the signature really early on. And I like that. You know, if you're going to play this character, do what that character does, all right? There's too many good moves to not use them.
Yeah, and it's a good mix-up, too, right? Because, he did the N-Light into the down sig, and it was working really well against Lores. He was expecting the adaptation of, like, I'm going to jump out of it to not get caught, and unfortunately, N-Sig just didn't land for Fiend, but he's back to his spear.
Back to the spear, and nice Sayer. Throwing out a Sig with punish with the gravity cancel down line.
It's got range on it. Lorez with the dodge down avoids the end Sig. Oh, good spot dodge avoids the side Sig.
Ooh, reset. Oh, couldn't complete the combo.
Still living. Ground pound bounces off the stage.
Recovery, yes. Good stuff from Fiend. Fiend, are you going to opt for the gauntlets? Yes.
Okay. Play some gauntlet game. Expect the end light down Sig if he can land it. Lorez wants to just finish the stock off. Downlight recovery, and Nair might be enough with how damaged Fiend is. Downlight recovery, there it is, and Lorez evens this one up.
That was good stuff, good stuff. Now, so I have a question. Whenever you're at higher damage, does side light, downlight become true?
No, I don't think so.
It does. It's never true, right?
No.
Okay, so I feel like he could have dodged right there.
Yeah. Just maybe Fiend didn't opt for it or wanted to hold it back a little bit. Maybe he just didn't have it. I didn't quite catch what his dodge cooldown was. But either way, Lorez
grooving with this bow right now.
Push movement. Back to the spear.
Oh, look, those side lights are controlling everything with the little short hops. This movement is so nice from Lorez right now.
He's hitting those side lights, even though he's not getting the three. Oh! The chase, the movement, like you said, the short hop, that time leading into a recovery. Lorez, I mean, he's doing such a good job getting that pressure with that bow.
Man, that bow pressure was so good. That was ridiculous. Nice. Scooped and thrown into the heavens. I still can't believe Michonne is in this game. I need to catch up on my Walking Dead, man. I picked that show up again. I've been watching a lot of it, and I'm still behind on this whole second half of this newest season.
Yeah.
But look at that, 570 damage on the bow, none on the sword.
On the sword. Okay.
Oh,
that's a bow main. All right, got it.
That is wild.
It was enough to force Fiend over to the Asuri for this game number 4. This is where it gets intense for Fiend. He has to win this one if he wants to stay alive. Otherwise, Lorez is going to get the upset and knock Fiend out of the tournament.
It's looking like that might happen, but the character swap, we're going to see if it's a whole different story written. All right. Ooh, went for the downlight. Not got the weapon yet. Finally, sword v sword.
I mean, even with all that, despite not picking up the weapon, he was getting that unarmed damage. He's getting the better of Fiend. Fiend gets in with the neutral air, but the damage is definitely in favor of Lorez.
Lorez is on one.
Yes!
The fact that Lorez knew to just stand there like that and then got the punish was clean.
Weapon toss for weapon toss. Fiend over to the Katars. Yo, the backup for the end light. Still not enough to KO. Neutral light, not even enough to put him off screen. Oh.
Fiend trying to get his wave guard on. Got those Katars. Oh, no! Oh, man. I thought that situation seemed like it was going to be a little bit more intense than it ended up being. But either way, Fiend got the KO on the left side.
It was like a series of fake outs. Lorez went in with the ground pound, but pulled out before he stacked up on Fiend, and Fiend just stood there and didn't opt to go for anything. It was just a stressful situation, but either way, stock count gets evened up.
Ooh, missed the recovery, gets punished. Actually, a ground pound could have been real dangerous right there. You saw the sweat beads.
Oh, but didn't come out. Side light keeping Lorez on the corner. Down light doesn't connect. Oh, weapon toss actually bounced and still hit Lorez, so Fiend going to keep that pressure going.
Ooh, went for a neutral air instead of a down air.
Oh,
ground pound early, but turn ground pound right back at you. Made it back.
Exhausted recovery to survive. Dodges through the end sig.
That was a dangerous situation for both players. Able to make it out. Neutral air. Trying to find some more damage, but Fiend looking for the KO here. Got maybe about two more hits. Nice.
Survives it. Down sig, punish, neutral air, not going to KO.
Ooh, what's the answer? Yes.
Recovery, and Fiend gets that stock lead, needs the extra credit.
Definitely going to need some extra credit, because if Lorez gets in that mode that we've been seeing, the groove, there it is, quick cleanup. So no extra credit today. Your grade will stay the same. Let's see if you can pass this semester.
Weapon spawn, Fiend picks up the sword.
Ooh, nice, I like it.
2 end lights. Lorez with the response, that wake up down light. Get him more. Got the juggles.
Jumping around. The short hops coming out from Lores, man. This movement is so clean. Oh, short hop straight into a combo.
Yeah. Charged up. Doesn't work out.
Nice.
Oh, man. Damage is in.
Nice.
It's enough. Lores with the N-Sig takes it 3-1 over Fiend. That's an upset.
That was definitely an upset. I mean, it's a 10 difference in PR, but it still matters at the end of the day. You're going to move that PR up a little bit. And well, actually, I don't know if we're at the point where the PR moves up. Are we?
Yeah, for
we
sure.
are.
Yeah,
We
we're in
are.
the top 8 of things.
Yep. Definitely
so,
are.
Lores' PR is going to be moving up on that one. Woo.
Man, what a set. What a set. Even though it ended up 3-1, it was still really, really good. Still really, really good. And then we have 45% accuracy coming out from Fiend in a loss. So, I mean, I don't know. Oh, you know what?
24 less attacks thrown out.
It was only so close because that robbed stock on the down air. Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing a little. Well, I guess the stock wasn't even robbed. I'm looking at the chart. This is a super even game. Yeah, looking across the way it goes across, every stock was a little bit in Fiend's favor, then a little bit in Lores' favor, and then the closeout by Lores, of course.
Well, Lores definitely completed it. He closed it out, got that 3-1. The Michonne, the bow play in particular, keeps him alive. He's going to continue on in the bracket. We're also continuing on as everyone's favorite Bodvar in South America is about to be coming up.
He's back in the building. We've seen a lot of stuff coming out from Kana. Kana was doing the scoops, that double stomp combo. That was some nice stuff. I want to see some more of that. That's exactly what I'm here for. If you get ground pounds and you get edge plays and then you get some hammer combos, those are my 2 favorite types of KOs. I want to see some more.
Yeah, of course, gonna be excited to see that. He'll be playing against Vem Tang Kilo. On the other side, we've still got Wes, who will be going up against Lores in just a little bit. We saw Vem Tang Kilo playing that Ulgrim game. The Lance plays ended up working out for him. He actually switched to Orion and ended up beating out Sack.
Yep. That was a close one, too, because, man, Sack almost had that game. I was rooting for Sack. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I was excited to see some Ken action.
Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, switching off of the Ken, that's where we got the
That's where he made a mistake.
All right. Looks like we're going to be getting into it here shortly. We got 0-0 on the board coming up next. The only one in the lobby right now is Kana, though, so we're waiting on Vem.
We're really waiting. This is on Vem. I promise we're not just buying time because we love to hear ourselves talk as much as we do. It's really the fact that Vem Tang Kilo's taking his time. He's finally in the lobby. We're good to go, and of course, no surprises for at least game 1. It'll be the Bodvar versus the Ulgrim.
I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Hammer versus the Lance. That's where we're going to see some problems, maybe. Because that was actually what happened in the last set.
Yeah,
he was abusing the Lance. But that axe will be a good deal. The axe will be able to combat both weapons. So we'll see what happens.
It is kind of funny that you point this out, that kind of went from battling Yuze's Ulgrim to now battling Vem Tang Kilo's Ulgrim. And depending on how this goes, there's potential for Vem to make that swap over to the Orion. And funny enough, if Kaina wins this against Vem Tang Kilo and Wes wins his match, then Kaina will just be going into another Lance.
Yeah,
so he's just playing against Lances.
I mean, this is the Lance Spear region. They all play those weapons. Like it's going to be that way the whole way through. So I mean, honestly, Kaina's the odd man out.
Yeah, he's the weird one in the South American region. Coming in with the Bodvar for game number 1. Again, still on the elimination side of the bracket. So anyone who loses here is done for the day. Here we go, game number 1. Kaina yet to pick up a weapon. Will have the sword, but Vem's coming in. His Lance already getting some damage done.
All right. And here we go. The sword right back at you. Not really seeing any swings from Vem. Oh, I mean, as I say it, we see 3 whiff blows back to back. 4. Oh, off the side.
Oh.
Tried the
touch.
down signature and didn't get it. That would have been ridiculous.
Yeah, both of them went for some wild plays off stage. Didn't work out for either one of them. Back onto the wall, Kaina. Not going for the down light just yet. Vem's going to get up safely.
That movement, those little stutter steps from Kana. Ooh, could have been a recovery off that bait. Doesn't matter. That recovery's going to do it. Oh, my gosh.
Man, off the soft platform, ledge cancels a dash to lead into that downlight. That was clean, and he's getting more.
Oh, my gosh. Yo, I don't want no part of this. He's picking people apart with this hammer.
Bro, Vem's out here like, chill.
Bro.
GC downlight off of the recovery bounce. Kaina's hammer is something else.
That's crazy. How many hours of practice do you have to put in to put this stuff together? Nice.
Nope.
Nice catches in the neutral air.
Oh, doesn't get it. Okay. Off the bounce. Hits the recovery. Will disarm Kaina. Vem still needs to clean up this stock. Vem took a lot of damage on the second stock already.
Definitely did. Exhaustive recovery.
Child.
Now you're off stage.
He touched.
Ooh, if you went the right direction, he could have got the KO. Are you going to lose 2 before you can get 1 off of Kaina? Almost. No, you will not. Good stuff. Asair will get that stock off. And, I mean, but you got allowed to get that stock off first because there was like 3 chances for Kaina to get the KO.
Yeah, kind of doing some crazy stuff, but you know what? It's been working out so far as he gets the recovery to get a full stock advantage over Vem 10 Kilo. And of course, no surprise, he's going to be playing that hammer.
I just want to see more of it, man. It's been some of the coolest stuff this whole evening. Oh, come on. Vem, stop dodging correctly. I want to see this. I want to see the real stuff.
Give us the highlight.
Give me the highlights.
Yo, Vem doing a really good job against Kaina now. Starting to shut it down a little bit as Kaina gets a 3-piece.
That's a lot of damage quick, too.
Ooh, the side stick connects. Will launch. Weapon advantage. Kaina goes for the double.
Kaina wilding.
Whoa! Vem, no!
I said Kaina's wilding, and Vem was definitely wilding. Didn't even have a chance to make it back to the stage.
He was wild, and he was out. And that is game 1 going the way of Kaina. Man, Vem, he hit the double down air, but he just didn't keep track of his jumps or like where the ground was underneath it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Boom, and dodged out. Yeah. It's like, wait, let me back. Let me back.
The wiggle to it. Yeah. Like, no.
Oh, all right.
The swaps coming in, going on to the Val for game number 2.
Wow, the Val pick. I never saw this coming.
No, I figured the Orion was going to be the thing, but I guess he just super didn't like the Lance in the matchup.
All right, tried to leak onto the stage with a side air, not going to get it. And the whiff punish and the start of punishment is coming from Kaina. I thought he was going to get a little bit more off that. Here we go. Good stuff. Hey, man, what are those gauntlets?
Yo, they're glowing. I will say that much. I'm not sure what they are though.
Those look like gummy gauntlets.
There might be some core gauntlets. I will say he's got some crazy gauntlets. But right now, kind of trying to get his crazy plays going. Not finding too much though. Pretty consistent play coming out. All right, clean. Just a downlight recovery.
Nice stuff, yeah. You just got to keep it simple and get those chaos like that. All right, boom. Now, you can't keep – Vem has got to just keep away from whiffing stuff because when Kaina gets a touch with the sword or the hammer, it's crazy.
Double down like in that extra credit. Couldn't get out of it because he burned his dodge. 2-piece. Going in for more.
Oh, my gosh. He's trying to play the neutral with this guy, but Kaina is not. He's not going to go. Does not want to lose his stock. Nice weapon throw. Baited. Ooh, stop the signature with the weapon throw.
Oh.
This might be the KO. Oh,
Still
no.
touches. Recovery, the turnaround. One more hit. The down air. The weapon toss was a bait, but he still survives.
Yeah, he had to save him to get back himself, but still going to do downlight recovery and get it out of there instantly. 2-stock lead for Kaina.
Downlight into the nair, getting more damage already onto this final stock here of Vem. Yo, that's a call out.
Yeah, Vem was like, hey, chill out.
Like,
you done put me on like 3 mixtapes, man. You're not doing it again.
He's like, you can do it on stage, but out here, no.
All right, sword, edge guard, not really doing much, just waiting for potential movements. And this, what's that, 3 sidelights together?
Yeah, definitely a lot, but Vem, he's hurting right now.
Oh, man, it's rough out here.
Oh, okay. 2-piece. Didn't get more. Punish.
Finally saw the bear. I haven't seen the bear in a minute. Boom. Nice job. Stomps there. Just your basic little stomps there. That doesn't even seem normal for Kaina at this point. But gets the stock out. And I want to see. Come on. Well, I know we had a good combo in there, right? Oh, yeah, it was the double stomp Sair, right? The double stomp Sair. We're not getting it. We're getting the regular one. Yeah. They slowed down the regular stomp Sair after I just said like he's been doing abnormal stuff the whole time. Either way, let's get into this next one. And now the Orion is coming out.
Game 3. The final opportunity here for Vem to hold on. Kaina's kind of just been running through this. His hammer play has been on point. His sword play has also been doing very well in this matchup against Vem.
Okay.
All right. Instant 3-piece. Nice.
Was Spear the answer the whole time?
It might have been, but we'll find out as we still got plenty of damage and stocks to go through.
Oh, yeah, I definitely said that super early. But I mean, it's doing really well.
Yeah, it's doing better than like everything else that he's been doing.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Clashed out, but he's got this wall touch. He's good. Just in there. Honestly, Kaina's behind in the damage department. Oh my God.
Kaina, keep the highlights coming.
Where's the D-Sig?
Oh, man, that would have been so good. Able to pick up that weapon after the toss. Like, that was such good reaction time, seeing that Vem picked up the lance.
Yeah, just the quick turnaround. Weapon toss. Vem getting good damage here. Needs to get the stock off of Kaina, but the downlight recovery gives Kaina the stock advantage. Back over to the hammer.
Back over to the hammer. The hammer has been the one. All right. Trying to get some damage. Ooh, doesn't even get the true combo right there. Some of the stuff that Kaina does with the hammer seems like it's not even possible. Good job from Vem to keep this even. Like the other one started to just fall apart after the first stock was taken, but this time able to take the stock out. Don't eat too much damage with this sword. Try to get that damage lead back.
Some really good composure, but you can also see like kind of the swag coming out from Kaina, right? Like that stutter step forward after hitting the end. Like he's definitely feeling really good right now. Currently up 2 games over Vem.
Oh yeah, definitely feeling good. Nice. Tried to wait it out a little bit and then hit the side light, but it still wasn't enough. But I like the idea.
Downlight, just a scoop up afterwards. Punish.
No punish.
Good spacing. Vem avoids it, but off the top platform, that's a KO. Kaina Ackerman up 2 stocks to 1. This is a huge mountain for Vem to try to climb.
You ain't lying. This is going to be, I don't know, man. Like the way that everything's been going, and then when stuff like that's happening, that could have got even worse. Good job to like leak over to the right a little bit and not get scooped. But man, when Kaina touches, it turns into multiple hits and it's bad. Like it hurts a lot. This hammer does not. There's nothing to sneeze at whenever it comes to damage output.
Yeah, this is definitely not a gentle hammer. This is a very hard-hitting hammer, and he gets a lot of damage when he gets those big strings. Ooh. Down like ground pound. Vem, final moments here, he fights, and he gets back up.
Nice job, because I definitely thought that was the end of dang! Whiff! Oh, he dodged and then hit the whiff punish.
You thought.
Yeah, that was definitely the you thought. Oh, my gosh. Scoop. Almost.
Would have been sick. Either way, Kaina is going to take it 3-0 over Vemtang Kilo. He's moving forward. I think that's a top 4 finish for Kaina at least.
I'm pretty sure that puts him in the... Well, that was the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think that was the qualifier into top 4.
Okay. Hey, talk to me. You tell me.
So production will tell us if we're super wrong.
That is true. That is
like,
true.
No. What are you talking about? Not even. But I mean, we're whittling down the players left in the bracket. We were we're in the top 8, and now we're going to the other side. Wes versus Lores are already in. Like, they went to the map ban screen for a hot minute there.
Yeah, this region has been moving super fast when it comes to like getting back into games and getting prepared. There's no downtime. They're not taking that time to rest and figure out, man, should I play this? Should I do this? They're going, I'm here. I'm ready to scrap. I picked this character. Come on, get the stage done.
They were watching the other match, and they're like, all right, it's finally my time. Like, they're at the batting cage the entire time, just getting warmed up. But it looks like no surprises on the lock-ins. We've got Wes on the Black Knight, the Orion crossover, and of course we've got Lores on the Michonne, the Koji crossover.
Yep. I'm looking forward to it. Now, this Michonne, that bow from Lores, how do you think it's going to fare against the Lance?
It's tough, man, because like the bow from Lores has been on point, but at the same time, if Wes is getting those nice like half jump height side airs, it can really shut down this stuff that the bow wants to do. So it's going to be on Wes to play that Lance game just right around that bow.
Yeah, and the story is going to be told by these two players. We got the spear, the spear to start off from Wes. The bow is in hand, so now we got to first see how the bow does against this spear, and it looks like it's losing to start the game. Ooh, the short hops are back in action.
Yep. You saw how well it worked against Fiend. Wes misses the side air punish. Lores looking for side airs of his own. Wes getting caught, three-piece, but doesn't hit the third part of it.
Nice job, man. The bow just looks so nice when it's working. You know what I mean? The succession. Boom, pop, boom, pop. It's so good to watch. Nice, the pickup. Still not enough, but like you said earlier, this stage has a very high ceiling. Not high enough to keep you from getting KO'd from that.
Yeah, the ceiling can only go so high. Lores gets the first KO against Wes. Is he going to get another upset?
Ah, man, I don't know. It looks like it's possible. Ooh, nice. Punish. The hop over the top of the Sig. Ugh, but falls into that down Sig. Wes couldn't get the KO. Now you're in trouble.
Turn around. No. Lores keeping that threat going. Falling there. Wes finally gets the stock off Lores, but he took a decent amount of damage there.
Definitely did. Sitting on orange. That's what is orange? That's about 100?
I think that's that's right around 100.
All right. Nice job. What a punish on the down, like to turn around with a Sayer. That was so clean.
Ooh, all right. Wes scrapping. Gets a nice 4-piece onto that one.
Ooh,
down air.
Ooh.
Lores didn't jump into the side air, and that's going to be a punish from Lores. Wes still touches, but it doesn't matter.
What a pickup. Lores was ready for it. And, I mean, that recovery was really good from Wes. The way that he played trying to get back onto the stage, but every decision was wrong because Lores had it on lock.
Just keeping that corner control. Good avoidance of the N-Sig, but Lores is he's getting so much momentum here.
Definitely. Back at 100. Look at that. Back on orange. Now entering red. Still can't get this stock. Hey, yo!
Okay, Lores. Someone's been at target practice hitting arrows. Looking like Hawkeye right now as he is up 1 game over Wes. And Wes is going to make his first swap of the tournament as he goes to Wu Shang or the Po for game number 2.
Lores is definitely the teacher at archery class. I'm telling you right now. This is ridiculous. Hitting everything. Yep, switched over to the Po. This is going to be some good stuff. And you tell me, when would you ever have thought that Michonne would be scrapping against Po?
Definitely not in a wild dream, but you're seeing it now. So we got Po and Michonne on your screens for game number 2.
I like it. Oh, yeah. That's a good start, but yikes. Yeah. You're going to let Lores get to the ground first, and ground control is definitely where Lores is living.
Ground control to Major Lores. Wes on the other side hits the pogo. Doesn't get more out of it, though.
Oh, okay. You know what? This one's a scrap. They're both going 10 for 10. Look at that. All right, like they're throwing them back and forth. I like it. Both. If you get hit, they're doing a lot of wake-ups. They're just trying to make sure they don't lose the complete control of the situation.
Yeah, don't let it get out of anyone's hands. Avoids the N-Sig. But Lores, I mean, he's getting so much control out of each bow hit and the downlight recovery. Lores, he's getting ready to make some upsets.
All right, no weapon in hand for Wes. He's got this bow running around now. All right, to the spear. The spear's been doing really well, but if you're throwing out SIGs like that, you're just going to offer extra credit.
Downlight doesn't even get the true version with the recovery. Sidelight doesn't get the recovery.
Nice, okay. Neutral light, another one. Just racking it up. It's like once Loras hits you a couple times, it's like you just can't stop it. Ooh, I was so scared a ground pound was going to come out right there.
On either side would have been dangerous.
For sure.
Doesn't hit the nair, though. Loras, he's getting so much extra credit. Oh, my goodness.
Who is this?
He's about to be up 2 stocks over Wes. One of the favorites of the region. He was seed number 1 going into this, but he does finally finish off this stock of Loras.
Goodness gracious. I'm telling you right now, Wes, your #1 win condition. Do not let Loras pick up a bow.
Keep him off the bow. Keep him off the stage. Keep him over there. But Loras gets back up safely. Wes did deny the weapon pickup, but look how much movement he burns in the offstage. He's sweat beating to touchdown.
All right, the sword is in hand. Man, those downlight recoveries have been the answer for Loras. If the bow can't be touched, I'll still get you out of here with this over and over and over. Look, just fishing for it one more time. And almost had it, actually. Raw recovery to punch the signature.
Yeah, those N6, Loras been doing a really good job. We saw Fiend trying to get those N6s as well, and Loras was able to avoid it. Now Wes trying to get those N6s, and Loras doing a good job avoiding it. Downlight doesn't get the follow-up.
And you got to get this out of here quick, Wes. There it is. Turned around, the back was shown, and then turned right back to Blast Michonne. You know what I'm saying? All right, down signature. That's got to be a free punish. Yes, it is. Ooh.
Stars came out, and that is not enough. Wes still gets the wall touch. Each hit was giving him a jump back. And because he was low damage, he was able to get back high enough. Off stage, ground pound, and Wes steals out game number 2.
You ain't lying. That was definitely a steal because, I mean, anything would have told me that was Loras' game. But Wes stayed strong and definitely got that sneaky little kill on the side of the stage.
The chase dodge goes off stage.
Pow!
Really well done. Wes sticking with the Poe, getting into game number 3.
All right, that sword is swinging.
But not really connecting. There's the neutral lights. All right, nice follow-up. Punish. Nope. Loras sitting far enough back that those whiff sidelines are easy punishes. Another one.
Nice weapon throw. And there you go. Disrupt the momentum and get something started. Put it together. That was good stuff from Wes.
Yeah, Wes is starting to...
Yo!
Oh! Still touched.
I can't believe
How is he surviving that?
I really cannot believe that. And did you just get... Oh, okay. I thought that was going to KO. And it is.
Yep. That's a KO in favor of Loras. Wes has hit 3 of those Gauntlet N6s, and I think he's going to stop there because Loras is recognizing, you know what? Those panic dodges off the hits have been leading to KOs.
Nice. Double pogo. Still enough. And
right,
nope, stop it. Yeah, 3 for 3. The trifecta gets rid of the stock. Wes is going to opt for the gauntlets again, which makes sense. I mean, I think the spear's been doing a little bit better in my mind, but if he's a little bit more comfortable with this, then, I mean, this is the move.
Yeah, I mean, he's been finding a lot of momentum off of those gauntlets. I'm not overly surprised to see him sticking with it, but again, Sweat Beads, you saw him as he was trying to land Loras, starting to play that range game with the sword. Vertical on both sides. They're swinging back and forth.
Yeah, it's definitely the gauntlets. I'm seeing what he's doing with these. That's definitely the answer. Nice! Switches over to the spear and gets a nice signature. Not enough. Ooh, I think that. Yeah. Ah, man.
Just like that.
Yeah. Wesley just flew over there and said, hey, baby, let me talk to you.
let me get this real quick.
All right, nice weapon toss down. Doesn't even go down for anything. Just wants his gauntlets back. Got him.
Punish. Yep, just a down air. Didn't go for more afterwards. but avoided those side sig. Goes in, gets the nair, doesn't get extra. Loras needs to finish the stock off of Wes now. Loras had so much momentum in game number 1 and game number 2, and suddenly it's looking like Wes's game. The recovery's still not enough.
I can't believe that wasn't enough. Okay, there we go. Yeah, man, I was actually scared for a second that I still wasn't going to get it.
I was like, oh, this Dragon Warrior survives.
All right, there we go. Ooh, waited a second, right? Tried to get the bait. It just still was, the dodge was still active.
Doesn't hit the down air, follow up off the side air. Wes not going to fast fall out of the hit. Good spot dodge, but doesn't get the punish. Loras not getting the extra.
Wes's adaptation to this bow has been really good because the bow hasn't been looking as wild as it was in that first game at all.
Yeah, I mean, he had so...
Oh! I'll tell you right now, that...
What? He played it like a twos match. He just saved him. That was only a save.
That's not... Oh, my... If Wes loses this...
Yo, but it ain't over.
It's definitely not over. He can still win, but if the loss happens...
Oh! Side air, still not enough. Goes for the GC side light. The recovery, still not enough.
Okay, off to the side. Ground pound! Oh, my God.
He had it, and he saved him with the GC down light and didn't do more afterwards. And Loras is going to be up 2-1. Wes feeling a little bit silly for that one.
Literally just grabbed a pillow and put a free jump on it and brought it for you, Saya.
just handed it to him.
Extra free
just
jump.
handed it to
Got
him.
back on the stage. Oh, my gosh. 628 damage for Loras, 581 for Wes. I mean, it's a really, really even game. It definitely should have been Wes's game. But it is 2-1 going into game 4, Loras' way.
I mean, good on Loras for not freaking out. You know, like, that was almost a KO in favor of Wes, and Loras survives and is like, all right, my turn to take this game.
Ooh, off the stage, and Wes has been doing really good out here. Nice job. That's how you fight back.
Yeah. That weapon toss up just for the stun lock. Gets some unarmed damage as well. Nice side air to punish the whiff. Loras looking good right now. Wes will touch back down. Does have a slight damage lead over Loras.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Nothing huge. And I think he's trying to get a knockback and then go for the sword, maybe? Let me go for the bow.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's trying to not get too risky and leave himself unarmed.
Exactly. Or maybe the sword is just the answer. Yeah.
It's looking all right so far, getting some safe hits onto Wes.
Punish. Oh, yeah, what a punish. Who danced over there for a second and just took off
thinking
sprinting.
about it. Yeah. Ends up connecting with the recovery. Wes with that slight lead.
Okay, and here we go. Gonna have the spear. Very hurt, but what's Loras' option for the KO?
Recovery might be enough. Nair?
Nah.
Still not.
Super high, man. Super high.
Another one?
Another one? Yes.
That time will clean it up. Didn't take too much damage for it. Has his pick of weapons, and yeah, it seems like Loras is feeling the sword right now.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, I'm not mad at it. You don't even get a character swap. You just, you know what? I'm going to utilize my other weapon a little bit more and throw off what he's been adapting to.
Yeah, I mean, the bow looked really good at the start, but it's definitely fallen away. So not too surprised with the Pogos. Throws away the spear. He still didn't touch, though, and Wes now with a bigger lead.
Wow. Definitely had the chance to touch the stage.
Yeah, Wes picked the outside. Loras actually stuck real close to the wall, but he just didn't drift into it, so he didn't get that wall touch to reset his jumps.
Exactly. All right, well, we're going to have to deal with the bow now. You don't have the sword, and you don't have your second stock. Nice. Weapon toss, picked it up, and dodged. Wes is moving really clean right now.
Yeah, moving in, moving out, doing a good job avoiding any hits from Loras. Nice. Oh, didn't get the chase dodge forward for the Nair. He's actually sweat beating right now, but he's high enough. He's going to touch. He's going to turn around. He's going to take game number 4. We're going to game 5.
Game 5. Oh, man. All right, so what stage are they going to end up going to? Look at that. Okay, so the gauntlets are really going crazy for See, he didn't even touch. Oh my
close.
gosh, Lores. And then you get Dunk trying to put too much on the table, go off the side and really get the dunk with the ground pound. No 6 for... That's no 6 at all for Lores and 0% signatures on three attempts for Wes. So these guys really were just scrapping it out right now. I think a lot of the games are happening on the side of the stage, honestly.
Yeah, there's definitely been a fair amount of offstage or just like high in the sky play, right? Like Lores was getting some good juggles in there. But here we go, game number 5. We saw Lores lean into the sword. We saw Wes lean into the gauntlets in that last one. Let's see what they decide to play here in game number 5.
Nice, nice. Okay. I want to see that bow come back alive, honestly, right? Like I think that's the catalyst. That's what's going to give you enough confidence to really try to run this bad boy back. You've allowed Wes to bring the set within it's one game. Both of you have one more chance.
Ooh,
Nice.
off the soft platform, that side 6. Second one, and Wes takes a big lead. Lores really needs to find an answer to Wes right now.
Wes has definitely found the answers. Wes is showing why he's PR1, right?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, weapon toss down, grabs the gauntlets, and man. Oh, man.
Still going. Where is it? Doesn't hit the ground pound. Lores gets away, but definitely took a lot of damage in that offstage.
Yeah, definitely took a lot. I mean, it's even damage with a stock deficit. Nice. All right. Laura's really trying to get this going.
him there.
Got the high damage. Got him on red. Looking around. No, couldn't find the moment. And whiff punish with a side signature.
Not done. Down like ground pound. Hits the ground pound that time. Wes up 3 stocks to the 1 of Lores.
I couldn't pinpoint it if you asked me what exactly Wes did to slow Lores down, but Lores, all the short hops into side lights, all that stuff that we were seeing before that made Wes look amazing is all gone. I mean, that made Lores look amazing.
Yeah, I like nothing that that Lores was doing in his earlier games, in his earlier sets, is working against Wes. Down light, GC, and heavy. He's going to disco because he knows he didn't get the restocked, but still, this is looking like Wes's game to lose.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like Wes's game to lose. And in all honesty, you know what that taunt means. That taunt is what you said. Hey, I didn't get 3 stocked. You know it's over with. Let's go and give you your flowers and see you in the next round.
It's the end sig.
Maybe not. I mean, getting a little bit of damage here. It really hurt, though.
Yeah, he's still playing, but he cannot afford basically a sig at this point. That's a punish.
Nice. Okay. Rack up a little bit more. That hurts. Now you're in the territory of where almost anything gets the KO.
Yeah. Down there we go. Oh! Down sig. And Wes takes it in game number 5. He's going into the top 4 over Lores.
That was good stuff. That was one heck of a set. Getting whiff punished with that side signature. That sig is... That'll get you out of it.
That's a good punish tool if you can hit it.
Oh, yeah. It puts you so far down. And then this one right here, sliding off the side. If he would have stayed on the close side, you get absorbed into the middle part. You get hit by the left hand, get hit by the right hand. Either way, that was so much coverage on that. Great job from Wes.
Yeah, really well done. Lores, of course, still getting some upsets to get here into the top 6 of things, but Wes is ultimately going to be the victor 3-2. That swap to Poe really paid off.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was the one. That was the answer. I had a lot of fun. Those were some really, really good games. And this top 4 is really fleshed out. It's going to be really, really good. Question, do we have the top 4 set up that we can show these guys?
I think we do know who the top 4 is. Power Ranger and Use in the top side. And we just saw Wes earn his spot against Kaina. This is some of the matches that we had
these are the ones we did earlier. These are the ones we did earlier.
We saw Vem go on, but then Vem ultimately lost to Kaina. We saw Lores go on, ultimately lost to Wes. That's how that reads.
Some really good games, though. I mean, that was fun stuff. But we do have the winner side final set up. There we go.
There you go. So
Winner's
this is your top 4 right now. Power Ranger and Use on the top side. Bottom side, Kaina and Wes.
That's going to be some exciting stuff. But we can't stick around for that.
No. We and y'all have to take a short little break. Give you some opportunities. Catch your breath. It's been a pretty intense top 8 so far. But I think we're going to take a short little break, and when we come back, we'll bring you that top 4 of the South American portion of the Summer Championship. Any final words?
I've been Zipmaster Flex, and this has been Mr. Duke, the freshest man alive. And we'll see y'all later.
Fantastic punish tool because a lot of things on the gauntlet will put him in the air. Downsig launches Power Ranger in the air, gives way.
Said it's more for time because this is ridiculous.
Dodge.
Oh, hey!
So that's Sayers? No! Not. I'm the one who's going in, being a little over aggressive. You gonna eat all the hammer damage.
Okay, here we go.
No.
Yes!
Finish the stock though. Down!
That's definitely not what he wants. He can't really get hit.
Whoa!
Whoa!
I get it.
Terrible.
Oh! This can be an awkward spot, especially as Vem gets caught again, sideline side air. Vem still has plenty of horizontal movement. He'll get up, but there's the Hadoop with this orb. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Oh!
Hasn't been looking too good, and man, what a pickup off the platform.
Pogo.
Oh! Welcome
dodge down.
to the Bates mode.
Oh,
yeah. So close. Oh! Taking over sex. Ooh, baby. Get out of here.
Damage is even. Ooh, the side sig connects. Will launch. Weapon advantage. Kind of goes for the double.
Wow.
Oh,
whoa.
no. More damage already on this final stock here of them. Behind the damage department.
Nice job. I definitely thought that was the end of day.
We're giving him a jump back. Because he was low damage, he was able to get back high enough. Off stage, ground pound, and what?
Where almost anything is KO.
Oh!
All right, everybody, welcome back to Summer Championships for South America. We've reached the Final Four, missing only one of the Big Four going into this Final Four, of course, but an incredible sets have been played leading all the way up to this point. It is myself, Ajax, bringing you the action, of course, with Sparky and TK once again. How's everybody doing?
What's up? Yeah, we're good, man. Just about to get into this action. As you guys know, I'm a super huge fan of South America because they be scrapping. And what I like to see in this game is people scrapping. So as long as we get that going on, we're going to have a great time, right?
You're definitely not alone in being a big fan of SA. Definitely not on this desk. Definitely not in this building. Definitely not around the world. Definitely after MSI, everybody is loving South America. They love the narratives. They love the players. They love the gameplay. Even if you took the names out of it, just showed raw gameplay, everybody is loving that. So now we're getting into our top four. You said it. The usual suspects are here. Power Ranger versus Use in the winners finals. Down on the elimination side of the bracket, we have Kaina versus Wes.
Yeah, only missing Fiend for the picture of that. Of course, like you were saying, MSI really just, it was South America's story. Wes and Fiend just putting in work, really shaking things up when everybody was looking at, you know, who's going to take it out. NA, EU, haven't been to LAN in forever, and these two just came in and started sweeping the house clean. It was amazing to watch. No Fiend here, unfortunately. I'm a big Fiend fan, so he is out. But like you're saying, those big, the four that are left have been here time and time again. You have to pay attention, of course, to the results that they had over the years.
Oh, yeah, man. That's the thing about, like, again, we always talk about the tier list. We always talk about the PRs. Everyone's doing well right now. Everyone's definitely doing well as far as who is still left. And, again, you know, we're missing one of our boys. It's all good, though. He definitely popped off MSI. And MSI, man, if you guys weren't watching MSI, that was a treat. And you should definitely go back and watch it because, I mean, there was some fantastic gameplay there. But we're going to see even more fantastic gameplay here as we get into it relatively soon. We're just kind of waiting for the Use to show back up into this room because Power Rangers already here, ready to go.
So let's talk about a little bit of history between these two players. It's not going to be a very long talk because there is not very much between these two. This is, of course, a 0-0 matchup for these two players. Actually, excuse me, there's a little bit of history, gentlemen. Yeah. I lied to you. It is a 2-0 matchup between these two gentlemen. And an interesting thing worthy of note is Nevermind uses actually Brazil, but Power Ranger is one of the few Argentinian players. We don't have very many Argentinians that are playing at this level in the South American region. We have a lot of Brazil representation, which we love to see, but it's also great to see sort of that regional variety as well coming in from Power Ranger.
Yeah, these are two of them that we didn't get to see at MSI. We were talking about how the strength of Wes and Fiend came out. Imagine if these, like, if the rest of the competitors out of there, like, showing up. We've seen the strength of what Spear has been able to do in the world of gauntlets, even though there was a lot of Wu Shang played as well. Along with that, to get those gauntlets, it was shaking up a lot of what we're used to seeing. We didn't get to see the Lance play, of course, as much outside of West, but I cannot wait to see what happens when BCX comes around, when Power Ranger, Use, and all them can potentially get themselves into the big stage to fight everybody. But going into this winners finals,
I was gonna say, man, it's kind of Use is he relatively new because this PR doesn't have a lot in the on the back side of things. Being PR number 5, top 8 3 times, but here on the other side of things, I mean, PR number 2. Look at this man's placements. He's been around for a while. Is Use relatively new?
More or less. In terms of like actual playtime in years, that I'm not super sure on, but in terms of like placing this deep in tournament, absolutely. Coming in at PR5 does have a little bit of history placing pretty deep in the bracket because we're not seeing like PR18 or anything like that, but also at the most recent South American LAN, at the Caratada LAN that was put on, Use came out on top in that one, beating Kaina in the grand finals off the back of this Lance. One of the nastiest Lances in the world. I can't wait to see how it shakes up in this. It was with Orion at Caratada, but he's starting out here with the Olga.
He also had the top 8 finish over at Springs, too, so he's been very consistent of late. But like we were saying before, something you've seen quite a bit in South America is that Lance, of course, attached to West most of the time, but Use performing well. But you have to watch out for Power Ranger playing the Val right now, just with the Akuma crossover. He's been cooking everybody up to this point, to say the least. It hasn't been a good time for many people who have been sent to eliminations by the hands of Power Ranger.
I mean, I have to say, though, he's actually doing a pretty good job of dealing with this so far, almost getting that stock with the D-Light. Needed just a little extra oomph on top of that, but this stock can still be, could have been stolen right there. You saw the ground pound come out. Great defense there from Use to use that neutral to thwart that and actually turn that into a KO. Use getting most of that damage with the Rocket Lance and then swapping over to that axe. I mean, pretty effective strategy if you can, if I do say so myself. That axe definitely, you drop a Sayer, you drop a neutral light, it's gonna KO.
He does have the axe in his hand here. It looks like he's still in a pretty decent spot depending on what moves Power Ranger actually makes contact with. I don't think a Gauntlet recovery is going to be the KO at this point. He might be hoping for the sword or maybe just goes for the raw side signature. We've seen Val players start to lean on that more. Does have the sword in hand. Neutral light from the middle of the stage just turns him red.
Yeah, and a lot. Again, users' reactions on defense off stage have been so good. He is unfortunately unarmed right now. It seems to be a little bit more difficult to get back, but he got that previous stock off the GC neutral lights in the air. He got the Nair to get back on the stage before when Power Ranger went off against him, and he's still holding on to this first stock so far. Users' defense has been immaculate as he dodges yet another ground pound.
Yeah, he's going to get back to the stage real quick, too. I mean, like, a little scary. I see him throwing out a lot more SIGs, but I think at this point in time, you know, you're like, all right, my stock's on borrowed time. Maybe I can just get, like, a big hit. Finally loses that, but does get quite a bit of damage here on Power Ranger. So Power Ranger sitting already in at the deep orange, about to hit that red relatively soon. No weapons in hand for use, though, so that's going to be lucky for him. Hopefully he can get a nice weapon starve going.
If we're looking back at some of the detailed history between these two players, the last time they met in an official tournament was South America Winter Championship 2022. Now we're seeing a lot of different characters that were played then compared to what we're seeing now. That was a Power Ranger Koji, which now we're seeing the Val. It was a Volkov, it was a Roland, and it was a Vector coming out from use, but now we have the Ulgrim coming in. So we're definitely seeing some change-ups there from these players.
All right, man. And honestly, with that being said, I mean, I can see the swap up is a little less volatile for Power Ranger, but Val, you know, obviously a character that you see a lot of anyway, so I feel like he's, over the years, he probably has just kind of picked up some things, and now he's kind of putting his own finesse on it. You know, the other side of things, though, man, you know, I think you really have to spend some time with, with the Lance to really figure out how to use it. And, well, you seems like he spent the time because he's got a nice little lead developing here, and most of that, I feel like, has been on the back end of a Lance.
I know we were talking about at the beginning of this how South America likes to scrap. We've been looking forward to that, but this has been a game of defense so far, and neither one of them have been budging first because they've been waiting for that big whip punish. But now Yu's going off right now, has the lead, looking for Power Ranger to go in a little bit early. That would have absolutely sealed that stock.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you saw how high up he was. I think that definitely would have taken that. It was about like a good stage height over the actual stage. So, you know what I mean? We still had a lot of area to you know, cover right there. But it seems like he's doing a good job.
That had to have been a disconnect issue or a rollback in that one moment because Power Ranger seemed like he wanted to move towards that side of the stage, but then just all of a sudden the control was completely gone. But I mean, we still had a very confident lead coming out from you. Still had two stocks at that moment of impact when Power Ranger actually lost that stock. So this is looking pretty good for you so far. It seems like he was able to handle Power Ranger both when he had the axe in the hand and when he had the lance in the hand. He wasn't really weapon starved for too long, so it seemed like that wasn't an issue for him to overcome whatsoever. Now we're seeing the taunt coming out. That is a classic option to show that you're having a connection issue. Of course, we see the SDs coming out because it is within 10 seconds of the game starting. We're going to reset this one. This one did not happen. It's like me when I try to remember anything, it's gone.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, facts. I mean, we can agree on that one. Yes,
yeah.
we can go along with that. But something we can't forget, of course, is that gameplay from the first game. You look so upset with me right now for playing that game.
Yeah, I mean, there are two other people on the desk, and they could have been like, "Nah, man, you're smart. You remember stuff. It's cool."
Nah, I can't give that to you anymore because I mean, you spent a lot of time letting us know that you are very forgetful on this, and so. But I remember that you're forgetful. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate
you
that.
built up to the moment on it too much, and we're going to see them, of course, go away again here on Demon Island. So
we're not doing
hopefully we'll
this
get that solved pretty soon. But that first game, even at the beginning of the replays we saw, it was all the defensive use. The use was not getting hit off stage, was waiting for Power Ranger to burst to try and go for an edge guard, and then smacked them away very well. Was consistently playing in the skies as well too. Was barely getting hit when he was trying to find the landing. That plays against you, especially as someone like Val who wants to find those recovery reads to get a knockout in.
Yeah.
Users just basically making them very hard to find in that first game.
All right, third time's a charm here, hopefully. We are definitely loaded up. As you guys see behind us, we'll be hoping that we're getting to the right stage and, you know, the connection's good and all that good stuff. Apocalypse. And
hoping that this one is going to be the one to do it. We'll see very quickly. whether or not there's an issue. It's looking good. It's looking good. I think we're going to be moving on into this one as we get 10 seconds in. We are almost past the window to where you can get the restart, and now we are. It looks like we're going to play this one out. But a lot of what Power Ranger was doing, those like critical Val things of using the signatures, using them right over the corner, using them with those unique properties up against the wall, none of those things were really working for Power Ranger against Use. Like we saw a D-Light into a GC side signature right over the corner, sort of that strange option that you might not be ready for. Didn't catch Use lacking whatsoever. He saw it coming, was ready for it, and got away.
Ooh.
Yo, there, as I say that, as I live and breathe, we see the signature right over the corner, that unique Val property.
That was the longest build-up to a commentator's curse we've heard all day. Like, it's like, let me just line this up, and then Power Ranger's going to showcase exactly why this can work, even though it didn't work all that whole first game. And a very large lead after that very well played first stock, too.
That's not like that was a blessing to me, man. You know, we were talking about the fact that, hey, this needs a hit, and he's like, you're right. And so he finally hits it. And even then, like, you saw how many resources Use had to use to get back. Use was setting up to get immediately ground pounded if he was able to touch the wall. So it wouldn't have mattered regardless if he was able to touch the wall or not. He's going to be off that stock, and now he's got a lot to work toward. But I think Power Ranger is kind of in his zone right now.
Ooh, yeah, it kind of feels like it. Like, you can see the moments are starting to click more for Power Ranger after that first game. It's like, okay, I'm going to play more mid-range with you, and I think the Gauntlet play has been a little bit better because he's actually been close enough that he can sneak out one of these side airs, which he just tried to do right there. And these dares are connecting a whole lot more, Sparky. It seems like he's kind of figured things out between that first game.
I would definitely agree with that. It seems like Use is also maybe not figuring things out. You saw that just raw side signature come out. I think he was maybe just fishing for something there, maybe a little bit desperate to get this stock as we're coming in about 2 minutes into the game. Power Ranger finally losing this first stock. That was something Use didn't have trouble with, and all of a sudden, now he is. Power Ranger just needed that game one to sort of figure things out a little bit, and you see how it's paying dividends.
Yeah, I think Use, that was actually a really good read by Use just in general. Power Ranger has been kind of crossing him up the entire time, so he's like, all right, if I do a step back, you can't really cross me up for the same position. Finds the perfect neutral sig. Unfortunately, though, still has a crazy amount of damage onto him, and yeah, these Val Sigs will push you off the edge if he ends up finding one of them. Oh, okay. Thought he was going to try to land right there with a down air, but instead, okay, getting edge guard.
Oh, okay. He's just throwing the whole sig back out. It's looking like the end of some of my ranked games here. He's ready to use these. He's ready to find this KO. Hopefully it doesn't get him into too much trouble. Able to get through, finds the nice side air. I was wondering once he got that sword in the hand, whether he was going to go for some of those side signatures or anything like that to finish up the stock, maybe go for the D-Light Sarek setup or anything like that. But really, it was just Use for a while, using those axe signatures. Power Ranger getting through some of them, getting hit by some of them. But because of those signatures, it seems like Use might be about to even this one up.
Yeah, it's getting that much closer. And simplicity is key. It's kind of been the way that Power Ranger's been playing. It's like there's not really too much reason to go too crazy. But Use finally finding a side air, going to go ahead and get that knockout that he was looking for before, but has not fallen away from using those signatures. Like you're just saying, we saw another one come out a second ago, and he's kind of committed to the bit for it. That can scare you, being the person who's constantly throwing him out. Like, yo, can you please calm down? And Power Ranger's playing a bit more like he's trying to respect them now.
Yeah, it's the Taros thing, bro. You know, Taros throws out a bunch of sigs too, and you're like, man, I may have avoided that, but the idea is still in my head that I got hit by that. So I'm like still shook, and I need to make sure I don't get hit the next time. He's doing the same thing, except this time with Macho Man, who's very strong as well in his own right. But, you know, I think right now the SIGs are starting to get a little punished, so he might have to pull back on those quite a bit. Had a couple reads in that second stock, hasn't really seen success with them since.
Use's damage output and pacing is actually really solid right now. They're trading like 1-for-1 hit, which is going to be in Use's favor because he's using Axe, going to have high damage per move. And if he's hitting these neutral lights consistently, that's 18 or so damage that he's putting out onto Power Ranger every time. Meanwhile, Power Ranger finds a side light, gets hit by a Sair, and then a second move.
Ooh,
almost got caught by the bottom side of
matter.
that, didn't even need it. Use now up 2-0 against Power Ranger.
I think he caught that jump, or he caught him before he hit the ground with that second Sair. And so therefore he didn't have anything left. And that's why he probably thought he hit the ground, but no, I'm pretty sure he got caught with that second Sair before he hit the ground, which is super clean right there because, yeah, like that. He had nothing else to go for him immediately out of there. Love to see it. Good, recognition right there from Use and Power Ranger, kind of getting body on that one. It was a 50-50. He was that close to the ground. I also would have thought I hit the ground before I got hit. So.
That's good positional control, too. Just throwing the recovery out right there forces you to have to go lower, and he just knew that a lot of resources were used building up to that point. And, oh, my God, I did what Zipper did earlier with the Use. But, like, just amazing job from Use right there to adjust on what was a good start from Power Ranger at the beginning. And I think a big part of that was, I can't remember which one of you two pointed out, but every trade-off between the two of these weapons at the end, Axe is going to be the one that wins out in that war no matter what.
Oh,
so users knowing, like, all right, my win condition's still online, you have to find a read.
Yeah, if it's straight hit for straight hit, yeah, the Axe is, pound for pound going to be that weapon. I think the only thing is really like kind of combating it for straight hits, just one hit will be the hammer. But even then, we're not seeing that anymore. So it's all on the Axe now.
Now we'll see if these signatures make their way into the Lance side of things as well. We did just see the side signature, but even before that, in the beginning of the game, when there wasn't even the option to really KO your opponent, we're seeing Yuz burn his dodges off stage to go for a GC neutral signature, which is one of the more quote-unquote like gimmicky signatures that Ulgrim has, which is why we don't see it as often compared to the D-Sig, even compared to the side Sig as well, if we're talking about the Axe kit. Yuz now swapping over to the Lance. We'll see how much damage he can add up. Power Ranger going to be at the range disadvantage. Does hit the recovery, not quite enough damage built up. This one should do it, and it does.
Not too far off right there, able to keep himself calm, but I think the air-to-air game has just been all Yuz's favor so far. Like, Power Ranger's been doing pretty solid on the ground. He's getting some straight hits, but every time we get in that spot right there, Yuz has been able to walk away with a lot. That being said, now, though, Power Ranger look like he's getting some of these grounded game working. He's just missing out on the side life, but he's been racking up quick damage until it's gotten to this point again where he's starting to challenge Yuz in the air and Yuz usually walking away on top.
Yeah, Yuz with the air, as far as how he's fighting in the air, he's doing quite well. But on top of that, it's like his just reaction time of, being able to get out of something and then immediately turning around. That's how he got that first side air that actually led into the game in the last game. But yeah, even on the side, you see Power Ranger try to go for an edge guard. Yuz will somehow turn that around super quickly. And then now he's in the advantage. Not going to be able to do it this time, though. Doesn't really have a lot. Oh, but Power Ranger actually just retreats back to the stage. That should have been an easy ground pound right there. It's going to let Yuz live to see another day.
I think Power Ranger's just putting enough respect onto Yuz's name. You see how he's been turning around everything that's been happening on stage. If we're talking about the vertical game, like you pointed out, that has been going for Yuz. What do you think is going to happen on the edge if your opponent is on the wall? It's probably going to be a vertical game straight up, straight down, which Power Ranger has been losing so far. So not going for that edge guard is probably, it's a reserved move, it's a safe move, and he has the lead here, so it looks like it's at least panning out for him so far.
I think it's the right game plan, too, because you've lost like 5 interactions off stage. So at that point, just keep playing center. That neutral light is going to go ahead and take that out. You're going to have to hold that. But either way, though, Power Ranger seems like he understands, I need to fight you center stage as much as possible. And Yuz now trying to meet him for that. But now unarmed, he has at least a little bit of time to try and make him pay for it.
Yeah, of course. You want to get that mean weapon star. Couldn't keep it going for too long. Yuz immediately grabbing the first weapon that shows up. And now we are armed combat between our two competitors. The sword. Oh, okay. Big damage coming out from again. Just stays on that platform, keeps it going. Okay.
Power Ranger starting to actually get something going here. He's had this struggle going for a while now. Oh, go for a big play, but not going to get whip punish for it.
Gonna ground pound right on the stage. Eats an Axe in light. Yuz punishing that landing. Nice side air. That is going to be the stock. Power Ranger just barely keeping himself in this one. He was down 0-2. Got the victory there. We're going to a game 4.
Man, that's how you do it, too. Like, Power Ranger, again, that's kind of like the power of what happens here in SA is, like, whenever they get that advantage and they can push it like that, that's an SA stock right there. That was like, all right, man, I got the advantage one time, and I'm never giving it up, and that's exactly what he did. He made the right decisions every time. He stayed on top and got a lot of damage in a short amount of time, and then found the perfect side air to go ahead and thwart that recovery, and also the weapon toss to go ahead and make sure that he had no chance of coming back. Here we are in the game 4, as my man Sparky said. We'll get that on the board soon enough.
And we're starting off Lance into Sword here. Still in Apocalypse. Neither of these players seem to want to go to any other map. We've been playing on this one. We even saw Demon Island for a second, but that was one of those SD games that we were going to throw away. 30 seconds into this one. It is Yuz's Axe. His Axe has been so good. I was thinking that his Lance was really going to be the star of the show here after watching him at Karatada, one of the nastiest Lances I've seen in a while. But he's really working on this Axe. It's doing so much damage for him. Just the raw neutral is so helpful when he has those giant Axe hitboxes, showing that Axe is still very much alive and well. We'll see if Yuz can make it back. He cannot. That first stock is done.
It was one of those mentalities where if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I think it might be that time where it's broken now because Power Ranger played perfectly around a lot of what Yu's was looking for. Yeah, he got a lot of straight hit damage just because every hit you take from Axe is going to hurt, but Power Ranger was able to walk him off the side, finally going for one. Recovery not enough off the top. Actually, this Lance looking way better right now. Trying to catch him again, not going to get the dodge read. Power Ranger staying still, not going over to the left-hand side.
I think that's the thing about also Yu's too, is though, like, I don't think he was forced to start playing this Axe. Like, the first stock of this entire set was all Lance, and he went pretty like crazy on it. And then after that, he just chose to be on the Axe. So we might need to start to choosing being on this Lance a little more, because it does seem like the Axe is getting a little figured out. He might still be able to get the stock relatively soon. We do have a lot of damage, double tapping him with the neutral layers, but still not finding that. Yeah, we're good. Big hit like that. The down light is going to send him packing.
I was going to say that those neutral layers are not really what he needs in the moment, but I mean, if you're going to knock out with an Axe down light, then you need every bit of damage that you can get on that stock, especially if you're hitting that Axe D-light from the main of the ground.
I think the Axe just stays out there in the gauntlets. I haven't really seen the gauntlets win out against Yu so far, but while the sword's been out, that's where it's been much better. He's been able to get a lot more pokes. You see him going with the D-lights to get the damage on. The Sarah going to give him stage position again like that. And we're seeing the same story play out here as that Axe kind of got dominated by the sword in that. Once you see the sword show up, try and quickly switch as you can, but he already took a lot of damage. I feel like it was not worth it to try and switch up to the Lance at that point.
Yeah, this is actually insane, the difference in gameplay between Power Rangers' first two games and now these last two. I mean, it's clearly morphin time, because this man is definitely in his suit now, going crazy on the small as the I guess the Pink Ranger. I don't know. I'm gonna go by the hair color. He's the Pink Ranger.
Got that call from Zordon like, hey, yo, what you doing, bro? Like,
yeah, man, it's time.
It's time. It's been time. And Yu's going to go ahead and send them packing up to the skies off of another recovery read. One more chance now for Yu's to try and move forward to get that comfortable position in Winterside of Grands.
Now, next weapon he picks up is going to be the sword. Or it actually might be gauntlets. I can't remember which one it is. Well, it may not even matter. Okay, it is a set of gauntlets. He actually threw his sword away towards the end of last stock to stick with the gauntlets, and then really didn't find a single hit. It's mostly been the sword. It almost looks like he's playing with a friend, and he hands the friend the controller on the gauntlets. Not that they're bad, but his sword is just looking so much better. It's finding so many more openings. We're seeing the swag coming out from the double D-lights, which is a very rare occurrence. Now that sword is coming in. We'll see what he's able to do. He is a little bit behind. Starting it off with that Sarah, you see him running away, picks up a nice dare recovery. Instantly, he picks up the sword, 3 hits.
Hey, it's going now. Yeah, you're right. I think the gauntlets need to stay away. It's not been looking like the same exact person. As he goes for another sider, no, he tries to go for the chase on the recovery up. Back to the gauntlets here, TK.
I think you guys are making Power Rangers' house a little hot right now, bro. His friends like, they figured us out, man. Take it back. All right.
He took it back at the end as he finds the recovery.
It's like, oh, wait. So there we are, getting into a Game 5 situation here. Yeah, I mean, this has been kind of a dominant performance here on the side of Power Ranger. Not so much in this game, but the last game for sure. This he has very dominant like stretches though, and that's the thing. Once he gets that first hit, it's the SA advantage right there. I'm definitely going to go ahead and take that all the way to the next game. In the Game 5, who's going to be sitting in the grand finals? We're going to find out right now.
Power Ranger versus Yu's. This almost looks like every other game that these players have played. Same characters, same colors, same maps. This time, Power Ranger starting out with the gauntlets in hand. It's Yu's Lance. Now, back in the day, there was a lot of argument about what the matchup was for gauntlets into Lance. A lot of times it was favoring the Lance at that moment. Lance had some defensive options, obviously had those neutral airs that you're seeing to control so much airspace anytime your opponent pushes on top of you.
Yeah, you're less likely to look for a nair read when you're getting hit by the nair on Lance itself. It's so easy to box you out, as we see them try to chase with 2 on the way back down. But Power Ranger looking a little bit better here. Now here's the win condition. Gets back to the sword. Recovery's not going to be enough. Trying to find the landing right there, looking for maybe a D-light side air on the side. Note, just going to go for the neutral lights, and Yu's defense is picking up, but it has been kind of shattering a little bit by comparison to the other ones as we're sitting now, like you're saying, a Game 5.
I like to say though, we are on the Lance. Oh, okay, and just immediately off of it, he's like, I've had enough of this. I do feel as though that was kind of yeah, he trained you into that one, bro. Like, he was like, please, you basically got Venus flytrapped right there, bro. He's like, come on in.
I'm so low. I'm so close to the blast zone. Oh no, someone might come hit me. He said call an ambulance, but not for me. Down air comes out and he gets the KO.
Man, that's how you do it, man. Obviously, if you're going to get a good punish, that is easily the best punish he could have gotten in that situation. Gets a whole stock off it and returns back to the stage. And now he's going to try to build up some of this damage. Yu's going to be back onto the Lance. And while he is whiffing, I do feel as though he won't take as many wild choices like When he's on the axe, that ground pound just comes out.
I was gonna
right?
say, like, when the axe is out, that's when you're seeing 20,000 signatures show up. He's trying to showcase that his ability to get reads is there, but I don't think you could do that anymore against Power Ranger while he has the sword out. Even the Gauntlet was looking better in the last one, but Power Ranger just playing at that distance where he can find that sidelight. Side air coming through again. He's gonna catch him on his way back in. It just missing out on that one, but Power Ranger controlling the pace. Now going back to the Gauntlets in the midst of all that. Even with that looking good, and recoveries are now starting to hit.
That's going to disarm Hughes as well. He does pick up the weapon very quickly. Now Power Ranger is actually the one without a weapon. Spawn comes in. He's able to get over to it. He was already in the air, grabs that sword very quickly. Look at the spacing game that Power Ranger is playing. Completely over spacing anything that Hughes has, using that quick movement speed of Val and his quick reaction time to be able to get in and punish any commitment that comes out from Hughes. Neutral Air's coming out, juggling axe back in. You see him pushing a little bit, putting a little bit more pressure onto Hughes immediately with that sidelight to go in once that axe was picked up.
Yeah, I think he's making the Lance look like an unfavorable option for the sole fact that he's like he's kind of like, for lack of a better term, what Mars does, camping in your face, okay? Like, he's like, he looks very active, and he's doing a lot of things that make you want to swing at him, but he's waiting for you to swing so he can get the hard punish. And saying that, you do have to kind of commit to some level of movement whenever you swing with the Lance. Yeah, he's just waiting for that. And so now the axe doesn't look favorable. The axe doesn't look favorable because he's getting bodied. The Lance doesn't look favorable because he's now getting outspaced. It's looking like a rough match right now for Hughes.
Yeah, truly like a Matador. Just like everything looks enticing, but then just moves out of the way at the last second. And that's kind of how these last two matches have gone. And it's continuing to do that as we're looking at Power Ranger after he was down 2 games, looking at what could be a reverse 3-0. Gets the dare, follows up, gets in there, looking for his way back down here. And Hughes is kind of struggling as we see another recovery come in. That's a lot of defensive resources gone again.
Even that recovery didn't get the stock. It made a connection that high in the air and didn't get a stock. He almost hit that signature. No, the recovery got priority coming out from Power Ranger, takes off the top. You called it a reverse 3 for Power Ranger.
Man, what a way to bring yourself back into this set, and in such a way that it's not even a question that I should have won by this third game. How do you even time that so well? Right. Gets through, and he's like, nah, I got the time to go ahead and hit him, man. A lot of damage being put on by Power Ranger in this last game, 347 to 590. Wow.
The previous game, it was so much closer. Even though Power Ranger won, Hughes had slight damage favor. It was about like 540 to 590. And now that one, you can just see the defense shattering on the side of Hughes. He was able to play just around the range of what Power Ranger was trying to go for. We talked about the early stocks where anytime Power Ranger tried to go off stage for a ground pound or a dare or anything like that, smacked away instantly. And you start to feel good. You start to feel comfortable in that spot. Until you remember how many times Power Ranger's been here before. The pros know how to calm themselves down in these positions. And we just saw that play out in front of us like to a T.
Power Ranger made Hughes look lost.
Oh, yeah.
Especially once we got to that final game, it seemed like no solution, like there was no win condition. Anything you do, unarmed, I've been doing better against you the entire game. Axe, I've been doing better against you this entire final game. Lance, any solution that he tried to bring up was unsuccessful.
Yeah.
Just none of them worked towards the end. That is Power Ranger coming out on top. Of course, if you're a Hughes head out there, don't worry. That was the upper side of the bracket. That was winners finals. Hughes is going to go down onto the elimination side, going to be waiting in the elimination finals for the winner of Kaina versus West. But before that, we're going to throw it over to Remy.
The Power Rangers usually work as a team, but Power Ranger did that all by himself, and he did it with a singular weapon that I want to look into right now, right here. This sword weapon, he was making it look like it's the highest of the high tier, and I'm telling you right now it's not. Guys, trust me. But he's making it look otherwise, and it started even from right here, from the first game, well, second game, it looked like Hughes had him figured out in the first 2 games, in the first 2 runs, but Power Rangers, he kept it solid, he kept it thorough, and he had these consistent edge guards, these consistent follow-ups, and this side seg right here was the first time I noticed it. It was the first time I noticed him going, okay, I'm going to wait you out, I'm going to let this Lance come to me, I'm going to punish you for it. Same with the axe, and, well, play like this, it's always going to get you going. The dodge in, he's waiting patiently, and he stays right where he is. He doesn't dash anywhere. He knows what Hughes has access to, and he says, all right, I'm going to wait, I'm going to carry you up, but this is what I want to look at. That slow motion play right there, I'm going to zoom it back for you. I'm going to show you exactly where he started and how much stage he makes for himself right here with that straight line. He extends all the way out there, gets that downlight, sends him on, And he doesn't stop it there. As soon as Yuz tries to come back, it's more damage racked up. He gets the recovery, and it adds up very well there. Gameplay like that continues on with the sword. He kept it the entire time. Edge guards were beautiful. Right here, it's Axe. It's coming at you at a certain angle. The dodge gets caught, and at this point, Yuz is panicking. He knows he can't go to the left. He knows he can't go to the right because, well, there's not exactly a stage there, right? Come on, the stage is over here. The stage is on this side, guys. Like, let's be real. He's not going over there. He has nothing to do over there. He recovers to the stage. Power Ranger's waiting for it. He's clean with it. Perfect gameplay comes out. Ground pound is so clean. I love it. And he doesn't stop there. It continues on and on and on. And you just gotta appreciate it. You gotta appreciate it. It's beautiful. Power Rangers, I love it. Double side air. He's clean. He sends him off, and he's waiting for that rerun in the grand finals. You gotta appreciate it. I'm gonna send it back to the casters.
You know what I appreciate? Weatherman Remy. I appreciate the fact he just walked over. It's like, the stage is right here. Like, it's beautiful. It's sun shining right over here. You should go back to this position. There's no reason to not be here. Everybody, please go back to the safety zone. That is. Shout outs, of course, once again to Remy for that amazing analysis. And I'm also a big fan of South America's top 3.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
of them we're going to be seeing right now. We got Kaina and West coming up next.
Oh, yeah, man. We're going to be getting into it relatively soon. This is our top 4 still because we got to figure out who's getting into this top 3 from this situation. Kaina and West will be jumping into it. Obviously, 2 players that we know, well, we've seen all the time here when it comes to anything South America and doubles and singles. They've been popping off forever, but I'm ready to see what they're doing to each other this time around. Black Knight and Bodvar coming out. Now, this is great to see. A Hammer this far in. Now, I don't know how much Hammer he's done. Okay, he could be like Mr. Swordman and like, Alanda Sarah down there. It's all Hammer.
Hammer today, yeah.
Okay.
Kind of literally my favorite Hammer in the entire world to watch. Maybe not the best, but honestly, now that Hammer got nerfed and people are not playing Hammer as much, kind of might be like the undisputed Hammer GOAT going into this. I was wondering if we were going to see the Bodvar because of those balance changes. Still on the Bodvar, we saw a clip earlier of a nice double scoop, the classic Hammer recovery into Hammer recovery to get the KO. Kaina is one of the baddest in South America right now. In like the last 10 tournaments he's entered, he's not gotten top 2 like 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, he's running in hot off of the doubles championship just this past week, so he's still keeping it going. As we see,
yeah,
that Hammer.
Look at him do it.
What nerf? No, I'm just kidding. It definitely got nerfed. But that Hammer play is still going very well. And for Kaina, you kind of take advantage of everybody not being maybe mentally prepped for it, even though you've been fighting it for so long. And now you're going up against it here, like, okay, this doesn't make sense. And Wes already on sweat beads, struggling to find any ground.
Yeah, he's getting absolutely demolished by the Hammer. Yeah, the sword is definitely what took it, but it doesn't matter. It's been slaps and slaps with the Hammer for sure. That was all Hammer damage and then probably 2 strings from the sword. So I know that Hammer's looking good. He's got it right back into his hand. And you may be right. I mean, clearly, with the nerfs aside, you should still have some semblance of what this weapon does. But he got West looking a little lost right now. Like, wait, this can still work? Yeah, it's working quite well against you, sir.
The wild thing is that kind of like plays Bodvar backwards. Normally, everybody's playing sword to do the damage, and then they pick up the Hammer, look for the stomp side air, back to sword. Kind of plays it completely 180 degrees the opposite way. That's what happens when you're on the other side of the hemisphere, when you're on the southern hemisphere, on the other side of the equator of the Earth. You just do things a little bit backwards, and Kaina is just so good at that Hammer. Still has not fallen on this first stock yet. That recovery off the top, not quite. West is going to have to do a little bit more damage. Nice dash D-Sig covering both sides, but didn't have to worry about that. Just had to hold forward. Ended up getting the KO.
Some things you always have to have mental preparedness for when you're fighting South America is the spear. They are just the pioneers. As we see, D-Light into GC D-Light side here, just getting that damage going. Wes is going to be one of those big problems you got to pay attention to, of course, for this, but mentally, just getting kind of cooked by the Hammer at the start.
Oh, yeah.
It gets you, but Wes has answered back extremely well on this stock, almost evening up the damage.
Yeah, I mean, and that's gotta feel good for him too, because again, sometimes in these games you get overwhelmed so quickly at the beginning, you do kind of like it. That's a make or break moment. Like, do you have the momentum to like pull yourself back out of this hole that you've been dug? But no, he does it. He's got the lead here. Kaina's got to figure out a way to get this stock off sooner than later. He cleaned up that first one quite easily, but he's having a hard time finding the last hit for the second one. Off the stage right here.
Sword in hand. Oh, nope. He hit the downer. I don't know if he meant to be on the ground and throw out a D-Light, or if he meant to be still in the air and throw out the actual down air. Kind of does pick up the stock, but took so much damage from Wes's spear and Wes's lance. He's about halfway through his final stock here. Doesn't really attempt too much of the weapon starve, as Wes is able to go in, grab that spear very quickly. Okay. Nice stomp sidelight. That is the option that players go for when their opponent is truly white early fresh on their stock instead of the stomp side air or anything like that. But doesn't matter. Wes is going to take that one in the end. All of a sudden, that went Wes's direction.
Oh, yeah. Like, the first stock was like, all right, man, I have to remember what I'm playing against. But I remember now. So, and yeah, Wes kind of just ran away with that game right after. Going to find a lot of good Wes clips here in this quick replay. Yeah, right before that, I'm going for that down sig, man. I was a little insane right there. But I mean, the neutral sig, but yeah, it was a little insane. But he was like, you know what? It's fine. I had the help to do that.
He has a high hit ratio on those, too. Like, it's not very often that he misses. Like, even if you're getting 33% of that, those 33% usually leading to the stock. Like, that's still a really good batting average for that position.
Especially over the edge, yeah.
Yeah, and then after having that first stock go the way that it did, and he answered back so well, he constantly had the reads on where the D-lights needed to be. His party starters were always happening. He was not short of getting the damage. That's going to play to your mental as you go into game number 2 here if you're kind of.
Now, one of the things I love about Wes is that he showed every aspect of the character, the legend, and the weapons that he's using. Everything that is inherent to Orion. The signature kit, both weapons, really the stats as well. Just using all of that, showing that, like, I'm not just a Spear player, I'm not just a Lance player. Right now, I'm an Orion player.
Yep.
So every pro, I am doing that. Every con, I'm trying to maybe lessen the amount of damage it could do to me. Really loving the way Wes is playing right now. Still has the lead here in this game. Almost has a stock barely 30 seconds into the game.
It's pretty interesting, too, because when you point out all of the, like, how he uses the whole kit, and then you look at the set with Power Ranger, I don't remember many signatures coming out from Val, like, at all. It was just straight up being outplayed by good swordplay, and I think that's a big difference in what we're seeing out of Wes, and what might have been the big difference that's now making kind of pretty much look like that first stock of that first game was completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good for him right now. You know, good little display of Hammer, you know, prowess right there, but that's all we've really been able to see now. You know, stuck on the sword, stuck on, you know, just getting punished every time he decides to try to land with the hitbox or just land in general. Finally getting himself something, you know, to push him off the stage, but still hasn't been able to find the stock. And we got a lot of damage here on the West, too. So, I mean, a good sig from pretty much anywhere should be able to take it. Just has to find it, maybe. Yep, the recovery will do it, too.
We do have a weapon spawn on the field. Kinda. We're going to see one toss, no juggling, opting over for the Hammer about halfway through the second stock as we see that neutral light is going to make contact, put kind of into the orange. Spear comes out, immediate D-light. You saw him go for the D-light that opposite direction after the side light. Man, the backside of that hitting almost takes Kinda out. Kinda's definitely in trouble.
Yeah.
Now that we're in game 2, now that Wes has such a lead, and it seems like Wes has kind of basically completely figured out.
Yeah, I feel like right now it might be better for Kinda to play the regular Bodvar, right? It's just, you know, let's get the sword out, let's get all this damage with the sword, and then, man, maybe just look for a nice Sayer to go ahead and finish it off with the Hammer a little later, because the Hammer is, you know, he's still getting some pretty cool strings, but not as many as he was getting that first stock, and that's, you know, that's long gone.
Yeah,
like,
I think the fact that he just slowed the game down so much just helps like a lot, because I feel like he was trying to push advantage where it wasn't necessary, and if you overextend in front of Spear, you're going to get caught on your jump at some point, and that's what a lot of those D-lights are coming in. You kept trying to force something that wasn't there, and Wes was taking advantage, as we see it now switching up here to the Lance. It kind of has him in knockout percentages. It's easy to find it. What is Wes doing? He's staying in center stage to force the approach. Kind of can't be the one to budge first. He's got to wait for Wes to go for a whip punish just like that.
Even that stomp side air is not enough to KO, but that down air right around that corner, making sure to pivot it so it scoops behind you first, then gets over to the wall before sending up. Gets the KO here. Kinda's actually in a pretty decent spot. That D-light is going to turn him orange. That side air going to put him a little bit deeper there. Oh, no. He misplaced that down light. Did it the wrong direction.
Oh.
Another D-sig from Wes. I swear, anytime Kinda has Hammer in his hands, a lot of times he's looking for D-light, of course. When Wes has the Spear in his hands, you know that is prime D-sig territory anytime Kinda wants to push into his space.
Okay, wait a minute. Oh, Kinda.
Didn't have enough damage.
Yeah, didn't bounce him high up enough for it. Unfortunate for him, but yeah, he's got to watch out for a lot because Wes is not afraid to throw out these down sigs and neutral sigs for sure. There it is, right there, right over the edge. Watch yourself.
I mean, it's the mini game of don't jump.
Yeah.
Like every time, yeah, there we go again. Every time that he feels like Kinda might make a push to go for a jump in on a dare or something, he goes for the sig, like back off. And if you land here, that's my punish. But it's so close right now. Kinda gonna get caught again, though. He got him as soon as he recognized that the hit came out, instantly pulled the trigger, caught him with the back hit. Like you're saying before, most of these hits actually have been coming off the back hit in comparison to just a rush down. That's just really good space coverage from Wes.
It seems like he has the perfect punish for that every time. Taking one of the major moves in Hammer's kit, the combo starter, the KO starter as well, and using that against Kaina is huge for Wes. He's done it with both weapons, really, but especially that spear downsig. He's doing it so well. Look at the damage numbers, the breakdown. It's pretty even for Kaina, 275 hammer to 216 on spear, or sorry, a sword. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wes has almost, or really not all, but most of his damage on that spear, 412 to 177.
I mean, that's kind of what we were saying, too. I mean, the amount of down sigs he hit in itself almost could explain to you the amount of damage that he was able to hit with those with that 412. Because, yeah, man, I mean, he's hitting those on the front side, the back side. He's dashing and getting them. He's catching your landings. He's using that down sig to, like, optimum efficiency.
Yeah, and now the big thing is, what do you do differently? Because you've been trying to play straight up on Demon Island, been trying to play him in center, hopefully walk him to the corner. It hasn't been working. And so far, a lot of the bans that have come out have been to most of the platform stages where we're going to make a trip over to Apocalypse, and we're going to finally switch off of the Bodvar. We're going to get the Zol to show up.
The Zol coming in from Kaina. I would not have expected this. If we're looking at reported characters that Kaina has, it's a lot of Bodvar, of course, then some Koji, and then a little bit of Cross. We haven't really seen this legend, this Zol, reported from Kaina in tournament. I believe I caught the legend level, and it was 72. So a lot of time on this legend. Cannon has been getting some love recently, and not just from the Ninja 729.
I'm a little sad that we didn't get the like. I know nobody else runs. It's probably just not optimal Zol, but I love seeing 10 for Zol because I feel like you're just telling me I'm a degenerate, and I want every hit to matter as much as it can. So
look, the gameplay has now become if I hit you once, you go away. I want a knockout off of a single hit, and considering the way things were going with West before, it might have to be the game plan. Just hopefully to get those 0 to knockouts as quick as possible. The damage is in favor, and he, in fact, does strike first.
And if we're talking about range, we have Cannon D-Light. That's going to give him a lot of range. He actually has movement with it, so he can be further away, out of the range of those Spear D6 that we've seen previously, move himself in, and also have the extended range of the Cannon itself, TK.
I was going to say, that's the thing, is that like he just, he got that first stock in the first game, too, so it always starts looking good. I'm just like, I'm holding my breath yet, so we can see what happens when West can, kind of figures out, oh, I'm playing a different weapon. Let me go ahead and swap up my strategy. But yeah, I mean, the Zol is effective at the very least. He's got a good amount of damage here onto West's second stock already in the deep orange. And, it is Zol, even with taking away a force, that man is still holding 7 force right now, or 8 force right now. So yeah.
Very funny call out on your end. It's like, he changed. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's the same thing. He may look at like it worked out in the start, but so far it does actually look like we're seeing a renewed Kaina as the Neutralites are in fact going to go ahead and get the knockout. It seems like just needed a little bit more attached to those hits to start taking it out. We have a full stock up lead as we see a full play against the chase. Wait a minute. All right, Kaina's starting to pop off a little bit here.
Beautiful string coming out from Kaina's cannon. That turnaround on the side air was stellar. He's keeping it going. Has Wes in the orange. If Wes wants to float above him, he's got to worry about those neutral airs. And if we're talking like sword neutral air or even hammer neutral air from the Bodvar pick previously, they aren't going to have the knockout potential that a cannon does. The neutral air is a classic KO combo follow-up, also a KO move. Kind of takes that one, not even halfway through the second stock.
Wow, at that 629 and 280 damage. I mean, yes, the damage, that's the type of damage you expect Zol to put out, but good Lord. I mean, this, what a turnaround here for Kaina just by picking out the Zol. Not a character that you see quite a bit. I feel like Zol's big reign was back in the Sandstorm days, but like, now, when he comes out, you're kind of like, oh, okay, interesting. This guy's been playing some Zol up here, apparently with that high of a level, and we're also, no, we're getting swapping the skin. Okay, never mind. It's like, well, I'll take the skin swap though.
What's crazy is how short that game was.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Putting out 629 damage in 2 minutes and 20 seconds is unreal, especially when part of that time, like, you're getting hit. That's just a part of the video game, but he completely minimized that by only taking 280 damage total. So he was just spending most of that game damage. Yeah,
that's an advantage game for him for sure. If he can keep that type of momentum up, it's going to look good for him. Now, he doesn't have the platform. He obviously got a different stage here, so we don't have the platforms on deck. Not to say that that really was what he needed, but I think it did extend one of those combos to be a little longer than you probably expected. But here, he can still get those same. That's the thing about the cannon. It does have very long horizontal combos. So.
Yeah, and that platform definitely baited West to want to go up towards it to try and land. I 100% agree with that. And West just removing that from the picture now again, especially because this is what has been working for you this whole time. Currently up 2-1, but this Zol has absolutely been the answer. Not going to be able to find a knockout right there, but another straight hit side air, and almost catch him right there. But that forced West to have to fade back to not go for the wall touch because otherwise the stock was gone regardless.
Yeah, good stuff to kind of right here. It's kind of putting up that down air wall. Didn't even have to hit the down air. It was just like, it's going to be enough to scare you from moving forward, and that's all he really needed. See what he can do with this. Still looking for that jump back in, or that for West to jump back in right there with that one. But West hasn't really been giving that jump up too often. West actually doing a good job of mixing up what he is doing, though, because he has not been hit by a follow-up yet.
But all of the critical punishes that West was hitting before, wow, that was so close to making contact. There is a ground pound there to take away that stock. West now pretty deep in the orange on his second stock. But all of the critical punishes that West was getting before with the Sphere down signature, even aside from that, just the regular punishes when Kaina would do virtually anything, West is not finding those. All of a sudden that stock went from orange to red. Now he's done, kind of has a full stock lead.
I don't remember the last time I've seen West get a good D-Light string. Everything in those first couple games was West just comboing Kaina, but now Kaina decided to put on the showcase out here. Another side light whiffs, and if you do that in front of Cannon, that is so much different. Oh my goodness, just landing right in front of that. That could have easily been another highlight reel clip as we see it continue right now.
This is an absolute body bag right now. Bro, where were you 2 games ago? You're not a Hammer player anymore, man. I don't want to hear it. I don't want. You're a Cannon player now, bro, because that is all just a wonderful Cannon play right there. Look, the man was 2 stocks egg white, bro. That's a W and a half.
Bro, you got the buy one, get one free, and you didn't even ask for it. 569 to 211. Another massive damage differential between these two.
How quick was this game again?
Oh, my. Look at how little damage he took on that final stock. Look at that.
Look at that line.
Depending on how big or small your TV is or how far away you're sitting from it, you may not even be able to see that final wedge coming out from Kaina. It's that short. It's that flat. Just taking virtually no damage whatsoever. Kaina Zol is way nastier than I ever would have thought it could be.
Actually, that is not what I was expecting. That felt like, we've been here Kaina's the Hammer guy, right? Yeah. Drops it all. Drops every piece of it. He's like, no, I'm not doing any of that. And now he's popping off with the axe, with the cannon. It's mostly the cannon, but the axe is getting a couple hits in there as well. So I do feel as though we are going to get a swap here. Look at this. Look at this. Just so you can zoom in.
There we go. There we go.
That's insanity. There's just no damage at all. Those first couple games looked like they were completely irrelevant. And you're right, not a Hammer and play anymore. I know we were trying to hype it up to give a little bit more hope to that, but that cannon is where it is at. The knockout pressure has been one thing, but it's been the combo game. The beats have been just stacked as we get into game number 5 with what could be another reverse 3-0.
It feels like some psychological damage, too. Think about the fact it's now I'm why am I taking so much damage in a short amount of time? Every hit is now scary when Kaina's hitting you with this cannon.
Somehow Kaina is the band that shows up and everyone wants them to play the greatest hits, but actually they're just going to bring out the new stuff, and somehow the new stuff is actually better. They play that new album and everyone's like, okay, hold on, I take it back. We don't need to hear the greatest hits. We've been hearing those for 15 years. I want this new stuff.
And that is exactly, he's got the new stuff on deck for sure. Now, this game not developing nearly as quickly as the last 2, but he still does have a little bit of a lead here. Also, the swap to the Vow. Again, another character we see quite a bit of, so kind of shouldn't be unfamiliar here with this matchup, but West could still be bringing something new to the table, seeing that he swapped out both his weapons as well for the gauntlet and the sword.
He's got to figure something out. Definitely the change of pace here going to the Vow might be the play, especially on Demon Island. This is something we see quite often throughout history, especially with the run of Meg D that we've seen in the past. Going to the stage, it's almost impossible to hit him here, but this is extremely close. And what a call again from Kaina. Does not even need a weapon. Will throw hands with you straight up anyways and still gets another lead.
Yeah, and the weapon starve as well. Look at that. Nothing in the hand. Okay, about to get a long combo right there. I like that weapon toss though to try to get try to still keep him off of it. Does end up picking it back up, but yeah, a little 4-piece, and the man's already in orange. He's been hit 5 times. Zol is too strong. The man is in orange right now. He's been hit 5 times. I know that's got again, that's the psychological damage. That's actual damage. It's like vine booms every time you get hit.
We're hearing the Call of Duty hit marker on that one for sure. For sure. One thing I am curious about is kind of where this Val pick is coming from. Because if you look at Wes's most reported legends in tournament, number 1 is Ulgrim, number 2 is Volkov, number 3 is Orion, number 4 is Artemis, number 5 is Jala. None of those are Val. And he does have a level 61 Val, so he has a lot of time on this Val. That's comparable to Kaina's level 72 Zol. But still, we haven't seen Wes play this in 1v1, haven't really seen him play it in 2v2 either, and Kaina is looking a lot better on his character swap than Wes is.
Man, look, when I think Wes, I think Lance. Like, that's just the way it is. Like you're saying, you're just running down all of those legends in favor of that. But Kaina is now actually playing in Wes's head. That bait to go for the Sig, to force him to jump above the ledge early to then get that free punish, and now consistently going for that. Oh, what an answer, though. Ground pound coming through. Is he going to be able to get the wall touch? No, you are not. That was such a free call out. As soon as those sweat beats show up, you know they're going to go for the side air to get that touch.
And this is still a game 5 situation, too. So, I mean, like, this is very close. I mean, it looks like the Val is indeed working. I am going to think that he decided to go with the Val a little bit because of the defense. You know, Val's definitely up there in the defensive stat. So that's going to help out Living. I mean, not the craziest. You know, this man has still got 8 force, but it is going to help you live a little longer than you were probably living without Orion.
Yeah, hopefully you can keep that going right now. Like, Stead Center going in again, but that time Wes seeing through it, not going to get caught by it going in, and he's going for a couple of D-lights to try and play the anti-air game. Wes has been jumping a lot in front of him and kind of trying to read through that.
We're seeing some of these side airs come out from Kaina. He's looking to wrap this one up here. I think he's ready to move on after this game 5. Keep in mind, both of these players are on the elimination side of the bracket, so a victory for either player here means that they move on. Otherwise, you're done. Like, your weekend is over. Your summer championship is finished. You have to hold that placement that you got.
No.
There's a D-Light Nair. That is going to end it. You even see the claps coming out from Kaina. He ascends the throne on the game-winning screen. Kaina seems unstoppable.
That, as soon as I saw the weapon swap, I was like, okay, the game is over. Like,
Yep.
I saw him pick it up. It's like the golden weapon. He's like, that's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get the gold here as he's still fighting his way up to the top. He is now into top 3. Another reverse. We are reverse 3-0ing out here. Like, people are like, actually, I figured it out. Just took me a couple games, and you were not figuring me out fast enough to win that last one.
Have we ever seen a reverse 3-0 where each game was essentially 600 damage? Like, that was 3 times in a row. That's it, even though the second game was like 589. Well, okay, 11 off. That last one again, just complete dominance. Like, it wasn't like a close, okay, I kind of get it. That Zol pick was the dominant counter pick that forced Wes off the Lance and forced a lot of confusion on what he was going to do to answer it, and he just... don't go back to Bodvar for the rest of this run. Please stay on the Zol. This is where you belong.
Yeah.
Now that is one thing that I'm also curious about. Now that Kaina is going up against Yuz, are we going to see the swap back to Bodvar? Maybe for like the first game, just to see, is this going to work? But this is also the run back from Karatada, that grand finals. This time it's in the elimination finals, but the Bodvar from Kaina at Karatada did not work. That could be pushing us to go for the Zol game 1, in addition to the destruction and domination that we just saw in the previous set after that swap.
Yeah, and I think, that leads to a pretty good point, too, of us, like, if the Bodvar didn't work, and the Bodvar just didn't work a second ago, and you saw how well that Zol works, are you going to try to hide that for a second so someone doesn't figure it out, or are you going to really try with the Bodvar one more time to be like, all right, this is going to work. This is going to work. I believe in the Bodvar still. Was it close? And the Yuta...
It was a 3-1 overall. I don't think it was that close. And keep in mind, when they fought previously in the winners semifinals as well, that was all 4 games of Kaina on the Bodvar as well. So I think going in with the Bodvar here is probably a mistake.
Probably.
I don't think we're going to see that. We'll probably see the Zol. We are already seeing Yuz in the lobby. Should be kind of locking in shortly in just a few moments. But this is going to be a really interesting set. Even though Grand Finals is like, obviously it's always really interesting. It's always really exciting to see who actually comes out on top. But I'm really looking forward to this one. Obviously after the run back from winners semifinals, but of course the run back after Karatada.
I mean, after what you just did to Lance a second ago,
I was going to say that
switch.
too.
Yeah, don't switch.
Yeah.
You got Ulgrim coming, and that cannon just did what it did a second ago. Do not switch. As we see him commit right now on our screen to the Zol, this is the right choice.
You forced the man off the Lance, bro. And now another Lance is showing up, so you can potentially do the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that can happen sometimes where people overguess their counter pick. This happened, actually happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, but we're going to get into the elimination finals, starting off on Demon Island between Yuz and kind of the run back, like you're just alluding to, Sparky, and the right choice in our view right now of sticking with the Soul.
We'll see how this Axe goes against Yuze's Axe as well, because Yuze's Axe was looking really good earlier. We'll see if this sort of Axe mirror match comes out on top, because we've already seen kind of be able to outplay the Lance. We'll see if that happens with Yuze. There's a lot of things that we'll see, and I can't wait to get into this one. We are on the Demon Island here. No Apocalypse from these players. We're starting off with those short sidewalls. You saw Yuze. He was just straight running.
Yo, he was hopping in like, hey, yo, let's go, let's do this.
Kind of was on him, bro.
Yeah, there's like a theme song that plays when he picks this weapon up. Like, like Ultra Instinct just snapped on as soon as it got into his hands. Like, he threw the axe away, and they're like, oh, no. And now here he is doing all the damage that you thought he would be doing on this weapon right now. Yuze looking... well, he's actually keeping it relatively close, but he is definitely closer to losing this stock than kind of is. Unless, went bet big right there. I like that.
Yeah, like, look, if you got a problem, you see me, let's run it, bro. Like, he's listening to, he's got the hype music going, like you said, but he is playing well. The reverse hit of recovery, not going to hit, though. Yuz did that same type of play in the previous set. It worked out later on, but kind of answering back so well, forcing him to go high, because he went for those couple of low plays just before that. That scares you into the idea he's going to jump off for that side air. Answering right back is Yuz, but that could have been a much larger lead for Yuz the way it was going a second ago, and kind of figured it out pretty quickly.
Yeah, you got to be worried about that. Once Kaina picks up the cannon, I swear, 21 Savage starts playing, you hear all my ops, they be running, running, running. Like, he has it in his hands, man, it's too strong.
Well, that's what, it's the power of the cannon, dude,
All right, Yuz is starting to change up the timing now. It's like, let me mix up these options in the air, and I'm liking the idea behind it. Hold the charge on the ground pounds. Now this time going off stage, going for the straight up attempt at Yuz with the recovery that time.
Hold up. Okay, I like the movement to get away from that as well, using that side air to go ahead and retreat right back in there. We're almost getting the double neutral air. He's just chasing him down. And that's kind of what you expect to see. I mean, the cannon movement, even though it is a large weapon, it definitely has a lot of movement within it. So, and that is going to work out very quickly for him down light into the neutral air. Nice little cannon confirmed right there. And with the amount of force this Zol has, it does not take much. I was like, don't let it happen to you again.
You see he's going for it. It seems like South America is going for that a lot more than other regions. He's got to turn it around, though. Otherwise, he risks so much.
Yeah.
He risks losing that stock. He does eventually lose it. The backside of that down air swing from Yuz is going to take that one. Keep this one definitely very competitive. Kaina's going to be looking for a weapon. It is the axe. You know he wants the cannon, so he's going to be looking for that net. Okay, he's just not going to do anything.
He's like, not swinging at all,
I don't want this axe. I'm just going to hold on to it. It feels good in my hands, and other than that, I ain't doing nothing with it till that cannon comes in.
This thing really is just there for the show, so we could get, you saw you trying to get the switch right there. It was just a timer waiting out to get to the cannon, and for good reason, because you were just talking about the movement on cannon. I don't want to see this big boy with this much damage flying at me that quick.
Exactly. Yeah, it's super scary right there. Oh, wait a minute. He's looking for a couple down airs, but not getting him directly off the edge. And even though, we've been talking about this cannon, Yuz has been doing a good job of getting the damage where he can find it. Kaina's been getting long strings, but Yuz has just been slowly but steadily getting damage. Oh, you are insane for it!
He's going to get punished right on that landing with the neutral light. Not enough damage behind it. Not enough damage on Kaina's stock to end up losing it. Going to be looking for the weapon spawn. Neutral light from the middle of the stage. If we were a little bit further to the right, that might have been the KO. Again, down air, not going to be the KO option. The D-light might do it here, but we are on the Demon Island.
Oh.
Okay. Are you serious? Kaina! He's going to throw that weapon. It hits, ignored, says, I don't care about you anymore. I'm done. Picks up the GCD like ground pound?
Kaina's kind of built uniquely, expeditiously designed, uniquely different compared to everyone else. Throwing that away, forcing the dodge, you're so scared in that spot because you're like, why did you just do that? And then he catches you that high up, Kaina getting himself into the lead after what could have easily been a reverse, not having the cannon in hand at the end of all that. You're right. The unarmed gameplay has been nuts on the side of South America today.
Man, I mean, he caught you supremely lacking right there, for sure. Like, lacking to the 10th degree right there. That was unfortunate for Yuz. I mean, like, it looked like everything was on his side. Weapon was out of his hand. Looked like he was on the weapon that's not the terrorizing weapon so far, but Yuz says it doesn't matter. I'm going to catch you lacking on this game. What a call out with that side sig.
That's a message.
Oh, yeah.
Caught him deep in the push-off column, all the way out there. That was an orange KO. That's going to be super early for Yuz. It's going to give him a nice little bit of a lead here, but we do have to worry about, of course, the high KO potential that Axe has. One of the rare Axe neutral signatures that we've seen from Kaina. We've seen some Kanan signatures, not very many Axe signatures coming out from Kaina, so that was sort of out of nowhere. I'm trying to catch you surprised.
Yeah, he's mostly just been going for him at ledge to try and force your jumps up early, or just straight up calling people out for jump-ins and center, too. It does not have to just be at ledge, apparently.
I love that move. I love it every time.
Massive range.
Yeah, massive range. You get the third charge, or you get like the slight charge just to get to the third pillar too. Super nice. But yeah, he only needed 2, and it has a lot of range vertically, so was able to hit him pretty high up and get that stock. Now let's see what happens here on the second, as they are both kind of, I feel like, on their favorite weapons right now, to be honest. Like, I think the Axe has been doing quite well for Yuz, but obviously the Cannon has been doing quite well for Kaina.
That does seem to be what Yuz is sticking with, and Kaina is definitely always hunting for that cannon at all times. But I swear, Kaina, even though I think he's in the movement speed stance, which is going to give him like 5 movement speed, I swear this character kind of makes him look so quick. It seems like he's like Zion Williamson, where he's like 280 pounds, but he's also one of the quickest on the court.
Exactly why it's so frightening to watch him run around with Zol the way he has been. Like, every single potential hit you're going to take from him is going to cost so much. Like, the way he's moving, again, with such a heavy hitting character, as he finds another side air right there, evening it back up. As we saw before, a deficit doesn't really matter that much in the face of Kaina so far. Use this whole game plan, TK, has been strong defense and make it work, but the defense doesn't matter when you get hit 6 times in a row off of one connection.
Yeah, it's the slow and steady, here from the short sprints and bursts right here of Kaina. He keeps finding like 3 or 4 hits at once, while Yuz finds, he finds a couple hits here and there. But yeah, I feel like he's not finding enough hits in this slow and steady, because he will not be winning this race if he keeps this one up. Uh-oh.
Kaina about to be up 2-0 in this set. He's going to be looking for the setup. He has Yuz in the red. Not sure if he's going to throw a D-Sig out over the corner. There it is! Oh! I swear Yuz queued up the recovery right as Kaina started that down signature. I don't know if Kaina wears glasses, but if he does, he just pushed him up. You saw the anime lens flash, the slight smile on his face.
Oh, man.
We led up to that just like when we talked about that KO and center off of that signature read. We were just talking about how most of them that have come out have mostly been at the ledge. He's been able to control people. Like you said, that time, the moment he saw him go underneath, like, oh, this game is over.
Yep.
I feel like that's the one thing you definitely will be looking out for when it comes to ledges that have good over the edge, SIGs like that. It's like you don't want to like get too reckless as far as getting back to the edge or throwing out a hitbox is going to get you punished. But yeah, he gave that one up for free. So I mean, kind of was there. Obviously, say he had the hard read. And he's still. Oh, you're sweat beating. Okay.
Okay, like this.
Yeah, gosh, he still hadn't touched the ground. Finally
he just
gets
went
down
in with that ground pound too, but he pulled out of it, so there wasn't a landing lag once he landed on the actual stage that Yuz could punish, but he punished it in the air. But one of those things about that D-Sig hitting is like Yuz had to do a lot of guesstimation in that moment of like, I have to recover to get back over to the wall, but the wall is super tiny. Do I fast fall down? I have to do it at the right height. Bottom side of the recovery, gonna KO, take away Yuz's first stock. But there's a lot of guessing that goes on to make sure your hurt box doesn't peek up over that corner. Yuz had to do that all in the moment while worrying about a possible initiation from Kaina. So just a little bit of a misstep there. Maybe underestimating how far he was going to travel vertically with that recovery.
You know, something I've seen a big significant difference in Yuz's play is that we have barely seen any signatures start to come out now. Before, he was throwing out so many on Axe that it was kind of to the point where you just assumed if you went in, you're probably getting hit by D-Sig or something. But kind of scared Yuz out of that. And I think that's a big part of why Yuz has been second-guessing most of his approaches in neutral to try and get a win. Because at this point, how can you challenge any of that? How can you literally get your mentality in check when you're getting caught by that?
I think you just don't want to leave yourself too open yet for the reasons like that. I mean, again, he's short bursting on you. So if you give him too big, you give him like a free open like that, you will take those 6 hits. And here on the other side, obviously, Yuz, again, still having to kind of like whittle his way into this game. He does not have any damage here on Dekina, but he is finding some opportune hits where he could turn that into potentially like a long edge guard, but kind of slippery, getting her back around, gets that down air as well. It doesn't get the perfect weapon toss, but isn't going to go out there for the ground pound either. Just going to go ahead and step back. Now he has the axe in hand. What can he do?
Now I just can't get over how his cannon looks like his hammer.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just the way he's playing it with so many D-Light startups, he's able to play the weapon in the same way, but it just gives him a lot more range, especially on that downlight compared to the hammer downlight. So it's almost like he's playing the exact same weapon, except maybe every now and then instead of throwing out a D-Light Sair from the hammer, you're going with a D-Light Dare. Also playing the axe really well. I'll be curious to see what his damage numbers are specifically on the axe on that breakdown after this game is over. Oh. We're not going to have to wait very long.
All right.
No way, dude. No way. You're kidding.
We can just pack it up, bro. I don't even want to see finals anymore, man. Not after that. This guy is disgusting.
Said, oh, you want to talk about it after the game? Hold on. Wait a minute, Sparky. It's okay. We can talk about it right now as we connect on that sideline into the side air. That time finally catching him on the dare, and he knew after every other time he was trying to aggressively get back in as quick as possible. That call out with the GCD light, man, my goodness. Like, what do you even, like, bro, just like...
Several people just turned on their Brawlhalla and got into the lab to play cannon.
Yeah.
Several people just turned on their Brawlhalla, are in the lab right now like, I got to figure out how this guy is doing this, and I want to replicate it. Because, yeah, no, that was some insane cannon play. I mean, again, if you look at every single one of these weapon damage things, I'm sure the cannon is going to be a double, triple of whatever that axe was. And, well, for good reason. For a great reason. Look, first of all, can we talk about how small... Look at the distance between these two axes. No. No.
It is over. It is over. Again, the amount of time that stock lasted, too, like...
You got to zoom in further.
Seconds.
Yeah. Further. Go all the way. Yeah. Okay, well, too much. It's too big. Okay, there we go. All right.
No, that was a very short stock. And, I mean, you can see this valley is a whole combo right there.
Yeah.
That just carried him to the end. And so, yeah. I mean, kind of 100% deserve to be in this grand finals right now.
Oh, yeah.
That was a 100 damage KO. The final hit of that turned Yuz orange, got the KO, but if you remember, one of the strings that kind of was doing before, it was like a three-piece. It ended with that third side air going the opposite direction, and that was it.
Yep.
He got what he could get, and he's like, yep, I'm done. I'm not going to get greedy. All of a sudden, towards the end, he's like, yup, it's time, baby. I conditioned him, and this is going to be it.
Oh, man. So, with that being said, we are going to talk about all that great action with the man himself, Remy. Remy, take it away.
Our final Bodvar player has rested in peace, and he is now a Zol player. We have no one left piloting the hammer, and that's fine, because who likes that weapon anyway? We have kind of on the Zol here. He's been going for reads all day. It's kind of his specialty with the hammer. It's why it makes him so different, but he's also got it with the unarmed. Now, let's look at this weapon throw to force the dodge, as normal people do. When you get weapon throw, what do? You gotta dodge, you gotta use an option, and he says, all right, my option is going to be to dodge in. Kinda says, all right, your option is in my head already, you're doomed. Down like ground pound, flips that game on his head, and I think that was the start of Yuz's mental downfall, because after that, kinda just pretended that he had the game written down in his notepad, and he was ready to play it the entire time. I'm talking reads on reads on reads, I'm talking aggression, chases. Everywhere Yuz went, kinda was there. Even when Yuz got a hit like this, and you're thinking, okay, you just got hit, now you're in advantage state, now you've got the area control. No, you don't. I'm coming right back at you. Another dare. Following you on this side. I have to move with this guy, because at this point, I feel like I'm getting in the way. Because let's see. Let's look at this one more time, all right? He hits him with this down air on this side. He hits him with this down air. He says, turn around. I'm going to go this way. He says, no, I'm going to go this way. And then he turns him around again and says, all right, let's actually go this way. You can even see Yuz trying to get rid of his weapon. He's like, bro, give me 1 second. Can you take this? Give me 1 second. Let me go grab the one over there. Let's play this game out evenly, guys. Let's be fair here. Let's be reasonable gentlemen. Kind of says no. He hits him for even picking up the weapon. That's the kind of game kind of wants to play. He's playing completely dirty. We love to see it. He's playing clean. Well, he can't be playing both dirty and clean, but you get the point. Even right there, the simple stuff, catching the dodge out, gets multiple hits for it, and that was cool. I'm happy Yuz got to live there. I don't think Yuz is happy with what happened next, because after that, you just gotta start thinking some stuff, because there's one hit, and you're thinking, okay, this kind of guy, he's normal. There's the next one, there's two, He's no longer normal. Let me get out of here. I got you guys. It's too perfect. He's too clean with it. Kinda. Welcome to the grand finals, man. You deserve it. Good stuff out of the cannon. The castle's going to show you.
Look, Remy said it best. That guy is definitely not normal anymore. He is abnormal. He's different. He's from a different planet with the way that he's playing right there. But, I mean, I have to say, dude, like, he said he couldn't play dirty and clean at the same time. His gameplay was clean. He did his opponent dirty.
Yeah.
That's what, for sure. For sure, bro.
Now, I'm sure a lot of players were like, when they saw those hammer nerfs come out, they were like, all right, now I don't got to deal with that anymore. There's a new monster to deal with as we get into our grand finals.
Of course, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at how the players who got here in the first place got to this position. Let's go ahead and take a look back at how this tournament has gone for South America so far.
Other people get away with re-execution. It's like, that is, you're running out of tools to counter. And both of those are the bars that have to be able. I mean, it's the Unsig. No, he doesn't. Wes in trouble. Still gets the wall touch, but a size survives. Oh! End of the game, but
Yo, there, as I say that, as I live and breathe, we see the sitting team. You see how he's been turning around everything happening on stage. We're talking about the vertical game like
now. Oh, go for a big play, but not going to get whip punish for it.
Ground pound right on the stage, eats it, acts in light, use punishing that ending. Nice side air. That is.
His friends like they figured us out.
Didn't get the stock. He made a connection that high in the air and didn't get a stock.
Kind of crazy stuff, but you know what? Behind the game. Oh. Is it but off the top? Nice job. Yeah, that one. Oh, dang! Win!
It could be on the ground.
Oh, no.
And throw out a D-light or still in the air.
The stage is almost impossible to hit him here, but this is extremely close. And what a
There's a D-light game as using red. Down over the corner. There it is. Oh! After this game is over.
It is now time for South American Summer Championships 2022 Grand Finals. Power Ranger versus Kaina, a man renewed with this brand new champion showing up here, putting in that work to go up against Power Ranger, who has been dominating everyone throughout the winner side of this bracket. I cannot wait to see this action coming up next.
PR2 versus PR3. PR3 just took out PR1. Does PR2 have any hope here? I think Power Ranger does, based on what we saw previously with TK. What do you think?
I'm thinking, you know, kind of took the Ackerman out of his name, but he's going to have to go ahead and add another superlative for that one. And it's kind of Mishima, bro. That's how he's hitting right now, okay? That's who he's looking like to me right now. That guy is definitely making some magic happen. Some electricity is in the building. But we're going to see how this happens against Power Ranger, who obviously, you know, had to go for the reverse. He had to reverse his way into this grand finals, but it was a very solid reverse 3L. So even if Kaina is able to pull up and get himself a set, he has to go in for the long haul. He's got to do it as quick as possible, and he's got to make sure that the cannon does not get figured out.
Now, we haven't had this specific matchup today. We have not seen Kaina face Power Ranger in the Summer Championships until this moment. They were on separate tracks of the bracket when Power Ranger moved on to the winners finals and Kaina went down onto the elimination side of the bracket. So we do have to remember that Kaina, even if the Zol doesn't work, does have the possible Bodvar in the back pocket. But man, I don't know if I want to be relying on that. If the cannon doesn't work, I don't know if the hammer can do it. Kaina starting this one out definitely behind. D-Light side air might be the stock here. Weapon toss has another one. Gonna hold on to these. Gonna let Kaina down air into the wall. Maybe punish the landing back onto the main stage.
One thing we did see before was the counter pick over to Val previously against the West set on this same stage, and Kaina was able to walk out on top, but that was after being forced off of that away from the Lance. Power Ranger looking significantly better off to start here, playing that strong center stage control game that Val can do with the simple options that these combo weapons have, but we've seen very minimal time for any burst play out of the cannon so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically what kind of got, to this grand finals with is the burst play. And so he does have a good amount of damage here on to this Akuma, a.k.a. Val, but again, she does have some pretty good defense, so he may not be able to get just a straight hit from anywhere on to find a stock. And meanwhile, he's not getting any hits at all. Finally finds a little two-piece, but not finding himself a Sair or, a downlight at the very least to try to even threaten a KO.
In addition to the strong defense, Val also has a lot of movement speed. Definitely one of the higher movement speed legends in the game, which you can see Power Ranger using really well to get in and out. There's the double D-Light leading to the KO off the top. I will be as bold as to say a single D-Light followed by the recovery would not have been enough to take off the top. Power Ranger now has 2 stocks ahead. There's a D-Light into the gravity cancel neutral heavy. Gonna be a little bit more difficult to pull off than the D-Light into the recovery, but it's going to KO much earlier, which is why you see some of these South American players going for that as the option rather than, oh no, my opponent just survived because I went for the easier one.
Yeah, and look at the evasiveness of Power Ranger. He is constantly going for like side lights and dipping away. He's not staying within range for kind of to find that D-Light starter or find those Dare starters, which he finally got one hit. But when he gets put back up into the air, Power Ranger's answering back with a very aggressive start right there. Already up 2 stocks still, and it's continuing to ride right now.
Okay, I like that. You know, he's expecting probably a landing option there, but no, it does take a small punish, but he still has so much damage already on to this last stock of Kaina. Now, if he's able to hold this stock, I mean, the game's definitely going to be over, but you do have to worry about him getting put on his last stock because Kaina can make some pretty cool stuff happen.
Oh, what the? He's chasing him out of the stage?
You're insane!
After those 2 hits, he straight up stopped because he was worried about getting hit the opposite direction, getting stage spiked, and then losing the stock and losing the game because he's in red. His extension and then reservation was just so well placed.
My thought that kind of could take game 1 has now disappeared because you just lost, but it was renewed
Oh,
momentarily with that offstage play. But I do feel significantly better for kind of going into the next game. But we talked about how many games kind of had in a row of 600 plus damage in that previous set, 624 in the favor of Power Ranger by comparison to this time to the 377. Amazing jump in lead for Power Ranger, and that was mostly just from solid center stage defense.
It's wild how these games go too, but like I feel like nothing has been close. Nothing is like, oh, we both did like a crazy amount of damage. It's like I'm going crazy right now. Maybe next game you'll go crazy. It's just a coin flip. So we'll see what happens here in the second game. Power Ranger though, you know, it did get a little scary because he did get down to the last stock and kind of did obviously have the he swapped out. Oh no.
Yep.
That
we
took no
see
time.
the instant swap. We see Power Ranger going for the top at the beginning, running off the edge, having a little bit of a connection issue. Kind of just going to let him run off. But we do have this character swap, the instant swap. He didn't even think about that for too long, being like, okay, who am I going to play? He was like, Koji, we're going. Get in the game. Stage banning done. Let's go.
Koji and Grands. Not a very uncommon counter pick that we've seen in this spot so many times. But, I mean, to put it bluntly, that cannon never showed up in that first game.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, like, I think at that point in time, you're kind of like, well, the cannon was kind of crazy, but this time it's not as crazy as it was in the last game. So we're going to go ahead and see what he can do here with the – that was a nice slow zoom.
I was going to say, I love that zoom in, like you were like giving like, all right, everyone, it is now time to go ahead and close out the day.
Oh, yeah.
We are gathering here together to talk about the abolishment that was that cannon a second ago. Thank you for joining me.
RIP that cannon potentially. We might see it a little later. Depends on how these go, but hopefully he can do something crazy. I mean, he's swapping into another few set of weapons. We got the bow out this time, and then we also have a sword. So we got the sword in already, but maybe he can do something wild with the bow here too.
So one of the things that Koji has, aside from 2 very strong, very meta weapons coming from the sword and the bow, is also high dexterity, which normally isn't the greatest thing in the world. A lot of people don't put that very highly on what they want in a legend. But because it's so high coming from the Koji pick, that means difficulty in punishing. So many of these moves from 2 weapons that can already be difficult to punish, calls it out. GC Insig saw Power Ranger coming in, denied.
Good call out too, because earlier Power Ranger actually waited for kind of to go over him on the first stock and then hit him with the recovery out of his down air. So this time around, he's like, all right, I'm going to appear like I'm a little lower. Good. Okay, hold on, man. I don't know what it is about this guy and swapping, but whenever he swaps, he actually gets the power up. A lot of the times, I get a little questionable about the swaps here, but I'm just gonna have to believe everything kind of doing when he picks another character.
Bro, the amount of unarmed KOs we've been seeing out of South America too has been kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They just understands like, all right, look, in between the swap, I know that you might want to push, and I'm gonna punish you for that. It's been very consistent, but we haven't seen too much out of the bow yet. A lot of side airs, mostly. We haven't really seen any D-Light chases, mostly because Power Rangers kind of just been boxing around it. Not too much damage taken there after getting that first stock loss.
Power Ranger swapping over to the gauntlets. Picked up that sword for a second, but threw it away. Kind of able to grab that weapon spawn very quickly. Don't have to see any unarmed gameplay here. We haven't seen too much of it just in raw neutral. It's mostly been like, okay, it's time to end that stock after I just lost my stock. Here comes the D-Light GC neutral heavy. Easily with the sword in hand very quickly. But he's taking some punishment. Nothing huge just yet, but still taking punishment and losing these trades.
All right, man. So you can see, again, you know, as Ajax pointed out, we're not really seeing too much usage of the bow just yet. Now, a nice way to fight your way back to the stage has been mostly the sword, which is no issue. Speaking of, little three-piece right here. He's sweating, but doesn't actually do anything about that. I mean, he was sweating, and he was drifting back to the stage. That should have been an easy punish right there from Kaina, but backed off a little too hard now.
There have been quite a few times Power Rangers reverse people on that, so maybe it's just like panicking. It's like, you know, if I go off, that should have been a free punish, but in that last second situation while you're down and you have a small lead, you get scared to ride chase. Oh, that, I don't like using this word often,
hurts.
but that is unfortunate.
That
that is now going to give what could have been a lead to kind of a graceful charity over to Power Ranger.
That was just kind of like, I guess, accidentally. I don't know what happened there, but it was essentially kind of just holding left after the move that he threw out, then drifting under the stage, and the recovery came out too late. Maybe that was kind of just misunderstanding what in-air movement options, but we see again. Okay, all right, what are you doing? You're making me a little nervous with that. Worried that there's a DC coming up for Kaina, but it seems like he's doing okay as the sword comes in here for both of these players' final stocks.
Yeah, a couple somersaults to hype yourself up right there is what he was doing. But now he's got to get himself back onto the stage, make it, make it so he can at least get a game here. This has been a good-looking Koji for sure. Kind of swapped up the pacing of the match, coming from Zol over to the Koji, and it seems to have been working out, but maybe not fully. Oh man, he went up instead of down. That would have been a crazy attempt at least a down air, but it still doesn't matter. It seems like he's carrying him just left and right. That's probably going to be it. Yeah, immediate stomp. You're sweat beaten after the dodge. It's over.
That's what you're supposed to do to me before, my friend.
Yeah. And, he said this is how you punish someone who's drifting back to the stage with sweat beads on.
Yeah, let me go ahead and show you how it is done. And I think that kind of looked a lot better there in terms of not having to worry so much about the big plays. He had the speed, he had the ability to dip around a lot quicker that game, and smaller punish game comes in on the side of playing Koji, but still next to no bow. The bow did find a couple knockouts, but it was mostly on like jump callouts instead of neutral game. If he could get that to work, if we could find better grounded gameplay out of the bow, I think kind of can make things work. But Power Ranger realized, like, well, my ground game's better than yours, so I'm just going to wait for you to go into air, and I'm going to punish you for it.
Now we're going over to Apocalypse that does have a soft platform floating in the air, so there could be some more aerial combat coming in from this one. Even though we saw the quick swap from Kaina over onto the Koji as we got into game 2, no swap after the previous game. It was pretty close, as we saw in the second stock. Kaina was in a very solid lead, but all of a sudden, Power Ranger just turned that around and then held the lead for the final stock.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, man. I don't think we really need to see a swap this time around because of the fact that it was a very close game. He could have made something happen. Might need to, get a little more warmed up here on that bow, but it's still relatively good damage altogether. I just feel like he's getting better strings and better pressure as far as with his sword.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find him ASAP because he's currently facing what could be elimination from this bracket, down 2 games to Power Ranger, hoping to get another W attached to him. But great call there on the side of Kaina to get the first stock.
And that is the scary thing, because he's down 0-2. That's probably what put him in the situation of like, okay, the Koji was almost a victory. It was really close. I'm facing an 0-3 against Power Ranger. Do I want to change things up in possibly my final game, or do I just want to push this Koji a little bit further? I understand the Koji potential that I have. I'm really going to use that this game.
Hey, man, and with that, I mean, the Koji potential is definitely showing up. Hasn't lost his stock yet, and he's now got him in the sky. Sweat beads out, but doesn't get the right punish on it. And he's going to stick with the sword. I think it's definitely the right play here. Sword has been doing quite well for him. And I feel like it's one of those weapons when you're playing well, you're playing well, right?
Exactly.
Like, it's like everybody knows how the sword plays, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if I'm popping off, I'm popping off.
And look at the movement that he had on the platform too. Like, the weapon toss is down. He got him up to orange essentially off of just trying to box with him on the platform. So even though he lost that stock was on borrowed time regardless. So that at least moved him that much closer to getting towards the knockout percent.
2 hits coming out. Power Ranger going to control the weapons here. You saw the unarmed side heavy from Kaina almost extending off stage. A little bit of chaos there on the edge guard from both of these players. Nothing ended up leading to a stock fall from either player. Oh, that was a very high pickup from Kaina.
Yeah, I thought for a minute, like, because the recovery came out and he was still directly on top of Power, I thought maybe we'd get a ground pound there, but no. Delayed it out, waited for a better option, and then he found it, the downlight recovery that high up. Kaina going a little insane.
Kaina, don't lose this in yellow. Don't lose this in yellow, Kaina. Oh, the overextension on a massive lead that he had.
Defense wins championships. This is a statement we've said for years, and now, because of that overextension, unless Kaina is able to pull off one of those incredible plays like we've seen quite a few times throughout that elimination finals, we are looking at what could be Power Ranger starting to get incredible juggles going on right now, TK. He is getting so much damage slowly while not being hit for quite some time.
I'm so okay with like being like an offensive legend like that, just going crazy, but sometimes you got to remember, like, all right, let me pull it back just a little bit, because yeah, he went with that momentum a little too hard and then end up right in the worst spot to get punished for the ground pound. And now we got an even game here between Kaina and Power, but the thing is Power, okay, he gets back down. Power Rangers, though, he's trying to finish this thing off right now, does not want to see a game 4. He might have to deal with that, though. You're gone.
Kaina takes the game, keeps himself alive in this tournament, adds 1 on the board. We're going to move into our game 4. It was looking a little bit hopeless there for a few moments, but Kaina was able to wrestle it back. What a KO there that he was able to grab. The dodge was burned. This was free while Power Ranger was still in recovery from the sword recovery. It was over.
Apparently, Kaina doesn't really figure out how to play the game until his back's against the wall, because he has been able to make multiple big plays and big comebacks after being down 2 games. And let's see if it can continue here as we see a very early play to go for the ground pound, doubling up on the attempt right there. But D-Light Cider is going to push Power Ranger back off stage, and Kaina looking a bit better at being comfortable to try and trade off with him now by comparison to the first couple games.
Note the stage too, man. We're at the Small Brawl Haven, and with Val right here, by the way, who has a lot of SIGs that send just absolutely horizontally. I'm talking about 90-degree angles. We're going straight out, right? And so now I feel like there's almost a big advantage here on the side of Power Ranger as far as like being able to just kind of throw one out and hope for the best. Here we go, though. Trying to take him off the top right there with the recovery.
Gauntlet neutral light now swapping over, went for the neutral signature, might have led to the KO, would have given Power Ranger a nice lead. He's just playing right on top of that weapon spawn, gonna toss his away, pick it back up, Kaina left unarmed, running to all the way to the left side of the stage. Weapon spawn comes in, scroink all the way to Power Ranger.
Yeah, not a single, all right, there you go. Now you finally got your opportunity to get it. But all right, here we go. There it is. Recovery is not going to be enough yet, even in that position, though, to get the knockout. He's going to go ahead and get the anti there again, though. He has sweat beads. That is a perfectly executed punish right there. As soon as he forced all those resources gone to be able to get that first stock.
Kept it simple, man. Nice little bow shot right there with the neutral light. Gravity canceled. And now he's got a lead, but he is hurting. And again, we are in a very small blast zone area. And these, these gauntlet hits, they all send in very favorable positions when it comes to getting hits on the stage. Just like that, they'll scoop him up with the down light into the side air, send him packing back onto the gauntlets. Let's see what he can do.
Weapon spawn coming in. Again, it's the bow. We haven't seen too much bow gameplay coming out from Kaina so far. He did finish off the previous stock with that, but you saw right as another weapon spawn came in, immediate switch off. So he wants to be on that sword. He doesn't want to be on the bow. Now he's forced to be on it. Weapon spawn should be coming in shortly, though. We'll see if he's able to get to it. Nice juggle game.
Actually, the bow's kind of waking up a bit now. He got a couple of side lights in there. He's gotten at least 4 to 5 nairs in a row. I'm finally whiffing one there. Like, this is exactly what he needed. The D-Light's connecting now to TK. Like, Kaina is starting to make both weapons in the category work. That's going to be so much worse for Power Ranger as the set continues.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit. I feel like, yeah, may have taken him a little bit to get online. The bow definitely plays very much different than the cannon. So just had to kind of remember what he was doing and what he was playing on, and that's well, he's doing it quite well. The bow's online. The sword has been online for quite a bit, and Power Ranger might be heading to this 5th game. Even though he was probably trying to close that. I know he wanted to close that out that last game, but here we are still scrapping on this first set. I mean, he's going to have to do something if he wants to make sure that he doesn't bleed out.
Power Ranger with weapon control has the sword there. Kaina's able to get in, do some unarmed damage to push Power Ranger away, give him room to grab that sword. It's now sword v sword. Power Ranger could be taking this one, at least getting this stock and then evening this game up. Nice side air. He's putting the pressure out onto Kaina before retreating fully. Neutral signature not going to make contact, but doesn't get punished.
Yeah, getting out of there instantly. And something I noticed from the gauntlets on Power Rangers that he was way less inclined to go for punishes after a side air or a side light compared to the previous games. He actually looked like he was less confident in it, but that time finally finds recovery, and now Kaina once again facing what could be elimination or Power Ranger getting that Summer 2022 championships.
Yeah, man, this is very close right here as far as getting down to the last stock. Power Ranger, he's on the combo weapon. He's going for a hard read right there. Wait a minute. Okay, nice way to fight back right there from Kaina, yeah, because that's a scary situation at any times against any gauntlet. You're off the stage, you're under them. They have more options to push you further back down. But he is doing the damage right now.
These gauntlets are adding it up onto Kaina. We have almost a dead even game between these two players. You see the backup from Kaina. Out comes the double side air from Power Ranger. He went for the big play that burned his dodge, but he doesn't get punished for it. Sword coming out. Neutral light. Neutral sync the other direction.
Oh, my God.
Not going to lead to the KO. That could have given Power Ranger the game. That one does. Power Ranger is your South American Summer Champion.
What an incredible adjustment from Power Ranger at the end there. After we were just talking about how he was less inclined to go for more punishes after the gauntlet plays on a sidelight to maybe push advantage. That all happened because he got like a 4-piece read off of gauntlets, got it out to the end, and was still committed to going for the signatures without any fear. You may have not punished the first one. Well, I still feel confident enough that I'm going to be able to catch you with the next one, and Power Ranger gets that championship.
Man, what a way to do it. You saw him actually about to ball out on him real quick. I'm loving seeing that emote as much as I'm seeing it here. But yes, Power Ranger will be our South American Summer Champs, and very much deserved. Fought his way, I mean, all the way from winner's side. Didn't even let it go to a second set. Had a hard fought battle with Kaina as well on the third and fourth game, but managed to really close that one out. And that was a coming from behind win, too. He was already in the orange when that stock started, and he just found some very scary situations with the gauntlets on the left side, and then obviously some great sword play to go ahead and finish it off.
It's got to feel good to force your opponent onto a different character and then also come out on top on that character, like you said, without the bracket reset coming in. And this is Power Ranger, who's been a little bit hard stuck third. Winter Championship 1v1's third place. Spring Championship 1v1's third place. He did win the World Championship at the end of last year, but those 2 tournaments in a row where he was stuck in third place. Now he's back on that podium in the #1 spot, Championship Gold. And as the season winds down, it's not over yet, don't get me wrong, but still the season's starting to wind down now that we're getting into August as we push towards November and the World Championships. This is a big statement.
Exactly. Autumn's and VCX are right around the corner. You only have so much more time left to get that PR in your favor, and going for PR at number 2 and getting this Summer Championships is going to help Power Ranger a lot. Incredibly well done by Power Ranger at that to stop what was the just absolute wrecking ball that was kind of coming through with that cannon just prior to that with the reverse 3-0 running hot. And like you said, forced them off that character, forced them away to a different weapon lineup, and still able to make it work.
And he forced them in one game, too.
Yeah,
it was that, like, kind of popped off for like 8 games straight with that Zol, and then he was like, "Wait, I lost. No, I'm good. I don't even want to try it again." So, but I will, I have to give a shout out to Kaina. Played 3 different characters to get, since we were watching, and even though the Boulevard didn't work that well when we watched, it did work a little earlier before we got on, and then obviously the Zol, and then the Koji here at the end. Almost got him to a Game 5 situation, just wasn't able to close that thing out, but. That's going to be it here for South America. You can hear the music because we're in South America. But we will be over here in North America relatively soon, and I mean tomorrow with more action for you. So keep it locked here on Brawlhalla. We'll be back tomorrow for more great Brawlhalla action. Guys, I hope you guys have a good night. We'll catch you next time. Peace.
Whatsoever. He saw it coming, was ready for it, got away. Ooh. Yo, there, as I say that, as I live and breathe, we see the signature didn't get the stock. It made a connection that high in the air and didn't get a stock. Is the option that players go for when their opponent is truly white early threshold.
Start taking it out. We have a full stock up lead as we see a full play. Gets the chase. Wait up.
The KO option. The D-Light might do it here, but we are on the Demon Eye.
Are
you serious? Has used red, not just throw a D-Sig out over the corner. There it is! Mark specifically on the act on that breakdown after this game is over. We're not
going to see a game 4. He might have to deal with that, though.
Oh!
They all sit in very favorable positions. Just like that.
Less inclined to go for side line compared to the previous game. He actually looks like he was,
but he doesn't get punished for it. Sword coming out. Neutral light! Neutral sync the other direction.
Oh my God.
Not going to lead to the KO. That could have given Power Ranger the game. That one does. Power Ranger is your South American Summer Champion.
What?